Boom! Yang Wu dodged backward, instantly retreating dozens of meters. At the same time, waves of scorching ripples surged around his body, as torrents of violent heat rapidly spread and collided with the encroaching thunder domain of Du Quanglei. The raging electric current clashed against the raging flames, the two domains grinding against each other in an unyielding deadlock. Meanwhile, within the grinding clash of their domains, Du Quanglei's giant axe struck first, unleashing an overwhelming storm of relentless slashes aimed at Yang Wu. Bang! In an instant, over a dozen heavy, powerful strikes came crashing down. Yang Wu raised his long blade, cautiously meeting every single slash. Du Quanglei's axe assaults were like raging waves, yet Yang Wu stood as immovable as a boulder, not budging an inch. His concentration was razor-sharp, leaving no room for the slightest lapse. Only at this moment did Yang Wu truly understand the difference between the life-and-death combat of the giant axe arena and the battles in the virtual space killing grounds or duel arenas. Compared to the virtual killing grounds and duel spaces, the life-and-death struggle in the giant axe arena was the true battle, the real fight. Though temporarily at a disadvantage, Yang Wu's heart grew more and more excited. At the planetary level, possessing a domain nearly guaranteed invincibility within that rank, while at the stellar level only a handful of powerhouses possessed domains. Moreover, among stellar-level warriors, the tier of one's domain could almost determine the tide of victory or defeat in battles of the same rank. Yet at this very moment, within the stellar-level deathmatch of the giant axe arena, two gifted stellar warriors with high-tier domains were locked in a ferocious life-or-death struggle, neither willing to yield until the other fell. At the start, Yang Wu lacked the 17 life-and-death battles of experience his opponent possessed. Thus he focused primarily on defense. Moreover, this Ruolei-star human Du Quanglei was indeed formidable. Axe after axe he swung, as if splitting heaven and earth, all empowered by his awe-inspiring thunder domain. He unleashed a storm-like assault upon Yang Wu. Every axe stroke was terrifying, accompanied by rolling thunder. At the same time, the lightning whip in his remaining hand was as treacherous as a viper, yet as fierce as a thunderbolt. From time to time it lashed out at Yang Wu from unexpected angles. Every whip strike was cunning, fierce, and venomous. On the defensive, the crimson battle blade in Yang Wu's hands seemed to transform into streaks of scorching fire. Every time it touched the opponent's axe, it bizarrely deflected that immense force. Under the opponent's relentless, frenzied axe onslaught, Yang Wu appeared to be caught in a violent tempest, swaying dangerously, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Yet strangely, no matter how ferocious the axe strikes or how bizarre the lightning whip attacks were, Yang Wu's seemingly precarious figure kept flickering through the barrage of axe shadows and whip flashes entirely unharmed. Unlike Du Quanglei, whose face was flushed with agitation, Yang Wu remained calm and expressionless from beginning to end, no matter how violent and sharp the opponent's attacks became. He remained composed and unhurried. Gradually, after withstanding over a dozen frenzied axe strikes, Yang Wu's counterattacks began to increase in frequency. About time, Yang Wu muttered to himself while evading a whip strike. At the same time, his body suddenly moved as the opponent raised his axe once more. His body instantly accelerated, far surpassing many mentalists of the same realm who flew atop telekinetic weapons. In less than a blink, he had darted into the opponent's attack radius. The fire domain around his body suddenly intensified, as if gasoline had been poured into flames. Its power surged wildly, erupting like a volcano dormant for 10,000 years. Du Quanglei's thunder domain, which had been evenly matched with Yang Wu's, was forced to retreat several steps back in that instant, causing a wave of relief to wash over Yang Wu. An opportunity. A cold, sharp gleam flashed in Yang Wu's eyes. Seizing the opening, he lunged forward, instantly breaching the opponent's defense circle. Simultaneously, his scorching crimson force blade slashed diagonally at the enemy. Exquisitely cunning, yet devastatingly heavy. Yang Wu's stature was already much smaller than his opponent's. Likewise, a force battle blade over a meter long seemed nothing more than a short sword in the opponent's eyes. An inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. At this moment, the principle was perfectly demonstrated by Yang Wu. As the blade struck, the tide of battle instantly reversed. Du Quanglei, who had been aggressively attacking with his heart set on claiming his 18th victory, instantly cried out in alarm. He tried to withdraw his enormous axe for defense, but it was already too late. The lightning whip in his remaining hand immediately transformed into a rigid silver spear, sweeping across to block the attack. Electric light coiled around it, looking fearsome. He intended to use all his might at this final moment to block Yang Wu's attack first, then consider his next move. Yet clearly, when even the opponent's heavy giant axe attacks could be withstood repeatedly without flinching, how could a lightning whip, which excelled in tricky strikes rather than in raw defensive power, possibly block the force blade's assault? The flashing lightning only caused the trajectory of Yang Wu's force blade to veer slightly, yet it could not fully stop that ferocious strike. Squelch! The scorching blade glow viciously cut into one of Du Quanglei's arms that gripped the axe handle. Infused with traces of the law of fire origin, the immensely sharp blade glow slashed straight through the opponent's force battle armor in a single stroke. A pale silver arm immediately fell to the ground. Meanwhile Du Quanglei's wound was still scorched as if burned by fire, emitting wisps of gray smoke and a sizzling stench of charred flesh. "Ah, you deserve to die." Stimulated by the agonizing pain of his severed arm, Du Quanglai let out a furious roar. With a flick of his whip-wielding hand, the lightning whip vanished. He grabbed the giant axe handle with his remaining arm and charged madly at Yang Wu. With one arm gone, Quanglai's power had clearly dropped and his fate was sealed. Apparently aware of his end, he went berserk in a desperate attempt to kill Yang Wu, or at least gravely wound him before he fell. "Ah!" Du Quanglai roared at the top of his lungs. Boom! 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 He swung the giant axe madly, completely abandoning defense and the previous bizarre combination of lightning whip attacks. Every strike was a wide, violent swing. The simulation ground made of B-grade metal was hacked apart by his ferocious blows, becoming even more chaotic and wrecked. Yang Wu meanwhile dodged left and right in no rush to attack. He knew that Du Quanglai's frenzied excitement could only sustain a short burst. The first burst brings victory, the second decline, and the third exhaustion. At last, after more than a dozen frenzied axe strikes, the peak of his rage passed. Du Quanglai's aura gradually weakened, and his attack began to show signs of disorder. Yang Wu seized the opening instantly. His body shot forward, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Squelch! A fiery red blade light flashed through the gaps between the continuous axe slashes, directly slicing across Du Quanglai's neck. Silence! The crimson blade light abruptly materialized in Area 3201, which had been thrown into thunderous chaos by the opponent's frenzied attacks. Boom! At this moment, Du Quanglai's towering body slowly collapsed, and the giant axe in his hand crashed onto the chaotic ground, producing a loud clatter. Your attacks were not bad, and your domain was powerful. Unfortunately, your footwork was lacking. You had yet to step onto the threshold of the spatial origin law. Looking at the enormous corpse of the Ruolii star human before him, Yang Wu secretly breathed a sigh of relief as he spoke. For 6 consecutive months, Yang Wu had remained on Alma planet and fought 90 star-level life and death battles. Perhaps because the Cosmic Genius Tournament was drawing near, more and more young elite warriors appeared in the star-level battle arena, and their combat strength grew ever stronger. Although he had encountered crises of varying scales, he always relied on numerous tricks to survive and ultimately seize victory. After 90 life and death battles against various types of opponents, Yang Wu not only greatly increased his combat power, but also discovered that this kind of high-intensity lethal combat significantly helped his cultivation of the Sacred Tribulation Cannon. The cultivation speed of the Sacred Tribulation Cannon had increased many times over. He could clearly sense that the strength of his body and his comprehension of the laws were advancing far faster than before. Meanwhile, between life and death battles, Yang Wu regarded the fights in the slaughter ground as the best way to digest what he had gained from the bloody battles in the giant axe arena. Over the 6 months, aside from the life and death battles in the giant axe arena and training his cosmic origin energy, Yang Wu spent most of his time inside the virtual universe. Besides reuniting with his family in the property he had purchased within the virtual universe and letting Medicine Master inspect his cultivation results, he spent most of his time in the slaughter ground and the dual space, digesting the gains from his lethal battles through combat. Frequent hard training in the slaughter ground and resting or chatting in its hall naturally led him to know some elites who also frequented the place for a long time. Everyone understood that those who could stay long in the slaughter ground were either extremely wealthy or had powerful backgrounds, and their future prospects were far from ordinary. More friends mean more paths. Since one might need friends when adventuring across the universe, everyone deliberately tried to make connections. Over 6 months, although Yang Wu was not particularly good at socializing, he still made quite a few like-minded friends. Of course, Hong Leishin and Luo Feng from Earth also frequently came to the slaughter ground, and Yang Wu met them most often in its hall. Boss number 2, you're out. How were the battles? Where's Luo Feng? Yang Wu had just exited the slaughter ground not long ago, and was drinking with 2 familiar friends. While chatting, he saw Hong and Leishin walking out together, both giving him a feeling of high spirits and vigor. Yang Wu immediately raised his hand to greet them. Come, let me introduce you. These are friends I've made in the slaughter ground by Jie and Bu Ruashi. They are both experts who once earned the title of Star-Level Battle King in the giant axe arena. Yang Wu introduced Hong and Lei Shun to the 2 friends chatting with him. These 2 friends are from the same planet as me. My 2 good brothers. Yang Wu introduced them. Hello. Hello, glad to meet you. Lei Shun and Hong both greeted the others. Haha, hello, 2 friends from Yang Wu's homeland. This brother of yours is truly remarkable. He won 90 life and death battles in just half a year. Back then it took us a full 2 years surviving by the skin of our teeth, before we barely managed to win 100 victories. Fortunately, after we obtained the Battle King title a year earlier, we left the giant axe arena and did not continue fighting. Otherwise, if luck was bad, and we ran into a battle maniac like him, we wouldn't have the chance to sit here drinking. Bu Ruashi said with a hearty laugh. Third brother, be careful. Don't be so desperate. Hong patted Yang Wu's shoulder, then sat down beside him together with Lei Shen. Hong and the other two brothers from Earth had cautioned Yang Wu with such words countless times. By the way, second brother, I haven't yet congratulated you on breaking through to star level. Among the four brothers from Earth, it was unexpectedly Lei Shen who broke through first, and entered the star level realm. Haha, third brother, now you know how formidable I am, right? Boss and fourth brother are feeling the pressure. Look at fourth brother. He's been in the slaughter ground for 8 straight days without taking a breath. Lei Shen rubbed his shiny bald head and spoke with exuberance. Number 2, are you talking bad about me behind my back? Is star level such a big deal? How about we spar? Luo Feng had appeared at some point and said while patting Lei Shen's shoulder. Never mind. I'd rather drink and chat with third brother. Sparring with Luo Feng, Lei Shen had no desire to be tortured. Even if his cultivation was a whole realm higher than Luo Feng's, if he actually fought Luo Feng, he would still end up being abused. Having tasted that bitterness before, Lei Shen would never fall for it. Haha. Hong and Yang Wu laughed heartily, and Yang Wu immediately introduced the two friends to Luo Feng. I truly envy the leisurely life you four brothers have. Bai Jie, sitting beside Yang Wu, glanced at Bu Ruoshi and sighed. What's wrong? Yang Wu put down his wine glass and turned to ask. Bu Ruoshi and I are planning to apply to become cosmic trainee mercenaries, and take the trainee mercenary assessment. Bai Jie lowered his voice and said, although we earned the star level Battle King title in the Giant Axe Arena, that's still not enough. We don't have any powerful backers or forces to support us. To obtain resources and break through to the cosmic level, we have only the option of taking the cosmic trainee mercenary assessment. Becoming a cosmic mercenary is far more dangerous than ordinary cosmic adventures. It is said that the death rate and elimination rate are very high, but the rewards are also great. If 1 month from now either Bu Ruoshi or I fail to show up in the slaughter ground, that probably means we died during the assessment. If we return, then you should congratulate us. We won't be far from breaking through to the next realm. We're telling you today because we didn't want you to say later that we left without saying goodbye, that we weren't true friends. Haha. Really? Is the assessment really that extreme? Is the cosmic trainee mercenary assessment really that crazy? Except for Yang Wu, Hong, Lei Shen, and Luo Feng were all shocked. Of course. It's just like the fighting in the Giant Axe Arena, even several times more dangerous than the life and death battles there. After all, in the arena you only face a single opponent. But in the mercenary assessment you have to deal with all kinds of enemies and harsh environments. But although it's dangerous, over 99 of cosmic level domain lord and realm lord experts are mercenaries. To protect our families and our planet we have to fight for it. Bu Ruoshi said with a piercing gaze. Both Bai Jie and Bu Ruoshi came from a low-level planet much like Yang Wu's Earth, which was constantly in danger of being enslaved, compelling them to stake everything. After obtaining the Battle King title in the Giant Axe Arena, they set their sights on the mercenary assessment. Then I wish you success in passing the assessment, coming back alive, and reaping great rewards. Yang Wu raised his glass, stood up, and said loudly. At the same time, Hong, Lei Shen, and Luo Feng also raised their glasses, and stood up loudly, offering their congratulations. Seeing Bai Jie and Bu Ruoshi, the 4 Earth brothers also thought of their own homeworld Earth. What's all this noise? Keep quiet. Just as the 4 Earth brothers were clinking glasses with Bai Jie and Bu Ruoshi, an angry shout suddenly came from behind them. At the same time, a tremendous aura swept over the 6, making their hearts tremble. A cosmic-level giant axe warrior. Everyone immediately fell silent and turned to look. At the adjoining booth behind them sat a formidable figure in gray robes with pointed ears and faintly crimson eyes. What was most noticeable was a giant axe badge hanging on his chest. Seeing this image, Yang Wu immediately linked him to some detestable character in the original plot. During this period, Nualanshan had been in a very bad mood with one unpleasant thing after another. A team led by a direct-line disciple of his family had been on an adventure in space, reportedly discovering the trail of a planet once ruled by an immortal powerhouse. But after only a few days of excitement, all news of that disciple and his team vanished. At the same time, another nephew he valued had provoked a direct-line disciple of the Weighty clan, nearly bringing a disaster of annihilation to the family and causing heavy losses. Just a few days ago, the direct-line disciple he valued most had been killed in his 67th life and death battle in the star-level Giant Axe Arena, losing to his opponent. One unpleasant thing followed another. He had just come to the killing ground to vent, and his mood had improved a little, but now some ant-like brats were chattering noisily beside him, instantly ruining his hard-won peace of mind. Bang, 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 bang. 6 muffled thuds. Yang Wu, Tai Nanha, Luo Feng, Hong, Lei Shen, and Aogu had just arrived at the Leitang world, when they instantly plummeted at a terrifying speed. Before they could even control their bodies, they heard 6 low-impact sounds, and all 6 landed clumsily on the ground below. Indeed, the speed and the force with which their bodies struck the ground could only be described as slammed. Damn, that hurts. How long has it been since I fell like this? Lei Shin stood up, dusted himself off, and cursed under his breath. Is this damned ground covered with nails? Why does it hurt so much? At this moment the Leitang world was pitch black, with only faint traces of light high in the distance keeping the world from being totally dark. Beneath their feet stretched an endless black desert. Is this the Death Desert? Yang Wu grabbed a handful of sand from the ground and squeezed hard. Every grain was heavy, with a density at least 100 times greater than iron on Earth. With his late-stage star-level cultivation he could barely crush them. So this is the Death Desert mentioned in the books we bought earlier. Lei Shin was astonished. The Leitang world's gravity is about 3900 times that of Earth. Hong said solemnly, this entire world was created by a realm lord, using the primordial energy of the universe. The foundation of a realm lord's world is cosmic crystal. The soil, sand, rocks, and everything else are all affected by that primordial energy, making them far more special than outside matter. Old Thor, what's your telekinetic perception range? Yang Wu tried sensing his own range, frowned, and asked. Less than 1,000th of what it was on Earth. Less than 100 meters. Luo Feng frowned too. Yeah, the gravity is too strong and it affects telekinetic power too. My range is only about 1,500 meters. My telekinetic range is less than a kilometer, said Ao Gu the servant. Let's go. This Death Desert is one of the most dangerous areas in the Leitang world. The longer we stay in the Death Desert, the more dangerous it gets. It's late night now, so we need to leave immediately. We'll pick a direction and move forward at top speed. Hong looked around and said, this way. Then Yang Wu casually pointed in a direction, and immediately all six soared into the air. They flew forward. Because of the world's astonishing gravity, their flight speed was far slower than before. Yang Wu took out a telekinetic weapon called the Wind Shuttle, and stepped onto it, making his flight more effortless. At the same time he also gave Ao Gu a telekinetic flying weapon. As he flew he strained to recall the original story's plot, but he could no longer remember what dangers awaited them first in this Leitang world. No! After about 5 minutes of flight, Yang Wu's brows suddenly shot up. A heavy sense of danger surged through him. He whirled his head to look into the distance behind his face, instantly turning pale, and bellowed, quick, it's a death dust storm. Run! Without another word he grabbed Lei Shin, who was closest to him. Ao Gu, take Hong! Yang Wu shouted. They shot forward at top speed. Luo Feng, stepping on his Duntian shuttle, raced with Tainanhe, both pushing at their absolute limit. Behind them, engulfing the sky-black sand and dust, roared madly in the direction Yang Wu and the others were flying at a truly astonishing speed. At the same time, under the all-enveloping dust cloud, a group of young men and women were also flying for their lives. The Death Dust Storm was one of the 3 great perils of the Death Desert recorded in the books. It appeared without warning, suddenly and all-encompassing, leaving nowhere to hide. The experience of generations of predecessors taught later cultivators, when facing a death dust storm, burrowing into the desert is courting death. Flying upward is also courting death. The only way is to outrun the death dust storm. If you can't match its speed and it catches you before it dissipates, well, you're dead. Damn it! We just got here and ran into this thing. Lei Shin, yanked along by Yang Wu, cursed while unable to resist looking back. The more he looked, the paler his face became. Behind the members of the Black Cloud Society, one of the 4 squads that had entered the Leitang world earlier, were being devoured one by one by the death dust storm. Run. Desperate flight. A race against death. At this moment, everyone being chased by the deadly storm was sprinting for their lives. Like a meat grinder, the storm had shattered the bodies of countless adventurers along the way. Apart from Lei Shin and Hong, who were being dragged along at full speed, no one had time to look back. Yet the fitful roars, screams, and cries for help from behind were harrowing proof of the storm's cruelty. Yang Wu and Ao Gu, the 2 most powerful telekinetic masters, each carried 1 person. Luo Feng rode his Duntian shuttle, and Tainanhe flew alone. They were indeed very fast. After grinding away countless lives, the brutal death dust storm finally began to slow. Its overwhelming momentum waned as it gradually drew to an end. Damn, this death dust storm is terrifying. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally over. We survived after all. Behind them, only 3 members of the Black Cloud Society squad remained: a 9th order star-level telekinetic master, and 2 youths at star-level 2nd and 3rd order. The 3 deliberately kept their distance from Yang Wu's group, and flew off in another direction. After another half hour or so, the desert ahead finally showed a change. A continuous mountain range appeared, stretching to the edge of their vision. The mountains were covered with dense trees and plants. Compared to the Death Desert, they brimmed with life, a refreshing sight. Based on the map, I think we've reached the Longsuo Mountains. This should be the middle of the border between the mountains and the Death Desert. It's 16000 kilometers to Yaoyue Lake, one of our destinations. Hong glanced at his smart light brain screen and spoke. Their spirits immediately lifted and they accelerated abruptly. Yaoyue Lake lay within the Longsuo Mountains. It was a lake over 100 kilometers wide. Because of the abundant water source, several packs of ferocious beasts gathered around the lake, including the unicorn iron rhino herd. Entering the Realm Lord's world on Kanglan Star, and obtaining 3 windhorn stones plus 1 unicorn iron rhino horn. That was the requirement to pass this apprentice mercenary assessment. Everyone be careful. The Longsuo Mountains demand even more caution than the Death Desert. The Death Desert is mostly a natural threat, but in the Longsuo Mountains, with dense forests lurking beasts and many humans taking the assessment, there's danger of a different kind. Fighting beasts and killing each other. There's plenty of both. Luo Feng warned. Right, and we have to watch out for lightning. Lei Shin said with lingering fear. In terms of danger, the Longsuo Mountains were truly perilous. Especially the lightning, the most terrifying natural force in the entire Leitang world. Staying away from lightning was specifically emphasized in the books about assessment experience they had purchased earlier. Of course, in the Leitang world, unicorn iron rhino herds were not only around Yaoyue Lake. There were several other places too. However, Yaoyue Lake was the closest to Yangwu and his group's current location. This world was named Leitang World, precisely because its thunder and lightning were so terrifying, far surpassing all other natural forces. Once struck, even a weaker domain lord would be instantly reduced to ashes. A star-level cultivator would have absolutely no chance of survival. The Longsuo mountain range was fraught with peril, causing Yangwu and his party of 6 to tread with utmost caution. In this realm lord's world, the range of psychic perception was extremely limited, and probing with it readily attracted the attention of dire beasts. As a result, most assessment teams advanced at a very slow pace. However, with the detector, he had prepared in advance. Yangwu repeatedly steered clear of the dire beasts within the Thunder World, ensuring that the party's pace was hardly affected. I never thought that Brat Yangwu would possess a detector capable of covering a diameter of 100,000 meters. Just what kind of inheritance did he obtain? Inside Luo Feng's space ring Babata, the demon lord stared resentfully at the detector he had worked so hard to detach from the Yunma star ship, a device that could only scan a range of 20,000 meters, and muttered quietly. He felt deeply frustrated and defeated that an inheritance rivaling his former master's actually existed on Earth. Despite relying on the detector's data to avoid dangerous dire beasts in advance, Yangwu's group still dared not fly over the Longsuo mountain range, as doing so would make them easy targets for every beast in the area. If they took to the air, swarms of dire beasts would surround and attack them, leaving no place to flee. After nearly 2 days of marching on foot, Yangwu and his party finally reached their destination, Demon Moon Lake. Demon Moon Lake. The lake stretched out endlessly before them. Around its shores lay broad stretches of open ground with trees long since trampled, toppled, and shattered into debris. An unmistakable sign that large numbers of dire beasts frequently came here. After finding a hidden spot by the lakeshore, they lay in wait like hunters ambushing prey. 6 days later, a herd of 21 single-horned iron rhinos finally appeared in view. Like 21 heavy trucks, the single-horned iron rhinos possessed rock-like hide that left no doubt as to its toughness. Their single horns, like sharp curved blades, reflected a cold gleam under the light of the 9 orbs suspended in the sky. A stark contrast to the gentle look in their eyes. 21 single-horned iron rhinos, with the strongest only at the equivalent of a human star-level peak warrior. With me, Luo Feng, Aogu, and Tainanha as the main force, we can give it a try. Yangwu nodded to Luo Feng, and the others called out, "Be careful," then sprang up from the ground. Bursting forth at maximum speed, accompanied by a sonic boom, he charged straight at the herd of rhinos drinking by the water. Damn, 21 of them. Thunder God cursed under his breath, yet he did not retreat. Together with Hong weapons in hand, he charged forward right behind Yangwu, Luo Feng, Aogu, and Tainanha. Kill. The commotion instantly drew the attention of the 21 single-horned iron rhinos, all of which jerked their heads up to look. The leading rhino immediately raised its head and let out a mighty furious roar. Moo. Boom. In an instant, the iron rhino herd surged into motion, lowering their heads and charging at Yangwu. The ground shook violently beneath their thundering hooves, raising billowing clouds of dust. Had these been ordinary warriors staring down such a scene, their morale alone would have already faltered. Yet the one charging at the very front was Yangwu, tempered by over a year of life and death slaughter in the giant axe arena. Facing the iron rhino's terrifying momentum, his expression did not waver. Instead, his pace grew even faster. Swish. The instant he made contact with the herd, Yangwu calmly arched his back and dropped low. The crimson long blade in his hand swept out, fiercely slicing through the forelegs of 2 single-horned iron rhinos. Crack. The 2 rhinos mid-charge staggered as their legs snapped in agonizing pain, their bodies pitching forward and crashing to the ground. Immediately, the rhinos charging from behind collided with the fallen ones. In an instant, chaos erupted in the herd. At this moment, Yangwu calmly raised his long blade once more. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and the 2 servants surged forward. Seizing the herd's confusion, blade light fluttered, as they struck down single-horned iron rhinos one after another at tremendous speed. Although the single-horned iron rhinos possessed immense strength and thick tough hides under the chaos Yangwu had created, 3 of them were slain in an instant. Thunder God and Hong refused to be outdone. Though their combat power was the lowest, they singled out the smallest rhino and threw themselves into the fray, quickly gaining the upper hand. In terms of strength, the smallest rhino was only around star-level First Order, making it an easy target for the pair to subdue. Master, a 10-man squad is approaching. 9 at star-level 9th Order, and 1 at star-level 2nd Order. Xiao Xian's voice suddenly sounded by Yang Wu's ear. At the same time, Luo Feng received a message from Babata. While manipulating the Duntian shuttle to kill the iron rhinos, he cast a questioning look at Yang Wu. Put away the rhinos we've killed and retreat immediately. Yang Wu glanced at the corpses on the ground. 4 single-horned iron rhinos had already been slain, exactly meeting the 4-man assessment requirement, so he barked the order. While nimbly dodging the frenzied attacks of the rhinos, he hurriedly stuffed all 4 rhino carcasses with horns yet to be removed into his storage ring. Stop right there. In the blink of an eye, a black-clad squad of 10 rushed up. 6 of them engaged the remaining iron rhinos, while the other 4 encircled Yang Wu's group. A pale-skinned youth only at star-level 2nd Order gripped a slender, long-bladed saber. Greed flickered in his eyes as he pointed at Yang Wu and the others and barked, "Hand over your storage equipment, and I'll spare your lives." Evidently the youth had seen the massive rhino corpses vanish from sight moments ago, leading him to deduce that the group possessed storage equipment. Humph! Yang Wu snorted coldly and tightened his grip on his long blade. Beside him, Luo Feng, the 2 servants Thunder God and Hong also clenched their weapons, fully prepared for battle. Although the enemy fielded 9 star-level 9th Order warriors, Yang Wu was confident that their group, with 4 cosmic-level cloud vines and a cosmic-level star-eating grass, could crush them effortlessly. "You want our storage equipment? Come and ask my saber if it agrees." Yang Wu raised his crimson long blade, pointing it at the youth, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. "I can't vouch for anything else, but I guarantee that if you dare make a move, I'll take your head off in the very first instant. Do you dare to bet on that? How dare you speak to the 9th Prince like that? You deserve death." One of the black-clad men bellowed and was about to lunge at Yang Wu. "Master, be careful. A large herd of single-horned iron rhinos is coming." Xiao Xian's voice suddenly rang out in Yang Wu's mind. Boom! No sooner had Xiao Xian's words faded than the ground began trembling violently, as if the very earth were about to flip over. Moo! A series of heaven-shaking roars erupted from the woods not far away, causing the few remaining single-horned iron rhinos to bellow excitedly at once. As the roars resounded, one massive single-horned iron rhino after another began to appear in the forest not far away. "Not good, get out of here." The 6 black-clad men forgot the rhino slaughter, forgot the corpses on the ground, and turned to shout at the youth. "Your Highness, over 50 single-horned iron rhinos are charging. Several of the ones in the lead are extremely dangerous. Flee now. Protect the 9th Prince. Hurry!" One of the black-clad subordinates immediately scooped up the youth and fled, not even glancing at Yang Wu's group. A streamlined giant sword-shaped telekinetic flying weapon appeared beneath his feet as he sped away. The other 8 subordinates hastily chopped off a few horns and fled madly behind him. Seeing this, Yang Wu quickly led Luo Feng and the others speeding away in another direction. Fortunately, the herd of single-horned iron rhinos had chased after the group led by the 9th Prince, who had the most people. Only then were Yang Wu and his 5 companions able to quickly shake off the pursuit, finally stopping on a small earthen slope. "Next we need to find the wind horn stone." Yang Wu took out the corpses of the 4 single-horned iron rhinos, removed their horns, and cast the rest aside. He then surveyed the surrounding terrain and spoke. "Yes, right. We 4 brothers each have a unicorn horn now. We have enough. Let's find the wind horn stone quickly and leave this damn place." Lei Shen spat on the ground and said, "The wind horn stone exists in only one place within the Realm Master's world. The Wind Thunder Gorge, the very core of the Thunder World." Hong looked at the screen on his arm guard and said, "From here to the Wind Thunder Gorge. The distance exceeds 300,000 kilometers. Given the gravity here and with flying impossible, even with a smooth journey it would take at least nearly a month to arrive. Let's go. This is the assessment. The Cosmic Mercenary Alliance arranged the mission this way, clearly intending for us to cross half the Realm Master's world." Yang Wu also studied the map and spoke. "Damn, thank goodness for Third Brother's detector. This Thunder World is truly fraught with dangers." A month later, Yang Wu and his companions finally neared their destination, the Wind Thunder Gorge. Recalling the perils they had encountered along the way, although the detector had been useful, the irregular crises that suddenly erupted in the natural environment could not be detected in advance, causing them to face many dangers. They had also been ambushed by 9 assessors from the 100 Tiger Towers examination team, but all were easily slain by Yang Wu and the others. Around the Wind Thunder Gorge, several assessment teams had already arrived, each selecting a spot to camp, They kept a clear distance from one another. Swish, 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 swish. Just as Yang Wu and the others were looking around preparing to choose a place to stop, several black figures suddenly shot over from a nearby camp at high speed, swiftly dispersing, surrounding Yang Wu and his companions in the middle. "Oh, it's you." Yang Wu's expression suddenly turned stern. The people who had suddenly appeared and surrounded them were none other than the Ninth Prince and his 10 attendants, whom they had encountered earlier while hunting the single-horned iron rhinos. Clearly they had also escaped the pursuit of the iron rhino herd, and had even arrived here before Yang Wu's group. "Haha, so you didn't die on the way here. This prince is truly fortunate. Hand over your storage equipment immediately, then sever one of your own arms. If this prince is in a good mood, I might just spare your lives. Forgiving your earlier disrespect toward me." The pale-skinned youth's eyes held an air of superiority, looking down at Yang Wu and the others as if they were beggars. These people are in for trouble. How dare they offend the Ninth Prince, that bastard Brolin? They're doomed. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want to die too? The surrounding assessment teams leaned over to look, but upon seeing that it was the Ninth Prince's group, they quietly retreated back into their camps. "Damn it! Who does this bastard prince think he is?" Lei Shen glared, and with a shing sound he drew the force blade from his back. "Don't expose the Moyun vine unless absolutely necessary." Yang Wu hastily sent a telepathic message to Luo Feng and the others. He still remembered that in the Thunder World from the original story, Luo Feng's Moyun vine had quietly made a great contribution. With many hidden observers around, it was best not to reveal it. "Kill!" Yang Wu shouted, swinging his long blade as he swiftly slashed toward an opponent. A ninth-order star-level spiritual mentalist standing atop a giant sword-shaped flying telekinetic weapon. Boom! 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 A fierce battle erupted at once. Aside from one ninth-order star-level spiritual mentalist protecting the Ninth Prince, the other 8 also struck simultaneously. Shing! The phantom of the long blade in Yang Wu's hand turned into a crimson bridge across the air. Ziba did not scatter, but Yang Wu's body had already closed in on the spiritual mentalist, who was retreating rapidly on his telekinetic weapon to create distance. Impossible! How can a martial artist's speed be faster than mine? Seeing Yang Wu's suddenly explosive speed, the spiritual mentalist was shaken. Several finger-sized hiltless daggers detached from the giant sword and shot toward Yang Wu. Shing! 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 Yang Wu's body suddenly swayed, then twisted, leaving a trail of afterimages in place as he completely evaded the attack. Humph, ninth-order star level, yet your control of that telekinetic weapon can't even match Luo Feng's. Yang Wu sneered inwardly. His war blade traced a brilliant arc of light, and without sparing the fallen foe another glance, he turned and charged at another enemy. At that moment, Luo Feng, standing beside Aogu, also felt a chill in his gaze. With a shoo sound, a blue blade fragment materialized out of thin air. Aogu's telekinesis acted like a mighty hand, firmly gripping the blade body of the fragment while exposing only its edge. It was the fragment of red mixed copper mother plated with a layer of alloy. Whoosh! The blue blade light of the red mixed copper mother traced a beautiful, breathtakingly mesmerizing arc, as it slashed like lightning toward the charging ninth-order star-level enemies. "Let me give you a hand." After slaying another martial artist, Yang Wu turned to look at Aogu, who was controlling the red mixed copper mother fragment. He uttered a silent command, and waves of illusions surged into the minds of those under attack by the fragment. SHHK, 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 SHHK. The blue blade light effortlessly swept past the ninth-order star-level warriors one after another. No! Under the influence of Yang Wu's illusions, they had yet to break free from the mirage when the impossibly fast razor-sharp blade light sliced off the heads of the black-clad warriors wearing goggles whose expressions had been stern and confident. Their skulls burst open and brains splattered. Beneath each pair of goggles, fear and unwillingness filled their eyes in their final moments. Impossible! Watching his 8 guards fall to the ground one after another lifeless, the Ninth Prince, who had been observing confidently from a distance, widened his eyes in shock. These were all ninth-order star-level guards of mine. How could they be so vulnerable? How could he have known that when a terrifyingly sharp telekinetic weapon was combined with Yang Wu's covert illusion attacks, even ninth-order star-level experts stood no chance at all? Flee! The last remaining guard beside the Ninth Prince seized the stunned prince, without hesitation stepped onto his telekinetic weapon, and shot off into the distance at breakneck speed. No need to chase. Seeing Aogu manipulating the red mixed copper mother fragment, and stepping onto a telekinetic flying weapon ready to pursue, Yang Wu stopped him. The other party was the Ninth Prince of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. If they were killed in plain view of everyone, it would bring considerable trouble. Though Yang Wu was not afraid of trouble, such trouble was best avoided when possible. There was no need to kill him in full public view unless absolutely necessary. Haha, worthy of an empire prince. Even his guards are damn rich. An intelligent optical computer. I don't need to buy one anymore. I'll just use this. Lei Shen was highly satisfied as he removed the intelligent optical computer from the corpse of one of the guards. If I'd known I'd have killed that prince too. The loot would have been even better. Bastard. Bastard. Damn it. Damn it. Find them. I must find out who those bastards are. Having escaped the pursuit and stopped in a safe area, the ninth Prince Brolin recalled the scene just now and felt nothing but lingering fear. He, the lofty imperial prince, had almost been killed by those unknown brats. And 8 of his 9 Ninth Order star-level guards had died in an instant. The ninth prince's heart bleeds. While the ninth prince was howling in a grove of trees, Yang Wu and his companions were excitedly collecting their spoils of war. Collecting windhorn stones was extremely difficult. Yang Wu's group of 6 could only stay in a cave on the cliff of Wind Thunder Gorge waiting for opportunities. At this moment Yang Wu no longer concerned himself much with the task, instead quietly comprehending the laws of fire in the cave, or entering the virtual universe to slaughter and refine his combat prowess. The plot did not change much. Yang Wu did not participate in collecting windhorn stones. Before the task was completed, the entire Thunder World suddenly changed. Rumble. The whole Thunder World suddenly shook violently without any warning, as if it were about to collapse. The entire world was trembling, the mountains quaking. Amid the upheaval, a mountain range in the Thunder World split open, abruptly revealing a pitch-black rift-like hole. Half of the black opening was on the mountain surface, half within it, and the surrounding space was torn apart. Eerie beyond measure, drawing the gaze of everyone in the Thunder World. Has the world within worlds appeared? Yang Wu also looked up at the distant black rift, a flicker of fervor in his eyes, straining to recall the original story's events. The emergence of the world within worlds drove countless youths from the various families, factions, and planets of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire into frenzy. Transforming into streaks of light, they flew straight toward the distant black rift. How could a mercenary assessment compare to the treasures of a world master? Yang Wu's group no longer cared about collecting windhorn stones. They joined the surge toward the black rift and rushed into the world within worlds. Outside the Thunder World, the appearance of the world within worlds also stirred the interest of major powers. Spaceship after spaceship shot out from these forces, carrying masses of Ninth Order stellar warriors racing toward Lansong Star. That day, the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire was shaken by the news. Kabu, the World Master, who created the Thunder World, had been a peak-level World Master in his time, renowned and formidable. His wealth could rival even the poorer immortals. The treasure he left in the world within worlds was certainly astonishing. Throughout the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, even the Imperial family dispatched forces, and the 4 major organizations all sent elite experts. In the eyes of the major powers, although the stellar adventurers were the ones who discovered the world within worlds, there was no doubt that they themselves were the ones who would truly obtain its treasures. In the world within worlds, the 6-person squad of Yang Wu, Luo Feng, Lei Shen, Tainanhe, and Ao Gu flew swiftly close to the ground. Previously, thousands upon thousands of adventurers had poured densely into the world within worlds. Yet once scattered within this vast realm, after only a few minutes of flight, Yang Wu's squad could no longer see anyone else around them. Tens of thousands entered this enormous world like a single drop of water falling into the ocean. In such a vast world, who knows where the treasures are? Luo Feng glanced at the vast surroundings, frowned, and said, "We can search for treasures slowly by fate, but we can start by mining cosmic crystals. That's a great fortune." Yang Wu smiled faintly and said, "We can use the detector to locate the cosmic crystals first. Then our 4 universe-level cloud vine plants can be put to good use. Hurry up and mine. This world within worlds just appeared and more people will keep coming in. Every world has cosmic crystals. In an undeveloped world like this there are even more of them." This was the hard currency of the universe. Although Yang Wu appeared wealthy, he had long known that his soon-to-be-born flame star giant beast clone like Luo Feng's golden-horned beast was an absolute money-devouring black hole. To evolve quickly, he needed combinations of precious fire-attributed materials, whose value even surpassed the metal combinations consumed by Luo Feng's golden-horned beast clone. The thousands of chaos units in his account seemed enormous, but they weren't much when spent on the flame star giant beast. Right? How could we have forgotten about the cloud vine? Luo Feng slapped his forehead, then suddenly pointed excitedly downward. There, at a depth of 3200 meters, there are cosmic crystals. Deep beneath the earth at 3200 meters. Huge chunks of deep blue crystals colored like the starry sky lay embedded in the rock. A vine coiled with fragments of red mixed copper mother extended swiftly over a kilometer to reach the spot. Like a giant python, it was agile and powerful, rapidly digging out massive crystals and storing them in a storage bracelet attached to the vine. Hong and Lei Shen followed Luo Feng's method, equipping their cloud vines with storage rings and sharp daggers before charging into the depths. Yang Wu even deployed both cloud vine and star-eating grass. The star-eating grass, sharp as a force weapon, was simply a superb tool for mining cosmic crystals. More than twice as efficient as the cloud vine. "Huh, this stone is rather interesting. It contains traces of thunder power. While you're collecting cosmic crystals, gather all these as well. I'll take them back for Master Yao to study to see if he can refine a thunder elixir that can help second brother comprehend the thunder laws. Yang Wu held a smooth pebble, recalling the original plot in his mind, a peculiar smile on his face. He then spoke to Luo Feng and the others who were diligently mining. On Earth, Yang Wu had continuously provided various potions, and after Yang Li became Master Yao's disciple, Master Yao was no longer a secret to the four brothers from Earth. Hearing that this object might help him comprehend the thunder laws, Lei Shen immediately became enthusiastic. Without a second thought, he started digging desperately. Meanwhile, Hong and Luo Feng also began collecting such stones while mining cosmic crystals. Thunder stones. These were the most valuable thing in the world within worlds, and they were about to stir a bloody storm within it. Yang Wu could only use such a flimsy excuse to collect them ahead of time. For 8 full days, using the detectors of Yang Wu and Luo Feng, the 6 of them flew across the vast world within worlds, diligently mining from one place to another. A large amount of cosmic crystals entered their storage rings, and at the same time they collected several 100,000 thunderstones. After all, without a map showing the distribution of thunderstones, being able to mine so many was considered quite fortunate. At this time, outside the Thunder World, an army of about 2 million Ninth Order stellar warriors had begun advancing toward the world within worlds, forming 5 relatively powerful factions within it. Gradually they encountered more and more teams of over 100 people along the way. Fortunately, Yang Wu's detector gave early warnings, allowing them to dodge crisis after crisis. Moreover, when they encountered smaller teams, they would turn around and rob them. Ha 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 ha. Welcome, little ones, to the world within worlds. I, Lord Mist, have been waiting for this day for over 10 million years. After a bout of extremely hearty and delighted laughter, the intelligent life-form Lord Mist finally appeared above the castle in the world within worlds. Little ones, you've come here because you want the treasures of the world within worlds, haven't you? The white-bearded old man smiled and looked down from above. That's right. My master originally placed his treasures in this world within worlds and left them under my watch. And there are many treasures. The white-bearded old man pointed to his side. Above the castle, beams of light converged, and a huge screen instantly appeared, displaying a vast number of item images. There were all kinds of treasure images. So many that they dazzled the eye, and everyone's gaze immediately burned with desire, especially the inheritance crystal ball ranked No. 1 at the very center. The leader of the most powerful faction present, Ninth Prince Brolin, had his eyes light up at once, while the leaders of the other 4 major camps were filled with excitement and anticipation. No. 1. The triple-layered bank account for the complete spatial secret art inheritance crystal ball. Oh no. 2. My master savings bank account. Oh no. 3. Domain Lord Grade bloodline serum 1 dose. Oh no. 4. Oh no. 68. Fifth Order Origin Force weapon Skyfire wheel. 68 kinds of treasures, 312 items in total, made everyone's eyes radiate blinding light, as if their eyeballs would pop out. This is insane. Even the lowest ranked one is a Fifth Order Origin Force weapon. Heavens. If I get a single treasure, I can become the richest man in our Cunistar system. More than 10,000 adventurers, every one of them with blazing eyes, had gone completely mad. What the hell is this thing? Once they had left the castle's vicinity, Lei Shen and the others asked in low voices. Do you even need to ask? It's lived this long, so it must be the auxiliary intelligence of that dead world master. After 10 million years of solitude, who knows whether this intelligence has evolved into an intelligent life form? If it has, then with 10 million years of solitude it may very well have become twisted. Luo Feng relayed Babata's words verbatim. Likewise, Yang Wu's intelligent lifeform Xiaoxin was saying the same thing in Yang Wu's mind. Twisted. Yang Wu frowned, suddenly thinking of Medicine Lord who had been left on Earth. If an intelligence that has been lonely for 10 million years can become twisted, then Medicine Lord who has been lonely for millions of epochs, could he also have become twisted? No wonder his temper is so foul. Yang Wu shook his head and cast those thoughts aside. Third brother, you really are something. Who would have thought that the things we casually collected back then are actually so valuable? Lei Shen said with a laugh. Come on, enough talk, let's leave first. I never expected that dissolute prince to be a prince of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire with such powerful backing. Although he has no time to retaliate against us now, we still have to be on our guard. Hong pulled Lei Shen and snapped, damn it, this world master is truly rich. Third brother, what do you think we should exchange for? Now we all have several 100,000 thunderstones. Even though they had already left the castle far behind, Lei Shen and the others still had not calmed down from their excitement. Never mind the other treasures. Collect thunderstones first. Any one of those things, if taken out, would fetch an astronomical price. Luo Feng was excited too. Any one of those treasures was probably worth hundreds or thousands of times the entire assets of the Gaoxing family he had previously had dealings with. With the map showing the distribution of thunderstones, Yang Wu's group of 6 mined at a speed faster than before by who knew how many times. And they all knew it. This was a race against time. At this moment time was truly money and every second had to be seized. In this 100-kilometer area, there are 216874 thunderstones. In this 100-kilometer area, there are 35184 thunderstones. In this 100-kilometer area, there are only 20209 thunderstones. In this 100-kilometer area, there are actually 814261 thunderstones. With Yang Wu's detector, whenever he pointed out the nearest location on the map, everyone immediately flew over and mined like mad. Yang Wu, Hong Lei Xin, and Luo Feng went underground controlling the cloud-treading vine and the star-eating grass to mine and dig ceaselessly. The two servants stayed on the surface guarding and concealing the entrance. We've struck it rich. It's only been a short while, and we've already dug through so many places. The cloud-treading vine is truly amazing. As if it were born for treasure hunting. Haha, third brother, fourth brother, come on, count it up. How many thunderstones have we dug in total? In just over 3 days they had already looted several places and reaped a rich harvest. Lei Shen said excitedly, stroking the cloud-treading vine on his body. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement as well. These thunderstones represented those incomparably precious treasures. Although the places they mined were rather remote and the yield of thunderstones was not high, with the 100,000 meter range detector and 5 universe-level plant lifeforms helping, no thunderstone could escape Yang Wu and his group's excavation. I have 639391 thunderstones. Hong excitedly reported the number in his storage ring. I have 547269 thunderstones. I have 445943 thunderstones. Luo Feng and Lei Shen then reported the thunderstone counts in their storage rings one after another. I have 941647 thunderstones. Adding the 609112 from earlier, that's 1550759 in total. With all of yours added in, we have 318332 thunderstones altogether. But it's still not enough. Unlike the excitement of the others, more than 3 million thunderstones still seemed far too few in Yang Wu's eyes. What a pity. We're still a long way from being able to exchange for that triple-layered bank account of the spatial secret art inheritance crystal ball. Lei Shen said, his excitement tinged with regret. No, we can exchange for anything else, just not that inheritance crystal account. Even if we collected enough thunderstones, it still wouldn't do. Yang Wu said resolutely. Why? Everyone looked at him in bewilderment. The spatial secret art inheritance crystal ball was the most precious treasure. Because we don't want to die. Yang Wu said calmly, and everyone immediately understood. Their group was small and weak. Even if they exchanged for other treasures, they would have to hide them and keep them secret. If they exchanged for the inheritance crystal account, to say nothing of others, just getting past the 9th prince alone would not be easy. Moreover, Yang Wu had known all along that this inheritance crystal ball was nothing more than a trick that World Master Kabu had cooked up to fool people. Relying on our own digging and mining like this is still too slow. We should collect thunderstones in a different way. Yang Wu said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. A different way? Is there a better method? The others looked at Yang Wu puzzled. There is. Hunting. Yang Wu said icily. Those teams. More than 10,000 people in all. Even without the aid of cloud-treading vines, dig up more than we do. After all, there is strength in numbers. Rather than slaving away with cloud-treading vines and star-eating grass to mine thunderstones, why not use them directly to attack and snatch their storage devices? Haha. This Yang Wu kid is promising. He has a future. No wonder he was the first person Lord Demon Babata took a liking to. Luo Feng, you should learn from this ruthless kid. Robbery is the fastest way to collect thunderstones. Babata's words rang out in Luo Feng's mind at the perfect moment. Right, exactly, rob. Especially rob that damn 9th prince. Lei Shen said, as if he were afraid the world wasn't chaotic enough. Let's head in this direction. First we select our targets, and once it gets dark we strike. Yang Wu's gaze was cold and ruthless as he glanced toward the path ahead. Not good. Everyone be careful. There's a group following us. Suddenly Yang Wu's brow furrowed as he sent a telepathic message. A unit of 1,000. Too many to handle. Let's move. With a cold shout, Yang Wu grabbed Lei Shen by the arm while Ao Gu seized Hong. The 6 of them traced an arc across the sky, accelerating swiftly as they fled toward the distant horizon. Damn it! These are the lackeys of that accursed 9th prince. Hong turned to look at the 1,000-strong force still in hot pursuit. At last, by matching the auras they had gathered earlier in the square outside the castle, he recognized their origin. The 9th prince. Curse him. As Yang Wu sped through the air, a murderous glint flashed through his eyes. Captain, that's them. The 9th prince's designated targets. They've got 3 psychokinetic masters among them, and they're damn fast. A voice spoke from among the pursuers. All operatives hear me. Pursue the 5-man squad ahead at maximum speed and annihilate them. The captain issued the order. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Understood. One by one, the star level 9 operatives in black alloy battlesuits acknowledged the command. No longer bothering to conceal their identities, they streaked across the sky like black bolts of light, unleashing astonishing speed, as they crazily chased the 6 silhouettes ahead, especially those star-level 9 psychokinetic masters who rode telekinetic weapons. Apart from Yangwu and Aogu, no one else could match their pace. In no time at all they had narrowed the distance between themselves and Yangwu's group. Damn, they've caught up. Luo Feng glanced back, his expression drastically changing. Master, run! Aogu and Tai Nanha's faces were filled with desperation. Behind them streaks of light rapidly closed in at terrifying speed, until less than a kilometer separated both sides. Yangwu vaguely recalled that, in the original tale, Luo Feng had once encountered an almost identical pursuit. In that account, the servant Tai Nanha had also perished on this very spot, and only by boarding a spacecraft had Luo Feng and the others narrowly escaped with their lives. Get on the ship now. Yangwu cursed inwardly, swiftly produced a C9 class spacecraft, placing it between his group and the pursuers. Everyone hurried aboard. The spacecraft instantly turned into a curved streak of light, vanishing into the distance. Damn, they really dared to chase us. If I weren't still unwilling to expose the Mayun vine and the star-eating grass, I'd love to turn around and tear them to pieces. Our primary hunting target should be that accursed 9th Prince's forces. Having escaped the pursuit, Yangwu stowed the spacecraft, his eyes turning icy cold. Not only do we seize their storage equipment, we also kill. We find every chance to slay every enemy we possibly can. Lei Xin and the others spoke with seething fury. We surrender. We surrender. Don't kill us. We have thunderstones, we're willing to offer them to you, and serve under your command. A squad of 20 was surrounded by 500 figures in black. They shouted out in terror, panic written all over their faces. Against a force of 500 star-level 9 experts, the 20 of them had not the slightest hope of escape. Ha ha ha, we have no need for your surrender. Killing you outright means everything you have becomes ours, including those universe crystals. The captain among the black-clad men sneered. At the same time, shing shing shing. In a blur of blades and flashing light, the squad of 20 was instantly reduced to mangled flesh. There was no suspense at all. Captain, the rings. A subordinate presented the space rings recovered from the 20 dead men to their captain. The captain nodded in satisfaction, and was just about to inspect the treasures within the space rings. Suddenly a bizarre change erupted. A golden waterweed-like vine burst out of the earth in an instant, like a flash of golden lightning, and with a sharp hiss pierced clean through the throat of the unprepared captain. Then the golden vine bent like a sharpened crescent blade, traced a curved arc, and severed the captain's wrist. With another hiss, the golden vine coiled around the captain's severed hand and vanished from the spot in an instant. At the same moment, countless golden vines like pythons and crimson-red vines surged into view, almost one vine targeting each black-clad figure, stabbing or coiling around them. What is this? Oh no! Help! All kinds of startled cries, pleas for aid and desperate begging erupted throughout the 500-strong unit. Golden vines stabbed through flesh, scarlet vines strangled and crushed. Their speed was astonishing. Thud, thud, thud. In less than a minute, when Yangwu and the others appeared several kilometers away, and each retracted their Mayun vines and star-eating grasses, the ground outside was already littered, densely packed with the corpses of the black-clad men. Not one of the 500 survived. That felt goddamn fantastic. Lei Xin licked his lips and said, Unfortunately, 500 was the limit our plant lifeforms could handle without exposing themselves, and it had to be a surprise attack. Otherwise, how could we have been chased into such a sorry retreat? So that's the star-eating grass. Its power actually surpasses the Moyun vine. Luo Feng secretly felt envious. Because of this, he would later purchase star-eating grass seeds from the Virtual Universe Company, cultivate his own, and carve out a fearsome reputation on the frontier battlefield as the star-eating grass world master. That night, under pitch darkness, an encampment belonging to one of the 9th Prince's 5,000-strong units was silently invaded by countless vines. In the blink of an eye, they vanished just as silently. The entire process once again took less than a minute. Aside from making the stench of blood in the camp even thicker, it seemed as if nothing at all had happened. What the hell? What's going on? It was only early the next morning that someone cried out in alarm. Across the 5,000-man camp, more than 500 people had died without a sound. What was worse, the 2 captains who had been in charge of the Thunderstones lay dead in pools of blood, the fingers bearing their storage rings nowhere to be found. There had been over 3 million Thunderstones in those rings. The mere thought of facing the 9th Prince's wrath made them tremble with fear. This was already the 11th such incident to strike their 9th Prince's forces, and the entire contingent had lost several thousand men. Though similar incidents had occurred among other factions, in those cases only the leaders in charge of storage equipment had been assassinated, without any significant additional casualties. These repeated disasters had driven the 9th Prince's temper to a boiling point. 9 days had already passed, and yet his forces had only handed over a little over 10 million Thunderstones. Of the 3 transmission crystal ball accounts, only one had been redeemed. For several days in a row, Yangwu and his group of 6 had hunted and slaughtered across the plains of the world within the world. Guided by the 2 intelligent lifeforms Xiao Xian and Babata, it was like dancing on the edge of a blade, yet they were never discovered. Come on. Let's tally up how many thunderstones we have. It's time to head back and redeem them. Otherwise, even if we've gathered plenty once, the best treasures are all redeemed. Having more stones will be meaningless. In a hidden spot, Yangwu brought out the spacecraft, and everyone quickly boarded, pouring out all the thunderstones from their storage devices. Immediately, a huge mountain of thunderstones appeared within the spacecraft's interior. A few minutes later, everyone stared at the numbers on their optical computers with sheer disbelief. 469233086. They had actually reached over 40 million. Yet the amount they had truly mined by their own hands was only a few million. Murder and plunder, fill your belt with gold. The ancients weren't lying to us. Lei Xin said with wry humor. Too bad the 9th prince's side has too many people. We still haven't been able to finish off that bastard. Hong's eyes gleamed with murderous cruelty. Suppressing the excitement in their hearts, the group carefully avoided the other teams and made their way back toward the castle. At the center of the world, within the world, fierce winds howled around the deep blue castle. A mighty host of adventurers encircled the entire castle like an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron. Not even a fly could hope to slip inside. Halt! A thunderous shout rang out as Yangwu and his party drew near. A brawny lion-headed man stretched out an arm to bar the 6 people's way. We are under Lord Mingyu of the 3 Axes Mountain. Yangwu's group landed on the ground and called out. Just as in the original plot, all 4 of Yangwu's group had previously been valued by Mingyu in the slaughter field. Before this, Yangwu together with Luo Feng and the others had temporarily joined the forces of the 3 Axes Mountain, just as in the original story. Oh! Hearing this, the lion-headed man's deep yellow pupils immediately swept over Yangwu's group of 6, and then he lowered his head to search on his intelligent optical computer. Good, so you are brothers from the 3 Axes Mountain. The 3 Axes Mountain contingent is over there, easy to find. The lion-headed man broke into a smile and called out loudly. You 6, do you have thunderstones to sell? We are willing to buy at the price of 10 cubic cosmic crystals per thunderstone. Sorry, my lord has forbidden buying and selling. Yangwu answered perfunctorily through telepathic transmission, then swiftly entered the castle. Leaving Luo Feng and the others near the 3 Axes Mountain camp, Yangwu, clad in an alloy battle suit and wearing a helmet that left only his eyes exposed, used his telekinetic power to veil his aura before walking into the castle. Along the way, quite a few people looked over and scrutinized Yangwu carefully. Some even swept their telekinetic senses over him, without the slightest scruple, yet no matter what they did, they could not recognize his identity. On the road to the castle, there were also warriors like Yangwu, fully armed and disguised, coming and going. No one could confirm whether a person heading for the castle was genuinely going to exchange treasures, or merely pretending to do so. What do you wish to exchange, little fellow? Lord Wu's deep voice reverberated through the old-fashioned room inside the castle, and then his plump body appeared before Yangwu. A faint halo of light shimmered and flowed over the surface of his body. A domain lord-level bloodline serum, a 5th-order origin force weapon, the Ice Soul Blade, 5th-order telekinetic weapons, the Sky-suppressing cauldron, and the Heavenly Fire Wheel, 3 life fruits, and the complete set of the Thunder Secret Art. Yangwu selected according to the number of thunderstones he had on hand. Aside from the domain lord-level bloodline serum that Lord Yao had specifically stressed must be exchanged, he did not care whether the rest would be useful to him or the others. After all, they would all be valuable treasures if brought outside. He would first exchange for whatever he could obtain. Oh, that many little fellow. Are you toying with me? Do you actually have that many thunderstones? The white-bearded old man was taken aback, then his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. It's all here. These treasures amount to 4692100 thunderstones. Lord Wu, please count them first. Yangwu unhesitatingly handed over the storage ring containing the thunderstones. Although he was also quite tempted by that bank account of World Master Kabu, the original story featured the incident where World Master Kabu's inheritance crystal ball made a fool of people, so Yangwu could not be certain. Since there was no telling how much money was actually left in that account, rather than take the risk, it was better to exchange for reliable treasures first. Oh, Lord Wu in the form of a white-bearded old man beckoned. The space ring flew into his hand, and a smile immediately spread across his face. Exactly 4692100 thunderstones. Not bad. These are the domain lord-level bloodline serum, a 5th-order origin force weapon, the Ice Soul Blade, 5th-order telekinetic weapons, the Sky-suppressing cauldron, and the Heavenly Fire Wheel, 3 life fruits, and the complete set of the Thunder Secret Art. Lord Wu did not hesitate. He flipped his hand over and at once, treasure after enticing treasure appeared before Yangwu. Thank you, Lord Wu. Yangwu thanked him and immediately swept them all into his storage ring. His heart was still churning with excitement. Little fellow, hurry up and gather more thunderstones. The treasures are running low. Watching Yang Wu turn and leave, Lord Wu called out with a beaming face. Your Highness, these are the thunderstones delivered by the 2nd Brigade. They mined 2 areas and killed 3 squads, obtaining about 1 million thunderstones in total. Among the allied forces, the 9th Prince Bu Luolin sat, surrounded by 8 bodyguards. A man beside him respectfully handed over a space wrist guard. Is that all? How are the other brigades doing? Have the people who ambushed our forces been found? The 9th Prince took the storage ring, set it aside without even a glance, and then looked up to ask. The other brigades. The 3rd and 4th Brigades were ambushed the day before yesterday, losing 1024 people and 1 million thunderstones. The 1st and 12th Brigades were ambushed yesterday, losing 1120 people and 79 million thunderstones. The attackers are too cunning. We still have not found out where they came from. The questioned man lowered his head and stammered. Worthless. Useless. The 9th Prince abruptly jumped up, kicked the man to the ground, and roared furiously. A bunch of incompetents. After being ambushed so many times you cannot even catch a glimpse of the enemy. What use are you? Who is it? Who exactly is trying to cross me? Had his forces not been robbed silently on so many occasions, the thunderstones taken would already have been enough to exchange for all the bank account numbers under which the triple inheritance crystal balls were deposited. As it was, he still did not even have enough for the first password. The 9th Prince's eyes were bloodshot and his expression savage, just like a vicious beast waiting to devour whoever came near. Even the 8 bodyguards beside him shrank their necks cautiously. Your Highness, someone just entered the castle again to exchange for treasures, reportedly in a rather large quantity. At that moment a guard entered the tent and reported. Who are the bank account numbers for the deposited inheritance crystal balls still there? The 9th Prince immediately stopped, roaring, his eyes sharp as lightning as he fixed them on the guard. The bank account numbers for the inheritance crystal balls are all still intact. The person who exchanged this time also concealed his identity, so we cannot find out for the moment. But judging from the direction he came from, he may be from the 3 Axes mountain camp. As long as the bank account numbers for the inheritance crystal balls are still there, that is good enough. Short-sighted paupers. Blinded by paltry treasures, every one of them skulks around in disguise when going to exchange, and in the end they still pick only the inferior goods. But this is also good. It keeps them from coveting my inheritance crystal balls. The 9th Prince said coldly. However, I want you to keep a close watch on everyone who exchanges treasures and kill them if you have the chance. Strengthen vigilance in every camp. I never want to hear of another squad being ambushed. Your Highness. Another man rushed in, made a respectful bow, and handed over a space ring. This is the 6 million thunderstones the 5th Brigade obtained. 6 million thunderstones. Hu Luolin's eyes brightened. He picked up all the space rings around him, made a calculation, and his expression immediately turned somewhat better. Keep your guard up and do your best to gather the 2,000 thunderstones I need as soon as possible. Yes. Alright, I've just checked. 1/3 of the treasures have already been redeemed. Besides speeding up our hunting, we can't afford to wait as many days as we did this time. As soon as we accumulate a few million thunderstones, we must come and redeem them immediately. Cautiously leaving the castle's vicinity, and using the detector, he quickly shook off the trackers sent by the 9th Prince, then regrouped with Luo Feng and the others. Indeed, with so few of us and limited strength, no matter how hard we hunt, we can never match the mining speed of those large forces. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Let's stop fixating on hunting the 9th Prince's squad. The priority now is to rob thunderstones, not to kill. The group swiftly devised a new strategy and immediately put it into action. No longer making the 9th Prince's squad their primary target and confining themselves to robbery rather than murder, the group moved with far greater speed. Previously, they could only harvest 1 or 2 storage rings per night. Now their gains had nearly doubled. Every time night fell, an E-rank spaceship with its stealth function activated would streak like lightning across the skies above the many teams mining thunderstones within the realm. In order to quickly redeem the latter 2 tiers of the inheritance crystal ball storage bank account, he coveted the 9th Prince also issued orders to intensify attacks on other factions' thunderstones. Similar orders were given across the other major powers. Adding fuel to the fire, an 8-man named Chukdo, a pinnacle star-level expert from the 3 Axes mountain, suddenly broke through to universe level. 3 teams then joined forces to assault the 9th Prince's squad, and chaos erupted instantly. What had been a mere skirmish in the realm suddenly turned far bloodier. Some large teams fought alone while others formed alliances. Eventually, allied armies of over 100,000 warriors emerged and large-scale wars broke out across the realm. In a flash, the vast land spanning millions of kilometers was engulfed in battle. Fighting raged everywhere and blood soaked the earth. This gave Yang Wu and his companions even more opportunities to fish in troubled waters. Previously, while mining thunderstones, every team kept their detectors running at all times. But now the factions were at war. With armies battling armies and detectors switched off their Cloudvine and Star Devourer grass found it far easier to strike. In just 7 days Yang Wu's group took turns entering the castle to redeem treasures 3 times. In a hidden spot, a spaceship suddenly appeared. Inside its control room Yang Wu and his 5 companions excitedly took out the spatial storage devices they had plundered and poured out the thunderstones within. Haha, this is only 4 days, yet I didn't expect we'd have at least 20 million. Thunder God and the others stared with gleaming eyes and burst into laughter. These last 4 days being far from the castle we didn't redeem any. So the amount accumulated is quite large, totaling 289,850,66 stones. Hong calmly finished counting all the thunderstones and said, "This should be our last redemption. Based on the previous 2 exchanges, I estimate that after this one barely any treasures will remain." Yang Wu stored the thunderstones into a spatial bracelet and said, "Besides, when we first began our ambushes the teams in the realm hadn't yet grown alert, since there was little contact between them. The ambushes were still relatively easy then. But in these last few attempts the difficulty has clearly risen a great deal. Twice we almost got discovered. Safety comes first. Even if treasures remain we must stop now." "That's right. Third brother speaks correctly. If we're discovered by accident even with universe-level Cloudvine and Star Devourer grass we couldn't withstand the wrath of an army over 1,000,000 strong. Especially when outside the Thunder World countless universe-level domain lord-level, and even realm lord-level powerhouses are watching what happens in here." Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Yang Wu and the others guessed correctly. Even as they gathered in the spaceship to discuss ending their hunts, rumors had already begun to spread among the teams in the realm. There must be a universe-level spiritual mind master in the realm. His mind force weapon excels at burrowing through the ground. He burrows underground, ambushing and killing one squad leader after another. All teams must be extremely careful. With the Realm Lord's warnings, every team naturally became highly vigilant. Yet all their caution was destined to be in vain. By that time Yang Wu and the others had already returned to the castle's vicinity once more, and Yang Wu had fully disguised himself before heading back into the castle. "Little one, we meet again." After Yang Wu had waited a while in the castle and witnessed the perverted old man's sinister schemes, the energy body of Lord Wu finally appeared before him in the shape of an old man. "Lord Wu, I wish to redeem treasures." Yang Wu had no desire to exchange words with that perverted Lord Wu and went straight to the point. "Oh, and what would you like to redeem this time? There aren't many treasures left." Lord Wu said with a sly smile. "May I see what remains?" Yang Wu asked. "Of course." Lord Wu seemed to be in a good mood. Without hesitation he waved his hand and streams of energy gathered around him, forming a screen displaying a list of treasures with the remaining quantities clearly marked. No. 1. Complete set of Spatial Secret Art Inheritance Crystal Ball Storage Bank Account 3-tier account. Remaining stock 3rd tier. No. 2. Master's Deposit Bank Account. Remaining stock none. No. 3. Domain Lord Level Bloodline Serum 1 dose. Remaining stock none. No. 17. Star Core 1. Remaining stock available. No. 18. Thunderpath Secret Art 6 sets. Remaining stock none. No. 19. 5th grade Force Battle Suit 2. Remaining stock 2. No. 31. 5th grade Force Weapon Fury Axe 1. Remaining stock available. No. 32. SSS grade Bloodline Serum 3 doses. Remaining stock 3. Yang Wu stared at the list and drew in a sharp breath. Nearly half of the treasures had already been redeemed. Fortunately he had arrived in time. Had he come even a few days later there might have been nothing left. "Little one, choose what you want to redeem." The white-bearded old man smiled at Yang Wu. Star Core 2 5th grade Force Battle Suits 5th grade Force Weapon Fury Hammer 3 doses of SSS grade Bloodline Serum. Yang Wu did not hesitate at all. Based on his Thunderstone count he listed every unredeemed treasure one by one, stopping only when the only item left on the screen was the 3rd tier of the Spatial Secret Art Inheritance Crystal Ball Storage Bank account. After redeeming all of them, he still had over 1,000,000 Thunderstones remaining in his storage ring. "Little one, are you sure you have that many Thunderstones?" Hearing the variety and quantity Yang Wu announced, the corners of Lord Wu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. "Little one, that's a total of 288,000,000 Thunderstones." "Here, count them." A spatial bracelet flew from Yang Wu's hand toward Lord Wu. "So there really is that much? Little fellow, why don't you exchange for the Spatial Secret Art Inheritance Crystal Ball Bank account? That is the most precious treasure." Lord Wu raised his brow and smiled at Yang Wu. "Today I am in a good mood, so I will give you a chance to choose again, so that you won't regret it later. That is the most precious Spatial Secret Art Inheritance." "No need. I am not interested in that secret art. I will exchange for these." Yang Wu gave Lord Wu a deep look and said indifferently, "Humph, an ungrateful fellow. Lord Wu's expression changed abruptly. He waved his hand and flung all the treasures Yang Wu had exchanged over but remained silent with a livid face. When Yang Wu put away the treasures he had obtained from Lord Wu through the exchange, and left the castle, Lord Wu suddenly revealed a strange smile and muttered softly, "This interesting little fellow took so many of my treasures in just 2 visits that even this originally amusing game has become less amusing. And yet he still refuses to take the bait." On the vast plain, the number of troops at the Allied encampment had already exceeded 500,000. The other squads that had been outside were still returning, and their numbers kept increasing. Yang Wu completed the exchange and in high spirits left the ancient castle and quickly returned to the Sanfu mountain camp. "Third brother, how did it go?" Luo Feng Hong and Lei Shen saw Yang Wu returning and waved eagerly, their eyes shining with anticipation. "Fortunately, we arrived in time. Now only the number 1 ranked Spatial Secret Art Inheritance Crystal Ball Bank account still has 1 tier remaining." Yang Wu hastily pointed to the storage ring on his hand and sent a telepathic message. "Oh!" Their eyes lit up and they were about to speak. "Don't be anxious yet. There are too many eyes and ears around. If we are discovered, there will be big trouble. Wait until we leave the Leitang world before choosing. Keep what is useful to us and sell what is not. I still have 105066 thunderstones left here. Hurry up and exchange them for cosmic crystals. If we delay, they will become scrap." Seeing the excited expressions on his companions' faces, Yang Wu said hastily, "There are still this many. Right. Third brother, you've thought things through. Hurry and give the thunderstones to me, big brother and little fourth. We'll handle them. You've worked hard. Take a good rest." Just now several people were still pestering me to buy thunderstones at high prices," Lei Shen said with a smile. "There are still people in the Allied camp buying thunderstones. The price is not as high as it was at the beginning, but we should sell as many as we can." Hong also transmitted telepathically, 100,000 thunderstones. In just half a day, Luo Feng and the other 2 sold them off in batches in quick succession at prices both high and low. In the end, they had more than 8 million cubic cosmic crystals. Adding the cosmic crystals gained from the Mayun Vine's earlier ambush and plunder, as well as those dug up at the very beginning, the total reached 21.45 million cubic cosmic crystals. 21.45 million cubic cosmic crystals, that is 21.45 billion cosmic credits. Damn, we're now filthy rich and never short of money, Lei Shen said smugly. "No ambition. What is this paltry amount? The real treasure is those other items. Any one of them sold casually would fetch an astronomical price, even more than this number." Hong teased with a telepathic laugh. "Although we no longer have to kill, rob, and seize thunderstones, I still think we should find something else to do." Yang Wu's gaze suddenly turned cold and fierce as he looked toward the 9th Prince's camp. An unresolved 9th Prince would always be a problem. Yang Wu could still remember that in the original story when they were leaving. Even Luo Feng had been attacked by the 9th Prince and nearly lost his life. This time, if they spared the 9th Prince, the target of his attack would definitely become Yang Wu himself. Although he had the Moyun Vine's protection, Yang Wu did not want to take a blow for nothing. "What do you plan to do? Even your 5th order universe-level star-eating grass may have trouble dealing with him here." Luo Feng and the others' expressions changed slightly. Although they all wanted to kill the 9th Prince, they were still taken aback by Yang Wu's audacity. "Have you forgotten the special harvest from that night 7 days ago?" Yang Wu's lips curved slightly upward as he said, "Are you talking about those 3 D6 grade railguns?" Hong suddenly opened his eyes wide. Although these D6 grade railguns had been exchanged for on the very first day during the nighttime ambush 7 days ago, Yang Wu's star-eating grass assassinated a major figure. Not only did they reap a great number of thunderstones, but they also found in that unlucky wretch's storage ring 3 D6 grade railguns that he had exchanged for but never had the chance to use, along with another treasure obtained through the exchange. It delighted everyone. Before long, Yang Wu, Luo Feng, and Ao Gu, 3 psychic masters, quietly left the castle area. "Damn it, who exactly exchanged away the 2nd-tier account? You bunch of trash. If it weren't for you worthless fools being ambushed, I would have gathered enough thunderstones long ago, and the 2nd-tier account wouldn't have been exchanged away by someone else." Boom, boom, boom. The following evening, the 9th Prince was ferociously scolding a row of subordinates standing before him with their heads lowered. Suddenly 3 streaks of dazzling light appeared almost simultaneously, shooting from 3 directions, straight into the center of the 9th Prince's camp. In the center of the encampment of the 9th Prince's force, numbering several 100,000, a blinding white light blazed and no one could see clearly in front of them. In the surrounding camps of the other forces, even peak star-level warriors felt a spell of dizziness at that moment. Dozens of seconds later, the light faded. When the people around the castle recovered their sight, they were horrified to discover that the most luxurious tent in the center of the 9th Prince's encampment of more than 200,000 people had disappeared along with the dozen or so tents surrounding it as if they had never existed. And because the central area of the camp had been densely packed, tens of thousands of people were killed in that bombardment. D6 grade railgun. Finally someone reacted and looked toward the 9th Prince's force in shock. If those 3d6 grade railgun shells had hit our own camp, would our camp have survived? The square, already in turmoil due to the abrupt end of the exchange, became even more chaotic. Meanwhile Yangwu, Luo Feng and Ao Gu, who had quietly slipped away from the square, took advantage of the chaos, and before anyone knew it appeared in the Sanfu Mountain camp, reuniting with Lei Shin and the others. Although none of them said anything, they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. They never imagined that these D6 grade railguns would be so powerful. A mere 3 shells had erased the lives of tens of thousands of 9th Order star-level warriors. Before the operation, both Xiaoxin, speaking to Yangwu, and Babata, speaking to Luo Feng, had said that this D6 grade railgun was the most powerful of all D6 grade railguns, many times more powerful than an ordinary D-grade laser cannon. Even a 6th Order domain lord would find it difficult to block. A single shot would be enough to eliminate the 9th Prince. However, to be safe, Yangwu decided to fire all 3 shots at once, leaving no room for any accident. The fate of the 9th Prince's force made everyone wary. They quickly regrouped and headed outside the world within a world. Some forces that had originally planned to plunder at the last moment were also intimidated by the mighty D6 grade railguns that Yangwu and his companions had brought out. They became well-behaved and left the Leitang world in an orderly manner. In the journey to the Thunderbolt world, Yangwu and his companions emerged as the greatest winners. Apart from the 9th Prince's unexpected death, which threw his maternal grandfather Hagrave into a rage, everything else was exactly the same as in the original storyline. Because Hagrave had previously obtained through the virtual universe the bank account where the 9th Prince had deposited the crystal ball containing the dual-space secret arts inheritance, he was, just as in the original storyline, ruthlessly extorted by Jiang Tianxin and ultimately lost both his money and the treasure. After leaving the Thunderbolt world, each person selected some treasures they found useful. Then, at Yangwu's insistence, they divided equally the cosmic crystals obtained from the world within worlds, entrusted all the remaining treasures to the Cosmic Galaxy Bank for consignment sale, bade farewell to one another, and set off for the giant axe combat arena on Alma planet. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, the payment has arrived. Come, let's divide the money. In the virtual universe, Yangwu, who was gathered with Hong Leishen and Luo Feng, suddenly said, I'm not taking a share anyway. I obtained the complete set of Thunder Dao secret arts, which are already priceless. What's more, among those 5 sets of secret arts, one contains a sentient life form, that old fog, who enabled me to obtain Lord Kabu's inheritance. Besides, you even left me a 5th Order Origin Force battle suit, the 5th Order Origin Force weapon Fury Axe, an SSS rank bloodline serum, and 5 million cubic meters of cosmic crystals. I'm not short of money now. Don't give me a share. Lei Shin shook his head and said, since second brother has obtained Lord Kabu's inheritance, that realm lord must have prepared everything for him. Hong said with a smile, I'm not short of money either. Even many great clans in the universe may not be richer than I am now. Hong waved his hand at Yangwu and said, now only you and Luo Feng need money, so the two of you divide it. Second brother and I won't get involved. More money is useless to us anyway. Earlier Hong had also taken a 5th Order Origin Force battle suit and a bloodline serum. For Hong, apart from not receiving an inheritance, he was not lacking anything else. Haha, then fourth brother and I won't stand on ceremony. Our avatars are all huge money-devouring monsters. Without saying much, Yangwu joked with Luo Feng. Luo Feng did not stand on ceremony with Yangwu either. His golden-horned beast indeed needed enormous quantities of expensive metals to evolve. Aboard the starship heading to Alma planet, Yangwu transferred the funds to Luo Feng, then left the virtual universe and returned to reality. A slender syringe filled with a liquid shimmering with golden light suddenly appeared in his hand, and he examined it closely. Looking closely at the golden liquid shimmering within the slender syringe, one could see faint 7-colored radiance interwoven inside the golden glow. So beautiful it was intoxicating. Is this the domain lord-level bloodline serum? Yangwu said, a trace of excitement appearing on his face. Back then, when Yangwu told Lord Yao through the virtual universe the names of the treasures he wished to redeem, Lord Yao flew into a frenzy and roared at Yangwu, insisting that he absolutely had to secure that domain lord-level bloodline serum. Moreover, to prevent any accidents, he insisted that Yangwu inject and absorb it immediately after the exchange. As for the other treasures, Lord Yao dismissed them with contempt. It must be understood that among the human races, those who could reach the domain lord level upon reaching adulthood were few and far between. Only a handful of races could accomplish it. Furthermore, manufacturing such a serum was extremely difficult. For example, to produce 1 dose of the Mankastar people's bloodline serum, one would generally need to kill 6 or 7 Mankastar people. This kind of thing infuriated those powerful races. Because their populations were already extremely scarce, they would naturally hunt down anyone who possessed such a serum. Master, inject it right away. Lord Yao is right. Among those treasures, only this serum is most useful to you. Its ingredients are not easy to find. Xiao Xian's figure appeared on the starship's control console and spoke. Alright, I'll leave the ship to you. Yang Wu was extremely excited as well. After saying that to Xiao Xian, he walked into one of the starship's cultivation chambers. He removed the cap from the syringe and without the slightest hesitation drove the needle into his skin. As he slowly pushed the plunger, the shining golden liquid in the syringe gradually flowed into Yang Wu's body. Hiss! A stabbing pain made him grimace in spite of himself. The moment the bloodline serum entered Yang Wu's body, the blood within him immediately boiled. It was as if two armies were battling madly inside him, and agony like 1,000 cuts surged into his mind. Damn it! Yang Wu gritted his teeth and muttered a curse as his body curled up directly on the floor. Whether it was the dragon blood he had first used on Earth or the bloodline serum Lord Yao had formulated and he had previously injected, both had been extremely painful. Yet they were more than 100 times easier to bear than the torment he was suffering now. Yang Wu lay curled on the ground, his teeth clenched so tightly that they made grinding sounds. Blood oozed from his gums and trickled from the corners of his lips. It hurt so much. Yang Wu could not help but let out a loud roar. Master, you must endure it. This is a bloodline improvement, a transformation from the deepest level. It truly is unbearably painful. The greater the pain, the better the serum works. Judging by your condition, I'm 80% certain this is the Ancestor people's bloodline serum. Xiao Xian had already appeared by Yang Wu's side as soon as he began to feel the pain. How much longer? Yang Wu felt as if his consciousness were about to collapse under such agony. It will be soon. Maybe another hour or two. The longer it takes, the better the effect. Xiao Xian grinned. Damn it, another hour or two. Yang Wu gritted his teeth desperately and cursed inwardly. Yes, master. Painful as it is, this is an enormous blessing. From now on your bloodline will become the most exalted among the humans of the universe. Your cultivation speed and your comprehension of the laws will also accelerate many times over. Xiao Xian kept saying into Yang Wu's ear. Endure. No matter how painful I have to endure. Low pained groans escaped from Yang Wu's nose. Veins bulged all over his body, yet he stayed curled up, holding on with all his might. Inside his body, every cell had become a battlefield. Muscle cells, bone cells, all of them were locked in combat. The evolution of the human bloodline ought to be a long, gradual process. The bloodline evolution serum, however, was indeed a preparation created by many outstanding apothecaries to accelerate evolution, or even alter one's bloodline. Time slipped away second by second, yet Yang Wu felt as though every moment stretched into an eternity. After nearly 2 hours, the low roars from the cultivation chamber gradually ceased. At this moment Yang Wu lay spread-eagled on the ground. His clothes were drenched and clung to his body, revealing his extraordinarily powerful physique. Though utterly exhausted, he still took out some locked divine water that he had prepared long ago from his storage ring, and began to absorb it for cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye another 2 years had passed since the cosmic novice mercenary assessment of the Thunder World. On the Omo planet's giant axe combat arena, the bloody and brutal life and death battles continued to repeat themselves every single day. Having absorbed the Ancestor human bloodline potion, Yang Wu's cultivation had been forcibly suppressed at the star-level peak during these 2 years, because he was to participate in the Cosmic Genius Tournament. However, both his combat power and his comprehension of the fundamental laws had improved by leaps and bounds compared to 2 years ago. The frequency of his battles in the giant axe combat arena had also greatly increased, from 2 life and death battles a week at first to 1 every other day, and finally to 1 every day. Because of his formidable combat strength and talent, he attracted the attention of some forces seeking to recruit him. Even the giant axe combat arena had tried to recruit Yang Wu multiple times, but Yang Wu refused every time, citing his upcoming participation in the Cosmic Genius Tournament. On this day in Sector No. 0479 of the star-level life and death battles at the Omo planet's giant axe combat arena, the number of spaceships watching on site was several dozen times greater than before, densely hovering over Sector No. 0479. In the space of the virtual universe where the giant axe combat arena was being simulcast live, the number of people watching the broadcast was several times higher than usual. For Yang Wu, this day was an even more memorable one. This was his 1000th star-level life and death battle at the Omo planet's giant axe combat arena, and the day he would claim the star-level title of Giant Axe Warrior. Although for the current Yang Wu this battle held no real suspense, nevertheless for this commemorative battle Hong Laishan, Luo Feng and his younger sister Yang Li had all set out months ago. They had arrived at the giant axe combat arena on Omo planet a few days earlier to witness in person the moment when Yang Wu obtained the giant axe medal. Moreover, the giant axe combat arena did not forget to use this as a publicity stunt to boost the occupancy rate of its spectator seats. After more than 3 years and 999 brutal life and death battles, Yang Wu now seemed a completely different person from 3 years ago. The impression he gave was one of maturity, composure, calmness, and even coldness. His whole body unconsciously emitted a sinister, killing intent like a humanoid beast of prey. Even in the scorching summer, people who drew near Yang Wu would feel a sense of palpitation and fear from the bottom of their hearts, making it difficult to approach him casually. As Yang Wu's combat level improved in those 999 life and death battles, especially in the latter 200 to 300 battles, Yang Wu had fought in the arena under the identities of a warrior, a psychic controller, or an illusionist. In one-on-one combat at the same realm, he was almost unmatched. Moreover, in the slaughter field of the virtual universe, whether as a warrior controller or illusionist, Yang Wu could already easily defeat opponents at the early cosmic stage. This greatly increased the frequency of Yang Wu's challenges in the giant axe combat arena during the following year or so, allowing him to reach his 1000th life and death battle in just 3 short years. And during these 3 years, apart from Yang Wu, whose strength had been enhanced through continuous life and death battles in the giant axe combat arena, there were the other 3 Earth brothers. Hong Leishin and Luo Feng likewise advanced rapidly in cultivation. Especially Hong and Leishin, whose cultivation had already far surpassed the normal level for their era at this time. By now Hong Leishin, Luo Feng, and their younger sister Yang Li had all reached the high star level stage. Although they knew Yang Wu's strength, and that this final life and death battle would not hold any accidents on the spaceship above the life and death arena, Yang Li, watching in person for the first time, was still extremely nervous. In Sector 0479 of the star level arena, there was a black-clad 9th stage star level warrior. He had long been waiting in the center of the arena, his expression greatly unpleasant. The hands holding the long spear trembled faintly, and the tension in his heart was exposed without disguise. Earlier he had never imagined that his opponent would be Yang Wu, who was about to obtain the title of Giant Axe Warrior. For over a year the name Yang Wu had been known by all in the star-level division of the Giant Axe Combat Arena. No one was unaware of him. Yet he was destined to pay with his life and serve as a stepping stone for Yang Wu's acquisition of the Giant Axe medal. Yang Wu, wearing a reddish-brown forced battle suit, and a crew cut with a stern cold expression, looked rather lean, yet he could not conceal the volcano-like immense power hidden inside him that might erupt at any moment. Added to this was the blood-red forced battle blade in his hand, as if stained with blood, fierce and fearsome. In terms of momentum, he already firmly suppressed his opponent by a measure. Kill! The man in black watched Yang Wu approach step by step, his gait steady, his aura swelling with every step. Finally unable to hold back, he gave a cold shout, then thrust his long spear flicking out a sharp glint and charged madly at Yang Wu like a streak of lightning. The corners of Yang Wu's cold thin mouth pulled back slightly, revealing a cruel smirk. His body suddenly blurred, and the blood-drenched battle blade in his hand also moved. His body was swift as lightning, and his blade was quick as a flash. A red gleam swept past, instantly splitting open the opponent's skull. Blood and brain matter burst forth. The opponent's spear, however, grazed by less than a centimeter from Yang Wu's side, and then fell to the ground with a thud. Yang Wu calmly wiped the bloodstains from his face, his expression unchanged. He put away his long blade and slowly walked toward the passage at the edge of the arena. Boom! Yang Wu's instant kill of his opponent ignited the fervor of the spectators at the scene, and those in the virtual universe. Originally everyone had thought that although the outcome of a battle between 2 9th-stage star-level warriors should hold little suspense, at the very least it would be a fierce and hard-fought battle. Yet no one had expected such a seemingly equal fight to end in this way. Was this the aura of a giant axe warrior? We won. Big brother, well done. Giant axe warrior. In the spaceship above, Yang Li was the first to jump up, cheering loudly in a somewhat incoherent voice. Yang Wu walked out of the arena, touched the pale gold star-level Giant Axe Warrior medal on his chest, removed it, and stored it in his space ring. He felt no great waves in his heart. More than 3 years of slaughter had not only expanded Yang Wu's practical combat experience, combat ability, and combat aptitude by leaps and bounds, but had also brought about great changes in his mentality. The mere star-level title of Giant Axe Warrior was for Yang Wu just a minor trial in his growth. There were still greater goals waiting for him to surpass. What a pity! This kid is focused on the upcoming Genius Tournament. It's a bargain for the Virtual Universe Company. The person in charge at the Giant Axe Combat Arena watched on the screen as Yang Wu boarded the spaceship, reunited with his friends and younger sister, and then left. He sighed deeply and said. His tone was filled with inexhaustible regret. Come on, boss, thrust at me once with your spear. Above the Pacific Ocean on Earth, Hong Zhang brandished a silver spear that writhed like a supple python as he clashed joyously with Thor, whose origin force battle blade crackled with bolts of lightning. Around them as they fought, besides Yang Wu and his sister and the trio of Luo Feng, stood Mohanderson, East Sokolov, and Moru. Several stellar-level martial artists on Earth, watching with great interest. Not bad, master. Although your big brother never received a legacy under your guidance, he's actually managed to fuse spear techniques with illusion arts so ingeniously. Xiao Xian's voice sounded somewhat excited in Yang Wu's mind. Using origin force to cast illusions merged with spear techniques. One spear thrust carries an illusory realm attack at the same time. Illusion realm martial artist style. Genius. Master, you truly are a genius. Only you could have conceived such a method. I have never even heard of it before. Moreover, this method seems perfectly suited to your big brother's martial path. It is practically tailor-made for him. Haha. Yang Wu rubbed the bridge of his nose rather sheepishly, let out a dry chuckle, and said nothing, turning his gaze back to the two battling. Since returning to Earth, Yang Wu and the others had been continually exchanging ideas and cultivating, hoping to raise their combat power to a higher level before the Genius War arrived. Thor had obtained the legacy of Lord Kabu, the Realm Master, from Lord Fog. Over 2 years, his understanding of the primordial laws of lightning had deepened greatly, leaving him only a tiny step short of crossing the threshold of the lightning primordial law. Hong, by contrast, hadn't received any legacy yet. 2 years ago, after returning from the Thunder World during a spar in the virtual universe, Yang Wu had proposed the novel concept of the Illusion Realm martial artist style to him, and Hong had immediately immersed himself in it. Over the course of 2 years, he actually turned the idea into reality, merging spear techniques with illusion arts in an extraordinarily ingenious manner. In the battle space of the slaughter grounds, he was almost without rivals, and even Lord Mingyu repeatedly marveled at such methods. Moreover, perhaps as a chain reaction of his progress in the Illusion Realm martial artist style in 2 years, he not only stepped across the threshold of the light law but even reached the 8th level of the light domain. Enough. Boss, your methods are too monstrous. Fighting with you, my mind is always a bit hazy. If not for my strong willpower, you would have already pierced me full of holes. After more than a dozen exchanges with Hong, Thor abruptly jumped to the side and shouted loudly. Hong, who had been enjoying the fight, was caught between laughter and tears. He glanced at Thor, who was yelling like a rogue, then cast a longing look at Luo Feng. But Luo Feng simply tilted his head back, staring at the sky, with an expression that said, "I didn't see anything." Although Luo Feng could defeat Hong without much difficulty before Yang Wu had returned, Luo Feng, who had long been pestered by Hong, was already fed up and was utterly unwilling to serve as his sparring partner again. Unless of course they were in the virtual universe where Luo Feng could lay him flat with a single flying dagger. Hong let out a helpless wry laugh, then swept his gaze across the watching Mohanderson, East, Sokolov and Moru. "Hell, Lord Speaker. We can't do it." Sokolov had the most cheerful personality. Seeing Hong's gaze sweep over, he took half a step back along with the others, then said with a smile. The other several also nodded hurriedly. Among the 4, Mohanderson, the highest in cultivation, was only at the middle stage of the stellar level, while the other 3 were merely at the early stellar stage. In the past, they had once considered ganging up on Hong to teach him a lesson, but after being thoroughly humbled by him a few times, they no longer wished to be his sparring partners. To be your sparring partner means suffering beatings while helping you improve. Who would be willing to do such a thing? Hee. Brother Hong, let me spar with you. Yang Li wore an innocent, harmless expression as she stepped forward, eager to try, and called out to Hong. Hong's face immediately turned as dark as the bottom of a wok. "Sister Yang Li, we can spar, but you're not allowed to use your potions." Ha. Everyone burst out laughing at once. Hong, Thor, Mohanderson, East, Sokolov, Moru, and even Yang Wu after returning to Earth. All of them had suffered losses at Yang Li's hands. This originally simple and kind girl, under Lord Yao's instruction over just 3+ years, had not only advanced greatly in cultivation but more importantly had become cunning and thoroughly black-bellied. Nearly every stellar-level martial artist, and even familiar planetary-level martial artists like Wang Heng, Situhuan, and Lei Meng, had been tricked by Yang Li's potions, becoming her unwitting test subjects. Hong still remembered half a year ago, when in a duel with Yang Li, he was struck by her anesthetic agent. His entire body went numb entirely without sensation, only his consciousness remaining. It took a full 5 days before he recovered. Thor fared even worse. He was ambushed by a newly developed potion. She called it "you to death." He spent 2 whole days at home scratching himself until his body was bloody before he recovered, after which he never dared to duel Yang Li again. "Alright, Brother Hong, this time I won't use potions. I'll use my dominator techniques and illusionist techniques. Let's see how a spiritual psychic illusionist fares against your so-called illusion realm martial artist. Who is stronger?" A pure white broad short sword suddenly appeared beneath Yang Li's feet, carrying her through the air toward Hong in the center of the group. "Brother Hong, be careful. Here comes my illusion." Yang Li gave a loud shout, yet she didn't use any illusionist technique at all. Instead, the emerald green belt around her waist suddenly disassembled. Countless leaf-shaped blades of verdant green appeared, spun through the air, turned into an emerald ripple, and flew toward Hong. "Haha, I knew you little girl would pull some trick." Hong laughed loudly, raised his spear, and swept it in a flurry of afterimages, blocking every leaf-shaped blade outside his body. "Haha, Brother Hong, the real illusion is coming now." Yang Li shouted, and streams of illusionary force struck into Hong's mind like arrows. This silly girl. Does she think illusions are useful against Hong and Thor? Even my illusions wouldn't work on them. Yang Wu smiled faintly and murmured, "Ah!" Hong suddenly cried out, his expression turning somewhat dazed. "How is that possible?" Yang Wu's expression froze. Given Hong's level of mental cultivation, since he could master the illusion realm martial artist style, in such a short time, it was impossible for his soul to be eroded by Yang Li's illusions. Seeing this, Yang Li was delighted and swiftly closed in. This girl has fallen for it, Thor said with a mischievous grin, speaking in a low voice. Sure enough, just as Yang Li was less than 20 meters away from Hong, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Hong, who had seemed about to collapse, suddenly straightened up, boomed with laughter, and whirled his spear into a blur of afterimages that rushed toward Yang Li along with his spear light. Haha, I never expected serious old boss to know how to feint too. Yang Wu laughed heartily. Damn it, brother Hong, you're so sly. You actually tricked me. The leaf-shaped flying blades before Yang Li whirled up at once, desperately trying to shield her. At the same time, her body flew rapidly backward, shifting through several changes of movement technique in succession before barely evading Hong's spear. But she was not affected by the illusion cast through the spear. Yang Li retreated, yet Hong did not continue the chase, afraid of pushing that black-bellied little mistress to desperation, as she might silently use her uncanny potions again. Hong had long had a psychological shadow from that. To be continued. To welcome the coming universe genius war, all the stellar-level genius martial artists of the human race throughout the universe were straining every nerve, cultivating and improving themselves with desperate fervor. On Earth, ever since Yang Wu returned, he had become the center of everyone's attention. 9 stellar-level martial artists, including Mo Handizen, Yi Site Sua Kalufu, and Mo Lu under Yang Wu's organization, had not a single moment of leisure. They either comprehended the laws alone or sparred with one another. Of course, despite the short time, they had all still made noticeable progress. And beginning from about a year and a half ago, the traces of 3 enormous monsters had also appeared on Mars not far from Earth. As early as a year and a half before, Yang Li, who had cultivated the Ascension secret cannon, used the flesh and blood of the golden-horned beast that Yang Wu had slain to successfully nurture a golden-horned beast avatar. Moreover, the golden-horned beast avatar nurtured in this way did not have the bloodthirsty side effects that Luo Feng's possession had brought. After her golden-horned beast avatar was successfully nurtured, Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon avatar immediately and quietly returned to Earth, bringing Yang Li's and Luo Feng's golden-horned beast avatars to Mars to cultivate together. With the aid of the Medicine Lord's abundant private stash, Yang Li's golden-horned beast avatar advanced at a terrifying pace, and even came from behind, breaking through to universe level almost simultaneously with Luo Feng's golden-horned beast avatar. Especially after Yang Wu successfully injected the Manka Star Race bloodline serum, and greatly upgraded his bloodline rank, the Medicine Lord became completely reassured about Yang Wu's cultivation, and his concern for him sank to a low ebb. He concentrated single-mindedly on his precious disciple, and dumped almost all of Yang Wu's cultivation guidance onto the intelligent life form Xiaoxin. Moreover, it was through Yang Li's cultivation of the Ascension secret cannon, the successful nurturing of an avatar, her progress in cultivating the sacred tribulation cannon, and his observations of the mental states of Hong Leishin and others, had already enabled the Medicine Lord to confirm with certainty that Earth was strange. He also assessed Yang Wu's mental state once in the virtual universe, and then satisfied left the virtual universe without a word. The 3 giant beast avatars. All 3 belonged to the combat school and communicated entirely through battle. Under their ravaging Mars, especially after the 2 golden-horned beast avatars entered universe level, had become a complete mess. If the 3 had not deliberately restrained themselves, the whole of Mars would long ago have been destroyed by their battles. After Yang Wu returned, while everyone on Earth was sparring, the 3 beast avatars were also fighting with great relish above Mars. Brother, be careful. Take this claw. Yang Li's golden-horned beast watched Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon avatar, which was locked in fierce combat with Luo Feng's golden-horned beast avatar, and gave a loud shout. Activating the innate secret art original body heaven and Earth, her body suddenly shrank several-fold, becoming faster and more powerful. She turned into an afterimage, and her pair of sharp claws tore through the void. She clawed at Yang Wu, although it had none of the side effects that Luo Feng's possession had left behind as a golden-horned beast. Yang Li's avatar was equally battle-crazed, its desire for combat far surpassing that of her true body. Seeing this, Luo Feng's golden-horned beast avatar pressed forward, even harder, desperately trying to entangle Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon avatar. But just as Yang Li's sharp claws were about to land on Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon avatar gently swayed. It instantly escaped Luo Feng's golden-horned beast avatar's entanglement, and appeared several thousand meters away. Then it swung its wings again. The 2 wings, like a pair of sharp sabers, cut space apart. With a succession of violent sonic booms, it pounced toward the 2 golden-horned beasts, Luo Feng's and Yang Li's. The Peng Demon Falcon avatar's speed was simply impossible for the 2 golden-horned beast avatars to dodge. They did not even have time to beg for mercy. 2 enormous dark golden silhouettes like 2 heavy mountains crashed into the bodies of the 2 golden-horned beast avatars. After 2 shrill screams, the 2 enormous golden-horned beasts crashed down from high above to the surface of Mars with a thunderous rumble. Under the impact of their falling collisions, the entire Mars was as if struck by an earthquake of magnitude 10 or greater, countless mountain peaks collapsed. Brother, you're too ruthless. Third brother, is this the kind of strength you're using to kill us? After a long time, the two golden-horned beast avatars finally flew up from Mars, leaving behind two enormous pits more than 100 meters deep. Exactly. I'm not fighting anymore. From now on I'll only fight brother Luo Feng. Brother, your speed is too fast. We golden-horned beasts simply cannot keep up with your Peng Demon Falcon speed. Yang Li's golden-horned beast avatar said very discontentedly, but her huge eyeballs suddenly rolled. Without saying a word, she circled Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon avatar several times. Her gaze at Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon avatar was incomparably strange. Little sister, what kind of mischief are you plotting now? Feeling uncomfortable all over from his sister's stare, and having fully learned of his little sister's black-hearted scheming nature, Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon avatar swiftly twisted its huge body and said, Brother, I was thinking. Could we slice a piece of flesh from your avatar and try? Let me and brother Luo Feng both test whether we can each nurture a Peng Demon Falcon avatar. Although the master has said that an avatar cultivated this way cannot be used as material for nurturing avatars still. Hee. Yang Li's golden-horned beast body let out two eerie sounds that made one's hair stand on end. After nurturing a golden-horned beast avatar, Yang Li had also obtained the qualification to continue cultivating the Ascension secret canon to nurture the next avatar. And since she herself was a golden-horned beast avatar, she naturally knew that Luo Feng, having possessed a golden-horned beast, was himself qualified to have 3 avatars. Hearing Yang Li's words, Luo Feng's golden-horned beast avatar's eyes suddenly lit up and his gaze was filled with longing. Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon avatar was far too powerful. If his second avatar were a Peng Demon Falcon, that would be simply amazing. Looking at the scorching gazes the two of them fixed on him, Yang Wu could not help but shiver. Losing a piece of flesh in combat with an enemy and having a piece of flesh forcibly carved off by someone were completely different feelings. Stop. Avatars nurtured like ours cannot use their flesh to nurture further avatars. Fourth brother, your intelligent Babata should have told you about this. Yang Wu said hastily. Haha, I never expected that you brother would have times when you're afraid. Haha. Luo Feng's and Yang Li's golden-horned beast avatars immediately burst into loud laughter. The sound waves spread across the sky above Mars, forming tornado after tornado. Yang Wu, his sister, and Luo Feng, their true bodies cultivated on Earth while their avatars cultivated on Mars. Let their days pass quietly and time slowly drifted by. Finally, 5 months after Yang Wu's true body returned to Earth, an incomparably enormous proclamation threw the entire human race of the universe into an uproar. In the virtual universe, an incomparably huge proclamation hung in the sky like a canopy spread over the heavens. Nearly 10 years after Yang Wu transmigrated into the devouring world, the long-awaited pinnacle battle of geniuses, the focus of countless eyes across all universe countries in the entire universe, had finally arrived. In the virtual universe within the garden of the property Yang Wu had purchased in Jiuxing Bay Longshan Island, Yang Wu and his sister Yang Li Hong Leishan Luo Feng and the Earthlings who had already broken through to star level, Mo Handizen Yisite Sukalufu and Moru, all felt their hearts surging with excitement. For Mo Handizen Yisite Sukalufu and Moru, being able to personally take part in a genius battle spanning every universe country in the cosmos, even if they were merely there to make up the numbers, would be a supreme honor. Meanwhile, Yang Wu's heart was already burning with a fierce desire. Seeing the longing for battle in the eyes of those around him, he could not help but laugh. Haha. Then let us Earthlings fight with all our might and show the entire universe what we Earthlings are made of. The 4 brothers from Earth, and all the star-level martial artists from Earth, were filled with pride. All 9 star-level martial artists on Earth opened a screen before them, and entered the registration page on the official Virtual Universe Company website. At the very top of the webpage was a highly conspicuous row of numbers. 18486989989. However, this number was still climbing at an astonishing speed. It quickly reached 2 billion and kept leaping upward without stopping. Beside this number was a line of text in the universal language of the universe: number of applicants from the Chenwu universe country. So many people have registered. I never imagined so many would sign up in such a short time. Leishan exclaimed. Brother Leishan, are you scared? Yang Li stuck out her tongue and teased him. Among Earth's 4 brothers, even Yang Wu, though he had spent several months recuperating after returning from the giant axe arena, still gave people a cold, chilling feeling. Hong, who had been an assassin before the Great Nirvana era, was also quite stern. The negative effects of possessing the golden-horned beast made Luo Feng seem somewhat unapproachable. Only Leishan, with the most genial personality, was closest to the scheming girl Yang Li, even though he was constantly subjected to all sorts of novel potions she devised. Tisk, would I be afraid? Who am I? I'm Leishan. I'm a disciple of Realm Lord Kubu. On Earth, apart from your brother Yang Wu, I was the earliest to reach star level. Would I be afraid? Leishan said with a fawning smile, rubbing his shiny bald head. Fill in the information. Register. Seeing Lei Shin start his habitual clowning again, Yang Wu rubbed his temples, and said, reaching out to click the register button on the screen. Beep. Scan complete. Star level 9th stage martial artist, star level 9th stage psychic master. Registration approved. Through the network-linked device, the virtual universe network could scan a person's strength, thereby confirming a registrant's power. There was simply no way to conceal it. On that day, all 9 star-level martial artists on Earth, including Yang Wu and his sister, registered. However, the registration deadline for the entire universe human Peak Genius War was still about a month away. There was still about a month left. In the following time, not only Yang Wu and his sister Luo Feng and Lei Shin, these 5, but even Mo Handizen, Yisite, Sukalufu, and Moru were seizing every minute to train hard and improve their own strength. Even if they were merely going as background extras, just to have been there, done that at the Genius War, they all hoped to last as long as possible inside. No one wanted to be eliminated the moment they entered. They were all top figures on Earth, each with their own pride. No matter who it was, no one was willing to admit defeat easily. Time flowed by. Under the gaze of countless humans across countless star systems in many universe countries, registration for the Peak Genius War finally came to an end. That day by Chinese time was April 16, 2066. The 9 Earth star-level martial artists who had signed up for the Universe Genius War all received a text notification from the Virtual Universe Company. Welcome to the Universe Human Peak Genius Selection Battle. In this selection battle, there are more than 822.5 billion star-level experts participating within the Chenwu Universe country alone. That is 110 billion more than last time, which makes our Virtual Universe Company very happy. We guarantee that everything in the Genius Selection Battle will be held under conditions of absolute fairness. Because some registrants are at star level 1st or 2nd stage, while others are at star level 8th or 9th stage. Therefore, for the sake of fairness and to select true geniuses, the arena for the true elimination battles will be in the virtual universe. At that time, all participants will have identical physiques maintained at the star level 9th stage standard. Everyone's psychic power will also be maintained at the star level 9th stage standard. All participants will have the same physical abilities, and they may choose their appearance freely. They may freely choose source force weapons and psychic weapons of any grade, no more than 10 items. Participants are reminded that although 4th and 5th grade psychic weapons are powerful, those with weak strength simply cannot use them. It is recommended to choose the ones most suitable for you. At the same time, they may select a source force combat suit no higher than 2nd grade, and will receive a space ring for storing food. Genius selection. What is tested is willpower, domain experience, law comprehension, and so forth. All external conditions are equal for everyone. This genius selection battle is divided into 2 major phases. In the first phase, the top 1000 experts are selected from each of the various universe countries. In the second phase, the top 1000 experts from each universe country gather together. All the geniuses from many universe countries assembled in one place for the final decisive battle to determine the top 1000 in the overall universe rankings. Among them, the first phase is the largest in scale. The universe country you are in is the Chenwu Universe country. The Chenwu Universe country has more than 822.5 billion participants divided into preliminary elimination and arena decisive battle. Through preliminary elimination, out of more than 822.5 billion participants, only 100100 will remain after elimination. For the Chenwu Universe country's preliminary elimination, 100 worlds will first be partitioned within the virtual universe with more than 2 billion participants assigned to each world. Over 2 billion people fight and slaughter one another in the same world, kill others to earn points, and the more you kill, the more points you get. Each person has only one life, and death ends everything. When the time limit is finally reached, the final points rankings will be considered. Those ranked in the top 1001 in their world will pass the preliminary elimination. Each world selects 1001 people, and with 100 worlds, that means selecting 100100 people. At the same time, the top scorer in each world does not need to participate in the arena decisive battle and directly seizes one of the 100 places among the top 1000. The remaining 900 slots will be contested by those 100000 people in the arena decisive battle. There are attachments after this letter. More detailed information can be found in the attachments. How insane! Putting over 2 billion people into one world to madly slaughter one another for points and rankings. A single preliminary round eliminates more than 800 billion people, leaving only 100100. Good thing it happens in the virtual universe, or otherwise who knows how many lives would be lost. Hong said with a smile. There are too many people, so they have to use this method. Lei Shin laughed. Luo Feng smiled, a trace of bloodthirsty craving flashing in his eyes. Yang Wu read the introduction but showed no change of expression. Inwardly, his craving for such frenzied slaughter was in no way weaker than Luo Feng's, who bore the negative aftereffects of possessing the golden-horned beast. Yang Wu had already simulated the scene of the Universe Genius War many times in the slaughter grounds. That image of billions of people slaughtering one another in a single world was what made his blood boil the most. The feeling of killing 10 people with every step was truly exhilarating. After registration closed, the Virtual Universe Company began its preparations. The preparations were indeed extremely tedious, but the Virtual Universe Company was highly efficient. 1 month after registration closed on May 16, 2066, by Chinese time this day, was the assembly day for the Qianwu Universe country's preliminary selection. By a remarkable coincidence, this day was also exactly the 10th year since Yangwu had transmigrated into the devouring world. The preliminaries are split into 100 world zones. I'm in zone 72, what about you? Hong was the first to glance at his own zone, then turned to Yangwu and the other 8 people from Earth and asked, Haha, I'm in zone 88. I like this number, Lei Shun said, rubbing his bald head. I'm in zone 1. Luo Feng said with a smile. I'm in zone 9. Yangwu said after checking his area. I'm in zone 21. I'm not with any of you. Yangli glanced at her world zone number and pouted with dissatisfaction. I'm in zone 61. I'm in zone 79. Whether by deliberate arrangement or not, the 9 people from Earth were completely separated. None of them were placed in the same zone. Come on, even if we're in the same world zone, we might not necessarily run into each other. Apart from Yangwu and his sister, as well as Hong Leishan and Luo Feng, the other 4 were somewhat dejected by not being assigned to the same zone. Seeing this, Leishan laughed. Around the 9, as far as the eye could see, were figures in all kinds of apparel. Some towering over 10 meters in height, others less than 1 meter. Gathered in small groups and talking among themselves. Attention everyone, this preliminary elimination will be divided into 100 world zones. A mass teleportation will begin shortly, sending each of you to your assigned world zone. Please hurry and check your equipment. Once the preliminaries begin, you will no longer be able to request weapons. Suddenly a clear voice echoed. It echoed over the entire continent, and in that moment the whole continent fell silent. Yangwu lowered his head to inspect himself. He wore a reddish-brown second-order force battle suit, a battle helmet and battle boots. On his hand was a space ring. Within the ring were his force battle blade, indistinguishable from the one he used in reality. A flying weapon of psychic masters called the Gale Shuttle, and a crimson oval shield-like controller's divine weapon that fused fire and space, the Flame Divine Armament. However, during the preliminaries, Yangwu had absolutely no intention of revealing his psychic abilities unless absolutely necessary. Mass teleport imminent. Countdown 60, 59, 58. A sonorous voice resounded across the entire continent. In the ocean-like crowd, the 9 from Earth all exchanged glances. Good luck everyone, Yangwu said with a smile. Let's all pass the preliminaries, Lei Shin said with a smile. Go! Yangli, clad in an emerald green force battle suit, shook her fist and said, Go! Hong responded with a smile. Go! Go! Amid the encouraging cries of the 9 from Earth. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Teleport. The clear universal language echoed in the ears of the over 800 billion people gathered on the continent, and then, in an instant, everyone on the whole continent disappeared. At the same moment, in 100 separate worlds carved out within the virtual universe, over 2 billion people appeared in each. The universe human pinnacle genius war. In every universe country at that same instant the preliminaries began. As an event of the entire human race, from the lofty immortals above to ordinary cosmic citizens, who could enter the virtual universe network, everyone was watching this grand occasion. Of course, as the strong and citizens of the Qianwu universe country, they naturally focused mainly on their own nation's preliminaries. So this is the 9th world zone. During the teleport, Yangwu only felt his vision blur and become hazy. After about 3 seconds his vision cleared, and he had already appeared at the edge of a colossal city. A few thousand kilometers ahead of Yangwu stretched a dense forest world with trees growing thickly. Behind him, however, was a thriving city. Towering buildings, even more astonishing skyscrapers, filled the view. The entire city was silent, devoid of any trace of life. He stood still on the spot. He casually loosened up his body and immediately grew accustomed to the region's gravity. Then Yangwu lowered his gaze to the screen on his wrist guard, which automatically received the various messages transmitted by the host, the Virtual Universe Company. On the screen were dense lines of text. Combatant Yangwu, Hailongshan Empire. Points none. Ranking none. World Zone, 9th World Zone. The preliminary elimination will last 30 days. When the time is up, the entire preliminaries will end. Yangwu was now in City 22 of the 9th World Zone. The hardness of the building's ground trees and various other objects here was B9 grade. Basically enough to withstand the force of a stellar-level martial artist. Scoring rules: killing one contestant earns 1 point, and you also gain half of that opponent's points. Thus killing an expert can earn you many more points. Ranking rules: those who die still have a ranking. If your points are high enough, even if death ends your preliminaries and you lose half your points, you may still rank among the top 1001. So please take this solemn reminder seriously. Everyone has only one life. Once you die, the preliminaries stop and you lose half your points. Everyone just came in, so they're probably all still probing and preparing. Yang Wu, while checking the map on his wrist, walked toward the center of the silent city. Boom! Suddenly a tremendous crash came from afar. The glass on a certain floor of a distant skyscraper exploded outward as two figures burst through the windows, shot into the air, and directly clashed while hovering in midair. Boom! 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 Immediately after, people in several other parts of the city also began to fight. In almost an instant, the entire city resounded with all kinds of thunderous combat. Every person here had a stellar level 9 body. On an ordinary planet, a stellar level 9 in full eruption could easily destroy a city. This was exactly why the Virtual Universe Company had specifically set the materials of this world, such as buildings, to be 9 grade, so that the world could withstand the slaughter of over 2 billion stellar level 9 fighters for a month. Has it started? Yang Wu's pupils constricted sharply. The blood-red battle blade instantly appeared in his hand. His eyes, like a leopard's on the hunt, glinted with sharp light as he swept his gaze toward the fray, the excitement in his heart surging stronger and stronger. Haha, there's a kid over here. You'll do. My first point. Suddenly a burly man, also clad in battle armor, helmet, and boots, appeared in Yang Wu's field of view. In both hands, he held a massive long-handled war blade over 2 meters in length. When he spotted Yang Wu, he immediately grinned widely and roared with excitement. Yang Wu, however, remained silent, watching the man's clownish performance with cold eyes. Boom! The burly man charged forward. His battle boots stomped the ground so violently that the stone surface cracked. Then his war blade traced an arc, tearing through the air and slashed directly at Yang Wu. Humph! Yang Wu's gaze turned icy. His expression did not change at all as his body flashed. A streak of terrifyingly fast red light and swept across the burly man's head. In the burly man's eyes was still disbelief and shock. His mouth hung slightly open as if about to speak. Pooh! His skull exploded, and then the burly man toppled straight to the ground. The long blade in his hand clattered onto the ground, making it vibrate. Too weak. Yang Wu murmured, coldly striding forward without hesitation. All of a sudden he slowed down, lowered his head, and looked at the screen on his wrist. The text had changed. Combatant Yang Wu, Hailongshan Empire. Points 1. Ranking 8560969908. Since it has begun, let's kill to our heart's content. Yang Wu said indifferently, then stepped forward. In the 21st World Zone, all participants could fly up to roughly 9,000 meters above the ground. Beyond that, an invisible membrane blocked their ascent. Above the membrane, spacecraft drifted slowly by. In the hall aboard one of them sat Yang Wu's parents, the old drunkard Situ Huan Wang Hung from the Jiangnan Lightning Hall, and several others most familiar to Yang Wu. I can't believe they don't broadcast the genius battle. Just to watch Xiao Wu and Xiao Li's qualifying fights, we have to take a spacecraft in this world zone, and look down, and the fee is so expensive. What a waste of money. The Virtual Universe Company really knows how to make money. Xiao Wu and Xiao Li weren't even placed in the same zone. Who knows how Xiao Wu is doing over there? Yang Wu's mother Lu Lanying was very dissatisfied with the Virtual Universe Company's arrangement. Still, the couple worried most about their daughter, so they chose the viewing area in Zone 21 where Yang Li was. Don't worry, Xiao Wu will definitely be fine. It's Xiao Li I'm worried about, Yang Wu's father Yang Guizhong said with a smile. With nearly 10 billion people fighting, how could they broadcast that? Brother Yang's sister-in-law, rest assured, Xiao Wu and Xiao Li will definitely be fine. Xiao Li may look quiet and gentle, but with her pharmacist skills combined with her telekinesis controller abilities, even that kid Luo Feng once suffered a loss when sparring with her. You two are so lucky to have such an outstanding pair of children. Situ Huan took a swig of the fine wine Yang Wu had brought back from the Alma planet, then said slowly. As one of Thunder God's subordinates, he dared not mention how the Thunder God had been viciously tormented by Yang Li's potions. Haha, for the siblings to have such achievements today, isn't it thanks to you, brother Situ? Yang Guizhong said with a smile. Alright, let's stop exchanging pleasantries. Watch the competition. We can say all the thanks when we get back. We paid a lot of money to watch the genius battle here. Wang Hung spoke up. Right, save those words for the celebration banquet. Quick, see if you can spot where Xiao Li is. Lu Lanying also said hurriedly. Through the virtual external view, everyone could look down and see the bloody battles raging in cities on the continent below. They could also zoom in to clearly see the face of every participant on the continent below. Of course, if someone was hiding inside a building, they couldn't be seen. Look, Xiao Wu and Xiao Li's scores are both climbing steadily, especially Xiao Wu's. His score is rising incredibly fast. Hong and the Thunder God are doing well too. But why does Luo Feng's score keep dropping? After watching for a long time without finding Yang Li's figure, Wang Heng simply took a screen that displayed the rankings of the 9 zones. They corresponded respectively to the 9 martial artists from Earth participating in the Genius Battle. Although Luo Feng was many times stronger than in the original story, he felt that killing at the start would earn too few points, so as in the original he used the assessment rules to cultivate for the first 10 days. Unfortunately, of the 4, Mahanderson, East Sokolov and Moru, only Mahanderson is still holding on. The other 3 have been eliminated and Mahanderson's score is pitifully low. The preliminary rounds were held simultaneously in 100 world zones. Since there was no broadcast, countless people throughout the entire Chenwu Cosmic Kingdom, from high-ranking officials to ordinary citizens, paid to ride spacecraft and watch from above the 100 world zones. In the 9th world zone, Yang Wu had just slit the throat of a martial artist who charged at him, then raised his wrist to check his score and rank. Participant Yang Wu, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Score 95921. Rank 252912. As expected, the kill points at the start are few. That old fourth actually still cultivates for 10 days before making a move. Looking at the scores on the screen, his own Luo Feng's and the others, a faint smile that was hard to notice crossed Yang Wu's face. Though the kill points are scarce right now, I'll just accumulate them slowly. Muttering to himself, Yang Wu walked forward with his blade in hand. On the 4th day of the preliminaries in the 9th world zone in Yang Wu's city, the wind howled and the reek of blood filled the air. Yang Wu, holding his saber in one hand, walked slowly through the deserted streets, radiating his telekinetic sense to sweep ceaselessly and aimlessly across the surrounding area. Haha, brothers, come quick. There's a fool here who dares to sweep with telekinesis. Another guy here to hand us points. After a rustling sound, 5 figures shot out from several windows of a pavilion to Yang Wu's front left, quickly spreading out to surround him. The one who had spoken was a lean, green-skinned youth among them. Standing on a disc-shaped telekinetic weapon, he appeared directly in front of Yang Wu and looked at him with contempt. 5 of them. I wonder how many points they can bring me. Yang Wu's expression was calm, even somewhat cold, as his gaze swept over the 5 around him. Attack! The lean, green-skinned youth shouted, and streams of brilliant light spiraled out from the telekinetic weapon beneath his feet, instantly linking into a brilliant arc. Apparently this telekinetic controller was also a genius of some renown. Judging by his skill in manipulating the telekinetic weapon, he wasn't much inferior to Yang Wu's sister Yang Li. The moment the lean, green-skinned youth made his move, the other 4 naturally attacked as well. Swoosh! 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 Of the other 4, 1 controller and 3 martial artists, the controller launched a long-range attack with a silver telekinetic weapon as well. The 3 martial artists, one wielding a sword, one a saber, and one a halberd, quickly closed in on Yang Wu and struck. Ranged and melee attacks combined pretty well, but unfortunately you've met me, Yang Wu. With a casual flicker of movement, Yang Wu easily dodged the long-range attacks of the 2 telekinetic controllers. At the same time, he raised his long blade and charged at the 3 martial artists. Not good. He's comprehended the laws. The law of space. No, there's also the law of fire. The 3 martial artists' expressions changed in alarm. Although Yang Wu's blazing star beast avatar had not yet been nurtured to full birth, it had already taken a rough form. His comprehension of the law of fire origins grew deeper and deeper, leaving him only half a step away from crossing the threshold of the fire law. The violence of fire, the speed of spatial law, they allowed him to evade the opponent's attacks without any difficulty before counterattacking. It was indeed easy. Die! With his fiery red long blade, Yang Wu swept toward the 3 nearest martial artists with startling swiftness, leaving them no chance to dodge. No! The 3 martial artists let out almost simultaneous roars of unwillingness. Under the enhancement of the spatial law, Yang Wu's blade light could not be described simply by fast. The fiery red blade light, brilliant and splendid, swept through the bodies of all 3 at almost the same instant. Their parries and defensive movements looked pitifully weak and sluggish before Yang Wu's eyes, utterly useless against his fierce momentum. All they could do was watch helplessly as a flash of red streaked across their bodies. Not good run. The lean, green-skinned youth shouted, stomping on the telekinetic weapon beneath his feet and turning to flee. The other telekinetic controller also stomped on his weapon and raced away in another direction. Want to leave? Better stay. Yang Wu moved, transforming into a fiery red arrow of light that instantly pierced through space and closed in on the lean, green-skinned youth. He slashed once, then, without even looking, turned and gave chase in the direction of the other fleeing figure. 5 scattered corpses added a desolate chill to the ruined street. After glancing at the real-time score on his wrist, Yang Wu, who was about to move forward, suddenly turned left and shot forward. His long blade traced a beautiful arc through the air as it slashed toward a low, unremarkable building in the distance. Boom! The building collapsed in a roar, yet at that very instant a man and a woman shot up from it, leaping backward to land on the rooftop of a tall building behind, staring down at Yang Wu in the distance. "Friend?" the man said, holding a long sword in each hand. One across his chest, the other pointing diagonally at Yang Wu, while half-shielding the woman with the cyan whip behind him. "We didn't attack you just now, and we know we're no match for you. Please spare us." "Humph. As an expert, you don't even have the confidence to strike. Why bother participating in the genius war assessment?" Yang Wu said coldly. At the same time he raised his long blade, stamped the ground hard, and leaped high into the air. Without another word, a fiery red blade light burst forth and slashed toward the pair without hesitation. "Ah, damn it! We'll fight you to the death." Seeing Yang Wu's attack, the man shouted, raising his twin swords and charging to meet him. Behind the man, the woman's long whip spiraled through the air, striking toward Yang Wu from the other side. "Humph!" A cold snort sounded, and the blade light suddenly accelerated, instantly breaking through the man's twin sword defense and slashing toward his neck. "Watch out!" the whip-wielding woman cried out in shock, but her cry was utterly futile. Before her voice faded, a huge head flew into the air. Hot blood splattered everywhere, staining not only Yang Wu's battle robe, but also drenching the woman who was charging forward with a scream. "No!" The virtual universe company had made the assessment environment more realistic. If someone was killed, the corpse remained. Even after death, the body did not disappear exactly like in the real world. The woman was thus instantly plunged into grief over her husband's sudden death. After a mournful cry, she immediately lashed her whip at Yang Wu with desperate, fierce attacks, completely ignoring her own safety. The cyan whip seemed to transform into a cyan rattlesnake, vicious and sinister. However, her combat power was far too weak compared with Yang Wu's. Though she was immersed in grief over her husband's death, which greatly boosted her battle power, it was still far from enough. "Die!" Yang Wu, however, had not the slightest trace of pity for beauty. His body flickered a few times to evade the whip's attacks, then his long blade slashed straight down. Only after Yang Wu withdrew his blade and turned did the long whip in the still-standing woman's hand fall to the ground. Then came the sound of her body collapsing. Yang Wu continued onward, sweeping his mental power through the surrounding buildings, while his hand kept tightening around the hilt of his long blade. The excitement in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Geniuses from over 100 million star systems of the Chenwu universe country. "I hope this city has an expert who can make me fully unleash my power." Yang Wu mused inwardly. The many martial artists he had encountered before gave him a feeling much like the opponents he had met in the giant axe arena. Some even had weaker combat abilities than those he had faced there. None of them could let him truly enjoy himself. Carrying the Crimson War blade, Yang Wu walked through the silent ruined city, sweeping his mental power to scout out survivors one by one. And then began a bloody slaughter. Blood sprayed, heads flew. As time passed, more and more broken corpses appeared across the city and its streets. Yang Wu's ranking kept climbing. Moreover, as Yang Wu's cold, merciless, absolutely relentless style of killing spread, regardless of the opponent, he gradually came to be called the cold-faced god of slaughter or the cold-faced butcher by other assessors in City 22 of the Ninth World Zone. City 22 of the Ninth World Zone was enormously large, much larger than any base city on Earth, and it directly held nearly 100 million participants. This allowed Yang Wu to easily find several hundred or even 1,000 martial artists every day to earn points, staying in constant bloody slaughter. Moreover, the man known as the cold-faced god of slaughter and the cold-faced butcher never reasoned with anyone he found. He killed one if he met one and 10 if he met 10. Even when he came across groups of dozens fighting and slaughtering each other, he would charge in without hesitation and massacre them all first. No matter who they were, whether imperial princes, princesses, or disciples of mighty realm lords of universe countries. He coldly swung his blade and swept through everything. After 5 days, Yang Wu's ranking broke past 1001 and entered the top 1,000. After 10 days, his ranking reached 721. On the 15th day, Yang Wu's ranking had already reached 428. Likewise, starting from the 10th day, Luo Feng also began to exert himself. At the same time, Yang Li's ranking kept rising steadily, while Hong and Lei Shin's scores slowly approached the 1001 mark. Even Mo Handizen was still struggling hard, as he had not yet fallen. The situation for the people from Earth looked excellent. "It's going up again. Your Majesty, great news. Yang Wu, Yang Li, and Luo Feng have already entered the top 1001. Hong Lei Shin and Nabaini all have a very good chance of making it into the top 1001. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Our Black Dragon Mountain Empire has finally held its head high this time, hasn't it?" At this moment, inside the luxurious hall of a spaceship that had gathered the ruling elite of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the air was filled with surprised and delighted voices. "Have you found out? Since when did our Black Dragon Mountain Empire come to possess a planet called Earth?" The Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire asked with a beaming smile. He had noticed them long ago when Yang Wu and the others first showed their brilliance, and he had people investigate their origins. We have found it. Earth is an ordinary native planet in the Milky Way, under the rule of Emperor Yiwei of the Yinlan Empire. Yang Wu and his sister Yang Li Luo Feng Hong Leishin and Mo Handizan, who is still around rank 4800, are all native residents of Earth. A minister stepped out from below the emperor and answered respectfully. Moreover, Earth was never registered with the empire until 4 years ago, when a spiritual mentalist named Luo Feng registered it under his own name. Natives. The emperor's expression froze for a moment, then he burst into laughter. Haha, excellent Earth. Who would have thought that a mere native planet could bring our Black Dragon Mountain Empire such great honor? From now on, our Black Dragon Mountain Empire will support Earth, help it develop faster, and cultivate more talents like the Yang siblings and Luo Feng. The emperor had not felt cheerful since his valued ninth prince had been mysteriously assassinated in the world within worlds. Only now did his mood finally improve. Yang Wu and Yang Li Hong Leishen and the other geniuses from Earth must be rewarded. If they ultimately make it into the top 1001, they must all be heavily rewarded. Unlike Yang Wu, who had barely entered the 9th world zone and already begun his violent slaughter stirring up storms, Yang Li had just arrived in the 21st world zone. Inside an abandoned loft clad in an emerald green force battle suit, she had a large assortment of materials and vessels suspended in front of her. Her hands danced endlessly, her fingers turning into mere phantoms in the air. The materials before her rose by themselves, one after another landed in her hands, and then transformed, combining into different liquids, solid particles, or even gaseous forms before she collected them into vessels made of various materials. How stingy! The prestigious Virtual Universe Company actually provides only raw materials for the genius battle, and even restricts their quantity. She kept muttering while her hands like a magician's deftly refined the different potions, and stored them into containers. Bang! Just as Yang Li was muttering while refining potions, the shabby door was suddenly kicked open so violently that even the alloy cast door was deformed by the blow. A lean, dark-skinned man over 2 meters tall strode into the room. He was fully equipped with pitch-black armor helmet and combat boots formed by a force battle suit, and in his hand he held an equally pitch-black long spear. When he saw that the person inside was actually a petite girl, he was momentarily startled, but he still raised his long spear without hesitation. Woman, sorry, but in the real world I don't kill women. Here though, this is the virtual universe, so I'll have to kill you and earn some points. The man took a step forward, raised his long spear, and thrust it swiftly at Yang Li. Although his opponent was only a woman, anyone capable of entering the genius battle was no weakling. Since he had already made his move, he immediately used all his strength. Swish! The spear tore through the air with a harsh airburst. Yet Yang Li seemed not to have noticed the man's attack at all. Her hands continued moving without the faintest change. Her face was as calm as ever, and even the rhythm of her muttering did not become disordered in the slightest. Bang! When the man's long spear was less than a meter away from Yang Li's body, his movements abruptly froze. Then, his hand relaxed and the long spear dropped to the ground. Poison! The man managed only a single word, as if that alone had drained all his strength. Then he collapsed to the floor and stopped breathing. Before long, the same thing continued to happen more than a dozen times in succession. Every intruder was silently dealt with by the invisible, odorless potions she released. What a pain. Refining potions has already cost me 5 days. Time passed and Yang Li remained absorbed in refining potions. After 5 days had passed, she put away all the potions and remaining materials, smoothed her clothes, turned around and looked at the corpses on the floor with some dissatisfaction. I wonder how the battle is going after 5 days. Yang Li's expression turned somewhat serious and she raised her wrist. Just as she raised her wrist, at that moment when she focused on the genius battle, results a wisp of invisible gas in the room was quietly drawn into a storage bracelet on her wrist. Leaving the shabby loft where she had been refining potions, she walked out onto the street. On the ground, glass shards, dried blood, and corpses could often be seen. Yang Li let her mind power radiate outward with no attempt at concealment, covering about 1,000 meters around her. In less than 5 minutes after her mind power swept out, 8 figures shot out from the surrounding lofts. Little girl, what should I say to you? Didn't your teacher ever teach you not to probe around carelessly with your mind power? The 8 figures spread out and surrounded Yang Li. Among them, the rugged-looking man with a giant axe sneered, woman, prepare to die. I don't know how to be gentle with pretty girls. On the other side, a dwarf-like man no more than a meter tall held a dark red curved blade, eager to make his move. Little sister, sorry, but big sister needs your points. However, this is the virtual universe. Even if I kill you, you won't die, so don't be afraid. A woman in red among the 8 giggled and said, 8 people. I suppose I'll have to waste some potions. Otherwise there's no way I can handle all of you. A faint, slightly regretful wry smile appeared on Yang Li's face as she spoke softly. What does she mean? The others who had been about to attack looked at Yang Li's fearless expression, and heard the words she had spoken. A faint sense of unease stirred in their hearts. "Quit your bluffing. I'm not buying it. Woman, you can't scare me." The dwarf warrior wielding the curved blade shouted, then leaped up and slashed at Yongli, taking the lead. Ah! Suddenly, as if his neck had been seized by an invisible hand, he dropped from midair without warning. The curved blade fell to the ground with a clatter. Veins bulged on his face, and even breathing had become a struggle. What's going on? Seeing the dwarf's abnormal state, the others were all shocked and bewildered. Not good, poison. Suddenly the other 7 also began to show the same symptoms as the dwarf warrior, one after another. "Didn't your teachers ever teach you not to provoke an alchemist lightly?" Yongli said with an innocent, guileless expression. "Sorry, big brothers and sisters, but this little sister will take your points. Still, this is the virtual universe, so if I kill you, you won't really die. Don't be afraid. In reality, I would never kill anyone." As she spoke, several emerald green leaf-shaped flying daggers at her waist suddenly shot up and mercilessly pierced through the throats of all 8. She had just put away her flying daggers, and was about to move on when her gaze suddenly shot toward a distant loft. "Alchemist girl, I mean you no harm and I won't attack you. We'll mind our own business. Go ahead and leave. Good luck." A voice came from the distant loft. Yongli paused for a moment, looked up at the loft again, gave a soft humph, and then walked on. "Impressive. An alchemist actually came to our city. Good thing I didn't act rashly just now. In the universe genius battle, no one can be underestimated." Inside the loft, a man carrying a long sword heaved a quiet sigh of relief and said to himself. Swish! A streak of green light flashed past and a figure crashed to the ground. The green light traced a beautiful jade-green arc through the air and flew back into Yongli's hand. At some point, the wood attribute controller divine weapon, the Yuanshan divine armament, which had been hanging at her waist, had already come into Yongli's hand. It was emerald green and crystal clear, about 1.5 meters long, as if forged from jadeite. The cross-section of the Yuanshan divine armament was elliptical. In the hand it felt just like a jade-green martial weapon. All over the surface of the Yuanshan divine armament were interwoven faintly visible lines of equally emerald green secret patterns with emerald leaf-shaped flying daggers inserted among them in extraordinary harmony. The wood attribute controller divine weapon, the Yuanshan divine armament, had been created by a female mind force master. Among the controller's 9 great divine weapons, it was hailed as the most flawless in appearance and the most flexible and versatile. Through mind power, it could take the form of a soft drifting ribbon or a close combat martial weapon form with a sense of power, just as it was now. It was a gift Yongwu had brought back for Yongli from Alma planet for 9.8 Hunyuan units worth, about twice the transaction price of the Yenshan divine armament at the auction before the genius battle. Contestant Yongli, Hailongshan Empire. Points 99728907. Rank 19203. No good. This score is far too poor. How embarrassing. My brother has already charged into the top 500. 13 days later, Yongli looked at her results with a face full of dissatisfaction. I need to work harder. Then a hint of ruthlessness suddenly flashed in her eyes. At the same time she quickened her pace, and as she walked let her psychic power spread outward without the slightest restraint, sweeping through the surroundings. Whoosh! Yongli, who was walking along, suddenly darted sideways like an arrow. At the same time a piercing shii split the air. A gleaming silver arrow about 2 feet in length shot toward her like a bolt of lightning. Yongli, having thrown herself to the side, did not pause at all. She lunged forward again, just as she darted away another arrow slammed into the very spot where she had been. Humph! After lunging forward a second time, Yongli twisted in midair. A pure white broad short sword suddenly appeared beneath her feet. Stepping onto it, she accelerated sharply and raced toward the place from which she had been ambushed. As she sped along, her body twisted nimbly again and again, dodging one arrow after another. Not good. This girl is actually a psychic. And she even has a flying psychic weapon. 1,000 meters away in a corner, a wiry youth with a fair refined face held a golden crossbow in his hand. As he watched Yongli streak toward him, his already pale face turned even paler. The image of Yongli walking over with the Yuan divine weapon in her hand had completely made him mistake her for a martial artist. This crossbow youth had been hiding in this corner. Relying on his formidable archery, he had already ambushed more than 20 passing martial artists, and he had spared several psychics who passed through this area. Yet this time, because of his misjudgment, he had kicked an iron plate. Aside from his outstanding archery, he was not impressive in any other ability. Even close-quarters combat against a martial artist was not his strong suit, let alone a fight against a psychic. Damn it! She flies far faster than I can run. I couldn't escape even if I wanted to. What do I do? What do I do? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through the youth's mind. Miss! The youth stepped out from the corner, raised his crossbow above his head, and said in a low, sharp voice, I misjudged you. I never imagined you would be a psychic. What I did just now was my mistake. Can you spare my life? Or perhaps we can cooperate and earn points together. Spare you. Cooperate. Yang Li stood on her short sword hovering in the air about 100 meters from the youth with a strange smile on her face. Yes, cooperate. One of us is a martial artist and the other is a psychic. We would be the perfect partners. Besides, I can also attack from range. Seeing Yang Li's expression, the youth thought she was interested in cooperating. He grew somewhat excited and hurriedly continued. What he did not know was that whenever this scheming girl wore that expression, someone was about to be in trouble. If familiar people like Hong or Lei Xin were to see that look on her face, they would immediately run far away. Cooperating is fine. Cooperating just means letting me earn points. Yes. The pale youth's face had just exploded with wild joy and he had only spat out one word, when an emerald green leaf abruptly appeared and pierced through his throat in an instant. See, I've earned more points again. Watching the youth fall to the ground, Yang Li immediately put away her smile and continued forward without a pause. Boom, boom, boom. An hour later, the roar of a battle caught Yang Li's attention. On a somewhat shabby plaza, two teams totaling more than 20 people were locked in intense combat. Original force weapons clashed and psychic weapons flew through the air. The surrounding buildings had been broken and shattered by their fierce fight, scattering debris across the ground. Yang Li's eyes flickered. Stepping on her psychic flight weapon, she silently approached the direction of the fight. An invisible colorless mist drifted from her wrist, and under her psychic control floated quietly toward the center of the battlefield. Not good. Why? Why can't I control my body? What's going on? Who is it? Within a few dozen seconds, the 20-plus people, who had just been fighting ferociously, all turned into puppet-like figures. They fell to the ground and moved their bodies, mechanically, expressions frozen in shock. Only then did Yang Li slowly swing her ponytail and appear in the plaza wearing a sweet, adorable smile. It's you. No, you are that female pharmacist in our city. At the sight of Yang Li, one of the warriors among the 20-plus mechanically pointed at her, his words broken and stuttering like a skipping tape. The effects of this serum are quite good. Consider yourselves honored. You are the first test subjects of my superstasis serum. Yang Li's face was full of delight. She slowly circled the group, observing them. The moment she finished speaking, a streak of green light flew from her hand, orbited the crowd once, and returned to her palm. Shii? At that very moment, a series of 6 golden discs, each about half a meter in diameter, came howling from afar. They surrounded Yang Li and attacked from every side, turning the world around her into solid gold. Almost at the same time, a youth, who looked somewhat like an earthling, standing on a disc identical to those hovering and circling above, closed in with a few flickers and appeared within less than 100 meters of Yang Li. Swoosh! Dozens of emerald leaf-shaped blades immediately rose, spiraling around Yang Li faster and faster. Together with her emerald green battle suit, she looked from afar like a green tree circled by golden storms. Yet the green tree stood firm and unmoved. Clang, 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 clang. The leaf-shaped blades and golden discs clashed repeatedly, evenly matched. Yuan Divine Weapon, second stage. Twin Yuan fly together. Yang Li suddenly let out a soft, sharp cry, and another cluster of blades shot into the air. Instantly, from a distance, the tree seemed to become much denser. The 6 golden discs were beaten back unsteadily, and several green blades also began to attack the distant youth. The tide of battle began to turn. Rumble! 6 more discs flew out from beneath the youth. After a violent collision, both sides retreated several hundred meters and temporarily stopped fighting. Impressive! This youth was the strongest opponent Yang Li had encountered throughout the Genius War. He was already close to crossing the threshold of the Golden Origin Law, and he was also a psychic. Yang Li knew that if she relied only on controller-type methods, it would be hard to overcome him. These past few days, this city has been full of rumors about a female pharmacist with bizarre attacks. I too simply don't believe them. The youth hovered in the air and spoke to Yang Li. To you. Yang Li frowned. She had heard this name in the city before too. He was one of the most powerful people in this city's region. But let me warn you first. My family already has a pharmacist, so ordinary poisons are useless against me. Don't use your pharmacist's tricks on me. Tuyu lifted his head and said these words with a haughty, arrogant expression. Is that so? Yang Li revealed a sweet smile and looked at the hovering Tuyu as she spoke. At the same time, a strange light suddenly glimmered in her enchanting eyes. An invisible wave of ethereal psychic force reached Tuyu in an instant and invaded his mind. In a flash, he froze in midair, completely motionless. Yang Li put away her smile, waved her hand, and a green beam shot out, piercing through the other's throat. A psychic? His will is too weak. Yang Li put away her flying blades, glanced at Tuyu's corpse, and said in a low voice, Master Yao's cultivation theory for the Yang siblings was indeed unique. Before they became realm masters, they should develop comprehensively in every possible way. Whether it was Yang Shiwu's path as a warrior telekinetic controller and illusionist or Yang Li's profession as an alchemist controller and illusionist, both advanced hand in hand. This was precisely what made the Yang siblings all-rounders. While Yang Li in a city of the 21st sector was using her eerie identity as an alchemist combined with other methods to slaughter all around her almost without bloodshed, and in a refined manner in the 9th sector, the 22nd city where Yang Wu was located, was stirring up public outrage because of Yang Wu's vicious, bloody, and brutal methods. In the eastern district of the 22nd city, at the center of a vast campus-style complex, more than 30,000 martial artists participating in the genius battle had now gathered. The 22nd city was different from other cities in the other world sectors or even in the 9th world sector. In other cities, as time passed, powerful experts would constantly emerge, gaining fame in their own cities, and some would even travel to other cities within the same world sector to kill and earn points. However, in the 22nd city of the 9th world sector, where Yang Wu was stationed, because of Yang Wu's dominance and his extremely acute sensitivity to his surroundings as a telekinetic controller, his sweeping speed was also very fast. Unlike Luo Feng, who only erupted after 10 days, Yang Wu entered an explosive state from the very beginning. He first swept the area with his telekinetic power, locating survivors one by one, then immediately launched a series of bloody slaughters. Cold-blooded, merciless, killing everyone he saw. His killing speed was also fast. Naturally, his points were soaring rapidly. Yang Wu's bloody slaughter right from the start, and his unbeatable strength made every martial artist in the 22nd city tremble in fear. From the very beginning, they became cautious and timid. For over 10 days, most people were nearly always hiding from Yang Wu's killing, unable to settle into their own rhythm of combat. And the more cautious they were, the more it ensured that in the entire 22nd city, apart from Yang Wu, who killed freely and improved his ranking, no one else could raise their score by much. As a result, in the 22nd city, no martial artist other than Yang Wu managed to enter the top 1001. Everyone had thought that after Yang Wu's ranking surged into the top 1001A, he would restrain his killing. Then they would be able to fight with peace of mind. But who could have known that the detestable Yang Wu, even after entering the top 1001, would not restrain his brutal killing in the slightest. On the contrary, he became even more aggressive. After more than 10 days, over 100 of the more intelligent and slightly stronger martial artists in the city finally could not bear it any longer. They stepped forward and organized a group of warriors equally angered by Yang Wu's actions, gathering in a relatively remote campus building in the eastern district to discuss matters. After rejecting the proposal to migrate en masse to a neighboring city to avoid the formidable Yang Wu, someone among the gathering finally made a bold suggestion. Join forces to surround and kill Yang Wu. The proposal was immediately supported by more than 300,000 martial artists present, and they immediately began plotting the siege against Yang Wu. Furthermore, they used every means to contact the other martial artists still hiding in the 22nd city. Remove this great scourge Yang Wu from the 22nd city, and give everyone a peaceful fighting environment. For this goal, more and more people responded. However, Yang Wu was completely unaware of it. He remained in his own hunting rhythm, searching without pause. Then kill, search again, kill again. Yang Wu actually enjoyed this feeling very much, as if he had returned to his days of life and death battles in the giant axe arena. Especially those several times he fought dozens of people at once. This sensation made his blood boil even more than the deadly duels in the giant axe arena. It also improved Yang Wu's ability to fight in groups. The only regret was that in the past 10+ days, he had yet to encounter a genius martial artist who could force him to unleash his full strength. Yang Wu also began planning to head to a neighboring city in 2 days, hoping to find a worthy opponent there. On the 17th day of the genius battle, having just fought a battle against 5 opponents, one of whom was an illusionist, Yang Wu was sitting cross-legged in the hall of a villa, resting and reviewing the gains and losses of the fight just now. Suddenly Yang Wu's eyes snapped open, flashing with a terrifying light. His expression changed drastically, his domain burst out fully, and his body shot upward without the slightest hesitation. Boom! 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 The instant Yang Wu's domain erupted, waves of enormous world-shattering force descended and blasted the villa where he had taken refuge. These forces were so mighty that with devastating momentum they instantly reduced the villa, built from B9 grade materials that could normally withstand a month of star-level combat, to fragments. By the time the villa fully exploded, Yang Wu's disheveled figure had already appeared above it, with a trace of blood still at the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! 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 As soon as he shot into the sky, before he could even catch his breath, Yang Wu moved again, darting to the side. The moment Yang Wu dodged, several slashes of blade light and sword gleams struck the exact spot where he had been standing. At the same time, over 1,000 martial artists flew in from all directions above the villa ruins. Some were warriors, some were telekinetic controllers, blocking every side around Yang Wu. On the ground below there were even more people, a dense sea of them completely surrounding the villa ruins. The martial artists participating in the siege of Yang Wu, both on the ground and in the air included more than the 300,000 who had gathered 2 days ago to discuss the planning. Later over 100,000 more had been mobilized to join, bringing the total to over 500,000. The villa had just been struck by the combined force of these hundreds of thousands. When tens of thousands of star-level martial artists attack simultaneously, the destructive power is terrifying. Even a universe-level powerhouse would not dare to face it head-on. Damn it! Yang Wu was momentarily stunned and cursed inwardly. He never expected to be so honored as to have so many people unite to kill him. Cold-faced slaughter god, you have successfully angered everyone in the 22nd city. Today your assessment ends here. A telekinetic controller standing on a telekinetic weapon and floating 1,000 meters ahead of Yang Wu said while watching him warily. Humph! A rabble like you. Since you know I'm the cold-faced slaughter god, you still want to kill me. Yang Wu steadied himself and let out a cold snort. Standing in midair before the encirclement of tens of thousands, he remained utterly unruffled. Though his appearance was somewhat haggard, he still exuded an intangible, imposing aura. Standing there, he seemed to be the very heaven and earth, his inherent dominating aura overwhelming. His ice-cold gaze swept across the surroundings before finally fixing itself, like a pair of sharp arrows, upon the psychic who was still jeering at him. The psychic instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. An icy chill flooded his limbs and his blood seemed on the verge of freezing solid. His wariness sharpened at once, and his body involuntarily stepped back a pace. Yang Wu's upright figure suddenly stepped forward. One step carried him across 1,000 meters, and his body appeared without warning before the psychic. In the same breath, the long saber in Yang Wu's hands swept upward in a horizontal stroke, terrifyingly fast. Though the psychic had been wary all along, Yang Wu's astonishing speed left him not the barest chance to raise a defense before his throat was slashed open. The psychic raised a finger pointing at Yang Wu, yet no words escaped his lips. Then his body plummeted from the sky. All who block me die. Yang Wu twirled his long saber in a flourish, flinging the still warm drops of blood from its edge. Then his brow arched fiercely, his gaze swept the 4 directions, and he let out a thunderous shout. Damn you! With so many of us surrounding you, you still dare to act so arrogantly. Everyone, why haven't you joined forces to kill this cold-faced butcher? What are you waiting for? Someone in the crowd bellowed again in response. Hardly had the voice faded when several thousand people came flying over, assailing Yang Wu with every manner of weapon. Die! 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 Yang Wu's domain power erupted in full, extending over several hundred meters around him, while the long saber in his hand blazed forth stream after stream of scorching light, all trained upon one direction. He carved out dense arcs of flame. From his mouth the word kill burst forth one after another. Each kill he roared seemed to make heaven and earth quake. Each kill he roared. Dozens of warriors would be hewn down by Yang Wu and sent tumbling from the sky. Yet Yang Wu's own figure, amid that overwhelming, ever-renewing tide of enemies, continued to rise and plunge without end. He was like a lone skiff upon towering, turbulent waves, rising and falling with the billows. One after another, razor-edged arcs of saber light spread ceaselessly outward with his body as the center. The fire-red blade glow danced at an astonishing speed. In the briefest of moments, a dense mesh of blade glow had wholly enveloped Yang Wu's body. From a distance, his form could no longer be discerned. There was only a ball of fire-red blade glow flickering endlessly, and then one by one warriors' bodies dropped from the sky like dumplings being tossed into a pot. Kill, kill, kill. Yang Wu's voice was growing hoarse, yet the wild elation that poured from the very bottom of his heart within those cries burned only more fiercely with each passing moment. Warriors elsewhere on the battlefield, hearing the commotion and learning what drove it, also charged over and swelled the ranks of the besiegers. Some warriors, taking advantage of the chaos, began hunting down other fighters to earn themselves more points. After more than 6 hours of unceasing mad slaughter, several wounds had appeared on Yang Wu's body. Some light, some heavy, some shallow, some deep, though he wore a Source Force battle suit. A suit that could ordinarily scarcely be touched by dust or bloodstains. Yet the blood that sprayed without pause from his enemies and from himself had soaked his battle suit crimson. Yet these wounds, this agonizing pain, seemed to have become the fountainhead of Yang Wu's strength and the fuel for his frenzy. They did not daunt him in the least. Instead, they made him more euphoric and more frenzied than ever. At that moment, Yang Wu's point ranking was climbing with awe-inspiring swiftness. Yang Wu's parents, his friends, the imperial family of the Hailongshan Empire, and even all others who were watching this genius war, were stunned dumb by the speed at which his rank was rocketing upward. 400th, 399th, 398th. 397th, 397th, 300th, 299th, 298th, 297th, 200th, 199th, 198th, With nearly every second that passed, Yang Wu's point surged, and his ranking soared in tandem. What did this show? It showed that during this time every minute and every second Yang Wu was killing, and that in every second several people were dying beneath his blade. Incredible. This was the genius war. Everyone taking part possessed a stellar-class ninth order body. Every one of them was a genius. Even if they refused to fight back and simply stood there waiting to die, anyone's hands would go numb from killing at such a pace. All were astounded. Almost everyone's attention was fixed on Yang Wu. Had this not been a completely fair universe-wide genius war under the oversight of the Virtual Universe Company, some would undoubtedly have suspected Yang Wu of cheating. Hold the line. Quick. Where are the psychics? Psychics hit him from range. Ah, no. Yang Wu was mad with the joy of killing, but the warriors besieging him were gradually gripped by dread. Some warriors, shaken to the core by Yang Wu's insanity, screamed in terror. Yet before their shouts could fade, a fire-red arc of blade glow sliced their heads from their shoulders. In more than 6 hours, besieged by hundreds of thousands, Yang Wu had killed more than 80,000 people with his own hands. Everyone around him was chilled with fear and began to harbor thoughts of retreat. To besiege Yang Wu and fight on the front line meant facing a 9 in 10 chance of death against his overwhelming battle power. If they stayed out of the encirclement, perhaps they would still have a chance at survival. With such thoughts weighing on them, the tight cordon that Yang Wu had charged into several times without breaking finally loosened somewhat. Even amid what seemed to be ecstatic slaughter, Yang Wu's heart was utterly calm and lucid. All along, he had been observing every change in the warriors surrounding him through his mind force. Originally, Yang Wu had already resigned himself with over 1 million enemies, including those who had joined in later, encircling him. There was no hope of escape. He had only wanted to kill as fiercely as possible and accumulate more points before his death. Before the siege, Yang Wu had already ranked in the 390s. By killing a few more and improving his standing a bit further, even if he died, he should still be able to make it within the top 1001. Now the besiegers had been cowed by his madness. Yang Wu, whose lamp was already nearly spent, suddenly felt a surge of delight. His speed redoubled and the blade glow in his hand blazed even brighter. Under such a sudden burst of power from Yang Wu, several thousand more warriors on the inner ring of the encirclement were killed in an instant. Ah! On the second ring outward from the encirclement, the sight of the even more ghastly carnage in the innermost layer intensified the urge to flee that had long been building. The warriors there fainted with their weapons, yet the instant Yang Wu lunged at them, they scattered and dodged in other directions. Yang Wu seized that opening, holding in the last breath he had left, and charged his way out. He had broken free from the innermost ring. Now facing the dense swarming ranks of the outer layers, Yang Wu's body was already swaying, and the last breath he had been holding had dispersed. He's done for. Quick, kill him. Yang Wu's faltering state was immediately noticed. After a series of furious shouts, countless mind force weapons came flying over. First, everyone wanted to seize half of Yang Wu's points for themselves in that very moment. Even those inner ring warriors who had just fled in fright secretly regretted their cowardice, turned around and gave chase again. Rumble. Mind force weapons filled the sky layer upon layer, countless and dense. It seemed that Yang Wu, who could barely keep his footing, was about to be shredded into minced flesh by tens of thousands of mind force weapons. All the mind masters desperately squeezed out every last ounce of their power, driving their mind force weapons, each hoping that the blade to kill Yang Wu would be the one under their own control. If they succeeded, gaining half of Yang Wu's points would instantly push them into the top 1001. But just as the crowd watched with eager, excited eyes, an irregular oval shield-shaped weapon appeared abruptly before Yang Wu. Blood red all over, about 2 meters long and nearly 1 meter wide. Along its rim were 360 crimson blades, twisted and rippling like flames, giving the entire flame god weapon an exceptionally ferocious appearance. Bang, 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 bang. This massive shield weapon spun on its own around Yang Wu, repelling every attack. Only after that wave of attacks came to a halt did Yang Wu slowly reveal himself from behind the strange shield. His gaze swept coldly over the besieging crowd. At this moment his pitch-black eyes seemed to transform into the deep, boundless, starry sky. Everyone caught by his gaze immediately felt themselves lost in the vast starry void, forgetting their own existence. No good. It's an illusion. Watch out. Those who had evaded Yang Wu's sweeping gaze suddenly shouted a warning. Unfortunately, before the shout could fade, thousands of people caught in Yang Wu's illusion fell without a sound. Even those with stronger wills lost themselves within the illusion world. Humph! Yang Wu spat out another mouthful of congealed blood and snorted coldly. His face turned even paler. I never planned to reveal these cards, but now I have no choice. Right then everyone was warily on guard against Yang Wu's illusory arts. Yang Wu uttered a furious shout, and a flying mind force weapon, the Gale Shuttle, suddenly appeared beneath his feet, supporting his tottering body. At the same time, the irregular oval shield spinning around him also began to change. From the 360 flame-like blades on the shield's edge, 9 blades burst forth. Complex arcane patterns flowed rapidly over the surfaces of those 9 crescent-shaped crimson blades. As if linked by invisible threads, the 9 blades rapidly connected in midair, forming a complete whole like a fire lotus in full bloom. From a distance, the 9 blades were no longer discernible. All that could be seen was a blazing 3-dimensional lotus, ceaselessly turning and floating before Yongwu. It's the flame god weapon. Watch out. Finally someone recognized the origin of the strange shield in front of Yongwu and shouted aloud. The flame god weapon's first form, Crimson Lotus Breaker. Kill. With a cold shout from Yongwu, the fiery lotus formed from blades spun and flew as if unaffected by air resistance, carving out arcs one after another. Its speed was terrifyingly fast. Wherever that beautiful flame flew past, space itself was scorched with black tracks that lingered and would not disperse. Ah! No! The crimson flame lotus had turned into a deadly blaze. In an instant it pierced the chests of thousands who were still lost in Yongwu's illusion before they could even defend themselves. When they regained consciousness through the searing pain, they found a charred, foul-smelling black hole in their chests. Inside their chests, all their organs had been reduced to ashes, and their consciousness had already begun to fade. Who could have imagined that Yongwu was both a martial artist and a mind master? A dual mind master who combined controller and illusionist abilities, and could wield the flame god weapon, one of the 9 divine weapons. Although most illusionists possessed some controller techniques, no one else could match Yongwu as a dual mind master capable of wielding one of the 9 divine weapons. When Yongwu had only revealed his martial artist side, no matter how formidable or merciless he was, one could at least close in and fight him hand to hand. But once he also revealed his mind master power, despair filled everyone's hearts. Controllers excelled at long-range attacks, and he wielded the flame god weapon recognized as one of the 9 divine weapons. Coupled with illusion arts that could strike invisibly, and without sound at any moment, who would willingly throw away their life. Standing on the Gale Shuttle, and protected by the main body of the flame god weapon, Yongwu broke forward layer by layer, following the combined might of the Crimson Lotus Breaker, the flame god weapon's first form. The flame god weapon was a controller's mind force weapon that combined the spatial and fire attributes. Like most of the 9 divine weapons of controllers, it had 9 forms. Its power increased with each form, and the difficulty of controlling it skyrocketed accordingly. For star-level warriors, mastering the flame god weapon's first form was extremely difficult. A star-level warrior who could unleash its first form was basically unmatched among his peers. Yongwu had already been at the end of his strength, but once the flame god weapon appeared and merged with the power of his formless illusions, he advanced with overwhelming, unstoppable force. During the more than 6 hours of slaughter, using only martial arts, Yongwu had already left behind more than 100,000 corpses. This time, with the Crimson Lotus Breaker unleashed, his killing intent shook the heavens, and the air reeked of blood. More than 20,000 corpses fell in an instant. Yet the flame lotus seemed nourished by the blood of the slain, the fire burning on it growing even more intense, and its ferocious might swelling even greater. Soon, driven by the impact of the flame lotus, Yong, who rode the Gale Shuttle, broke through the line of several 100,000 people, left tens of thousands more corpses behind, smashed out of the encirclement, and shot far into the distance. Chase him. Don't let him get away. Though people kept shouting at Yongwu's fleeing back, almost none truly gave chase. Nearly everyone had been stunned by the crazed methods he had just employed. They knew his power was almost used up and he was severely wounded, but the might the flame god weapon had just displayed stilled any thought of resistance. All they could do was watch helplessly as Yongwu turned into a red arc in the sky and flew far away. On the top floor of a skyscraper, Yongwu, who had just rushed in through the window, could no longer hold on and fell headfirst. The skyscraper's B9 grade floor slab also cracked in numerous places under the force of his fall. Having already lost most of his consciousness, Yongwu bit his tongue hard the moment he hit the ground, forcing himself awake. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, he assumed a meditation posture with 5 hearts facing the sky and began to heal his injuries. After half a day, Yongwu finally emerged from his cultivation trance. His originally pale face had regained some color, and the severe injuries from the ambush had already recovered by 50 or 60%. Yongwu rose to his feet. His icy gaze suddenly shot toward the main entrance. Without a word, he slashed out. Boom! The alloy gate collapsed with a thunderous crash. 2 panicked figures tried to retreat, but suddenly froze, their eyes gradually dulled, and then their consciousness was utterly extinguished. Without even glancing at the 2 corpses, Yongwu stepped onto the Gale Shuttle, chose a direction, and vanished from the spot in an instant. The next morning, at the bottom floor of a hidden building, Yongwu once again woke from cultivation, but this time he was fully recovered. He rose to his feet, standing perfectly straight. 2 sharp beams of light shot from his deep eyes, brightening the gloomy lower floor of the building for a moment. Humph! You all tried to kill me. A fierce killing intent flickered in Yongwu's eyes. I had originally planned to leave City 22 within these 2 days, go to other cities to slaughter a few opponents, strive for first place in this world zone, and directly enter the arena finals. But you have successfully enraged me. Even sacrificing the top rank, I will hunt down every single one of you and kill you all. In World Zone 9, City 22. No one but me Yongwu will enter the top 1001. He grabbed his long saber in one hand and took a single step. His body already appeared hundreds of meters away. Kill, 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 kill. Starting from the 18th day of the Genius War, all the martial artists participating in the war in City 22 World Zone 9 fell into a nightmare. A yet more ferocious storm of blood and slaughter hung over the entire City 22. Yongwu's figure roamed through the city every day, and wherever he passed no one could escape his sight. Slaughter became Yongwu's sole objective. He used every means of killing, resorting to the most unscrupulous methods. Within just 3 days, almost all of the geniuses who had joined the ambush against Yongwu were killed by him. The cold-faced butcher is coming. Run. We did take part in the siege against you, spare us. City 22 is no longer a place to stay. If you want to survive and force your way into the top 1001, get out of this nightmare City 22. Right now. In the following days, the martial artists of City 22 began to migrate en masse, fleeing to the neighboring City 21 and City 23. On the 27th day of the Genius War, Yongwu's nearly city-clearing slaughter still raged on in City 22, World Zone 9. Over 10 million martial artists quickly perished beneath his blade. Yongwu's ranking also climbed at a maddening pace, and within a few consecutive days, he rose to 97th in this world zone. He was the only genius warrior in all the world zones who had entered the top 100 without engaging in cross-city battles or killing experts from other cities. As a massive number of martial artists from City 22 poured into neighboring cities like refugees, Yongwu's name gradually spread throughout World Zone 9. In World Zone 1, under Luo Feng's equally frenzied hunting, he had already slain strong experts such as Demon Hammer, Cold Wire, and Bone. His ranking was approaching the top 100, and he had already arranged a duel with Windwheel. In World Zone 21, the name of pharmacist Yang Li had long become a byword for the strongest expert in her city. Almost no one dared to provoke her, and her ranking had reached 382. Yet Yang Li did not continue hunting like Yongwu and Luo Feng. She grew increasingly slack. As long as no one took the initiative to provoke her, she would not strike. Instead, she found a relatively secluded place and used the leftover ingredients to start researching and preparing potions. Practicing potion preparation in the virtual universe also required spending a considerable amount of universe coins, and moreover, after the evaluation ended, any unused materials would be taken back. Therefore, she planned to take the opportunity to practice using the free materials. In World Zone 72, Hong calmly held a black long spear. As the spearhead flickered flexibly, the genius warrior opposing him suddenly became dazed. Hong seized the moment and pierced his throat with a single thrust. Then, looking at the rank of 448, displayed on his wrist, a faint smile appeared on his face. In World Zone 88, the Thunder God wearing a white battle robe stood halfway up a mountain in a rolling mountain range. He encountered the savage Rong Jun. Are you the Thunder God? Rong Jun, barefoot with disheveled hair and a towering body over 3 meters tall, holding a giant long blade, grinned at the Thunder God before him. Are you the savage Rong Jun? The Thunder God tightened his grip on his blade, excitement flashing in his eyes and battle intent surging in his chest. In World Zone 88, Rong Jun, nicknamed the Savage, ranked 3rd, and the Thunder God had long heard of him. At that moment, the Thunder God ranked 462nd. The Savage delighted in hunting strong opponents. Only truly powerful talents could attract him. In this World Zone 88, no one was a match for the Savage. At least the Savage had not yet met his match. Meanwhile, the Thunder God had also grown greatly in strength. He was equally bellicose and refused to be intimidated by his opponent's fearsome name. During more than 20 consecutive days of monotonous slaughter, the Thunder God had not gone to other cities to hunt for more points. Nonetheless, his name was equally resounding in World Zone 88. When a powerful expert like the savage Rong Jun appeared, he was filled with excitement. His battle intent had already surged, and even the genius war was pushed to the back of his mind. Show me all your strength, the savage Rong Jun said to the Thunder God. You as well. I want to see the true strength of the 3rd-ranked expert of World Zone 88. Do not disappoint me. A streak of electric light flashed in the Thunder God's eyes, and bolts of lightning like serpents coiled around him. His whole body blurred, as if turning into a hazy illusion, and he closed in on the Savage directly. Ha! The Savage let out a thunderous roar, his war blade chopping down violently. Boom! The Thunder God's saber slashed out, diagonally colliding with the Savage's giant long blade. With a colossal earth-splitting crash, the Thunder God staggered back over 10 steps, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The savage Rong Jun, however, stood utterly still. Impressive. Again. The Thunder God wiped his mouth, gave an excited shout, gripped his saber tight with both hands, leaped up and slashed at Rong Jun. Bang, 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 bang. After desperately withstanding more than a dozen moves, the exhausted Thunder God finally sensed a huge blade light sweeping toward him. The Thunder God was killed on the 27th day of the preliminaries. The only difference was that this time, although the Thunder God was also killed by the savage Rongjun, he still managed to enter the arena battle with a final rank of 982. Among the 9 martial artists from Earth who participated in the Genius War besides the brother-sister pair Yongwu and Yongli Hong the Thunder God and Luo Feng, there was also an Earthling who stubbornly survived in World Zone 61. Slowly approaching the top 1001 in ranking. That person was Mo Handizan, the former No.1 expert of the United States on Earth, once known as the Ice Emperor. Mo Handizan wore a dark gold force battlesuit and held a hexagonal purple gold warhammer with a head 1 meter in diameter and a handle 2 meters long. His whole appearance was like a burly gorilla full of strength. At this moment he was gripping the heavy hexagonal purple gold warhammer with both hands, smashing it down unmercifully blow after blow on an opponent until the man was crushed to death. Only then did he stop. Rank 1381. Still not enough. Mo Handizan muttered in dissatisfaction as he looked at his ranking. He then strode along the shattered streets, continuing his search for suitable prey. Today is the final day of the preliminary elimination. On the 30th day, early in the morning, Yongwu opened his eyes from cultivation, his gaze composed and restrained. At this moment Yongwu ranked 68th in this world sector. After being ambushed and surrounded, he had spent the following days in a frenzy of killing. Even he could no longer remember how many people he had eliminated from City 22 ahead of time. However, he could clearly feel that in these past few days City 22, once densely populated, had become extremely quiet, almost devoid of life. The 9th world sector had over 2 billion people scattered among the cities, with nearly 90 million per city. Yet after Yongwu's vicious slaughter and the flight of most survivors to other cities, it was estimated that only a few thousand now remained in City 22. This also meant that Yongwu's rank could no longer rise much by merely hunting down lower-ranked martial artists in the city. Starting from day 28, he had not left his hiding place to search for prey. Instead, he quietly meditated and digested the gains from this period of slaughter. Especially during the great battle more than 10 days ago, when hundreds of thousands had joined forces to besiege him, his understanding of combat had taken another step forward. After all, he had already made the top 1001. It was already impossible to take first place in this world sector, and there was no need to kill any further. However, he had wanted to rest quietly and wait for the end to arrive, but events refused to obey his wishes. Yongwu, cold-faced slayer god. Dimly, a high-pitched yet resonant voice suddenly rang out in City 22. It came from afar, growing closer and closer to where Yongwu was. Yongwu, the cold-faced slayer god. I am Chiao, first in this world sector. I have come because of your reputation, seeking a battle. A battle. A battle. A handsome young man about 2.5 meters tall, dressed in a white robe, and with long silver hair flowing over his shoulders, held a gleaming silver halberd nearly 5 meters long in his hand. He strode over with a majestic gait, shouting Yongwu's name as he walked. Chiao. The number 1 ranked Chiao has come to challenge that vile butcher. I hope Chiao can kill the cold-faced slayer god and let us vent our anger. Chiao is the number 1 in this world sector. That butcher Yongwu. He is doomed. Hidden in various corners, talented martial artists immediately grew excited when they heard this. Chiao, number 1 in this world sector. Interesting. Let's hope he doesn't disappoint me too much. Yongwu looked up toward the source of the voice, and a flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. In a flash he turned into an afterimage and shot toward the voice. In only a few breaths he had reached the street where Chiao stood no more than 100 meters away. Yongwu's sudden appearance made Chiao's eyes narrow. Yongwu. Yes. Yongwu gave a cold nod. I, Chiao, come from City 12. Since the 15th day of the preliminary elimination, I have traveled through the major cities, specifically to fight their strongest martial artists. In the past few days all I heard in cities 18, 19, 20, and 21 was your name. So I have come. I have come to meet the legendary man who slaughtered more than half of a city and drove almost all of the remaining half into other cities. The cold-faced slayer god, the cold-faced butcher. I hope you do not disappoint me. Chiao stared at Yongwu, holding his halberd crosswise, battle intent blazing in his eyes. I won't disappoint you. Let me see what the number 1 of the 9th world sector is really capable of. Yongwu slowly drew his long saber. The position of first in this world sector had originally been his goal as well, but the ambush and pursuit had prevented him from carrying it out. Red light flickered along the saber. With the blade in hand, Yongwu suddenly radiated sharp, bare edge. The atmosphere immediately became tense, and strands of thick killing intent coiled through the air. Such strong killing intent, as expected of the cold-faced butcher who slaughtered more than half a city. You are worthy of my full strength. Chiao's eyes lit up. He swept his halberd and stabbed toward Yangwu through the air. On the halberd, besides a dense, sharp metal chi, there was also a subtle, mysterious aura. Yangwu immediately felt that this was completely unlike any martial artist or spiritual mind master he had fought before. As Chiao's halberd struck, he seemed to sink into a strange state, and his own movements became sluggish by a few moments. Time. That's right. This is the use of the time law and the metal law. Yangwu's eyes brightened. Martial artists who cultivated the time law were extremely rare. In all 30 days of the test, this was the first time he had faced one. In the midst of that agonizing feeling, the silver flashing halberd was already less than a meter away. He hurriedly slashed out with his long saber, blocking the opponent's halberd. Boom! A powerful force surged up, carrying wave after wave of time-slowing might. Even the flow of energy within Yangwu's body slowed. Then his body was hurled more than 1,000 meters backward, crashing through the wall of a distant building and landing inside. Cold-faced Slayer God, is that all you have? Chiao looked at the shattered wall of the distant building and shouted. Haha, a fine time law indeed. Now take a move from me. Yangwu let out an excited roar. A moment earlier he had been sent flying, but now he burst out from the building. A scorching savage aura like an erupting volcano accompanied the slash of his long saber. A wild force that seemed ready to burn everything to ashes. With every move and every stance, he cleverly used the violent power of fire to knock aside Chiao's time force. Clang! 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 The two traded dozens of moves at terrifying speed, looking completely evenly matched. Both figures left layers of wonderful afterimages in the space. Haha, what a cold-faced butcher! The two separated and Chiao immediately roared. Streams of invisible abstruse power wrapped around his body, covering an area of more than 100 meters around him. Under the effect of the time domain and the metal domain, Chiao's speed became even greater and the feeling of time slowing down grew ever stronger. A domain! Yangwu snorted coldly. A scorching heat suddenly surged around his body, as if one were being roasted inside a volcano. Even the opponent's time domain power was scorched away by that intense heat, most of it dissipating in an instant. Unfortunately, you have not yet crossed the threshold of the origin of the time law. If you had, winning this battle would not have been easy for me. After fighting Chiao for dozens of moves, Yangwu had already gained some understanding of the other man's use of the time law. He had not crossed the threshold of the time law, and his comprehension of the metal law was merely on par with Luo Feng's. Having crossed hands with Luo Feng many times, Yangwu understood the metal law very well too. If he had not wanted to personally experience that rare time power, he would not have battled his opponent for dozens of rounds without a decisive result. Whoosh! With a twist of the long saber in his hand, Yangwu suddenly lunged forward several times faster than before. A saber light flashed past. Chiao tried to lift his halberd to block, but this time his halberd only met an afterimage. The fledgling power of the time law had almost become mere decoration before Yangwu at this moment. You! Chiao suddenly felt his consciousness blurring. The halberd in his hand fell to the ground, shattering the floor beneath it. Then Chiao's neck slowly began to split apart. Worthy of being first in this world sector. There really are a lot of points. Yangwu looked down. Participant Yangwu, Hailongshan Empire. Points 167974234. Rank 9. Killing Chiao, the number 1, actually gave me over 100 million points. Even though he had known that killing Chiao would bring a huge increase in points, he was still astonished by the number before him. Killing strong experts at the top of the rankings really was faster than killing ordinary martial artists in one's own sector. If not for the massive number of kills he had already accumulated, charging into the top 100 would have been truly difficult. When Yangwu killed Chiao, his rank shot up from 68th to 9th in an instant. This immediately attracted even more attention from many powers and organizations in the Qianwu Cosmic Nation. Earlier, when Luo Feng had just entered the top 38A, he had already attracted the attention of hundreds of millions of citizens of the entire Hailongshan Empire, and many powers and organizations in the Qianwu Cosmic Nation. Now Yangwu had suddenly broken into the top 9. A single-digit rank was entirely different from a two-digit rank. The farther up the rankings one went, the more astonishing one's strength was. Dossiers on Yangwu, Luo Feng, and even Hong Lei-shin and others soon appeared in the hands of the major powers. At this moment, inside the luxurious hall of the spaceship that had assembled the ruling elite of the Hailongshan Empire. Greetings, Your Majesty. Great news! Your Majesty, Yangwu has charged into the top 9. Luo Feng is ranked 38, Yangli is ranked 328, Ahong is ranked 396, Nabaini is ranked 860, Lei-shin is ranked 982, and Mo Henderson is ranked 998. A full 7 people have made it into the top 1001, and among them are Yangwu at 9 and Luo Feng at 38. The entire hall boiled over. A 3-digit rank, a 2-digit rank, and a single-digit rank represented different heights of honor. Your Majesty, the entire Hailongshan Island is ecstatic. Hundreds of millions of citizens are spontaneously celebrating, as if the whole country is rejoicing together. Someone said excitedly. The emperor seated high at the top was exceedingly happy and laughed heartily. This preliminary round went very well for our empire. These people are all the pride of my Hailongshan empire and must all be richly rewarded. Especially Yang Wu and the others from Earth. They must be richly rewarded. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Teleport. At last the resonant voice echoed through every corner of every world zone. In an instant all survivors across the 100 world zones vanished, teleported away. The preliminaries had come to an end. Yang Wu was transported above Black Dragon Mountain Island. After surveying the empty plaza around him, he teleported once more to the luxurious villa he had purchased in the virtual universe located in 9-Star Bay. Brother. Third senior. Yang Wu. Inside the villa, the other Earth martial artists who had participated in the elimination battles had all arrived before Yang Wu. Not bad, all of you, Yang Wu said with a nod and a smile. Humph, you were all quite fortunate. Even M.O. Henderson managed to survive until the very end. Only I was unlucky. When I faced that savage, he was absolutely monstrous and killed me early on. Fortunately, I had already earned enough points, or else I would have lost all face. Thor rubbed his bald head as he spoke. It's your own lack of skill. Everyone else lasted to the end and only you got taken out. Still making it into the top 1001 counts as luck on your part. Yang Li mocked. There's still a month before the arena battles. Let's all make good use of this short time to digest what we've gained. Lao Mo Henderson. Work harder and try to step across the threshold of the law within this month. Hong looked at them all and said gravely, without crossing the threshold of the law, having any real hope of advancing far in the genius battle was almost impossible. Suddenly, Yang Wu turned toward the entrance with some confusion. The doors swung open, revealing a procession of dozens of people. At the front on the left stood an old man in white robes. Tall and powerfully built, his face brimming with a warm smile. Yet despite that he could not conceal an imposing aura of authority and immense power. Having seen countless domain lords and realm lords at the giant axe arena, Yang Wu judged at a glance that this white-robed elder was a realm lord. Who are you? Everyone inside the villa looked at the procession equally puzzled. Since the end of the genius battle preliminaries, all 6 of them had repeatedly turned down offers from many organizations. Yang Wu and Luo Feng had even shut down their own communication devices. So you are Yang Wu, truly outstanding and imposing, worthy of the title Martial Ancestor. I am the Emperor of the Silver Blue Empire. The white-robed elder's voice was not loud, yet it seemed to rise from the very depths of everyone's hearts. This Emperor, the Silver Blue Empire. The group was momentarily stunned. They all realized this man was Yi, the Emperor of the Silver Blue Empire that ruled the Milky Way galaxy. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yang Wu and the others quickly said with reverence. Haha, no need for formalities. Come and greet our great Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The Emperor of the Silver Blue Empire. Yi hastily gestured to the side with a respectful demeanor. Ah! Only then did Yang Wu and the others notice that beside Emperor Yi stood another figure in a dark golden robe. This person's build was not as imposing as Emperor Yi's, yet he naturally emanated a profound, mysterious aura. It seemed as though he stood right before them, and yet was also impossibly distant. Solid as a mountain, yet ethereal as mist and cloud. Greetings, Your Majesty. The group hurriedly bowed their heads with respect. Yet inwardly they felt a jolt of surprise. This Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was clearly standing beside Emperor Yi all along. How is it that none of us sensed his presence? Master, this Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire is an immortal. Xiao Xian seemed to sense Yang Wu's confusion, and his voice echoed within his mind. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, Yang Li, Hong, Thor, Mo Henderson. You have done remarkably well. Ushering everyone into the villa, the Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire took the seat of honor. He then looked over the group with a beaming smile and gave a slight nod. The reason I have come today is mainly to see the several extraordinary geniuses of our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The Emperor reigned in his aura, making him seem like nothing more than a refined scholar. In this genius battles preliminaries, a record-breaking 7 geniuses from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire advanced to the top 1001 of their respective world zones. 6 of them are you, and you have brought great honor to our empire. Therefore I have decided that you must be richly rewarded. The Emperor paused, glancing at the 6 who were listening with earnest respect before continuing. Earth is one of the planets of the Milky Way galaxy, and it is also your homeland. Originally Emperor Yi and I discussed granting the entire Milky Way galaxy to Yangwu. However, considering that Luo Feng is the Lord of Earth, I decided instead to grant the entire Milky Way galaxy to Luo Feng. As for Yangwu, I decree that you shall receive a galaxy bordering the Milky Way named Golden Emperor. This galaxy is 3 times larger than the Milky Way in both area and the number of life-bearing planets. It is also one of the wealthiest galaxies in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, and it borders the Milky Way. Above all, its main administrative planet happens to be named Martial Ancestor Star, perfectly suited to be your domain Yangwu. The Milky Way, the Golden Emperor Galaxy, 2 entire galaxies. Both Yangwu and Luo Feng were stunned. If this emperor knew that the 9th prince he valued so highly had died by their hands, he would hardly be so generous. Thank you, your majesty. Yangwu and Luo Feng exchanged a glance before bowing in gratitude. Whether it was the Milky Way or the Golden Emperor Galaxy, both held incomparable significance for Earth as it reached toward the stars. Having obtained 2 galaxies so effortlessly, both men were deeply stirred. As for who got which star region, Yangwu did not care in the slightest. Before the genius battle, the two had attended the Qianwu auction and knew that even a small star region was worth over 1,000 mixed unit resources. For the next 100,000 years, these 2 galaxies, the Milky Way and the Golden Emperor, shall be exempt from all imperial taxes. Moreover, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire will do everything in its power to aid Earth's expansion into the stars. As for the 4 of you, Yang Li Hong, Thor, and Mo Henderson, I promise that if you can break into the top 1,000 of the Qianwu Cosmic Nation, you may each choose any of the 5-star regions bordering the Milky Way and the Golden Emperor Galaxy as my reward. Furthermore, unless you manage to enter the Virtual Universe Company, I vow to recommend you for cultivation within the Qianwu Cosmic Nation's Qianwu Secret Realm. Of course, entering the Virtual Universe Company is an astronomically difficult feat. If any of you should have that fortune, I will bestow even greater rewards. The delegation from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire did not linger long. They left behind a collection of dossiers on genius martial artists, who had passed the preliminaries, hoping that Yangwu and his companions would build on their success and achieve even better results. 10 days later on Mercury, the closest planet to the Sun in the Milky Way, Yangwu stood naked to the waist, his body perfectly erect atop a desolate mountain peak, enduring the cruel searing of the sun's scorching heat. Although the 1,000-degree heat seemed to vaporize every drop of moisture in Yangwu's body, he remained completely unmoved. Instead, through that roasting ordeal, he delicately savored the artistic conception of fire contained within the solar flames. Having endured the sun's blistering heat up close for so long, Yangwu's bare upper body had undergone a conspicuous transformation. His skin now shimmered with a bronze hue, his muscles looked as if cast from molten copper, and their sleek sculpted lines were flawless, brimming with explosive strength. After a full 10 days, when the Emperor of the Hailongshan Empire and his entourage departed, Yangwu and his companions left the virtual universe. After a brief reunion with his family, Yangwu, guided by Master Yao, immediately set out for Mercury, the closest planet to the Sun, hoping that by approaching the Sun at such close range, he could further deepen his comprehension of the law of fire. At the same time on Mars, his 3 giant beast avatars each took control of a region. Some stood in stillness, meditating on laws. Others ceaselessly flew across their territories, training in martial techniques. All hoped that within a single month their cultivation would advance further and thereby nurture the original body. On Mercury, Yangwu, his body scorching like hot iron yet standing perfectly still, having not moved in 10 days, suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of excitement and agitation shot through his gaze. During those 10 days beneath the scorching fire of the sun, Yangwu not only advanced his comprehension of the fundamental law of fire origin, even the speed at which the blazing star beast was conceived within his body had increased significantly. Finally, when the 10th day arrived, the blazing star beast suddenly took shape. Although there was not yet a single trace of life emanating from it at the instant the blazing star beast avatar formed. Yangwu's insights into the law of fire suddenly burst open like a sluice gate. A torrent of fire law comprehension surged into him, and in that instant he crossed the threshold of the fundamental law of fire origin. Moreover, although cultivating avatars through the Ascension Scripture consumed more time with each subsequent avatar, that was only during the gestation phase. After the blazing star beast avatar had taken shape, the blazing star beast avatar, which was slightly inferior to the Peng Demon Falcon avatar, now had only a very short period left before complete incubation. At this moment, clusters of flames churned and evolved unceasingly in Yangwu's pupils like 2 worlds of fire. With every breath, thick currents of fiery aura flowed around his body. He merged with the surrounding environment, as if he would dissolve into this incandescent heaven and earth and vanish without a trace. Violence, warmth, searing heat, passion, blazing radiance, ferocity, wildness, destruction. Yangwu stood like that on the planet nearest the sun, quietly experiencing all things fire at this moment. He could no longer feel the pain that the sun's fire had inflicted upon him during those 10 days. Standing there, Yang Wu felt like a fish in water, free and unencumbered without the slightest trace of distress. After standing for several more hours, completely absorbing the insights gained at the threshold of the fundamental law of fire origin, Yang Wu gradually turned his body away from the sun. A crimson primal force war blade suddenly appeared in his hand. Gripping it with one hand, he casually slashed forward. Boom! A scorching blade glow shot out as if splitting heaven and earth apart. With a deafening boom, the long, dry, iron-hard surface of Mercury was shattered by his slash, opening a great canyon thousands of meters deep. The edges of the canyon were pitch black as if scorched by fire. Inside the canyon, waves of thick, violent fire aura were several times more intense than anywhere else on Mercury. Blazing flame. Excitement flashed in Yang Wu's eyes. With a loud shout, he sprang aloft and shot into the sky above Mercury, his long saber dancing in his hand. It was precisely the saber art he knew best. Blazing flame, a technique primarily meant to assist in comprehending the law of fire. As the blazing flame saber art flowed from Yang Wu's hand, every slash released a genuinely violent blaze. The law of fire and the saber technique fused perfectly into one. You're back. 2 days later, Yang Wu returned from Mercury. His younger sister Yang Li was so engrossed in compounding and studying various potions in the cultivation chamber that she was completely unaware of her brother's return. Master Yao, however, had sensed it the moment Yang Wu's spaceship entered Earth's sphere. The first glimpse of Yang Wu made his eyes narrow slightly, and a look of satisfaction immediately spread over his face. Not bad. In 10 days, the blazing star beast avatar has taken shape and you've crossed the threshold of the fundamental law of fire origin. Much faster than I expected. I thought it would take another 1 or 2 months. Master Yao wiggled his diminutive body with satisfaction. Without any visible motion, a book dozens of times larger than himself appeared before him. The book stood about 1.5 meters tall, nearly a meter wide and tens of centimeters thick. Since you've crossed the threshold of the fundamental law of fire origin, this manual may be of use for comprehending the law of fire on a deeper level as well as the secret arts combining fire and space. The manual had just appeared when it floated slowly toward Yang Wu. Although it looked extremely massive and heavy under Master Yao's manipulation, it seemed to be weightless. The manual was fiery red and made of some unknown material. Each page was as thick as an iron slab, yet it was exceptionally tough and radiated a burning heat. The manual consisted of roughly 500 pages. On its cover, clusters of crimson flames formed 2 cosmic common script characters, Yen Yu. Staring intently at the words Yen Yu, Yang Wu instantly felt as though the might of an erupting volcano were rushing into his face. Below Yen Yu, more clusters of flames formed 2 slightly smaller characters, Chao Guang. Though a size smaller, they still exuded an aura of unbridled violence and untamed arrogance. Opening the manual, Yang Wu saw flamboyant cosmic common script characters filling the pages. With his existing familiarity with the original story, he quickly deduced the manual's origins. Years ago, Emperor Yen achieved a breakthrough and became a lord of the universe. He left behind a Yen god chaos stele in Chaos City for future generations to comprehend the fundamental law of fire origin and the secret arts of fire and space. Later, Emperor Yen rebelled against the human race, and in the Yen god mystic realm of his Yen god clan created another identical Yen god chaos stele for his own clansmen and descendants to contemplate. And this manual Yen Yu was written by Chao Guang, an immortal level clansman of the Yen god clan, after he had studied the Yen god chaos stele in the clan's mystic realm. It included his own interpretations of the Yen god chaos stele and the 108 pure fire secret arts and 108 fire and space secret arts he had created after comprehending it. Through Master Yao's explanation, Yang Wu learned that Chao Guang, the author of Yen, he was none other than the servant he had seen when he first entered the spaceship. A towering figure nearly 10 meters tall, pitch black all over, with 2 curved golden horns on his head, resembling the bull demon king. The Yen god chaos stele, created by Emperor Yen. Yang Wu could hardly suppress his excitement. Though he despised Emperor Yan's character in the original story, there was no denying his abilities. After all, he was the disciple of the divine king Zuoshank, and a being who commanded an entire race. Although Yen Yu was written by Chao Guang, an immortal of the Yen god clan, it was exactly what Yang Wu needed to study at his current stage. Clutching the manual, Yang Wu sat down in a corner of the cultivation chamber and started reading. It was only half a day later that Yang Li, having finished compounding potions, noticed Yang Wu's return and pulled his consciousness out of Yen Yu. The Yen Yu manual primarily introduced the Yen god chaos stele. It also depicted the first 5 images from the stele, and through the author's own explanations it illuminated the essence of the fundamental law of fire origin, with both text and illustrations proceeding from the superficial to the profound. If crossing the threshold of the fundamental law of fire origin were likened to recognizing Chinese square characters, then the Yen god chaos stele would be the lesson on writing with those characters, and that writing lesson entails such foundational knowledge as word formation and sentence construction. Yen Yu, on the other hand, begins from even simpler word formation and sentence construction, slowly guiding the reader from initial fluency to understanding the origin and meaning of each square character, then to choosing words and forming sentences, and finally to composing poetry and prose. In the days that followed, Yang Wu remained wholly immersed in studying the Yen Yu technique. Nearly 20 days passed in what seemed like a single instant, and the day of the arena battle arrived. In the virtual universe, in the 9-star Bay residential district, Yang Wu's luxury villa was extraordinarily lively. Apart from Yang Wu and the other 5 who were about to take part in the arena battle, the parents and relatives of Yang Wu and his siblings, Luo Feng's family, the children of Hong and Lei Shen and Mohan Descend's family, and many friends who usually got along with these 6, had all gathered in the several thousand square meter villa. Everyone gathered in Yang Wu's villa waiting for the arena battle to begin, so they could enter and watch the 6 compete live. Although Luo Feng, Hong, Lei Shen, and the others had also bought properties in the 9-star Bay residential district, their homes were far inferior to Yang Wu's top-grade villa. In addition, given Yang Wu's influence among them, they usually liked to gather at his villa. Among the 6, everyone except Lei Shen, including Mohan Descend, wore a relaxed and carefree expression. Only Lei Shen looked somewhat dejected. He had spent a full month in seclusion under the guidance of Lord Wu, yet he still had not managed to cross the threshold of the Thunder Law as he had hoped. The arena melee was divided into 1,000 groups, with 200 groups held each day. On the first day, groups 1 through 200 competed. Of the 7 from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire who had passed the preliminaries, only Yang Wu was placed in Group 5. So he would be the first to fight. Na Bai and I was in Group 32, Hong in Group 161. While all the others were scheduled for the second day or later. Sanzi, it's almost your turn. Go out there and show them the spirit of us Earthlings. Give us a great start. Lei Shen thumped Yang Wu, who was about to take the stage. Head, just watch me. Yang Wu smiled easily, a flicker of fighting spirit flashing through his eyes. For Yang Wu, as he was now, the arena battle was far too easy. This time he mainly wanted to verify that he had crossed the threshold of the Fire Origin Law. He also wanted to test the results of his study of Yen Yu. As for Yang Wu, his sights were already set on the true decisive battle a few years later. At the thought of soon crossing hands with true powerhouses like Bolan and Jialai Shi, Yang Wu felt a surge of excitement. In the preparation hall, bizarre-looking geniuses materialized out of thin air one after another. Most of them spent the last moments before the start hastily forming factions and choosing allies. Only Yang Wu remained still, his eyes half closed, restoring his spirit. Yang Wu, it's you. We meet again. Who would have thought we'd be in the same arena battle? What a stroke of fate. Suddenly a somewhat familiar voice came from nearby. Yang Wu looked up and saw none other than Chiao, still dressed in white robes. The man who had challenged Yang Wu in the final round of the elimination battle, and been killed by Yang Wu after failing. He had originally been ranked first in the 9th World Zone. After being killed by Yang Wu, his ranking had fallen, and he was left with no choice but to take part in the arena battle. Seeing Yang Wu, Chiao showed no sign of grievance or hatred. Instead, he greeted Yang Wu warmly. Yes, we meet again. Hello. Yang Wu nodded and said, how about joining forces in the arena battle? After being killed by Yang Wu, Chiao had completely set aside his pride. Around him had already gathered 9 other prodigy martial artists who were also about to take part in this arena battle. Join forces. Yang Wu was slightly taken aback. Humph. Chiao, why are you trying to recruit any stray cat or dog into our team? Our team now has exactly 10 people, yet you want to bring him in. Do you think someone among us is inferior to him? Or are you planning to give him your own advancement slot? One of the men beside Chiao, similar in height but much more stout, said in a muffled voice. Immediately aside from the man who had spoken, the other 8 around Chiao all showed hostile looks in their eyes, some toward Chiao, some toward Yang Wu. In the arena battle, each group had 100 people and 90 were eliminated. It seemed that Chiao and his group of 10 were plotting to monopolize all 10 advancement slots in the group. Sorry, I overlooked it. Chiao answered hurriedly with a wry smile, then offered Yang Wu an apology before walking with the other 9 to the empty seats on one side. Humph, kid, I've remembered you. When the arena battle starts, we'll be the first to send you out. Remember, my name is Pu Chong. As a lean, wiry man passed Yang Wu, he leaned in and fixed his cold, venomous scorpion-like eyes on Yang Wu for a long moment before speaking sinisterly. Among these 10, Pu Chong had the lowest ranking and was also the most suspicious. Chiao's attempt to recruit Yang Wu right in front of him made him especially unhappy. Chiao Yuan Dao Pu Chong by Shi Li Rong Huang. Yang Wu's expression remained unchanged, but in his mind, he matched these names one by one, with the dossiers the Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had given him, identifying each of them. No wonder these men were so arrogant. Judging from their rankings in the previous elimination round, they indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Chiao, after being killed by Yang Wu, had ultimately placed 19th in the 9th World Zone. Yuan Dao was 21st in the 3rd World Zone. Pu Chong was 37th in the 98th World Zone. Bai Shili was 7th in the 27th World Zone. All of them were people who had once achieved remarkable results in their own world zones. I hope you won't actually come and provoke me. Otherwise your journey through the genius battle will come to an end here. Yang Wu said coldly in his heart. Yang Wu, Yang Wu, Yang Wu. The fifth arena battle was about to begin. As the beautiful commentator announced each contestant, every martial artist who walked out of the preparation hall drew thunderous cheers. When the beautiful commentator called out Yang Wu's name, a section of the stands, over 1 million spectators from the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, shouted at the top of their lungs, proclaiming that Yang Wu was the top genius of their Black Dragon Mountain empire. Soon after, amid the countdown, a rumbling boom sounded and 100 absolute elites appeared in the 30-kilometer-wide melee arena. In the audience, people from Earth immediately spotted Yang Wu. Sanzi, Xiao Wu, Mr. Yang Wu. Compared with the other three brothers, many people on Earth felt Yang Wu was very mysterious. Before the golden-horned beast calamity, he had not been famous. He was merely a fairly ordinary martial artist. People's knowledge of his combat ability basically remained at that scene from the battle with the golden-horned beast. After the golden-horned beast calamity, Yang Wu rarely appeared in public. Although he would occasionally produce things of epic-making significance for humanity on Earth, he always had others plan and execute them. He himself almost never showed up. Although Yang Wu's name still hung high at the global headquarters of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall, he himself had never held any position there. In the arena space, the long blade on Yang Wu's back remained sheathed. He stood quietly in one corner of the arena, silently sweeping his gaze over the crowd, before calmly waiting for the battle to begin. The battle begins. A deep, majestic voice resounded through the minds of everyone in the arena. As the voice marking the start of battle faded, the battle space, spanning 30 kilometers in every direction, immediately began to shrink slowly, and in just 15 minutes it would contract to a diameter of 1 meter. No one dared to be negligent. Without delay, everyone plunged into frenzied combat. Boom, 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 boom. Violent airflow erupted across the arena in an instant. Within the arena space, 100 genius experts swiftly began charging at one another in battle. Ha ha ha, I'll go take care of that annoying brat first, said the lean-built Pu Chong, a curved blade in each hand. He quickly located Yang Wu standing in a remote corner, a cruel sneer flashing across his eyes, as he let out a fierce shout and pressed toward Yang Wu. Ah, come back, don't. Chiao was taken aback. By the time he tried to block, Pu Chong's curved blade was already whistling down toward the top of Yang Wu's head. Humph, courting death. A murderous intent flashed in Yang Wu's eyes. Within each of his pupils a blaze seemed to ignite. His body moved easily, evading Pu Chong's slash, yet he did not draw his blade. Instead, he shifted his shoulder and lunged abruptly at the other man like a mountain, ramming straight into Pu Chong. Boom! Having been evaded by Yang Wu, Pu Chong could only watch helplessly as Yang Wu's body hurtled toward him at an astonishing speed. Even before the impact landed, Pu Chong sensed a formidable force bearing down on him, carrying a thick, scorching heat that rushed at his face. No! When Pu Chong snapped back to his senses and tried to dodge, it was already too late. In a single miserable cry, he felt his internal organs suddenly shatter into pieces. His bones and muscles burst and disintegrated under the tremendous force. Then his consciousness slowly began to fade away. Damn it! You're seeking death. Let's kill this brat first. Among Chiao's group of 10, aside from Chiao and 3 who had already engaged others in combat, the other 5, having watched their ally be slain by Yang Wu, immediately erupted in rage. Ignoring Chiao's attempts to dissuade them, they closed in to kill Yang Wu from all sides. Just now, Yang Wu had instantly slain his opponent with a ramming strike using a fire rule application technique he had comprehended from the Blazing Universe. This, however, also kept Chiao and the others from seeing the subtlety behind it. They simply believed Pu Chong's death was due to excessive carelessness. Kill! Facing the 5 enemies converging on him, Yang Wu's expression did not change. Instead, his fighting spirit surged within him. With a thunderous shout, he stepped forward. He sidestepped a long-range attack from a psychic, and the long blade on his back suddenly leapt from its sheath, cutting a trail of burning heat as if crossing the distance of space itself. It split open the skull of the warrior at the very front, cleaving his head in two. Die! Flames surged in Yang Wu's eyes. He did not even glance at the first opponent he had cut down. His body swayed weirdly to the side, and the long blade in his hand drew another arc of scorching heat. Another head immediately flew high into the air. Then his footsteps moved in rapid succession. He left a trail of afterimages, never once clashing with his enemy's weapons. 2 more slashes followed in quick succession, and instantly 2 more heads soared upward. Of the 5 attackers, only the last one remained. Bai Shili, the psychic who had kept his distance. Chiao, save me. Bai Shili, standing on a psychic-powered flying weapon, shouted at the top of his lungs, heedless of anything else. He fled at once toward Chiao. Meanwhile, the other 3 who had been fighting with others also hurried over. Yang Wu, Bai Shili was in the wrong this time. Do me a favor. Can you let him off just this once? Chiao together with the other three shielded the pale-faced, thoroughly terrified by Shili behind them, then immediately sent a voice transmission. Step aside and I won't hold it against you. But since Bai Shili dared to come and surround me, he has to pay the price. Whoever blocks me, I'll kill. Yang Wu could not be bothered to send a voice transmission. He stared coldly at the other man and shouted directly. You! Chiao's face shifted with embarrassment. Looking into Yang Wu's flame-like eyes, he finally suppressed the urge to strike and firmly held back the other three, signaling them not to rush forward. Bai Shili, this is trouble you brought upon yourselves. Sorry, we can't help you. Chiao firmly held back the other three, then stepped aside, making way. No, save me. Chiao Rong Huang. Seeing Yang Wu stride toward him step by step, Bai Shili retreated in terror. At the same time, he sent a stream of flying daggers to weave a defensive knife curtain before him, hoping to block Yang Wu's attack. Swish! A flash of blade light swept past. All the knife curtain before Bai Shili shattered instantly like paper, bursting in every direction under Yang Wu's strike. Then that crimson blade glow did not pause in the least, soaring across the air, and a head was sent flying high. After killing Puchong, he had instantly killed for more, then arrogantly shouted down Chiao and the others and then slain another. Moreover, these five were all super geniuses who had ranked at the forefront of their respective world zones in the elimination round. The millions of spectators across the Hailongshan Empire widened their eyes in shock, yet they were utterly silent. They were all stunned by Yang Wu's ferocity. Many wore fierce expressions, their eyes blazing with madness and excitement. Well done. That's my son of the Yang clan. He had never truly seen Yang Wu fight before, and moreover, he was not a martial artist himself. The first time he witnessed Yang Wu in battle, he was awestruck by his commanding presence, his fists clenched tightly and his eyes wide open. Beside him, Li Yang Wu's mother was equally thrilled, and stirred her eyes fixed unblinkingly on her son on the arena stage. Brother, well done. Yang Li stood in her seat, waving her fist vigorously. Old Third has improved again. Hong and Lei Shen both rose to their feet. Third brother is advancing too fast. I have to work even harder. Luo Feng also stood up, clenching his fists tightly, and said silently in his heart. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the over 1 million people from the Hailongshan starfield went completely wild. They screamed hoarsely and shouted Yang Wu's name. In the history of the Hailongshan Empire, its performances in the genius competition had always been fairly poor. Only this time, just now, they suddenly possessed the right to the same mad roars and proud shouts that citizens of other empires had always enjoyed. What a fellow! He's actually comprehended 2 fundamental laws. I suddenly feel that my reward for him is too light. He might very well become the first martial artist in the history of my Hailongshan Empire to enter the virtual universe company through the genius competition. Inside the luxurious palace on Hailongshan Island, the emperor of the Hailongshan Empire was watching the scene of Yang Wu instantly killing 4 opponents on the screen, his face filled with excitement. He could not restrain the agitation in his heart and said to himself, who else? Yang Wu stood with his blade sheathed, sweeping his tiger-like eyes across the crowd. Ah! Everyone in the arena immediately became cautious. Even those who had been fiercely fighting each other paused their movements in tacit agreement, for a moment cautiously glancing in Yang Wu's direction before resuming their killing. The arena space slowly shrank and the fighting grew ever more intense as life and death struggles erupted everywhere. However, the area where Yang Wu stood had become a forbidden zone in the entire arena. For 15 minutes, apart from the fierce slaying of 6 opponents at the very start, he had spent nearly all of that time as a quiet spectator. After the arena melee ended, Yang Wu also came to the spectator area to watch the remaining battles. Aside from Yang Wu's group of 6 from Earth, the other contestant from the Hailongshan Empire, Nabaini, who had made it into the world's top 1001, was unsurprisingly killed and eliminated, just as in the original story, drawing sighs of regret from the people of the Hailongshan Empire. Time quickly arrived at the 161st match, the moment for Hong to take the stage. Go boss, go speaker. Amid waves of cheering and encouragement, Hong left the stands. Hong from Earth, the Milky Way, the Hailongshan Empire, the same place as Yang Wu from the 5th match. As the beautiful commentator narrated, he was teleported into the arena space together with 99 other elites. Then the spectators of the Hailongshan Empire immediately broke into waves of cheers. This genius tournament was no less than a festival celebration for the Hailongshan Empire. In past genius battles, very few talents had advanced to the arena finals through the elimination rounds. This time, however, several had done so in a row, and many people knew it. Of the 7 elites who entered the arena battle this time, 6 came from a planet called Earth. Hong, Hong, Earth, Earth, Earth. The crowd kept shouting Hong's name, then added the word Earth, and some even began calling out Yang Wu's name again. This is a bit troublesome. That savage is here too. When Lei Shen clearly saw the faces of the people on the field, his expression changed slightly. I hope those 2 won't end up fighting. From his battle with Rong Jun, Lei Shen could sense that even though Hong had crossed the threshold of the Law of Light, he was still no match for the savage Rong Jun. Hong held a long spear, scanning his surroundings with a wary gaze, yet blazing fighting spirit burned in his eyes. The battle begins. A low majestic voice echoed through the minds of everyone in the arena. Boom! Boom! Violent air currents burst into chaos as the 100 geniuses in the arena swiftly began charging and clashing in combat. The savage Rong Jun was as rampant and ferocious as ever. Hong likewise rapidly swung his long spear and charged toward the nearest genius to join the fray. With several consecutive thrusts. After felling several opponents in a row, once Hong's prowess became evident, few people remained around him. At that moment, his fighting spirit slowly surging, Hong swept his gaze across the entire arena. Then of his own accord he leveled his spear at a genius warrior. When Yang Wu saw the gender of the person fighting Hong, the weapon in her hand, and the law comprehension she displayed in combat, the corner of his mouth couldn't help curling upward in a sinister arc. The plot was still following the script. However, this time Hong's cultivation had undergone earth-shaking changes. The opponent Hong chose was exactly the woman with the fierce style, who, in the original story, had taken the initiative to challenge Hong and eliminate him from the tournament. Boom! 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 The attractive woman wielding twin blades was clearly a battle maniac as well. Seeing that this spear-wielding man, after easily knocking aside several opponents, had voluntarily sought her out, she felt not the slightest irritation. Instead, her eyes gleamed with excitement. With a cold shout, eerie green streams of energy burst forth around her body and along her twin curved blades, and then without any hesitation she swung both blades. She slashed at Hong. The long spear in Hong's hand seemed to transform into an agile, ever-changing viper with fierce, menacing fangs. Facing the opponent's twin curved blades, the flexible spear shaft whirled faster and faster, radiating dazzling rays of light that were laced with layers of entrancing illusion. Water is at once the softest and the hardest, but it had met light. And within that light was also an illusion art capable of bewitching the mind. Clang, 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 clang. Spear and blades clashed, yet the power they displayed did not seem overwhelming. But at the very instant their weapons met, the woman's expression suddenly changed and her movements slowed by several times. After a few more clashes her face turned ghastly pale. Swish! After only 4 or 5 exchanges, the spear shaft that had appeared as soft as a ribbon suddenly straightened, and a silvery bright ray of light shot forward in a flash. It pierced through the opponent's throat without the slightest obstruction before slowly dispersing. At this moment the source law of light finally revealed its savage fangs. Boom! At that moment the hearts of the millions of people in the Hailongshan Star region, who had been watching Hong's battle, were instantly set ablaze. Earlier Yang Wu had cleanly and powerfully slain 5 formidable opponents, and the flames of excitement in everyone's hearts had not yet died out. Now Hong had poured a bucket of fuel onto those flames. Well done, boss. Lei Shen pumped his fist and shouted. Boss's illusion stream technique and his application of the source law of light have become even more exquisite. Yang Wu said softly. Just as millions of people of the Hailongshan Empire were cheering for Hong on a floating island above the Hailongshan Island in the virtual universe, there stood an unassuming manor that occupied an extremely vast piece of land. One of the most top-tier realm lords of the Hailongshan Empire, Jiang Tianchen, was accompanying a white-haired, seemingly kind old man as they watched Hong's battle through the broadcast. That little fellow in black. Is he from our Hailongshan Empire? He has actually crossed the threshold of the source law of light. I never imagined our Hailongshan Empire could produce such a genius. The old man looked at Hong's appearance on the screen with great interest and said, moreover, he has blended something akin to an illusion art into his spear technique. What a wondrous method. I wonder which powerful master taught him. Commander, he is a native from a planet called Earth in the Milky Way. Jiang Tianchen said respectfully. A native? The old man asked in surprise. Yes. In this battle our Hailongshan Empire had a total of 7 people enter the arena fight, 6 of whom came from that planet called Earth. Moreover, this little fellow named Hong is not the most outstanding among those 6. He ranks at most 4th. Oh, the surprise on the old man's face deepened by several degrees. What a pity. Even if a genius like this cannot enter the virtual universe company, he should still be sent to the Chenwu secret realm for cultivation. Otherwise he would be quite suitable to become my disciple. The old man sighed. Excellent spear play. The arena space was slowly shrinking, and the whole process of Hong killing the twin-blade woman with one spear thrust had fallen into the eyes of the savage Rong Jun. Rong Jun's eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit as he praised loudly, and at the same time he strode heavily in Hong's direction. Not good. The boss has caught the savage's eye. In the spectator section, Lei Shen's expression suddenly changed at the sight. His cheers for Hong ceased abruptly at that very moment. Savage! Seeing Rong Jun striding toward him, Hong immediately stood his ground with his spear held horizontally, showing not the slightest fear. The battle is over. Just as the clash between Hong and Rong Jun was about to erupt, a mighty voice rang out. Although the arena space had not yet shrunk to a diameter of 1 meter, only 8 people remained around Hong and Rong Jun. This arena battle was over. As the announcement of the battle's end rang out, the stands instantly erupted in cheers. Whether it was the people of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire shouting Hong's name, or the supporters of the other 9 shouting their own favorites' names, Yang Wu, and the others secretly sighed in relief. Yang Wu and Lei Shen, who understood Rong Jun's strength best, let out long sighs of relief. Fortunately, the battle had ended in time, otherwise Hong truly would have been no match for Rong Jun, and would have faced inevitable elimination. Whatever Yang Wu and Lei Shen might think on this first day alone, 2 geniuses of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had forcefully advanced through the arena battles. The names Yang Wu and Hong, and the planet they hailed from Earth, had already become known to every person in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. On the second day, Luo Feng's first arena battle brought yet another surprise to the millions of Black Dragon Mountain Empire spectators. There was no difference from the original plot. Moreover, because his cultivation had surpassed the original's level at the same period, and because he had been spurred on by Yang Wu's decisive killing of an opponent the previous day, Luo Feng's battle that day was even more dominant and imposing than in the original. He not only savagely killed Ophizius and Kazan, but while he was hunting down Jinsi Li Pushkin, who had received Jinsi Li's distress call, tried to stop him. Yet things did not unfold as they had in the original. He did not retreat after taking a single move from Luo Feng as he had in the original. He was unable to withstand even one move, and was ruthlessly killed by the Yenshin divine weapon. Then Luo Feng cleanly killed Jinsi Li. Luo Feng, Earth, Luo Feng, Earth, Luo Feng, Earth. Both in the stands and across the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the crowd erupted once again. Through the battles of Yang Wu Hong and Luo Feng, the planet Earth once again rose from the people's cries. After Luo Feng's battle, before long it was Mo Henderson's turn to fight. Likewise, amid the crowd's cheers, Mo Henderson appeared in the arena space, holding an exaggerated violet gold heavy hammer. Unfortunately, Mo Henderson did not have Hong's luck. Perhaps it was because his exaggerated violet gold heavy hammer was so out of proportion to his body. It quickly drew others' attention. Boom! In no time 3 people moved to surround and slay Mo Henderson. Clearly they had formed an alliance before the arena battle began. Bang! 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 Mo Henderson refused to yield. He swung the violet gold hammer in his hand, handling it with deceptive ease, hammer blow after hammer blow, each as heavy as a mountain. Streams of murky yellow chi swirled around Mo Henderson as the Earth domain cycled and empowered him while he desperately fought back against the 3 despicable bastards. Attacking one man with so many. Shameless. Below the arena in the stands, the sight of Mo Henderson's plight had long since roused millions of Black Dragon Mountain Empire spectators into discontent, fury, and even curses. Unfortunately, their shouts and curses had no effect whatsoever. After struggling to smash one person to death, Mo Henderson was overwhelmed and killed by the other 2, eliminated from the competition. What a pity. Though it had been expected, Yang Wu and the others still shook their heads with regret. He had once been the 3rd speaker of the War God Palace on Earth, and the strongest expert in America, though his cultivation was inferior to Lei Shen's and Hong's. However, with the various cultivation secret arts and resources Yang Wu provided, his talent was fully unleashed and his cultivation soared. He became the first martial artist on Earth to reach the star level after Yang Wu and his sister Luo Feng Hong and Lei Shen. Unfortunately, the Earth law he cultivated had always remained stuck at the threshold, and he could not step across that crucial boundary. If he had, clearing the arena melee should not have been too difficult. Although sighs of regret filled the air, the people of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire could not help but admire Mo Henderson for tenaciously killing one of his 3 attackers before being eliminated. After shouting the names of Yang Wu Hong and Luo Feng, some also called out Mo Henderson's name. His exaggerated violet gold heavy hammer in particular was remembered and emulated by many. After Mo Henderson, Lei Shen appeared in the arena space immediately after. Lei Shen is also a genius of our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Lei Shen also comes from Earth. Lei Shen, go, Earth, go. Perhaps it was because of Mo Henderson's regrettable elimination moments earlier that all the Black Dragon Mountain Empire spectators shouted even more loudly, hoping to cheer Lei Shen on in this way. Kill. Even if I am eliminated, I still want to fight one more exhilarating, spectacular battle in this genius tournament. The moment the sound signaling the start of battle rang out, Lei Shen's body was instantly wreathed in lightning. His lightning domain expanded, and he raised the long saber in his hand, slashing toward the nearest warriors. Boom! One slash after another, utterly merciless. He used his full strength from the very start, cleanly killing an elite in a few strokes, then howled and savagely charged at another. Good. Powerful. Lei Shen. Earth. Lei Shen. None of Yang Wu Hong, Luo Feng, or Mo Henderson had taken the initiative like Lei Shen did, proactively attacking and brutally cutting down a fellow elite warrior. Lei Shan's passionate display immediately stirred up the fervor of all the Black Dragon Mountain Empire spectators, who had been somewhat dejected by Mo Henderson's elimination. Compared with Yang Wuhong and Luo Feng, Lei Shan's cultivation might be slightly inferior, but his way of fighting was more passionate and blood-rousing. This guy, Hong laughed inwardly. Maybe this really works after all. Yang Wu murmured. As Yang Wu had said, perhaps because of Lei Shan's aggressiveness and glaring sharpness, he did not encounter a battle-obsessed maniac like Rong Jun who loved challenging the strong. After witnessing Lei Shan's overbearing aura, the other strongest fighters did not willingly provoke him, either seeking to avoid infighting. Up until Lei Shan had killed nearly 10 people with unrivaled dominance, he still had not encountered any real danger. At the moment the battle ended amid the crowd's cheers, Lei Shan finally let out a long sigh of relief. "Old second, you really are something. I never expected you to be this savage." As soon as Lei Shan appeared in the stands, Hong immediately clapped him on the shoulder and said with a laugh, "Haha, don't even mention it. I was really nervous just now. Seeing Mo Henderson eliminated and knowing I hadn't crossed the threshold of the law either, I had no confidence. So I had to seize the initiative first, pick a few weak opponents and build momentum. Did you think I was just killing randomly without a plan? Haha, I had already figured out who was the strongest among these 100. You have to squeeze the soft persimmon. The opponents I chose were all the weakest among these 100. Lei Shan rubbed his gleaming bald head and laughed somewhat sheepishly. Before the arena battle, Lei Shan had already secretly formed a plan. To survive to the very end in this melee, he knew his combat strength was only around average among these 100. One slight misstep, and he would follow in Mo Henderson's footsteps. That was why Lei Shan came up with this scheme. Reveal his sharp edge from the very beginning and put his fierceness on display. Fortunately, among the 100 people in this arena battle, the names of the strongest elite geniuses were all recorded in the information the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's emperor had provided. This allowed Lei Shan to seize the initiative with purpose, keeping those determined to break into the top 10 from clashing head-on with him and giving Lei Shan an opening. While everyone was jokingly mocking Lei Shan's cunning, the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire was ablaze with excitement because 2 more people had advanced that day. The name Earth, moreover, was etched into everyone's hearts. Earth, Earth. That day the name of this planet was called out and remembered without cease. On Mercury, under the scorching tyranny of sunlight, Yang Wu sat alone atop a mountain peak, quietly enduring the intense solar radiation, while his mind had long since sunk into the virtual universe. Within the virtual universe, there existed a blazing planet whose temperatures were several times more extreme than Mercury's. Above a surging sea of magma, Yang Wu hovered in midair alone, facing the assault of tens of thousands of special lifeforms, known as Yang Flame beasts born from the molten depths. Each of the tens of thousands of Yang Flame beasts was only the size of a fist, yet they moved at astonishing speed and radiated searing flame as they relentlessly attacked Yang Wu. Their interlaced fiery red phantom silhouettes wove a massive net of flame in the space around his body, engulfing him entirely within a radius of over 100 meters. Under Shao Xian's deliberate arrangement, Yang Wu could not strike back against the frenzied assault of these Yang Flame beasts. He could only rely on his space law movement techniques to dodge within that 100-meter span, and in the course of evading, he strove to comprehend the unique flame power surging within the beasts, the law of fire. Meanwhile, the seething magma below would occasionally erupt into streaks of molten arrows, shooting toward Yang Wu in the air, and leaving him flustered and off balance. 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, the intelligent life form, Shao Xian, hovered in midair, continuously shouting out corrections whenever Yang Wu made a misstep. The figure of Medicine Sovereign had appeared briefly when Yang Wu first began this training, observed his progress for a while, and then quietly departed once more. After half an hour, the ordinary robe on Yang Wu's body was already reduced to tattered rags. Although Yang Wu's comprehension of the space law had already reached the consummate second level of spatial mastery, the 100-thread flow, he still ended up in a sorry state under such dense, unrelenting attacks. Only by reaching the 3rd level of spatial mastery, the myriad illusions, can I truly compare with Bolin. Yang Wu shook his head quietly as he examined the dense marks left on his body by the Yang Flame beasts. He distinctly remembered that when Bolin challenged the 1st floor of the 7th trial tower, though he had not succeeded, he revealed a breathtaking grasp of the spatial origin laws manifesting over 1,000 phantoms. Yet Yang Wu, now at the consummate 2nd level of spatial mastery, could conjure at most 100 phantoms, still a vast distance away from Bolin's realm of spatial law comprehension. A year earlier, after the arena group battles, aside from Mo Henderson, the other 5 members of Earth's squad all advanced to the arena finals. Of course, the last of Earth's 6 to step onto the stage, the young pharmacist Yang Li, once again stunned the crowd with her bizarre alchemical techniques, carrying Earth's renown to an unprecedented peak. In the decisive battles following the group stage, however, the goddess of fortune did not smile upon Thunder God a second time. He was regretfully eliminated. Yang Wu, his sister, and Luo Feng all advanced without obstruction, smoothly qualifying for the grand finals 3 years later. Just as in the original tale, Luo Feng encountered the battle maniac Rongjun during the arena finals. This time, however, the outcome of their battle was completely reversed. Luo Feng, whose cultivation far surpassed his original counterpart, clashed with Rongjun for several rounds, as both unleashed every skill they possessed. And in the end, the result was the exact opposite of the original story. Luo Feng advanced despite severe injuries. Rongjun died and entered the reincarnation rounds. Of the 5 from Earth, only Hong suffered a defeat in the arena finals, and was sent into the reincarnation battles. Although the reincarnation battles featured many matches, they were relatively more relaxed. They became an arena where Hong honed his combat skills. Yang Wu and the others paid little attention, each devoting themselves to their own cultivation, as they awaited the ultimate showdown 3 years later. During this period, the names of Yang Wu, Rongjun, and Luo Feng, the most outstanding geniuses to emerge from the Chenwu Universe Nation in this genius battle, resounded throughout the entire nation and became known to the many geniuses who would participate in the final showdown. Afterward, Earth entered an era of explosive development. With the support of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's royal family, more and more interstellar trade and cosmic conglomerates established themselves on Earth. The Chenwu Dojo quickly selected a site, as well building its headquarters on the former Australian continent, and becoming the most powerful force for martial artist training on the planet. Earth's people swiftly integrated into the vast cosmos, mastering various advanced technologies, while numerous large enterprises expanded into the major developed planets under the rule of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. In just over a year, Earth shed its primitive label. 2 years later on Mercury, Yang Wu had spent most of his time with his consciousness submerged in the virtual universe, battling against the varied environments and opponents set up by Shao Xin to sharpen his combat prowess and deepen his comprehension of the fire origin law and space origin law. In these past few days, however, Yang Wu had ceased entering the virtual universe altogether. His consciousness returned fully to his body, as he observed the final gestation period of the Flame Star Beast avatar within him. 5 days ago, the fully formed Flame Star Beast avatar had begun exhibiting signs of life, filling Yang Wu with immense elation, and he had focused all his attention on the final moments before its successful birth. Roar, 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 roar. 5 days later, Yang Wu, whose consciousness had remained immersed in his inner world, suddenly beamed with joy. With a single thought, a colossal star beast nearly 300 meters long, its entire body a dark crimson, appeared at his side. It was none other than the newly born Flame Star Beast avatar. The moment the avatar emerged into the sunlight, it could not restrain itself and let out several long roars toward the heavens. The sound caused loose stones atop countless towering peaks across the desiccated planet Mercury to tremble and come cascading down. Like the golden-horned beast, the newly formed Flame Star Beast avatar instantly possessed a cultivation base at the early star level stage. The Flame Star Beast's build resembled the golden-horned beast avatars of Luo Feng and Yang Li, its body covered in house-sized scales. Yet each of these scales resembled a burning blade of fire, striking dread into any who laid eyes upon it. On its forehead grew 3 parallel horns, 1 long and 2 short, each slightly twisted like the tips of serpentine spears. The horns were entirely crimson, like raging flames that devoured all things. Upon its back stretched a pair of wings fully 300 meters wide, covered in dark crimson scales. Exhilarated, the Flame Star Beast avatar immediately spread its wings and soared into the sky. In that instant, the heavens seemed to gain a second miniature sun, blazing radiant red as if vying with the true sun for glory. As it climbed high into the air and faced the scorching sun, the Flame Star Beast avatar instead felt exceptionally comfortable, as if bathing in a warm spring. While the Flame Star Beast avatar soared into the sky, savoring the soothing heat of the sun, Yang Wu's true body closed his eyes and began comprehending the law of fire. The very moment the Flame Star Beast avatar was successfully conceived, countless insights regarding the fire origin law surged like a tidal wave, flooding into Yang Wu's mind. Puzzling points that had never been clear before were suddenly swept open like a floodgate, granting him instant enlightenment. Even the obscure passages of the blazing cosmos' secret art resolved themselves without effort. Ha ha ha! Now that my Flame Star Beast avatar has been born, no opponent in the Genius Battle Finals can make me flinch. Yang Wu, his Flame Star Beast avatar, and his Peng Demon Falcon avatar on Mars all raised their heads and roared with overbearing pride. On September 5, 2070, in the Huaxia calendar, this day was not only the focus of every person on Earth. It was also a grand occasion eagerly awaited by the entire human race across all 1008 universe nations. This was the moment when more than 1 million peerless geniuses from the 1008 universe nations had gathered to welcome the arrival of the ultimate showdown. Boss old 3 old 4 last go for it. On Earth, all who were close to the 4 of them came to see them off. Having made it through the reincarnation battle, Hong successfully advanced to the final showdown, and the test of several hundred rounds had greatly augmented his combat power. In the virtual universe, on continents and islands alike, over 1 million peerless geniuses from all 1008 universe nations were making their way by teleportation to their respective gathering points. Whoosh! On a floating island above the Chenwu continent, 4 figures, Hong Yang Wu, his sister Yang Li, and Luo Feng, suddenly appeared. Mr. Yang Wu, Miss Yang Li, Mr. Hong, Mr. Luo Feng, welcome. Please come this way. A cosmic-level warrior in a work uniform who had been waiting beside the teleport point smiled and gestured toward a path. Thank you. After thanking him, the four were quickly transported to a beautiful plaza. By now, several hundred men and women of vastly different appearances had already gathered in the vast plaza. All elite geniuses from the Chenwu Universe Nation. Yang Wu is here. That's the madman Luo Feng. Wow, that beautiful girl is the pharmacist Yang Li. The four had just appeared. Quite a few young men and women turned to look. Hong. Hey, hello, Hong. Compared with Yang Wu, his sister, and Luo Feng, Hong was the one they were more familiar with because he had taken part in the reincarnation battle. Many smiled and greeted Hong, then seized the opportunity to strike up an acquaintance with the siblings and Luo Feng. After all, they all knew that Yang Wu, his sister, and Luo Feng were the strongest elite geniuses to emerge from the genius battle. Young prospects of boundless promise. This was the perfect time to build connections. Rong Jun, you're here. Long after the four had arrived, the wild man youth, Rong Jun, finally strolled over. Because of the fierce battle he had fought with Luo Feng, this battle maniac had unexpectedly formed a friendship with Luo Feng, and through Luo Feng, he also got to know Yang Wu, his sister, and Hong. In the virtual universe, this battle maniac, apart from constantly challenging Luo Feng, had crossed swords with Yang Wu and his sister more than once. However, his record against them was more losses than wins, yet it was those defeats that built a deep friendship between him and the Yang siblings. Luo Feng, it's been a long time since we fought. I've improved a lot recently. If we fight again, I won't lose to you. The wild man youth Rong Jun looked down at Luo Feng. Haha, is that so? Luo Feng glanced at the 3-meter-plus wild man and said, if you love battle so much, why have you been afraid to come into the virtual universe all this time and challenge my third brother? Or you could spar with that girl Yang Li. Luo Feng said with a mocking laugh. Rong Jun glanced at Yang Wu and his sister, both wearing faint smiles. Especially when he saw Yang Li's innocent, harmless smile, he could not help shivering. After letting out a dry laugh, he changed the subject. In the past, when he sparred with Yang Wu in the virtual universe, even though he lost more often than he won, at least his defeats were not too shameful. About a year before, after Yang Wu had successfully nurtured his Flame Star Giant Beast avatar, his cultivation base had soared, and the combative Rong Jun could only be brutally dominated by Yang Wu. It was especially when around half a year after the Flame Star Giant Beast avatar had been nurtured, Yang Wu achieved another breakthrough in the Spatial Law Secret Tome Mastering Space, entering the third level, the Myriad Illusions realm, and his cultivation climbed steeply. That left Rong Jun even less able to match him. After being soundly thrashed many times, Rong Jun no longer dared fight him. But Rong Jun was even more pitiable when it came to the odd girl Yang Li. Although Rong Jun's willpower was strong, he could block and endure most of Yang Li's potions. He could even beat Yang Li. Yet Yang Li's bizarre potions were endless. Though this happened in the virtual universe and had nothing to do with real victory or defeat, Rong Jun suffered a newly invented potion that eroded one's consciousness, leaving it numb, itchy, and aching. He resisted the itch and barely defeated Yang Li. After leaving the virtual universe, however, he was dismayed to find that although the numb, itchy ache in his mind had faded greatly, it was still there, as if countless ants were crawling and biting inside his skull. It tormented this 3-meter-tall man for 3 full days. From then on, whenever he saw the young girl Yang Li, Rong Jun would sit behind Luo Feng or Yang Wu, keeping a certain distance from her. He would rather be thrashed by Yang Wu than challenge Yang Li again. But suddenly an invisible pressure descended over the entire plaza. Every genius present turned pale and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. A giant over 8 meters tall, clad in a scale-armored battle robe and wearing a helmet, walked over. The aura that emanated from him naturally was like death itself descending. Lord 13 arrived. 1,000 geniuses of the Chenwu Universe Nation. By order of the Sovereign, I will lead you. You may address me as Lord 13. Such overwhelming pressure. All of them, Yang Wu, Luo Feng, and Rong Jun, immediately broke out in cold sweat. This batch from our Chenwu Universe Nation is quite good. The scale-armored giant's gaze settled on Yang Wu, his sister Luo Feng, and the wildman youth Rong Jun. Yang Wu, Luo Feng, Rong Jun, Lord 13. The three immediately bowed slightly. The three of you are the ones in this batch of our Chenwu Universe Nation most certain not to be eliminated. The Sovereign holds great expectations for the three of you. You must not disappoint him, do you understand? The scale-armored giant said. Yes, understood. The three answered respectfully. The scale-armored giant swept his gaze over the other young people and said coldly, as for the rest, aside from Yang Li, who being a pharmacist belongs to a special category and may have a thread of hope through a fresh path, there is almost no hope for the others. At that, many of the young people clenched their fists. Humph, don't be unconvinced. Strength is not shown by words, but by battle. The scale-armored giant said coldly, except for Yang Wu, Luo Feng, and Rong Jun, the rest of you, according to our intelligence, have basically only comprehended one law, and some have not even fully crossed the threshold of a single fundamental law. You were lucky just to enter this final showdown. Many of those eliminated are no worse than you. Your chances of breaking into the top 1000 are very slim. Of course, I also hope my assessment is wrong, and that I will see you create miracles. Throughout history there were peerless geniuses who seemed ordinary at first but erupted magnificently in the final showdown. I hope you can become one of them. The scale-armored giant swept his gaze over the huge crowd, and voiced hope 3 times in succession. Afterward, led by the scale-armored giant, these 1,000 geniuses teleported together into a brand new plane opened up by the virtual universe. It was a vast continent with 1008 great buildings, and the Chenwu Universe Nations team was assigned to Building 0825. Look, it's Building 0825. The Chenwu Universe Nations team has arrived. That's the cold-faced butcher Yang Wu. That man in black is Luo Feng. That tall wild man is Rong Jun. Wow, Yang Wu and Luo Feng look so small and thin. How can their strength be so terrifying? Many geniuses from the other universe nations looked at the Chenwu Universe Nation team from a distance and began to discuss animatedly. During their free time, Yang Wu and his sister strolled leisurely through the central plaza, secretly observing the peerless geniuses from the various universe countries, who were also wandering about. Meanwhile, while he was observing others were secretly observing the siblings as well. As the Yang Wu siblings of the Chenwu Universe country, they were among the key figures that geniuses from other universe countries were focused on. Although Yang Wu had previously skimmed over the files of the top-ranked geniuses of various universe countries, it was completely different from observing them up close and in person like this. Through his observations on the spot, Yang Wu compared them one by one against his memories of the original devouring novel, and soon found several people who were frequently mentioned in the original work. Prince of Manka Star Wukka, God of Death Bolin, Lightsword Ai Chun of the Dream Snail Wing Clan, Illusion Demon Geolaxy. One super genius after another made the fighting spirit in Yang Wu's heart churn and blaze incessantly, especially the God of Death Bolin and the Illusion Demon Geolaxy. One was the number 1 in the genius battle in the original story, having reached an inconceivable level in comprehending the spatial origin laws. Even though Yang Wu had recently made another breakthrough in cultivating the secret art mastering space, reaching the 3rd level, the Myriad Illusions realm, in terms of movement technique alone, he still did not have much confidence of defeating Bolin. As for the Illusion Demon Geolaxy, his cultivation of soul attacks and illusion arts had reached an extremely profound level. Once he fused soul attacks with illusions, his methods of attack became truly terrifying. Although Yang Wu was also comparatively skilled in such attack methods in terms of destructive power, he acknowledged that he was far inferior to the Illusion Demon Geolaxy. What keen perception. Yang Wu slowly studied each of the famous geniuses in the square. When his gaze swept past them, no one else noticed. Only Bolin and Geolaxy immediately sensed it and turned to look in his direction. Bolin merely exchanged a calm glance with Yang Wu, then turned away indifferently. Geolaxy, however, cast a dark, gloomy look at Yang Wu. Then he gave a cold snort, furrowing his brow. At that moment, Luo Feng and Hong and Rong Jun also walked over. The 5 of them stood off to one side, speaking in low voices. They commented on the geniuses in the plaza and did not continue walking. Brother, is that man in white the God of Death Bolin the teacher spoke of? Do we really have no chance at all of defeating him? Suddenly a crisp female voice came from behind. Yang Wu unconsciously turned toward the sound and was instantly stunned as if struck by lightning. After a long while he finally came back to his senses. So alike. Too alike. Shui Ro. Could it be that, like me, you have transmigrated into another world and are living a happy life? Yang Wu's expression changed constantly, and in an instant, he seemed distracted, turning back from time to time to look at the graceful figure far behind him. Just now, when Yang Wu unconsciously turned toward the source of the female voice behind him, the beautiful girl with flowing curly green hair made him feel as if he had once again crossed time and space, returning to the happy days with his girlfriend in his past life, and to the moment when that girl had thrown herself forward to save him and died. In his past life, after Yang Wu joined Dragon Guard Team A, he met and fell in love with his teammate Shui Ro. Her features were almost identical to this green-haired girl's, including the color of her hair. Shui Ro had also dyed a wisp of emerald green at the tips of her hair. Whether it was her appearance, her temperament, or the tone of her voice, she was almost exactly like Shui Ro, his girlfriend from his past life. The only difference was that this beautiful green-haired young woman had faint green mystic patterns on her face. Rather than concealing her beauty, they made her even more captivating. Before his death and transmigration, Yang Wu had been executing a mission with his teammates on the African continent when they were ambushed by Japanese ninjas and a band of American devils. His girlfriend, also a Dragon Guard team, a teammate, stepped forward at the critical moment and blocked the fatal blade strike for him, saving his life, but collapsing into a pool of blood. It was precisely because of this that heartbroken and despairing Yang Wu self-detonated at the last moment and perished alongside the enemies. In doing so, he allowed the remaining teammates to escape, while he himself transmigrated into this devouring world. It was also for this reason that after arriving in this world, even after becoming a war god-level powerhouse on Earth, he refused every matchmaking attempt. His parents were perennially urging him. His own parents, Luo Feng's parents, Su Xan Zhang Nan, and others had repeatedly introduced girlfriends to Yang Wu. Yet he turned them all down for various excuses. Deep in his heart, there had always been a beautiful figure. After more than 10 years, when Yang Wu was slowly beginning to forget her, an almost identical figure suddenly appeared before him. Brother, he did, seeing that beauty make your heart leap. Hong Rongjun and Luo Feng, those grown men, had not noticed the change in Yang Wu's expression. Yet the clever and mischievous girl Yang Li immediately noticed her brother's strange behavior. When she caught Yang Wu stealing glances at the green-haired beauty, not far away, she understood even more clearly. What? Yang Wu immediately snapped back to his senses. His face, which had rarely flushed in over 10 years, suddenly turned bright red. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Yang Wu feigned anger. Haha, your face is already red, yet you still refuse to admit it. Sanzi, that girl is quite good. Seize the opportunity. According to the records, she should be Qian Shui, the peerless genius from Awaken's planet. Her cultivation level is not weak, and she has a beautiful face. She matches you well, Sanzi. Luo Feng had been talking with Rong Jun, while Hong Boardstiff overheard Yang Li's words and teased as well. Brother, that beauty is really quite something. No wonder you kept making excuses every time people tried to introduce you to a girlfriend before. So you were actually looking for a genius beauty just like yourself. I like this kind of sister-in-law. Leave it to your little sister. Only this kind of genius beauty is worthy of my brother. Yang Li had just finished her voice transmission. Before Yang Wu could react, the lively girl had already left the group and dashed toward Qian Shui. This clever, quirky girl Yang Li was completely different from Yang Wu in personality. Yang Wu was steady, even dull, while Yang Li was impulsive and vivacious. After she left the group, it was not long before Yang Wu heard familiar peals of laughter coming over. Following the sound, he saw that, in just a few minutes, the girl was already whispering and giggling with Qian Shui, looking like confidants who had known each other for years. Haha, Sanzi, this girl Yang Li is much better at socializing than any of us. With her help, that Qian Shui. Heh. Hong said with a sly smile. Brother, let me introduce a beauty to you. Just as Hong was teasing Yang Wu, Yang Li had already brought Qian Shui and her brother over. Brother, this is Qian Shui, the peerless genius from Awaken's planet. Like me, she's a genius beauty. And this is her brother Jiang Mo. Yang Li winked at Yang Wu and said, come Qian Shui, this is my brother Yang Wu. Hello Yang Wu, I've long heard of you. Qian Shui showed a charming smile. Her crisp voice made Yang Wu's heart pound. This scene was remarkably similar to the moment he had first met Shui Rou in his past life. At dusk, Yang Wu and his companions along with the Qian Shui siblings were sitting in a restaurant on the central plaza drinking and chatting. Suddenly a voice invaded their minds. All participants of Universe 1008 report to the central plaza immediately. Unconsciously, Yang Wu and the others stood up. Not just him. All the geniuses in the restaurant rose and walked toward the plaza. Their 9 swords venerable appeared before them, just as in the original storyline, announcing the brutal elimination rules of the trial tower to the 1008000 geniuses. Those ranked 1st to 100th required no further screening. They would be directly absorbed into the virtual universe company, as core members claiming 100 spots. Those ranked 101st to 7300th would engage in arena battles to compete for the remaining 900 spots. As for those ranked beyond 7300th, all eliminated. Out of 1008000 geniuses, over 1 million would be eliminated in just one trial space. Such a merciless elimination rule shocked everyone. Everyone, please prepare. A mass teleportation will soon commence, sending all participants to their corresponding trial spaces. Early the next morning, a crisp, pleasant voice roused all the geniuses in the 1008 skyscrapers. After making their preparations, they awaited the start of the elimination battle. Good luck. Do your best. May fortune be with you. Voices of encouragement rose from the crowd. Buzz. An invisible, extraordinary force descended upon the entire dimensional space. All 100800 young geniuses were instantly teleported to their respective trial spaces based on their designated numbers. Yang Wu looked up at the trial towers in the trial space. Each tower loomed as massive as a mountain. Over 10 kilometers in height and covering several square kilometers in area. He then lowered his gaze to his wrist, on which a screen was displayed. Just like during the preliminary selection within the Qianwu Universe Kingdom. Participant Yang Wu, Qianwu Universe Kingdom. Points 0. Rank none. Trial space no. 0199216. There were 7 trial towers within the trial space, and each trial tower had 7 floors. In the first trial tower, one could earn up to 10000 points per floor. Completing all 7 floors successfully could earn a maximum of 70000 points. In the second trial tower, each floor offered up to 10000 points. completing all 7 floors, could yield up to 700,000 points. In the 4th trial tower, each floor could earn a maximum of 100,000 points. Completing all 7 floors could yield up to 700,000 points. In the 7th trial tower, each floor could earn a maximum of 100,000 points. Completing all 7 floors could yield a maximum of 700,000 points. Note: once one dies, the trial ends. There are 2 methods to clear each floor. 1. Kill all targets within that floor to obtain the maximum points and be teleported directly to the next floor. 2. If one fails to kill all targets after 10 days, provided one is still alive, one will be teleported directly to the next floor to continue the trial. When all participants have died, the trial concludes and the final ranking is determined. Below, a leaderboard is attached. This is utterly insane. Yang Wu shook his head and muttered to himself. Then, without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light and shot toward the entrance of the 1st trial tower. The moment he stepped inside the tower, the text on his wrist's optical computer screen changed. 1st tower, 1st floor, 100,000 blood wool mammoths. Each beast killed granted 1 point. Slaying all of them yielded 100,000 points and instant teleportation to the 2nd floor. If not all were killed, surviving for 10 days would also trigger teleportation to the 2nd floor. Death means the end of the trial. At the edge of the arm screen, a countdown timer was displayed. Once the 10 days elapsed, he would undoubtedly be teleported. I wonder if that Luo Feng will keep wasting time in there again this time. Looking at the displayed time, Yang Wu recalled Luo Feng's performance in the original storyline, and the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. That Bolin is indeed fast. He's already started. Then I'll begin as well. Seeing the ranking changes displayed on the optical computer screen, Yang Wu's gaze sharpened, and he charged at the herd of blood wool mammoths with his blade drawn. The crimson long blade danced wildly, spraying blood in all directions. The 100,000 blood wool mammoths posed little difficulty for Yang Wu in his current state. In no time at all, he cleared the 1st floor, then the 2nd, then the 3rd. It truly held no great challenge. In the virtual universe on the Central Plaza, 1008 immortal existences from various universe kingdoms were all observing the assessment results of the elite geniuses. This one named Bolin is ruthless indeed. He charged straight to 1st place the moment he arrived. Yang Wu is not bad either. He and Bolin are almost neck and neck, trading the top spot back and forth. We all thought Bolin would firmly secure 1st place, but now it seems uncertain. 3 years ago it felt like Yang Wu was still a long way behind Bolin. Who would have thought that in such a short time he could already keep pace with him? Indeed, I never expected 2 top-tier geniuses to emerge at once this time. Whether the other youngsters are fortunate or unfortunate remains to be seen. So fast. Bolin and Yang Wu's points are rising at an astonishing rate, leaving the 3rd place far behind. Shursan, your Qianwu Universe Kingdom has truly done well this time. Look, aside from Yang Wu, who can contend with Bolin, Luo Feng is currently in 5th place, and judging by his momentum he's still trending upward. Rong Jun is also doing well, currently ranked 12th. And that little alchemist girl is moving at no slow pace either. She's hovering around the 100th spot. Haha, indeed. The giant in scale armor slightly nodded while sitting on the spacious chair, gazing at the screen before him. Yang Wu. He directly opened Rong Jun's current live trial feed. There Yang Wu could be seen gripping his crimson war blade, his body flickering continuously in a most eerie manner. As he flashed about with astonishing speed, his blade carved streaks of blazing flames, ruthlessly slicing through the monsters within the trial tower space. Impressive. His comprehension of both the fire origin laws and the space origin laws has reached a remarkably high level. Achino's Space Dominion's secret art, and the Yenshin races, Yenyu, are both extraordinary secret arts. Just who taught this Yang Wu? Also that Luo Feng and Yang Li are said to come from the same planet, yet their styles and inheritances are completely different. How strange. A rare smile appeared on the scale-armored giant's face as he murmured softly. The genius battle stirred up towering waves in every universe kingdom, attracting the attention of countless people. Across the hundreds of millions of galaxies of the Qianwu Universe Kingdom, countless people discussed the changes in the genius battle rankings. What excited them most, however, was the alternating shift between 1st and 2nd place. That constantly changing name made the people of all hundreds of millions of galaxies in the Qianwu Universe Kingdom tremble with excitement. Because of the 2 names locked in that alternating struggle, one belonged to the Qianwu Universe Kingdom. Yang Wu of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Ever since Yang Wu entered the trial tower space, he had engaged in a silent contest with Bolin. Each time one of them cleared a floor, they would check the ranking change on their wrist before proceeding to the next floor. Their ranks fluctuated constantly. If Yang Wu was 1st on one floor and Bolin 2nd, then on the next floor it would surely be Bolin 1st and Yang Wu 2nd. Both were straining every nerve, fighting for the top spot within their respective spaces. Yang Wu, go. Defeat that Bolin. Yang Wu, you're the best. Bolin, you piece of trash. How could you ever be a match for our Yang Wu? Our Yang Wu of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire is far too powerful. The first place will surely belong to him. In the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, nearly everyone was watching the exchange of rankings between Yang Wu and Bolin. Whenever Yang Wu surged to first place, thunderous cheers erupted. When Bolin pushed him down to second, curses aimed at Bolin and shouts of encouragement for Yang Wu filled the air. At that moment they had completely forgotten that no one in the history of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had ever entered the finals of the Universe Genius Battle. Nor had they remembered their former prayers, simply hoping someone might reach the pinnacle showdown. Now their aspirations had been elevated boundlessly by Yang Wu's performance. From hoping for a genius among the 1008,000 finalists to expecting the first place in the trial tower. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the plaza people were constantly being teleported out. Hong, you were eliminated too. A figure dressed in black robes was also teleported out. It was Hong from Earth. The instant he appeared, a genius named Feng Luan, whom he had come to know because of Luo Feng, appeared beside him. Yeah, Feng Luan, it seems you were eliminated around the same time as me. How many levels did you clear? Hong looked somewhat dejected. With this result he would definitely rank beyond the top 7300. The fourth level of the third tower. Hong shook his head and said about the same. I reached the fifth level of the third tower. Forget it. I never expected to break into the top 7300 anyway, and even if I did I wouldn't stand a chance in the final decisive battle. It won't be bad for us to enter the Chenwu secret realm together. Feng Luan, the green-haired youth, said with an open-minded smile. Let's see how your companions are doing. What results have Madman and the others achieved? They're all formidable characters. The entire Chenwu cosmic state is counting on them now. At this moment Yang Wu had just surged to first place once again, forcing Bolin down to second. Luo Feng had also climbed to fourth, still holding plenty of energy, and looking fully ready to charge at third. Yang Li meanwhile had settled firmly into a position between 80th and 90th. More than 200 days later Yang Li from Earth was eliminated from the trial tower, finishing in 87th place. Shortly afterward Jiang Mo, Chenshui Wuka, and the others were also cast out of the trial tower one after another. Then Rong Jun was cast out of the trial tower, ranked 13th. The 1008 immortals from the various cosmic states, along with over 1 million contestants who had been eliminated from the trial tower, were all gazing at the screens in the central plaza. Now only 5 screens remained in the plaza, because only 5 people were still continuing the trial. Meanwhile, the Virtual Universe Company's official website had released its latest promotional video. This year's Genius Battle. As of today there were still 5 people alive in the trial space. They were Yang Wu, the cold-faced god of slaughter from the Chenwu cosmic state. Bolin, the god of death from the Noah cosmic state. Luo Feng, the madman from the Chenwu cosmic state. Candida, the blood blade from the Jian cosmic state. Yifeng, the sword of life from the Guluan cosmic state. From the very beginning of this genius battle trial, the cold-faced god of slaughter Yang Wu and the god of death Bolin had been in the lead. They had constantly swapped first and second place, neither yielding to the other, no matter which of them ultimately took first place. In our hearts both of them are victors. Both are number 1. We should not be focusing on their rankings right now. Instead, let us look forward to their final results. Which tower and which level of the trial tower they will ultimately reach. Blood Blade Candida, that hulking savage youth. Only these 4 supreme geniuses remained. The day they were cast out of the trial space would be the day the trial ended. Let us offer our blessings, and may these 5 supreme geniuses bring us even greater surprises. There were 6 new promotional videos in all. 1 covering all 5 together, and 5 devoted to each of them individually. Across the 1008 cosmic states in the entire human territory of the universe, countless star systems and tens of millions of human races, countless cosmic humans waited with anxious anticipation. Yang Wu, Yang Wu, Yang Wu, Luo Feng, Luo Feng. The Chenwu cosmic state erupted. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire grew even more frantic. Slaughter God Yang Wu and madman Luo Feng. On Black Dragon Mountain Island, one could often see crowds in front of street screens gripping wine bottles and howling with excitement, cheering for Yang Wu and Luo Feng one after another. They belong to our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. They are our Black Dragon Mountain Empires. The Virtual Universe Company's promotional video ignited the passion of countless people in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. In the boundless human territory of the universe, the Black Dragon Mountain Star region was indeed a tiny, unremarkable speck. Who could have imagined that their Black Dragon Mountain Star region would give rise to 3 figures capable of sweeping across the supreme genius battlefield? Among them 2 were formidable contenders for the top 3, and 1 even had a very real chance of claiming first place. Madness. The entire empire had gone mad. By this time Luo Feng had already surged to 3rd place. especially when they learned that Yangwu Luo Feng, and even Yangli, had all secured the qualification to enter the core level of the Virtual Universe Company. Even the Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire held a grand victory banquet. That was the core level of the Virtual Universe Company, one of the 5 great behemoths of cosmic humanity. In status, it was thousands upon thousands of times higher than the Imperial clan of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. At this moment Bolin and Yangwu had just passed the 7th level of the 6th Trial Tower. One after another entered the 1st level of the 7th Trial Tower, and encountered a challenge of immense difficulty. Damn, this is going to be difficult. The moment the battle began on the 1st level of the 7th Trial Tower, Yangwu could sense that every one of the 10,000 blood-furred mammoths contained the primal law in its attacks. Their power was terrifyingly formidable. Any single one of those 10,000 blood-furred mammoths was enough to cruelly slaughter 99 of the million geniuses in this competition. Let alone the fact that 10,000 of them were besieging Yangwu alone. The battle had barely begun, and he had just killed a little over 100 blood-furred mammoths, when still not fully adapted Yangwu carelessly let a blood-furred mammoth ram his left arm, nearly breaking it entirely. Yangwu is injured. The cold-faced god of slaughter Yangwu is injured. First place might be in jeopardy. It should belong to Bolin now. In the plaza, everyone watching the two's battle suddenly saw the scene of Yangwu being injured. Look quick. Bolin is injured too. They've gone berserk. Both of them have erupted, truly erupted. They're absolutely monstrous, actually waiting until now to unleash their full power. Kill. With a furious roar, Yangwu's body flickered without pause as he wove through the herd of blood-furred mammoths, leaving hundreds of afterimages behind. For the first time in this trial tower, he also unleashed the domain power formed by combining the primal law of fire with the primal law of space. His blade light was fierce and swift as lightning. Every slash seemed to cut through space itself, then set it ablaze. Within the densely packed horde of blood-furred mammoths, eerie flames seemed to flicker and drift. Wherever they drifted, a blood-furred mammoth fell. A single spark, yet it carried the force of a prairie fire. In the trial tower space where Yangwu and Bolin were both men were now fully unleashing their power. Yangwu with one slashing stroke after another, Bolin with one sword strike following the next. In comprehending the primal law of space, Yangwu is slightly inferior to Bolin. Others could not see it clearly, but Lord 13, the immortal giant in scale armor, could. It seems I cannot outfight Bolin without revealing my cultivation as a spiritual master. As the battle went on, Yangwu gradually felt more and more overwhelmed. Especially with the injury to his left arm. Despite looking like he was erupting with full force, he was already struggling, and his body continued to suffer wound after wound. He had no idea how many blood-furred mammoths he had killed, and he had no attention to spare for it. All his awareness was fixed on the endless slaughter. Boom, rumble. After suffering repeated heavy blows, Yangwu's speed gradually slowed. Finally, the blood-furred mammoths stampeded toward him in a frenzied wave. He failed to dodge in time, was knocked flying to the ground, and before he could evade, he was trampled to death by the surging throng of blood-furred mammoths. No sooner had he been teleported out of the trial tower before he even had a chance to greet the others than Bolin's white-robed figure was likewise teleported out and appeared not far from Yangwu. The look in Bolin's eyes was filled with blazing fighting spirit. Through the first 6 trial towers, Yangwu and Bolin had identical scores. On the first level of the 7th trial tower, among the 10,000 blood-furred mammoths, Yangwu killed 5608 while Bolin killed 5612. He had lost to Bolin by a margin of only 3. Is he really inferior to Bolin? In the arena, listening to the others' discussions, only Yangli, Luo Feng and Hong, who were also from Earth, knew that Yangwu still had his spiritual master techniques as both a controller and an illusionist that he had not unleashed. Otherwise there would have been almost no chance for Bolin to take first place in this trial tower. Beyond the top 100, the decisive battle among the remaining 7200 geniuses quickly concluded. The 900 who advanced gathered together with Yangwu, and the other 100, their faces all radiant with excitement. Congratulations! Among your 1,000, those ranked from 101st to 1,000th will receive a bonus of 10 Hunyuan units, be allowed to enter the initial universe for enlightenment, and join the core Moshi secret realm of my virtual universe company. Normally, only one person is admitted to the Yuanshi secret realm each session. However, since your cohort is exceptionally outstanding, the highest levels of the Virtual Universe Company have decided after deliberation to grant your cohort 2 places in the Yuanshi secret realm. I hope you will all seize this opportunity. The 9-sword venerable, clad in a cyan battle robe, let his ethereal voice ring clearly into everyone's minds. However, this decision did not bring much surprise to the crowd. Everyone understood that originally only Bolin had been hailed as the greatest human genius in the universe over millions of years, and the place in the Yuanshi secret realm had already been practically reserved for him. But now a freak like Yangwu had emerged, almost able to stand on par with Bolin with no clear superiority on either side. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that this extra place in the Yuanshi secret realm had been prepared specifically for Yangwu by the Virtual Universe Company's top brass after witnessing his performance. Cold-faced god of slaughter Yang Wu, a martial artist from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire of the Qinwu Universe country, ranked second in the trial tower comprehending the law of space and the law of fire. A slightly plump, dark-skinned youth stood atop a disc-shaped telekinetic weapon. Floating in front of Yang Wu, he stared coldly and barked. My name is Ka Puncta and my trial tower rank is 109. But the assessments in the trial tower cannot fully display my true strength. I will defeat you first, earn a place in the Tiandi secret realm, and then compete for a slot in the Taichu secret realm. You talk too much. Yang Wu glanced at the other, his expression unmoved, and coldly cut off his words with a shout. This immediately drew a burst of jeering laughter from beyond the arena. Those powerful immortals and the elite geniuses who had not qualified to participate were mostly split into two groups, focusing respectively on the battles involving Bo Lan and Yang Wu. At this moment, the crowd, already somewhat irritated by the chatter of that spiritualist named Ka Puncta, burst into laughter upon hearing Yang Wu's mockery. Very well, you have successfully provoked me. Ka Puncta flew into a rage, his face shifting through several colors. From the ring at his feet, three sharp crescent-shaped blades suddenly separated. Wreathed in crackling lightning, and arranged in a triangle like three bolts of lightning, they shot toward Yang Wu. The law of lightning. Yang Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. He abruptly raised his war blade, took a step forward, and sent out three streaks of saber light in succession. The opponent's telekinetic weapon, suffused with the profundity of lightning, was extremely fast. But Yang Wu was not slow either. With his long blade sweeping out, every stroke precisely met the telekinetic crescent blades flying toward him. Bang! 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 Three crisp sounds rang out as Yang Wu's war blade met the opponent's telekinetic crescent blades, which were struck by the force of the collision. They scattered in three directions. Just as Yang Wu was about to take another step to attack Ka Puncta, suddenly a sinister smile appeared on Ka Puncta's ferocious face. As he roared, yet a flicker of desire gleamed in his eyes. Boom! The three telekinetic crescent blades that Yang Wu had blasted away suddenly seemed to explode. Each crescent blade split into dozens of small blade chips only the size of a little finger. Densely packed, they wove a huge lightning net in the air and enveloped Yang Wu. Yang Wu's expression abruptly changed. These seemingly tiny blade chips contained enormous power. With the slightest carelessness, he might meet with an unexpected reversal. The long blade in Yang Wu's hand swung rapidly, lightning fast, deflecting the blade chips that were about to hit his body. His body also flashed and flickered without pause, weaving through the dense lightning net. One afterimage after another appeared, only to be torn apart by the lightning web. In the space covered by the lightning web, thousands of afterimages instantly formed, leaving the spectators dazzled. Swish! Just as everyone was marveling at the formidable law of space comprehension, Yang Wu had displayed a scarlet blade. Light flashed briefly, and then they saw his figure had already left the range of the lightning net. You actually escaped. In the distance, Ka Puncta's face changed drastically. This lightning net was a technique he had devised from his research on the lightning domain to counter strong opponents like Yang Wu in the genius battles. As long as the opponent was not guarded at the start and was trapped by the net, even martial artists much stronger than himself would fall for it. With such violent, dense, and oppressive thunderstrikes, unless the opponent had also crossed the threshold of the law of lightning, almost no one at the same level could escape. A commendable understanding of the law of lightning and a commendable lightning net. Worthy of an elite genius who has crossed the threshold of the law of lightning. Far stronger than my second brother. If my movement technique had not broken through half a year ago to the third level of space control, I would likely have been caught. Yang Wu said in a low voice. However, you still have to die. His eyes narrowed, and with one step his speed instantly surpassed that of his opponent, flying on the telekinetic weapon, bringing him before Ka Puncta. Swish! A red light shot past at a terrifying speed. Ka Puncta's head was instantly sent flying high into the air. First of all, congratulations on entering the top 100. You are qualified to enter the Tiandi secret realm of the Virtual Universe Company. Now the best 20 among you must be selected to fight in pairs for the slots in the Taichu secret realm. The nine-sword venerable stood in midair, looking down at the 100 young men and women on the arena, and said, according to the Virtual Universe System selection, I will now announce the following list of 20 names. At once most of the 100 young geniuses who had just won on the arena grew tense. Although they had won, only 20 of them would qualify for the next battle to compete for the top 10 places. Don't be nervous. I'm sure you'll be on it. Yang Wu patted the somewhat anxious Luo Feng and said softly, Bo Lan. The nine-sword venerable began to announce the list of 20. Yang Wu, Gu Siluo, Ai Chun, Wu Ka, Yi Feng, Jia Laishi, Rong Jun. As the names were read out one after another, those who heard their own names secretly breathed sighs of relief, joy appearing on their faces, while those who had not been called could not hide their anxiety. Qian Shui, Luo Feng, Jiang Mo, Yang Li, Please rest for now and recover from the exhaustion of your previous battles. The next battles await. Congratulations on making the top 20. Do your best. After the nine-sword venerable left a group of young men and women in the square, either sat around chatting casually or congratulated one another. Because from this day on many of them would spend a long time together and become companions. Same to you, congratulations. But among the top 20 whether one can enter the top 10 and obtain a place in the Taichu secret realm depends on who the virtual universe company arranges as your opponent. The others are more or less equal. It all comes down to performance in the actual fight. But if you run into those two freaks, there's simply no hope. Yeah, let's hope we don't have to face those two freaks. The two who were whispering looked up from time to time toward Bolan and Yang Wu, who were silently sitting in a corner. About half an hour later, 10 colossal battle platforms rose automatically from the center of the plaza. At the same moment, Yang Wu and the other 19 resting contestants were instantly teleported onto these 10 arenas. Gazing at the opponent who had been teleported onto the platform alongside him, Yang Wu and his adversary were both briefly taken aback. Then the other's face swiftly contorted into an ashen pallor. Standing opposite Yang Wu was a spiritual psychokinesis master named Opatra. Two unlucky bastards. Even before the battle commenced, whispers began to circulate among those below the arena. In this round, Opatra was matched against Yang Wu while Tao faced Berlan. The other pairings remained largely unchanged. Luo Feng once again drew the Phantom Demon Gillespie. Rong Jun's opponent remained Guziro. Meanwhile, his younger sister Yang Li encountered a warrior named Lancelot. Though the contest held little suspense, Yang Wu effortlessly triumphed over Opatra. His attention soon shifted to his sister's battle. Yang Wu and his sister Yang Li were two anomalies in the devouring world. He could not predict his sister's fate nor whether she would overcome her opponent. 10 arenas, 10 razor-edge clashes. Except for the two duels involving Yang Wu and Berlan, no one could be certain of the outcomes in the other 8. The most astonishing results ultimately came from Luo Feng's contest with Gillespie and Yang Li's battle against Lancelot. Luo Feng, wielding extraordinary willpower, broke free from the illusion realm conjured by Gillespie with remarkable swiftness. He then slew his opponent, concluding the battle even faster than Yang Wu had. In her own contest, Yang Li revealed her prowess as a spiritual psychokinesis master, a facet of her abilities far beyond her known identity as an apothecary. Having crossed the threshold of the wood origin laws and nearly stepping into the spatial origin laws, Yang Li wielded a divine weapon that drew thunderous applause from even the immortals watching. While unleashing her divine weapon, she rapidly concocted medicines, using them to shackle her opponent and swiftly claim victory. Soon the victors of all 10 arenas emerged. Berlan, Yang Wu, Luo Feng, Chen Shui, Zhang Mo, Yang Li, Wuka, Ai Chun, Long Yun, and Rong Jun. In the ensuing battle for the top 5, Yang Wu easily overcame Ai Chun, the only other female prodigy besides Chen Shui. His sister, however, narrowly lost to Wuka. Then came the duel between Luo Feng and Long Yun. Although Luo Feng's level now far exceeded his counterpart in the original story, he still suffered defeat due to his foe's freakish defensive capabilities and the shrinking size of the arena. For Yang Wu and Berlan, the battle they had been yearning for since the trial tower, the contest for first and second place, had finally arrived. At the final moment it began. Both Yang Wu and Berlan had without any suspense effortlessly overcome their 3 other opponents, and now stood upon the ultimate arena. Berlan, 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 Yang Wu, Yang Wu, Yang Wu. At this moment across all 1008 cosmic nations, everyone was watching this most breathtaking and eagerly anticipated battle. At the venue itself, all the immortals, even the 9 swords venerable, were riveted by this magnificent clash of titans, even though both competitors had already secured their places in the primordial secret realm. Now Berlan stood in his white robes with his blood-red sword. Yang Wu too remained clad in his russet war attire, gripping an equally blood-colored battle blade. Yet, strapped to his back was a mysterious round object wrapped in special cloth, sparking endless speculation among the spectators. Is this little fellow finally going to use his full strength? Among everyone present, none knew what that object truly was, except Luo Feng, Yang Li, and the 13 who had reviewed all of Yang Wu's battle recordings. Luo Feng and Yang Li secretly thrilled at the prospect. At long last they would witness Yang Wu unleash every skill at his disposal. What is that thing on Yang Wu's back? Could he still possess some hidden technique we haven't seen? What trump card? A shield? It doesn't look like it. Even Chen Shui, who had become Yang Li's close friend, curiously asked Yang Li what Yang Wu was carrying, only to be met with a mysterious silent smile. On the platform, Yang Wu and Berlan stood facing each other in silence, yet the flames of battle blazed fiercely within their eyes. Berlan glanced briefly at the mysterious weapon on Yang Wu's back, yet paid it little mind. Battle, begin. A crisp voice resonated through the space above the arena. Boom! The two surged forward, simultaneously blade and sword clashing, as they instantly unleashed their full power. So strong. The moment they clashed, every other prodigy felt their faces change. Only now did they perceive the complete might of these two warriors and the immense gap between themselves and the figures on the arena. Shoo! 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 Clang! 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 Two silhouettes of different hues wove thousands of afterimages through the air. Their blades clashing in rapid succession, crisp metallic notes cascaded over the arena like a torrent of heavy metal rhythm. Who knew how many exchanges they had traded? Even the 1008 immortals observing could not accurately count the number of rounds. Yang Wu was utterly immersed in the battle. This evenly matched duel only made him fight with ever greater fervor. Indeed, amid this high-intensity contest, especially in the intricate footwork, Yang Wu sensed a subtle improvement in his understanding of the spatial origin laws and a deeper comprehension of the third level of space dominance. From below, Yang Wu's afterimages resembled drifting, wavering flames, causing the entire arena's temperature to surge. Wildlands' afterimages, in contrast, were like a shifting wind, sometimes violent, sometimes gentle. Two distinct interpretations of the spatial origin laws fused with other fundamental laws, and expressed through contrasting combat styles, left the spectators utterly enraptured. So strong! The assembled prodigies could only use those words to describe it, especially the other five who had failed to reach the top five and had never faced Yang Wu or Wildlands directly. Such exquisite blade art. I always believed the techniques I created were formidable, but compared to Yang Wu's, mine are nothing but dregs. As Rong Jun watched Yang Wu's swordplay, his gaze shifted from excitement to bewilderment, and then to resolute determination. But I won't give up. The blade art I create next will surpass his. I will defeat you both. Boom! Just as Rong Jun was lost in the splendor of Yang Wu's technique, Yang Wu and Wildlands exchanged a devastating blow, and then separated, retreating to opposite sides. Both now appeared somewhat battered, bearing wounds upon their bodies, their robes slashed and torn in numerous places. Are you not going to use the weapon on your back? Looking at Yang Wu across from him, Bolan glanced again at the wrapped flame divine weapon on Yang Wu's back and spoke for the first time. When it should be used, it will naturally be used. Yang Wu licked his somewhat parched lips and said coldly. At that moment, however, he did not notice that his own eyes had begun to change. Continue. Let's fight. Flames coiled around Yang Wu's body. With saber light flashing and a thunderous roar, he once again turned savage and slashed toward Bolan. An equally mysterious current surged around Bolan's body, making the flow of space and time seem to distort because of it. Clang, clang, clang. The two clashed again with saber and sword, and to the eyes of the onlookers they still appeared to be evenly matched. After the two exchanged several moves at lightning speed, a sudden change occurred. Bolan's body, which had been shifting endlessly through the air, abruptly froze, and the thousands of afterimages vanished without a trace. What's going on? What's wrong with Bolan? Illusion art. It's illusion art. Amid the shocked cries, everyone rose to their feet. No one had expected that Yang Wu was also an illusionist. But what was the thing on his back? The crowd grew even more curious and expectant about the round object behind Yang Wu. Yang Wu, however, did not pause in the slightest. The long saber in his hand transformed into a brilliant streak of light and slashed toward Bolan. Could it end like this? As Yang Wu's crimson war saber was about to fall on Bolan's head, people could not help asking. Clang. Just as the saber light was about to land on Bolan's head, Bolan suddenly snapped back to his senses and raised the blood sword in his hand with all his might. It blocked the edge of Yang Wu's saber. The speed of his recovery far surpassed the time it had taken Luo Feng to break free from the illusion fiend Jialaxi's illusion art back then. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Bolan quickly transformed into an afterimage and retreated. Illusion art. Yang Wu is an illusionist. This scene had appeared once before when the illusion fiend Jialaxi fought Luo Feng. Unexpectedly, it was now playing out again in the battle between Yang Wu and Bolan. Even the illusion fiend Jialaxi, watching from the side, was slightly stunned and looked at the arena in puzzlement. He stared fixedly at Yang Wu, afraid of missing any detail. Illusion art. How is that possible? The illusion fiend Jialaxi was shaken as well. All along, Yang Wu had appeared only as a martial artist. He never imagined that the illusionist technique Yang Wu had just revealed was not far off from his own. Kill. Yang Wu raised his long saber, and with a furious roar gave chase to the retreating Bolan. At the same time, within his sea of consciousness, illusion techniques kept turning into invisible arrows and shooting toward the other sea of consciousness. Humph. Even the illusion fiend Jialaxi's illusion arts can only work on me the first time. It only hit me just now because I had no defense. Your illusion skill is still a bit behind Jialaxi's. Now, your kind of illusion art is useless to me now. Bolan's body halted violently. Instead of retreating, he charged forward and swung his sword at Yang Wu. Clang, clang, clang. Yang Wu's illusion arts were indeed just as Bolan had said. Once Bolan was on guard, they could no longer cause him any trouble. Instead they enraged him further. At this moment Bolan's counterattack became even more brutal. Nearly 10,000 afterimages surrounded Yang Wu's body. Bolan has been enraged. Yang Wu is in danger. Yang Wu had suddenly revealed his identity as an illusionist. Bolan wounded had burst out with power instead. The entire arena area. The emotions of the spectators were pushed to the climax. Everyone was utterly stunned. Swish! A flash of blood-red light passed by and a long wound was carved across Yang Wu's chest by a sword light. Bolan's hand however did not slow in the least. Each sword stroke was faster than the last. Is he going to lose? Yang Wu is still slightly inferior to Bolan. Even if Yang Wu is an illusionist it still won't be enough. Everyone thought the same. Boom! Boom! Suddenly Yang Wu, who had seemed on the verge of defeat, split open the fierce sword strike Bolan attacked with a single slash. Then the round object on his back broke free and flew up, suspending itself before him. Then the cloth wrapping it burst apart by itself. A ferocious crimson shield-shaped weapon grew continuously before everyone's eyes until it reached about 2 meters in height, then spun on its own in front of Yang Wu, blocking all of Bolan's attacks. Boom! Flame-like twisted crimson flying daggers rose from the edge of the flame divine weapon and quickly assembled into a beautiful fire lotus in midair. The controller is the flame divine weapon, one of the 9 great divine weapons. It's the first form of the flame divine weapon. When they saw a fire lotus fly out from before Yang Wu as if tearing through space and attacking Bolan, everyone cried out in shock. Martial artist, controller, illusionist. In addition to his powerful martial arts, he had now revealed illusionist skills that were almost a match for the illusion fiend Galaxy and controller abilities, no weaker than Luo Feng's. The watchful 9 Swords Venerable's gaze narrowed slightly. The fire lotus rose and circled in the air, darting through space along a bizarre arc and attacking Bolan. Bang! 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 Bolan used his sword to deflect the fire lotus's repeated attacks, only to see 3 more fire lotuses condense before Yang Wu. Second form of the flame divine weapon, blazing lotus kill. A ferocious expression flashed across Yang Wu's face. With a furious roar, the 3 fire lotuses traced 3 eerie arcs in the air and attacked Bolan. Impressive. With any one of his abilities, martial arts, illusion art, or controller, this Yang Wu could reach the top 20 in this genius war, even the top 10. Lord 13, who had remained expressionless until now, finally showed a slight change in expression. For blazing fire lotuses drifted eerily around Bolan's body, sometimes like burning war hammers heavy as mountains. At other times they were like drifting fire clouds weightless as nothing. The 4 fire lotuses with 4 different mysterious forces shattered every afterimage Bolan conjured. Every time the bloodsword in Bolan's hand struck a fire lotus, Bolan would use the momentum to shift his body in an uncanny manner and seize the chance to dodge. Yet no matter how Bolan dodged or charged, the attacks of the 4 fire lotuses remained wrapped around him, impossible to shake off. Kill. While the fire lotuses were attacking Bolan, Yang Wu's body suddenly moved. A dark red afterimage flashed past and a saber light burst out from between the 4 fire lotuses, slashing toward Bolan as fast as lightning. Swish! An arm flew high into the air. Bolan staggered backward in retreat, yet there was not a ripple in his gaze. Kill, kill, kill. Yang Wu's body flickered as he relentlessly pursued Bolan, while the 4 fire lotuses also transformed into streaks of blazing afterimages and attacked Bolan. After suffering such a severe wound, Bolan was in imminent danger of death. Silence. At this moment the entire area around the arena fell quiet, and across all the cosmic nations the humans of the universe watching the broadcast of this final showdown were even more anxious, nervous, and full of anticipation. Bolan and Yang Wu had overturned the situation several times before turning the tide time, and again amid crises, bringing people shock and surprise after shock and surprise. Would a miracle happen this time? Slash after slash of saber light linked into a crimson river, while the 4 fire lotuses seemed to bloom upon that crimson river. Boom! The 4 blooming fire lotuses changed again and suddenly burst apart. 36 flying daggers shot out in all directions, dense and fierce, streaking toward the gravely wounded Bolan. Swish! 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 Bolan's body once again conjured hundreds of afterimages, evading the rain of flame flying daggers. Whiz! At this moment a saber light like a blood-colored long rainbow eerily appeared before Bolan. Swish! Swish! The 2 red lights appeared almost at the same time, even though one came slightly after the other. Everyone held their breath. Pft, pft. The 2 sounds came one after another, yet almost merged into a single whole. At the same time the flying daggers released by the 4 fire lotuses all poured onto Bolan almost in the same moment. Bolan, now left with only one arm, was struck by a saber before being engulfed by dozens of flying daggers. In an instant he was reduced to ashes and vanished from the arena. At this moment Yang Wu leaned on the shield body of the flame divine weapon like a gravely wounded war god desperately supporting his swaying body to keep himself from falling. In his chest Bolan's blood-red sword was still embedded, blood gushing out along the blade in torrents. Big brother, second brother Mordenson, you will cultivate in the Chenwu secret realm, which is close to Earth. From now on Earth will have to rely on you. On Earth Yang Wu and the others gathered together. Luo Feng raised his glass and spoke to Hong Thunder God and Mordenson. Don't worry, fourth brother. No reckless fool dares to lay a finger on our Earth now. You, the Galaxy Lord, can cultivate in peace in the original universe. We'll guard Earth with absolute certainty. Thunder God downed his glass in one gulp and said, It's a pity about Brother Hong. If his illusion warrior techniques hadn't been ineffective against certain opponents set in the trial tower, and he had entered the top 7,300 then, with his marvelous illusion abilities, he should have at least made it into the end times secret realm. Yang Li pouted, extremely dissatisfied with the trial tower assessment of the virtual universe company. Haha, everyone has their own opportunities. Girl, you must cultivate diligently in the original universe. Don't let it be embarrassing when we meet next time, and your medicines no longer have any effect on me. Hong said with a smile. If you get the chance, big brother, second brother Mordenson, you must definitely go and challenge the illusory sea. Yang Wu suddenly said to the three of them. Although Yang Wu himself didn't know whether they would have the opportunity to challenge the illusory sea in the Chenwu secret realm. Illusory sea. What is that? Not only Hong Thunder God and Mordenson but even Yang Li and Luo Feng looked at Yang Wu with confusion. Yang Wu was stunned for a moment. It's a place that tests one's willpower. I'm not too clear on the details. I heard Jiang Mo and the others mention it the other day. Yang Wu quickly covered up his slip of the tongue. September 18th, 2071. Earth's peak human powerhouses Yang Wu, Luo Feng, and Yang Li boarded an F-class cosmic ship belonging to the Virtual Universe Company and departed from Earth, bound for the original universe. What a familiar scene. Inside the cosmic ship in Yang Wu's room, Lord Yao floated in midair looking at Yang Wu with satisfaction as he spoke. Back then your senior brother Kadi also entered the Virtual Universe Company as number 1 just like you. Although you boy have already far exceeded this lord's expectations. You must not become arrogant. When your senior brother achieved first place back then, he did it with far more ease than you. I know. Rest assured. Yang Wu nodded. 10,000 points. Let me see what I can buy with that. Yang Wu felt somewhat excited. What can 10,000 points even get you? You worthless fellow. Wait until we reach Chaos City and you have cultivated the Chaos Tablet once. Then challenge more floors of the Heaven Bridge and accumulate more points before you talk about spending. As your avatar's cultivation rises, the resources you need will increase day by day. Moreover, you also need to find a way to gather materials for your third avatar. Back then, Lord Yao stopped abruptly at this point. What you lack most right now are cultivation resources for your Flamestar Behemoth avatar. As for secret techniques, I shall now give you all the manuals your senior brother collected back then that are suitable for you to cultivate. It's a pity. Some of the excellent tomes existed only in the virtual universe without physical copies, so those secret techniques no longer exist. Lord Yao continued speaking. At the same time, a collection of secret manuals made of various materials suddenly appeared before Yang Wu. A countless number compared to what Lord Yao had given him the first time. Although most of these tomes require you to break through to the universe level before you can cultivate them. I will hand them all to you now to avoid future trouble. After all, I will mostly stay by my disciple's side from now on. If you have any questions, we can meet in the virtual universe. So many. When these secret manuals appeared before Yang Wu, his attention was completely absorbed by them, and he had already ignored everything Lord Yao said afterward. Cleaving peaks. The transformations of the axe. The giant axe's musings. Yang Wu looked at the 3 volumes stacked together on top, which could be cultivated immediately. After casually flipping through them, he understood that these 3 secret methods were all related to the giant axe Chaos Tablet. Don't be surprised. Among the higher-ups of your human race, aside from that one fellow, the strongest now is the giant axe founder. I once told you the most important treasures in Chaos City are the 52 Chaos Tablets. And among those 52, naturally the giant axe Chaos Tablet left by the giant axe founder is the best. Lord Yao glanced at Yang Wu and said, Of course, to weak little fellows like you, any of the powerhouses who left behind a Chaos Tablet is an existence you must look up to. If 1 or 2 out of your 1,000 people could reach their level, the Virtual Universe Company would be overjoyed. However, this lord believes that if you're going to cultivate a tablet, you should cultivate the best one. And right now the best is naturally the Giant Axe Chaos Tablet. The Giant Axe Chaos Tablet consists of 12 paintings. The first 9 are primarily based on the space origin law with a hint of the time origin law woven in. Of course, when cultivating the first 3 paintings, the time law can be ignored. Of course, the most important thing is that no matter what other origin law the cultivator has comprehended besides the space law, they can be integrated with the space law through the cultivation of the Giant Axe Chaos Tablet to create their own unique secret techniques. In terms of time and space, the Giant Axe Chaos Tablet is somewhat similar to other tablets like the Universe Chaos Tablet. However, compared to the other Chaos Tablets, because of the Giant Axe founder's personality, the Giant Axe Chaos Tablet places greater emphasis on the creation of combat techniques, especially axe techniques and blade techniques, and is also closer to actual combat. Starting from the fourth, painting the profundities of the time origin law gradually increase, requiring the cultivator to begin comprehending the time law simultaneously. So since you have the opportunity for a third avatar, you must definitely plan around the time law. The best choice would naturally be the Kuan Demon Falcon, which is gifted in time law talent. Moreover, the Kuan Demon Falcon's divine body is incomparably vast. Unfortunately, your senior brother searched for years back then and never found one. If you cannot find the flesh and blood of a Kuan Demon Falcon, you can choose the Disha Behemoth, one of the Starry Sky Behemoths, belonging to the lightning and time category. Back then, your senior brother hesitated for a long time between the Universe Chaos Tablet and the Giant Axe Chaos Tablet before finally choosing the Universe Chaos Tablet. The Giant Axe Chaos Tablet, Before this, Yang Wu had always planned to cultivate the Yen God Chaos Tablet. Although this lord will not interfere with your final choice of which Chaos Tablet to cultivate, I still recommend the Giant Axe Chaos Tablet. First, because your senior brother cultivated the Giant Axe Chaos Tablet, and on occasion I can share some of his insights with you. Second, these secret manuals were purchased by your senior brother using a considerable amount of points. If you were to cultivate a different Chaos Tablet and needed to exchange for different manuals, merely earning those points would cost you a tremendous amount of effort. Furthermore, among powerhouses of all levels in your human race, the number of those cultivating the Giant Axe Chaos Tablet is the largest. Although the Giant Axe founder himself did not leave behind any manuals specifically on the Giant Axe Chaos Tablet, the cultivation insights and summarized techniques of others are relatively abundant, making them suitable for your reference. As for your cultivation of the Fire Law after you leave Chaos City and venture out for training in the future, this Lord Yao will take you to a secret realm where the Fire Law can be cultivated. It was discovered by your senior brother during his own training expeditions, and that place is even no less suitable for comprehending the Fire Law than the Yen God Chaos Tablet. I really don't understand why you treasure these tattered books so much. They are neither secret techniques nor cultivation insights. I simply can't figure you out. During the first few days of the journey, the medicine master stayed in Yang Wu's cabin, instructing him in the secret techniques of the Giant Axe Chaos Stele, and pouring out every fragment of Keti's insights that he could still recall. In his spare moments away from cultivation, however, the medicine master noticed that Yang Wu was always flipping through ancient Chinese classics from Earth. Some so worn and battered that they existed only as bamboo slips. He had personally witnessed the tremendous effort Yang Wu had poured into collecting these authentic old texts. At Yang Wu's request, the medicine master used his special concoctions to treat every one of those volumes. They still appeared worn, but they no longer decayed. After eagerly browsing through several dozen Chinese classics, Zhuangzi Mencius Master Lu's Spring and Autumn Annals, the 4 books and 5 classics and the like, the medicine master promptly lost all interest and inwardly grumbled. What especially bothered him was that Yang Wu had even tried to get Yang Li to spend time on these supposedly useless tomes. Fortunately, to the medicine master's relief, the girl had no interest in them either. Forget it. I'd rather go stay with my disciple. I have no idea what you find so interesting about endlessly studying these broken old books. Seeing Yang Wu absorbed in reading, the medicine master frowned, muttered to himself, and vanished from the room. The virtual headquarters plane. It was a floating mountain shrouded in mist, so colossal that it dwarfed an ordinary planet in the material universe. On one of its cyan stone paths, 2 figures abruptly appeared. They were Yang Wu and a realm lord named Bader, who served as his guide. Since boarding the spacecraft, this realm lord Bader had attended to Yang Wu alone, reflecting the difference in treatment between Yang Wu, first place in the Genius War and a member of the Primordial Secret Realm, and everyone else. Prince Yang Wu, Bader said respectfully, this entire plane is the virtual headquarters of our virtual universe company. In truth, the virtual headquarters is livelier than the physical one. Many exalted figures cannot remain in the physical headquarters all the time. Yang Wu nodded. Prince, please look over there. Bader led Yang Wu a short distance forward, then pointed to a distant mountain peak. This mountain, suspended amid the clouds, is called Yuxiang Mountain. It spans roughly 89,000 kilometers in diameter. Bader glanced at Yang Wu and continued. The entire Yuxiang Mountain is divided into 5 sections: the Primordial Zone, the Primordial Beginning Zone, the Heaven and Earth Zone, the End Time Zone, and the Public Zone. The 5 zones are roughly equal in size. Among them, the Primordial Zone, where I am about to take you, has the smallest population, no more than 120 people. The Primordial Beginning Zone has a little over 1,000. The Heaven and Earth Zone has roughly 10,000. As for the End Times Zone, it holds tens of millions. Bader explained in detail, As for the public zone, it is for commerce, entertainment, and the like. Members of all 4 zones may enter it. Oh, and Prince, you must take note, members of the primordial zone, primordial beginning zone, heaven and earth zone, and end time zone cannot enter any zone other than their own. If you wish to meet your friends, it can only be in the public zone. I myself have only today, and only by the grace of guiding you, been permitted to enter the primordial zone once. Knowing that Yangwu had a younger sister, and some friends in other zones, Bader promptly reminded him, Prince, in your primordial zone, every prince of the primordial secret realm is assigned a guard army. The Virtual Universe Company, Bader said, will specially arrange an undying army commander to lead this guard army. Moreover, every prince of the primordial secret realm may choose an undying divine mentor to reside permanently in his manor. For this reason, the number of undying deities here far exceeds the number of princes in the primordial secret realm. When you are ready, Prince, you can tell your steward the style of undying mentor you would like to keep permanently in your estate. He can select several names for you to choose from, submit an application to the Virtual Universe Company on your behalf, and you may also apply to change mentors at any time according to your own circumstances. Yang Wu's eyes lit up slightly, and he hurriedly nodded. Within the guard army there was one undying deity, and there was also a personal undying mentor. Every prince of the primordial zone had at least 2 undying deities accompanying him, especially the undying mentor, or moreover such mentors could be changed at irregular intervals depending on one's cultivation progress by applying to the Virtual Universe Company. Although the bond with such mentors differed from the master-disciple bond formed through genuinely kowtowing to a teacher after passing the 3rd level of the Tongtian Bridge, for Yang Wu anything that could help him advance was more than acceptable. Especially since having an undying mentor provide personal targeted guidance from the very beginning meant he had taken the lead over geniuses from the other zones right from the starting point. Truly, one step ahead meant a step ahead at every stage. Swoosh, swoosh. Bader brought Yang Wu down before the main gate of Manor No. 102. In front of that majestic entrance stood orderly ranks, tens of thousands strong. Over 1,000 warriors and more than 10,000 servants. At the head of the formation stood a silver-haired middle-aged man in a cyan war robe. He was over 2 meters tall with features similar to those of an earthling. Prince Yang Wu. The silver-haired man bowed slightly. We pay our respects to the prince. The soldiers and servants behind him all bowed with profound reverence. Prince Yang Wu, this is your guard army commander, Lord Carter. Bader gave the silver-haired man a slight bow, then introduced him respectfully. Lord Carter is an undying deity who excels in close combat, and his strength is formidable. Especially in the art of the blade. Among the army commanders of the many cosmic legions, he ranks among the very finest. Then I shall have to trouble Lord Carter from now on. Yang Wu said, It is my duty. Carter also bowed slightly. Prince Yang Wu, Lord Carter is both the commander of your guard army and the steward of this manor. He will inform you of everything else. I shall take my leave now. If there is anything you need during these 3 years of travel, please do not hesitate to seek me out. Serving you is my honor. Bader smiled and took his leave. Thank you, Lord Bader. Yang Wu nodded gratefully. Bader's figure blurred and he vanished instantly. Prince, please follow me. Let me first show you around your manor. Carter led the way, acquainting Yang Wu with the estate. Half a month later, inside the manor's training grounds, Yang Wu was wielding a cosmic power battle blade, moving through each stance with unhurried yet measured precision. A striking departure from his previous blade style. At the edge of the training ground stood a 3-meter-tall bull-headed man with 2 horns atop his head, watching Yang Wu's forms intently. A few minutes later, Yang Wu stopped his movements, turned, and gave the bull-headed man a slight bow. Master Bali, were there any problems with my blade forms just now? Not bad. Your comprehension truly is remarkable. I never imagined you would master this blade technique. One I derived from the first illustration of the giant axe Chaos Steel. So quickly. Once you reach Chaos City and study the steel in person, your insights are sure to run even deeper. I have you practice this technique now so that when you do contemplate the giant axe Chaos, Steely, everything will come more swiftly and easily. And given your aptitude, I believe you should have little trouble passing the 2nd level of the Tongtian Bridge, after your first enlightenment session at the giant axe Chaos Steel. Now let me demonstrate my comprehension of the law of fire for you. Half a month prior, upon entering his manor in the primordial zone, within the virtual universe, Yang Wu had immediately had Carter submit an application to the Virtual Universe Company for an undying divine mentor to reside permanently in his estate and instruct him. His requirements for the mentor were as follows. The mentor must study the giant axe Chaos, steely focus on the law of fire aside from the space law, and preferably excel in blade techniques. Before long, the Virtual Universe Company dispatched this bull-headed mentor named Bali. Quite by coincidence, among the several giant axe Chaos steel secret techniques the medicine master had given Yang Wu, the one called mountain-splitting blade, had been written precisely by this veteran undying named Bali. Seeing that Yang Wu actually possessed mountain-splitting blade, the secret manual he had authored in his younger days, the undying named Bali was especially pleased. From the very start he made no show of superiority and taught Yang Wu virtually everything he knew. Yang Wu's diligence and talent soon won over his undying mentor Bali. Go on in. Remember, once the gate opens 7 days from now you must come out immediately. Understand? 3 years later in Chaos City, Yang Wu did not hesitate. He chose the giant axe Chaos Monument outright and together with Rong Junwuka and the others followed Candeli's instructions and entered the gate of the secret chamber for contemplating the monument. The group was filled with anxiety and tension. The cultivation chamber was immense with chaotic streams of qi swirling about. With dozens of people inside, they could not even see one another. So this is the giant axe Chaos Monument. At the center of the chamber, currents of chaos qi surrounded a towering stone stele more than 200 meters in both length and width, giving it a massive and majestic bearing. Only when he drew closer did Yang Wu see clearly that just as he had learned from Medicine Master and Teacher Bari, the giant axe Chaos Monument bore 12 pictures. Along its edge were also 2 imposing characters in the common cosmic language, Giant Axe. As for the 12 pictures on the giant axe Chaos Monument during the 3 years of the journey to Chaos City, Yang Wu had long since understood them clearly from the several manuals about the monument. In fact, the complete appearance of those 12 pictures had nearly all been reproduced in the manuals. Yet now that he saw the true giant axe Chaos Monument, the sensation was entirely different. On every picture, the familiar blade light seemed to have come alive. In the first picture, there were only 3 clear traces of axe marks left by chopping only 3, yet now they appeared to merge into a single expanse imbued with boundless lingering charm and profound mystery. The axe marks in the second picture were even denser. A careful count revealed that the magnificent axe mark blade light numbered 9. In the third picture, the axe marks numbered as many as 36. From the fourth picture onward, in Yang Wu's eyes, the dense axe marks could no longer be counted by number. The entire fourth picture was composed of countless axe marks forming a giant axe that descended from the heavens. A planet was effortlessly cleaved in 2. The fifth picture, however, contained 3 complete giant axe patterns that seemed to form a single whole, and around the giant axes were traces of countless planets exploding. The sixth picture in turn transformed into 9 complete giant axes. Yet around the axes the traces of exploding planets could no longer be seen. Instead there was only a pitch-black hole formed by dark chaos, and within that black hole lay an ineffable profundity. The first 6 pictures he could still partially understand, for during those 3 years on the way to Chaos City, he had constantly studied the manuals about the giant axe Chaos Monument, supplemented by Teacher Bari's occasional explanations. As for the last 6, Yang Wu felt as if he were looking at abstract and impressionist paintings from Earth's great Nirvana era. He could make neither head nor tail of them. He did not bother to probe the meanings of the remaining pictures. After casually sweeping his gaze across the entire giant axe Chaos Monument, he immediately became engrossed in the profundity contained within the first picture. So the law of space can be combined with the law of fire in this way. No, some parts of my original understanding of mastering space had gone down the wrong path. And there are also problems with my understanding of the law of fire. What a wondrous and enigmatic technique. If I had viewed the giant axe Chaos Monument once before my decisive battle with Bolin, I could have defeated him easily without even needing my controller abilities. The 3 axe mark blade lights evolved into boundless artistic conceptions within Yang Wu's consciousness. Although it was Yang Wu's true body viewing the giant axe Chaos Monument, however. In Yang Wu's inner world, the Rock Demon Falcon clone and the Blaze Star Giant Beast clone saw it as well at the same moment. At that moment, the Rock Demon Falcon clone transformed into a giant man over 20 meters tall with an eagle-like beak, wielding a huge battle axe and dancing with it endlessly. Sometimes lightning fast, sometimes slow like Tai Chi. As he ceaselessly comprehended the application of the law of space within his movements. The Blaze Star Giant Beast clone, however, was swinging its claws seemingly casually in the inner world. Every time its sharp claws swept through, trails of scorching heat appeared in the inner world. In the seemingly aimless claw-waving, the Blaze Star Giant Beast clone slowly began to grasp the technique of fusing the law of space with the law of fire. Seated before the giant axe Chaos Monument, Yang Wu watched those 3 mysterious axe mark blade lights quietly fathoming their profundity and cross-verified them one by one with the cultivation he had practiced under Teacher Bari's guidance over those 3 years. He went even further, merging the comprehensions of his 2 clones in the inner world into his true body's enlightenment. Inside the cultivation chamber, Yang Wu and dozens of others were fully immersed, completely unaware of the passage of time. Rumble. The bronze giant gate crashed open, yet the crowd remained entranced and did not wake. Everyone come out. A voice poured in, flooding straight into everyone's mind. Everyone come out. 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 The voice echoed endlessly in their minds, growing louder and louder, jolting everyone awake in an instant. The roaring sound reverberating in their heads made them all cover their ears and rush for the exit. The moment they stepped over the threshold, that unsettling sound vanished completely. Almost everyone turned back and glanced at the cultivation chamber with reluctance, but chaotic chi swirled within. Leaving the Chaos Monument, completely invisible. 3 days later, in the virtual universe Yuxiang Mountain Primordial Zone Estate No. 102, Yang Wu's figure appeared in the estate. Your Highness. A crowd of servants and guards hastily bowed. It seems your Highness has gained tremendously from viewing the giant Axe Chaos Monument and digesting it over these 3 days. Cardi the guard captain and a marquis-level immortal also said with a smile, a small gain. You all have worked hard these past few days. Master, there is a communication request for you. Xiaoxin appeared on Yang Wu's shoulder. Put it through, Yang Wu said with a nod. Brother, why have you disappeared for another 3 days? Are you going to challenge the Tongtian Bridge? That fellow Bolin has already cleared the 2nd level and Rongjun has cleared the 1st. He was even accepted as a disciple by a cosmic nation lord. Yang Li's voice came through the optical computer. Oh, I was digesting my insights from the giant Axe Chaos Monument. What about you? How effective was your cultivation of the ancestral Mother Chaos Monument? Did you pass? Yang Wu asked with a smile. No, I didn't even pass the 1st level and my teacher scolded me harshly. From his conversation with his sister, Yang Wu learned that just as in the original plot, Bolin had broken through the 2nd level, Rongjun had cleared the 1st and Luo Feng likewise had not passed the 1st. Moreover, except for Yang Wu, who knew the plot, and Yang Li, who had an apothecary mentor, everyone else was shocked that Rongjun had been accepted as a disciple by a cosmic nation lord. Fine then, I'll go try the Tongtian Bridge right away, Yang Wu said and ended the call. Apply to enter the Tongtian Bridge, he said to Xiaoxin. Understood. Soon with Xiaoxin's application, a voice sounded in Yang Wu's mind. Identity confirmed. Yang Wu, you have permanently obtained the qualification to enter the Tongtian Bridge. We hope you work hard and reach the end of the bridge. Now teleport. Whoosh. Yang Wu disappeared from the estate in an instant. The virtual universe was a special dimensional plane. As far as the eye could see stretched an endless ocean with mist swirling above its surface. Upon the ocean lay a beautiful island. Along its edge were 52 harbors, each extending an endless long bridge that stretched toward the very end of heaven and earth. Veiled by the mist, the bridges gave one a dreamlike feeling. Swish! Yang Wu's figure suddenly appeared in the square at the center of the island. Yang Li had already been waiting in that square. Besides Yang Li, there were also several young geniuses who had entered Chaos City together with Yang Wu. Brother! Yang Wu, why are you only here now? Seeing Yang Wu arrive, everyone called out to him at once in a flurry of voices. Not far from the square stood a man in a black starry robe. He had 4 ears but no nose, and he wore a smile on his face. When he saw Yang Wu approach, he took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Yang Wu. I am Beifan, the warden of the Tongtian Bridge Plain. You may call me Warden. Hello, Lord Warden. May I challenge the Tongtian Bridge now? Yang Wu asked respectfully, offering a salute. Of course. Yang Wu, you cultivate the giant Axe Chaos Steel. Work hard, won't you? Warden Beifan smiled and said, in Chaos City, the giant Axe Chaos Steel is cultivated by the most people, and it also has the most levels. 32 in all. An immortal can usually reach the 9th level. If you reach the 16th level, you can be called nearly invincible among immortals. Reach the 21st level and you can become a cosmic kingdom lord. And once you can pass the 18th level, then you will directly obtain permanent resident status in Chaos City, without any other conditions. Go on. Among this batch of young fellows, only that one named Rongjun has passed the 1st level. I hope you can give us a surprise. Swoosh! Yang Wu nodded, then suddenly turned into a blur, and flew straight toward a distant Tongtian bridge that stretched to the end of heaven and earth. From afar, he could see a stone stele before the bridge inscribed with the words Giant Axe. The Tongtian bridge was wrapped in hazy white mist. The sea surged beneath it. The moment Yang Wu stepped into the Giant Axe Tongtian bridge, Xiaoxin's voice sounded in his mind. Master, I just received an email from the Virtual Universe Company. Oh, is it the points reward rules for challenging the Tongtian Bridge? Yang Wu was stunned for a moment, then immediately guessed the contents of the email. Lord Yao must have told you about it, Master. Then I won't repeat it. Master, just focus on challenging the Tongtian Bridge. Go, Master. Xiaoxin's voice immediately disappeared from Yang Wu's mind. Time to challenge it. Yang Wu gazed into the distance at the Tongtian Bridge, stretching into the misty end, his eyes narrowing slightly. Then he transformed into a streak of flowing light and swept away. At the end of the 1st level of the Giant Axe Tongtian Bridge, a voice suddenly spoke into Yang Wu's ear. Choose your opponent. You can choose a warrior, a telekinetic controller, or a telekinetic illusionist. Defeat your chosen opponent and you will have passed the 1st level of the Tongtian Bridge. In front of Yang Wu was a huge cloud of mist, and the voice was coming from that cloud. I choose the warrior. Yang Wu replied without the slightest hesitation. Whoosh! From the cloud of mist immediately flew a mass of silver liquid. It began to coalesce in midair, taking shape as a mysterious figure wearing a silver mask. The figure carried a gleaming silver long axe, Beneath the silver mask a pair of cold deep eyes stared at Yang Wu and it spoke in human language. Let the battle begin. Defeat him, and you can enter the second level of the Tongtian Bridge. The voice from the cloud of mist came again. Blade. With a cold shout Yang Wu moved his mind and a fifth-order force battle blade of exactly the same style as the one he usually used gradually took shape in his hand. Kill. Yang Wu raised his blade and charged forward. A blade gleam flashed out. Light in the hand yet heavy in will as if it could split mountains and sever peaks. It was the mountain-splitting secret art that Yang Wu had been cultivating for 3 years. However, after Yang Wu's own comprehension, and his first study of the giant axe chaos steely this mountain-splitting blade art had already become different from the mountain-splitting technique written by Bali. The silver-masked man raised his long axe. Although the art in his hands did not come from mountain-splitting, it came from the same giant axe chaos steely, so its artistic conception was largely the same. Swish, swish, swish. Several brilliant blade gleams swept past. Yang Wu and his opponent's figures kept crossing each other seemingly evenly matched. However, in the course of the constant exchange Yang Wu was slowly observing the other's insights into the giant axe chaos steel. That's about enough. A few minutes later Yang Wu's mouth curved up slightly. His speed suddenly surged and a single blade flash darted out. Both speed and power were more than double what they had been a moment before. The long blade suddenly seemed as if it were being wielded by a different person. Carrying an overwhelming ferocity that could split mountains and rend seas, it arrived in front of the silver-masked man. How is this possible? The silver-masked man was shocked and hurriedly raised his axe to brace against the blow. Boom! The blade light slashed down and the silver-masked man was struck straight down onto one knee on the deck of the Tongtian Bridge. Then Yang Wu's body suddenly flickered with astonishing speed. Taking advantage of the moment, the blade light in his hand slid smoothly past the silver-masked man's long axe. With a side step, the blade radiance had already swept across the silver-masked man's neck. When Yang Wu withdrew his blade and stood upright, the silver-masked man's head flew upward almost at the same time. First level passed. Just then the familiar voice from the cloud of mist came again. Yang Wu has just passed the first level of the Tongtian Bridge. He is now challenging the second level. The moment Yang Wu passed the Tongtian Bridge, almost all the geniuses received a message like this on their optical computers. The first level. If you couldn't even pass the first level, you wouldn't be Yang Wu. But over these past 3 years or so I've made considerable progress. I should be about on par with you by now. Wait a while and we'll have a battle to test it. When Rong Jun received the message, he was swinging his blade to comprehend the pictures of the first level of the giant axe chaos steel. After reading the message, a flash of battle intent crossed his eyes as he murmured to himself. Then he raised the long blade in his hand once more. Beep, beep, beep. Just then the sound of a short message notification came. Rong Jun, who was about to swing his blade, frowned and raised his arm once again. Yang Wu has just passed the second level of the Tongtian Bridge but failed the third level. He passed the second level. Rong Jun stared at his optical computer and could not say a word for a long time. 3 days later Yang Wu finally digested the gains and losses of his challenge and awoke from his insights. How was it? What did you think of challenging the Tongtian Bridge for the first time? Teacher Bali soon appeared at Yang Wu's estate. He was not particularly surprised that Yang Wu had passed 2 levels in a single attempt. Through 3 years with Yang Wu, Bali knew that unless something unexpected happened, passing the first 2 levels of the Tongtian Bridge was basically a sure thing for Yang Wu. Teacher. Yang Wu respectfully replied, I feel that the third level compared with the first 2. After you digest the experience and insights from the challenge, consult your secret manuals on the giant axe chaos steely, and then use the carvings in your current residence to consolidate. After that you can go outside Chaos City to hunt some chaos beasts. The chaos true spirits will be of some benefit to you now. As for the specific benefits, you'll know when the time comes. But be careful. Once you feel that the chaos true spirits are no longer of much help to you, go and study the giant axe chaos steel once more. After a while you should be able to clear the third level. Bali said. Chaos true spirit. Yang Wu's eyes lit up instantly. Familiar with the original plot, he naturally knew the benefits of the chaos true spirit. It was just that in the past few days he had been busy digesting the insights gained from studying the giant axe chaos steely, challenging the Tongtian Bridge, and then reviewing his gains and losses, so he had forgotten all about hunting chaos beasts to obtain chaos true spirits. Boom, boom, boom. Outside Hundun City in the vast peripheral region, where the chaos beasts dwelled, the chaotic chi currents roiled violently. Roar, roar, roar. A herd of ape-like creatures, each about 3 meters tall and 20 to 30 meters long, ran madly through the dense undergrowth, bodies hunched and faces bearing white fur and vertical eyes. The man-high weeds were trampled into a shambles. At a glance, this frenzied pack of chaos beasts numbered at least several hundred. At the moment they were frantically chasing a woman ahead. A figure with disheveled green curly hair and tattered robes, utterly determined to kill her at all costs. These ape-like creatures were none other than the Chaos Beasts, one of the 3 treasures of Hundun City. The enraged Chaos Beasts clearly had no intention of letting the fleeing woman get away. Their speed was astonishing, and the distance between them and the woman ahead was shrinking by the second. The largest Chaos Beast, running at the very front, was getting closer and closer to the woman. Suddenly it soared high into the air with a thunderous roar. Its radar-like tail gave a sudden jerk, its vertical eye blazed with rage and murderous intent, and in an instant it accelerated through the air. Its enormous palm reached directly for the woman ahead, who was even stumbling in her steps. Hearing the sound, the woman spun around at once, revealing a weary and terrified face. It was Qian Shui, who had entered the Taichu's secret realm during the Genius War. Already exhausted, Qian Shui had no choice but to force herself to raise her long sword and block in front of her. With a bang, the sword was sent flying, and Qian Shui, struck by the force, spat blood, and was hurled thousands of meters backward. Almost at the same moment, the Chaos Beast turned into a blur. Its sharp claws lunged savagely at Qian Shui, who had not yet risen from the ground. The twin claws, thick with murderous intent, loomed closer and closer in Qian Shui's beautiful pupils growing larger by the instant. Is this how I die? Qian Shui wanted to struggle and dodge, but her strength failed her. Watching the Chaos Beast's claws draw nearer, her eyes held only deep unwillingness. Swish! Just as the claws were about to reach Qian Shui's body and tear her delicate frame to shreds, a crimson blade light suddenly appeared. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the blade light slammed into the Chaos Beast's thick arms, as they were about to strike Qian Shui, blasting the arms apart. Golden blood splattered as flesh and bone flew everywhere. Immediately after, another streak of blade light flashed past, and the crimson edge directly severed its head. Behind this Chaos Beast, countless Chaos Beasts were howling madly as they lunged forward, like a surging wave crashing down. In the blink of an eye, a massive F-grade spacecraft appeared, standing between Yang Wu and Qian Shui. It temporarily blocked the surging horde of Chaos Beasts on the other side of the spacecraft. Bang! 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 The moment the spacecraft appeared, a violent series of pounding impacts came from the outer wall on the other side. Under the dense, ferocious impacts, even the enormous heavy F-grade spacecraft began to shift toward Yang Wu and the others. Let's go! Yang Wu grabbed the still-stunned Qian Shui and quickly slipped into the spacecraft from the side nearest them. A deep crimson vine extended from Yang Wu's body, at once snatched up the Chaos True Spirit that had already condensed into a mass, and the hatch closed. Whoosh! The spacecraft carved a phantom trail through the air and vanished in an instant. Hiss! Inside the spacecraft, the moment Yang Wu touched the Chaos True Spirit, it began to dissolve, fuse into his soul, and then vanish without a trace. Yang Wu, thank you. Before he could fully register the changes the Chaos True Spirit had brought him, Qian Shui's voice sounded in his ear. No need to thank me. I just happened to be here. How could you be so careless? Yang Wu waved his hand. I didn't expect the Chaos Beasts to come this quickly either. I had just killed a Chaos Beast, absorbed its Chaos True Spirit, and was quietly sensing the transformation it brought, when those Chaos Beasts charged at me, catching me completely off guard. Earlier, Rongjun and the others said that several people had already died, but I didn't take it to heart. If you hadn't come in time, I might have been the first person in our Taichu region to die. Qian Shui said, pushing her disheveled hair back. Above Hundun City, a pitch-black F-grade spacecraft appeared in midair. A graceful figure descended from it, and then the spacecraft turned around and flew back out of the city. Back in the spacecraft, Yang Wu finally had the chance to experience the change the Chaos True Spirit had just brought to his soul. Yang Wu's true body, along with the Peng Demon Falcon clone and the Flame Star Giant Beast clone, within his inner world, simultaneously felt that the fluctuations of their respective origin laws had become much clearer. What a treasure! Although a single Chaos True Spirit doesn't bring an enormous change to my soul, the benefits would be incredible if I collect enough of them. Yang Wu was beside himself with excitement. Come on, Chaos Beast! Stowing away his spacecraft, Yang Wu descended from the air, holding his long blade. After a wary glance around, he crouched low and crept forward through the grass toward a Chaos Beast tens of miles away. Yang Wu's target was this ultra-large Chaos Beast, more than 30 meters long, which moved slowly across the ground like a hill. Boom! As the Chaos Beast trudged along the ground, a fierce blade light suddenly appeared, as if from nowhere, slashing toward the head of the enormous beast. Ayu! The Chaos Beast suddenly reared its head, let out a furious roar, and with a violent toss its sharp horn met Yang Wu's descending blade light. Swish! Though the blade seemed heavy, it curved slightly in midair, grazed past the horn, and slashed straight into the Chaos Beast's head. The Chaos Beast's head, as hard as though forged from alloy, was extremely tough. Yet beneath Yang Wu's massive mountain-splitting blade intent, the crimson long blade cut through its skull without the slightest pause. Rumble! The Chaos Beast collapsed thunderously, as an emerald-green Chaos True Spirit floated out, its entire body rapidly decayed into a vast surge of chaotic chi. Swish! Yang Wu grabbed the chaos true spirit, and with a flicker of his body, he turned into a stream of light and vanished. A few seconds later, when dozens of enormous chaos beasts came stampeding over in fury, Yang Wu was already hundreds of miles away. Hidden behind the rocks, savoring the soul-soothing sensation, after absorbing the chaos true spirit, Yang Wu grinned slightly. This is wonderful. Hunting chaos beasts lets me obtain chaos true spirits, transform my soul, sharpen my sensitivity to the fluctuations of origin laws, and temper my combat abilities. It feels like being back on Earth in the wilderness hunting monsters. From then on, Yang Wu began his life hunting chaos beasts outside Hundun City. A few days later, Luo Feng also arrived. At times they hunted together and at times they hunted separately. A few more days later, Yang Li and Chen Shui also joined Yang Wu and Luo Feng's hunting group. Although they encountered quite a few dangers in these hunts, by this point Yang Wu and the others understood the chaos beasts' habits thoroughly, and each of them possessed different means of preserving their lives, so every danger was ultimately overcome without harm. During this period, Yang Wu also frequently received guidance from his immortal master Bali in his estate in the virtual universe. Meanwhile, during breaks from hunting, whenever he returned to Hundun City, he used one of his rewards from challenging the Tongtian Bridge, a chance to study the Chaos Steel, to spend another 7 days studying the giant axe Chaos Steel. Combined with the practical experience of hunting chaos beasts, this accelerated his digestion of what he had gained from the giant axe Chaos Steel. His progress was undeniably obvious. 8 months later, on this day, Yang Wu had just returned from hunting chaos beasts outside Hundun City, when he received a message transmitted to his optical computer. Bolan had successfully passed the 3rd level of the Tongtian Bridge. Bolan has made it through the 3rd level. Teacher Barry smiled faintly at the news. Perfectly natural. Bolan has always possessed remarkable talent, even surpassing yours. After nearly this whole year of secluded cultivation clearing, it is hardly surprising. Still, that lad's ambitions run too deep. He's cultivating time and space at once, and he'll only slow down as time goes on. His temperament too has its flaws. Barry continued. In fact, of all the young ones in this batch, the higher-ups of the Virtual Universe Company place the greatest hopes on you, Rong Jun and Luo Feng. You 3 in particular. Heh. Yang Wu rubbed his nose and laughed softly. You should go and challenge it as well. You've already fully mastered the first painting of the giant axe Chaos Steely, and your foundation is solid. You should have passed the 3rd level of the Tongtian Bridge long ago. When you possess strength, you must display it. Only then will you attract more resources and greater regard. Only passing the 3rd level proves that you've truly entered the gate of comprehending the Chaos Steel. Then you may also attend lectures under other immortals. Do not confine yourself to a single lineage. Although Yang Wu had never actually been accepted into his tutelage, or become a genuine disciple, old Barry held deep affection for this modest, hardworking, and gifted young man. Every level of the Tongtian Bridge was harder than the last. The news of Bolan clearing the 3rd level struck deep at the proud hearts of the geniuses, and before long over 100 of the remaining 900 or so prodigies chose to attempt the Tongtian Bridge as well. Virtual Universe Tongtian Bridge Plain. On that beautiful isle veiled in mist, the Warden Bafin still wore his black robe dotted with stars. At that moment, one youthful figure after another appeared upon the island. So many people. The moment Yang Wu set foot on the island, he was immediately taken aback by the sheer crowd. Had he not known better, he might have thought some kind of gathering was underway. At a single glance, Yang Wu spotted Luo Feng of the primordial secret realm, who had arrived before him along with Yang Li, Chen Shui Wuka, and several dozen others from the Heaven region and the End Times region. Haha, third brother, you're late again. Luo Feng had only just arrived himself. He had just greeted Yang Li and the others, and was waiting to attempt the Tongtian Bridge, when he caught sight of Yang Wu. The Jiu Tongtian Bridge is clear now. Luo Feng, go ahead. The Warden Bafin smiled. There are still people on the giant axe Tongtian Bridge. Yang Wu Wuka. You two will have to wait. Go get him forth. Brother Luo Feng, go. Madman, go. Amid the crowd's encouragement, Luo Feng shot toward the Jiu Tongtian Bridge he meant to conquer. Yang Wu, are you confident this time? Chen Shui looked at him with a gentle smile, a hint of concern in her voice. After the rescue last time, coupled with the 8+ months spent hunting chaos beasts together, and with that clever, mischievous girl Yang Li stoking the flames, a thread of affection had grown in both Yang Wu's and Chen Shui's hearts. Heh. The 3rd level shouldn't be much of a problem. It all comes down to whether I can get through the 4th. Yang Wu didn't hide anything. I'll pass along some news. Gillespie, one of the geniuses from your batch, just cleared the 1st level. The Warden Bafin suddenly announced, after Bolan Rongjun and Yang Wu. He is the 4th to successfully pass the 1st level of the Tongtian Bridge. The group of young people around him was stunned. Illusion Demon Gillespie. Back in the Genius Tournament, Illusion Demon Gillespie had been one of the loudest names. Many even thought he could storm all the way to 2nd place. In the end, however, he fell to the madman Luo Feng, missing the top 10, and sinking all the way down to the Heaven region. Even if he was in the heaven region, strength was strength after all. That guy actually went and cleared the first level. Yang Li waved her fist in frustration. The Muzu Tongtian bridge is empty now. Yang Li, you go. The warden Beifan went on. Humph, just watch me. I'll be the fifth to make it through the first level. Yang Li brandished her fist, then charged toward the Tongtian bridge without an instant's hesitation. In the 3 years spent heading to the primordial universe, Yang Li, much like Yang Wu, had rapidly broken through to the universe level and crossed into the threshold of the law of space. And after comprehending the chaos steel once in Chaos City, her progress had been enormous. Yang Wu, you may go challenge the giant axe Tongtian bridge now. Not long after Yang Li departed, the warden Beifan suddenly called out, "Go for it." Chen Shui gave Yang Wu a beaming smile and said softly, "Leave it to me." Yang Wu nodded, and with a flicker of motion, he streaked toward the giant axe Tongtian bridge. Another announcement: Luo Feng, a genius from your batch, has just cleared the first level, making him the fifth among you to succeed. The warden Beifan continued his calls. He made it through. Yang Wu's body came to a brief halt, and then he pressed on toward the Tongtian bridge. The giant axe Tongtian bridge arched across the endless sea, stretching far into the horizon, where heaven and earth converge. Yang Wu had long since cleared the first and second levels, so he flew all the way to the far end of the third. There, as familiar as ever, hung the enormous cloud mass, and the cloud spoke. Choose your opponent. You may choose a warrior, a spiritual mind master controller, or a spiritual mind master illusionist. Defeat your chosen opponent, and you shall be considered to have passed the third level of the Tongtian bridge. Warrior. Yang Wu descended slowly from midair, landed on the bridge, and replied without a flicker of hesitation. A glob of silver fluid flew out of the great cloud mass and swiftly condensed in midair into a mysterious man clad in a silver battle suit and a silver mask. The figure still carried a giant axe, and yet radiated a far more ferocious aura than the opponents of the previous 2 levels. Draw your weapon. Defeat me, and the third level is yours. The silver-masked man leveled his great axe, eyeing Yang Wu coldly. Blade! Yang Wu gave a cold shout, and a crimson long blade materialized in his hand. Light flared in his eyes as his battle intent erupted with savage intensity. Kill! Without the slightest pause, Yang Wu thundered, the roar bursting from his throat like a crack of spring thunder. In the same motion, he raised his long blade, crossed the distance in a single stride, and lashed out with a razor-sharp arc of blade light. Humph! The silver-masked man snorted coldly. With a swish, he stamped against the bridge beneath him, and launched himself high into the air, dodging Yang Wu's blade light. At the same time, his great axe swung upward, and then swept down with heaven-splitting earth-rending force, cleaving toward Yang Wu. Clang! Yang Wu's eyes were sharp as a razor. Letting out a low shout, he gave no ground, sweeping his long blade upward to catch the great axe head-on. Then, with an easy, subtle rotation of his wrist, he shifted his body with the momentum. And with a swish, the blade slid along the axe haft, slashing toward the silver-masked man's arm, deft and fluid yet charged with the overwhelming might of a mountain-cleaving strike. Not good! The silver-masked man's heart jolted, and he hurriedly leaped backward. Shoo! The blade light screamed past. Though he dodged the fatal stroke, a long wound was left across his body. What a swift blade! And what ingenious, ever-changing moves! The silver-masked man tightened his grip on his long axe, looked down at the wound on his torso, and felt a silent shudder of dread. Then he raised his axe again and vaulted into the air with all his might. Boom! 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 3 nearly seamless arcs of axe light exploded into the air, dazzling, resplendent. Ha ha ha, is that your complete understanding of the first painting? Yang Wu laughed aloud, his body surging upward in the same instant. He swung his blade in an identical fashion. Yet 3 brilliant arcs of light, radiant and murderous, condensed in the air. The 3 blade auras were like the first light of dawn cutting through the black hour before morning. The silver-masked man's 3 axe arcs, eclipsed by the brilliance of Yang Wu's blade, faded into nothingness in an instant, like starlight paling before a perfect moon. No! A cry of shock rang out. Yet the dazzling blade light, swift as lightning, had already come to rest against the silver-masked man's neck. In the public zone of the virtual universe, more than 20 king-tier immortals of the giant axe lineage, Yan Mingwang, Black Axe King, and Kuan Shouwang among them, were gathered together drinking fine wine while debating fiercely. Do you understand what is really going on? That young Rong Jun, although his combat talent is indeed astonishing, and he created his own blade arts at such a young age, is a truly remarkable genius. But his comprehension of the laws is not that remarkable. How could 2 universe nation lords be vying to take him as a disciple? Yan Mingwang swirled his wine glass and asked, puzzled. Who knows? The giant axe lineage has the most geniuses, but unfortunately very few are truly stunning. The moment a Rong Jun appeared, he was inexplicably snatched away by a universe nation lord. The Black Axe King, who stood about 10 meters tall, said in a muffled voice, Haha, isn't there still Yang Wu? Bolan passed the 3rd level. Those kids who refuse to accept defeat will be provoked and will immediately rush to the Tongtian Bridge. Once Yongwu gets through the third level, hehe. Kuan Shouwang said with a sly smile, glancing at the others. Haven't you heard? Yongwu has a fire attribute body refined by fire. Besides the spatial origin laws, he has also comprehended the fire origin. Just like me. He is definitely suited to be my disciple. Yan Mingwang cut off Kuan Shouwang, saying with a touch of pride. But there's a little fellow with them called Wuka who would be more fitting as your disciple, ha ha ha. Suddenly everyone turned to look at the optical computer on their arms. The fourth level. That Yongwu passed the fourth level. The dozen or so people fell silent at once. Only after a long while did long sighs break out. None of you should fight me over this. I haven't taken a disciple in 35 epochs. I'll owe you all a favor. Don't teach during this period. I'll take over all your classes myself. Suddenly Yan Mingwang rose to his feet and said, haha, in your dreams. In less than a year he's already passed the fourth level. A genius like this, I suspect even that person back then was only at this level. No matter what we have to contend for him. Only 35 epochs. I haven't taken a disciple in 90 epochs. Everyone shot Yan Mingwang a contemptuous look. Let me tell you another piece of news about Yongwu. Just now after he passed the third level. And set a record by passing the fourth level. Outside the Tongtian Bridge, Warden Beifan said to the group of young geniuses. Take the fourth level. Everyone was stunned. Even Warden Beifan had to call the names of those among them who could challenge the Tongtian Bridge several times before anyone heard. Brother, well done. Yang Li, who had just failed another attempt, felt her frustration instantly swept away upon hearing the news. Before we came to Chaos City, the gap between him and me was not that great. Before the pinnacle battle I could still exchange a dozen or so moves with him. Now I've only passed the first level while he's already passed the fourth. Although he has an immortal teacher in the primordial zone. Mine is a universe nation lord teacher. Rong Jun clenched his fists. Strike while the iron is hot. I'll go comprehend the giant axe chaos steel once more. Along with the reason for failing the fifth level this time, I should be able to pass it next time. At Yongwu's residence in Chaos City, a figure shot out from the rooftop like lightning, and soon appeared before the city lord's mansion. Lord Kandri. Yongwu respectfully saluted the three-eyed elder guarding the gate. Little fellow, it's only been a few months. You're here again. Kandri smiled and nodded, then closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, a flash of shock appeared in his gaze. Not bad. You have improved very quickly. You still have 3 opportunities for enlightenment. Kandri looked at Yongwu with an expression completely different from before. I intend to use one of my enlightenment opportunities, Lord Kandri. Yongwu answered solemnly. Go ahead. You're in luck. No one is in the chamber right now. Kandri smiled and pointed at the immense bronze gate behind him. With a rumble, the bronze gate slowly opened. Dense chaotic chi rolled within, making the interior hazy. Thank you, my lord. Yongwu bowed in thanks and swiftly entered the cultivation chamber. A fine little fellow, Kandri said with a smile to himself. Meanwhile, in the Tongtian Bridge dimension of the virtual universe network, Warden Beifan suddenly looked up and saluted the sky. Lord Kandri, give me a copy of Yongwu's battle video from his Tongtian Bridge challenge just now. Kandri said, yes. I can't believe even Lord Kandri was stirred. He has never specially paid attention to any single genius before. Why did he come all the way here to ask for Yongwu's video? After handing the video to Kandri, and watching him leave, Warden Beifan let out a long sigh and muttered to himself. Could it be? Warden Beifan suddenly widened his eyes. No, that should be impossible. Lord Kandri hasn't taken a disciple in tens of thousands of epochs. That should be impossible. I'm overthinking. He shook his head and muttered to himself. Not bad. His foundation is solid, he is rigorous yet flexible, and he has already glimpsed the root of the origin of cosmic space and the fire origin. Outside the cultivation chamber's gate, Kandri suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself. Inside the cultivation chamber, Yongwu's spiritual consciousness was wholly absorbed in the second image on the giant axe chaos steel. His true body and his 2 avatars, all their consciousness were guided by the steel. His comprehension of the 9 axe traces and blade lights in the second image deepened continuously as all kinds of mysteries surfaced in his mind. Come out. A voice suddenly entered Yongwu's mind. As with the previous 2 times, he left the cultivation chamber quickly, reluctant to leave. After bowing to Kandri in gratitude, he was about to walk away. Little fellow, wait a moment. Kandri suddenly called him back. Yongwu halted, turned, and looked respectfully at Kandri. My lord. Yongwu bowed. I have a mind to take you as a disciple. Would you be willing? Kandri smiled at Yongwu and nodded gently. Originally, because an immortal tutor had always resided in his manor in the primordial secret realm, he had not been particularly interested in being able to take an immortal as a master after passing the 3rd level of the Tongtian Bridge. But at Yang Wu's current level of cultivation, if a universe venerable took him as a disciple, the significance and benefits would be completely different. Kandri could be regarded as one of the veteran venerables of Chaos City, and Yang Wu especially coveted his extraordinary skill in avatars. Yang Wu was startled for a moment, then immediately reacted. He knelt respectfully and said loudly, "I am willing. Your disciple kowtows to you, master." "Ah, good, good, good," Kandri said with a laugh. "I have accepted few disciples in my life. Before you I accepted 68 in total, but all of them were tens of thousands of epochs ago. Of those only 23 have not yet fallen: 9 immortal army commanders, 8 marquis immortals, 5 king immortals, and 1 universe venerable. You are the most talented of the 69 disciples I have accepted. I hope you do not waste your talent and do not disappoint me." "What?" Venerable Kandri has accepted Yang Wu as his disciple. In the public zone of the virtual universe, the 20-plus immortals of the Giant Axe School, who had argued for days over who should take Yang Wu as a disciple, cried out at the same time. Both of the most talented geniuses in our Giant Axe School have been taken away by these venerables. Why are we still arguing here? Yan Mingwang said with a bitter smile. Forget it, forget it. The only 2 geniuses we found worthy have been snatched away by venerables. We should just go back to our own business. What is wrong this year? Have all these venerables jumped out to fight us for disciples? Is there any sense in that? Kuan Shouwang shook his head, drained the wine in his cup in one gulp, and with a slight movement vanished from the virtual universe. Then the remaining 20-odd people also gradually left the virtual universe. Time flowed on, and among this group of geniuses no one slackened. Nor were any willing to slacken. Especially with Yang Wu, Bo Lan, Luo Feng and others having already surged far ahead, the sense of urgency in their hearts grew even stronger, driving them to cultivate with desperate intensity. 2 years after entering Hundun City, Qian Shui passed the first level of the Tongtian Bridge. Immediately after, stimulated by this, Yang Li Wu Ka Jiang Moai Chen Yifeng, and others also passed the first level one after another. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. In the 13th year in Hundun City, Yang Li Chen Shui Wu Ka, and others broke through the second level of the Tongtian Bridge, while Rong Jun broke through the third level. In the 19th year in Hundun City, Luo Feng passed the fourth level of the Tongtian Bridge, and on that very day Bo Lan appeared and passed the fifth level. Immediately after, Yang Wu emerged upon hearing the news, and once again, stormed through 2 levels in succession, maintaining his leading position over the other geniuses. That day also spurred on Rong Jun, and a group of others went to challenge the Tongtian Bridge, but unfortunately no one could break through. In the 21st year in Hundun City, Yang Li and Wu Ka passed the third level of the Tongtian Bridge. In the 25th year in Hundun City, Long Yun and Zhao Laishi passed the third level of the Tongtian Bridge. In the 28th year in Hundun City, Chen Shui and the Jiang Mo siblings passed the third level of the Tongtian Bridge. It must be mentioned that over 30 years Yang Wu not only improved his cultivation rapidly and left everyone far behind, but also established a clear romantic relationship with Chen Shui. Among the 1,000 geniuses who entered the Virtual Universe Company in that batch, they became the only successful couple, and this became one of the legendary tales of Hundun City. It's been nearly 30 years. It must be about time to leave. Let me go see Master Kandeli first and take the opportunity to study the Giant Axe Chaos Steel once more. Yang Wu was in his residential area in Hundun City. All 9 identical Yang Wu bodies suddenly opened their eyes. One of them muttered to himself, then leaped from the rooftop and flew toward the city lord's mansion. You will be leaving Hundun City in a little over half a month. Kandeli looked at Yang Wu with satisfaction and said, After you leave, if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, you may ask me. As for other mundane matters, if you truly encounter an unsolvable problem, you can also come to me. I, your teacher, would hate for such trifles to affect your cultivation. Kandeli said affectionately, Thank you, Master. The avatar technique you imparted to your disciple. Now I can condense 9 avatars, each possessing 10% of my true body's power. Could your disciple leave 1 avatar in your residence, so as to stay by your side, and receive your guidance more conveniently? Hee hee. Yang Wu grinned and said, You rascal. Don't play those crooked tricks. You know the rules of Hundun City very well. If you want to stay in Hundun City long-term, fine. Cultivate diligently and break through the 18th level of the Tongtian Bridge as soon as possible. Kandeli glared at Yang Wu. In nearly 30 years, Kandeli watched Yang Wu advance step by step in leaps and bounds, and he was more and more satisfied with this youngest disciple. He had even imparted his most unique treasured skill, the myriad avatar art, to Yang Wu. Yang Wu also soon succeeded in cultivating this avatar secret method, reaching the limit of 9 avatars at the cosmic level. Although such avatars could not yet reach the power of Kandeli's avatars, which approached 60% of his true body's strength. However, in ordinary non-combat situations, such avatars were extremely useful to Yang Wu. Although Kandeli was a veteran cosmic venerable, he was different from other venerable powerhouses. Despite his extremely high cultivation and status, He was far more kind-hearted than other experts, just like a kindly old man, which made Yang Wu feel very close to him. For 30 years Yang Wu had still worn that familiar brownish-red battle suit. But compared with when he had first arrived in Hundun City 30 years ago, he had become much more mature without the childishness of those early years. From his body there faintly lingered a majestic and overbearing aura. That was the natural result of long-term meditation on the giant axe chaos stele, which had formed a unique, bold, and unconstrained disposition of the giant axe lineage. Go on, cultivate well. Next time you return to Hundun City, give me a surprise. Kandeli waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your meticulous teaching over the past 30 years, Master. Your disciple will definitely not disappoint your expectations." Yang Wu knelt prostrate. Although Yang Wu had acknowledged Xian, a great power from millions of years ago, as his teacher, and from Lord Yao's description, he knew Xian's cultivation was many times higher than Master Kandeli's, he had never really spent time with her. But in Hundun City Yang Wu and Master Kandeli had spent nearly 30 years together. The master-disciple bond over those 30 years was naturally deep. When you reach the Yuanshi secret realm, I will have your 2 senior brothers, one a Marquis Undying, and one a King Undying, take up residence in your estate. One will serve as the captain of your guards to ensure your safety before you become a realm lord. The other will guide your cultivation on my behalf. Kandeli fell silent for a moment, then spoke to Yang Wu once more. Yang Wu was overjoyed and said gratefully, "Thank you, Master. Your disciple still has one chance to comprehend the chaos stele. I would like to study the giant axe chaos stele, once more, hoping to grasp a little more of the mystery in the third painting and further perfect my 9 sets of saber techniques." The giant axe lineage differed from other factions, focusing on the fusion of laws and the creation of martial techniques. During his 30 years in Hundun City, Yang Wu had already created 9 sets of saber techniques, which Kandeli continuously refined. "Alright, go ahead. The cultivation chamber for the giant axe chaos stele is empty right now." Kandeli nodded and said with a smile. 10 days later, a great fish was flying through the unstable chaos of the primordial universe. Inside this great fish, above the throne, sat the 9 swords venerable in a blue robe and purple scales. Below him Longyu King in emerald jade armor, and 10 other Undyings stood respectfully. Reporting to the venerable of this batch of 1000 geniuses, only 816 are still alive now. Longyu King bowed and said, "Among the 816 surviving geniuses, the most outstanding is Yang Wu. Yang Wu has now passed the 6th level of the Tongtian Bridge. Next is Bolan, who has passed the 5th level. Then there is Luo Feng, who has passed the 4th level. There are also 6 others who have passed the 3rd level of the Tongtian Bridge. Among them the most dazzling performance was Yang Wu, who broke through the 6th level in the 19th year in Hundun City, far ahead of everyone else. However, in the recent 10 years, he has not challenged the Tongtian Bridge again. Under the guidance of Venerable Kandeli, what level has his cultivation reached? The one closest to him in strength is Bolan. But Luo Feng's progress is also astonishing. It is just that Yang Wu's brilliance is too dazzling, overshadowing him. Yang Wu, Bolan, Luo Feng. The 9 swords venerable sat on his throne, listening, nodded slightly, and said softly, "Clunk." The fish-shaped spacecraft abruptly stopped above Hundun City. The belly hatch of the great fish opened and over a dozen figures flew out. The one in the lead was the purple-scaled man in a cyan battle robe. Abruptly the great fish that had been floating in midair vanished directly. At this moment Yang Wu and the other 816 geniuses, along with nearly 100 undying beings, had long since gathered in the sky above Hundun City, respectfully waiting. "We pay our respects to the venerable. We pay our respects to the venerable." A group of undyings and the 816 geniuses, including Yang Wu, all hurriedly bowed in salute. Humph! The 9 swords venerable let out a low snort, as if a heavy hammer were striking everyone's heart in midair. Tens of thousands of cultivators in Hundun City each felt the pressure in their hearts, and did not dare to raise their heads. How terrifying! Yang Wu and the others could not help but have sweat beads ooze from their foreheads. It was like an ant being stared at by a colossal dragon. Although his own teacher Kandeli was also a venerable, and his cultivation was no weaker than the 9 swords venerables, Kandeli usually completely restrained his aura, and had never displayed his pressure in front of Yang Wu. In a place as safe as Hundun City, you 1000 people actually lost nearly 2/10 of your number. That truly disappoints me. Standing in the void like a heavenly god, the 9 swords venerable looked down at the crowd and said coldly, "In 10 days you will leave Hundun City. By then even more dangers of all kinds will await you. At such a rate of death in the original universe, wouldn't half of you die within 100 years? Everyone held their breath, not daring to speak. Humph! All of you make good use of the last 10 days. Those who should challenge the Tongtian Bridge should go challenge it. Those who should comprehend the chaos stele should hurry to do so. After leaving Hundun City, if you want to return next time, it will be a very long time from now. The Nine Swords Venerable finally restrained his aura and waved his hand. Before leaving Chaos City, the assembled geniuses made another attempt at the Tongtian Bridge. Rongjun was the first to pass the 4th level, which immediately reignited the competitive fire in the others. Then Luo Feng appeared and passed the 5th level. Bolan also promptly cleared the 6th level, temporarily tying with Yangwu. Half an hour later, Yangwu arrived upon hearing the news and breezed through the 7th level of the Tongtian Bridge, once again, preserving his lead among the 800-plus geniuses. Time flew by as more than 800 geniuses lined up one after another attempting to conquer the Tongtian Bridge. Meanwhile, Yangwu, Luo Feng, and the others were either digesting their insights from the bridge or studying the Chaos Monument. Before long, the day of departure arrived. Once more aboard the Nine Swords Venerable's fish-shaped spacecraft in the lounge. Though the geniuses had become familiar with one another over 30 years in Chaos City, they rarely had the chance to gather together like this. The moment they entered, those with close ties immediately fell into conversation. Luo Feng, ruthless as always. And you too, Rongjun. Uka, the prince of the Manika Star, wore a disgruntled expression. The two of you. One cleared the 5th level of the Tongtian Bridge, the other the 4th. Left me in the dust. It's heartbreaking. If you know the gap, then work hard. Luo Feng patted Yuka's shoulder. Uka froze. Damn it. Give someone an inch and they take a mile. Look at Yangwu. He reached the 7th level and he's still perfectly calm. That's what a true expert looks like. Uka cried out in a strange voice. Haha, ignore this guy. That freak ain't in our league. Rongjun shot Yangwu a glance. Exactly. In 30 years, not only did he leave us far behind, he also won the heart of Chen Shui, the most beautiful girl in our primitive secret realm. It's devastating, truly devastating. I used to think that even if I couldn't match you in cultivation, at least among us 1,000 people, this prince's dashing looks and elegant charm should rank first. At the very least, Chen Shui should have chosen me, no. But in the end, for 30 years he has crushed me in every single way. All I see before me is darkness. Uka glanced at Chen Shui, who was nestling against Yangwu. He howled with exaggeration. Ha ha ha. Yuka's words earned only a roll of the eyes from Chen Shui, while everyone else burst into laughter. Boom. Suddenly the familiar suffocating aura of the Nine Swords Venerable descended, silencing everyone at once. Your 30 years of foundational training in Chaos City have ended. In terms of mortality rate, your batch could have been worse. In terms of achievements, you are quite outstanding. In particular, Yangwu, Bolan, Luo Feng, and Rongjun have done remarkably well. The Nine Swords Venerable swept his gaze over the 816 young people before him. You have now left the Prime Universe, meaning your safest period of cultivation in Chaos City has officially come to an end. Next you will be divided into 4 groups, and sent to the Primitive Secret Realm, the Primordial Secret Realm, the Heaven-Earth Secret Realm, and the End Times Secret Realm. From now on things won't be as comfortable as in Chaos City. Good luck. I hope that when we meet again 500 of you are still alive. At his estate in the Primitive Secret Realm, Yangwu's entire body lay immersed in a cool nutrient tank, while his consciousness had already entered the virtual universe. Big brother, second brother, why are you two so free today? Second brother, have you finished your cultivation? Old fourth, you're even quicker than me. Why am I always half a beat behind? As soon as Yangwu entered the virtual universe, he found Hong Thunder God and Luo Feng already waiting for him. Haha, the training is over and I just returned to the Chenwu secret realm. Thunder God laughed, rubbing his bald head with excitement. Second brother, with that look on your face, you seem to have joyful news to share. Third brother bagged Chen Shui, the genius girl of our primitive secret realm. Did you find us a second sister-in-law in Chenwu secret realm? Luo Feng teased. Haha, I don't have that kind of luck like old third. With my looks, girls don't take a fancy to me. Thunder God chuckled. But for me indeed there is great news. The greatest news to share with you all. Humph, good news. We almost got our souls scattered. Hong snorted coldly from the side. Only then did Hong, still fuming, recount the whole story. It turned out that over 3 years ago, after nearly 100 years of cultivation in the Chenwu secret realm, 30 years in Chaos City corresponded to 100 years in the original universe. Hong and Thunder God left together for trials abroad. On a barren planet, they encountered a wounded cosmos-level peak Huisha beast. The injured beast, suddenly seeing 2 humans, explosively attacked them without warning. Despite its severe injuries, the Huisha beast was still far beyond what Thunder God and Hong, both merely mid-cosmos level warriors, could handle. In particular, the Huisha beast's time-freezing talent left them completely helpless to defend. Facing the Huisha beast, Hong and Thunder God felt as though they were back on Earth facing the golden-horned beast. Only this time the wounded Huisha beast was even more frenzied. Before long both were gravely wounded and on the verge of death. Just as the Huisha beast's claws were about to tear into Hong, Thunder God, though seriously wounded, desperately threw himself in front, hurling Hong away, and then self-destructed without hesitation. Unfortunately, though Thunder God's self-destruction inflicted some damage on the Huisha beast, it was by no means fatal. Instead, it further enraged the creature, which lunged at the distant Hong. Seeing Thunder God blow himself up to save him, Hong's eyes split with rage. Just as he charged forward, intending to die together with the beast, he discovered that the Huisha beast, which had been charging madly at him, suddenly froze in place. The intelligent life form Lord Wu appeared out of nowhere and stopped Hong, who in his grief and fury had wanted to seize the chance to destroy the Huisha beast. It turned out that at the instant Thunder God's body detonated. Just as Luo Feng had once possessed the golden-horned beast, Thunder God's soul, having been taught a soul-cloning art by Lord Wu in the Qianwu secret realm, transformed into a sphere of lightning that shot into the Huisha beast's body, attempting possession. Compared with Luo Feng's possession of a newborn golden-horned beast, Thunder God's possession was a desperate struggle for survival. The soul-cloning art he cultivated was incomparable to Luo Feng's, and the newly born golden-horned beast of that time was also not in the same league as this cosmos-level peak Huisha beast. Fortunately, Thunder God's mental cultivation realm and willpower were extremely high. Though repeatedly at a disadvantage while clashing with the Huisha beast's soul, he held on and finally succeeded after a full 6 months. Like Luo Feng back then, he also nurtured an earthling body. Damn it! Hearing the harrowing tale of the Huisha beast, Yang Wu and Luo Feng broke out in cold sweat, their eyes wide as they cursed. You two really? Neither Yang Wu nor Luo Feng knew what to say. No wonder during the past 2 years, whenever Hong met Yang Wu and Luo Feng in the virtual universe, he was always in a hurry, claiming that Thunder God was at a critical moment of cultivation and couldn't meet them. It turned out that Thunder God was busy possessing the beast and nurturing an earthling body. They hadn't told the two for fear it would worry them and affect their cultivation. Luo Feng, who had personally undergone the possession of the golden-horned beast, especially understood. Even though the soul core of the golden-horned beast had been heavily damaged by Yang Wu back then, Luo Feng still felt he had succeeded only after enduring extraordinary hardship. Yet Thunder God had taken a full 6 months to complete the possession. The agony involved was simply unimaginable. Haha, don't look at me like that. In that situation, even if I hadn't self-destructed, there was no way to survive. Who could have known that misfortune would turn into a blessing? Thunder God said smugly. Look, just like old Third, I now have a starry sky beast incarnation, one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines. Moreover, it's a lightning and time-type beast, perfectly aligned with the lightning laws I originally comprehended. Haha. Thank you, senior brother Gung Ye. Over these past 2 years and more, your patient guidance has made it so that despite leaving Hundun City, my cultivation has not felt the slightest stagnation. It is as if I were still cultivating inside Hundun City. In the vast training grounds of Estate 102 in the primordial secret realm, Yang Wu halted his movements and respectfully saluted a middle-aged man standing not far away. A man nearly 10 meters tall, gaunt as a bamboo pole. Haha, junior brother, no need for such courtesy. Among Master's disciples, only the two of us belong to the giant axe lineage. As long as you can make progress, what is this small effort of mine? The tall, gaunt, middle-aged man waved a hand as he spoke. This man, thin as a bamboo pole, was Gung Ye, a king-ranked immortal disciple personally sent by Kendeli to reside at Yang Wu's estate in the primordial secret realm and guide Yang Wu's cultivation. Unlike most geniuses who felt their progress slow or even stagnate after leaving Hundun City, senior brother Gung Ye had moved in immediately once Yang Wu reached the primordial secret realm, guiding his cultivation almost hand in hand. As a result, Yang Wu never experienced the discomfort that Luo Feng and the others had suffered when they first left Hundun City. Junior brother, during these past 2 years and more, although you have gained a deeper understanding of the giant axe chaos stele, you have also created 3 new saber techniques. Your talent is astonishing. Even I cannot help but admire you. However, I have recently sensed that you have reached a bottleneck in your comprehension of the laws and in your fusion and innovation of martial arts. When Master asked about you the other day, he sent word that you should challenge the Undying Altar and the Illusory Sea, then take on some cultivation missions. Go temper yourself, the tall gaunt man said calmly. In the Undying Altar plain, on a vast black mountain range that stretched beyond the limits of sight, peaks rose one after another. At the summit of each peak stood a golden altar. At a glance, thousands upon thousands of golden altars dotted the countless mountains. With a whoosh, Yang Wu's figure suddenly appeared within one of those golden altar realms. It is indeed a place that tests pure physical strength. Apart from strength, I can feel nothing. Not origin force, not the source of the universe. Even my mind power is so scarce that it can barely sustain a wisp of consciousness. Sensing that strange feeling of the Undying Altar plane, where only strength remained and all other energy had vanished, Yang Wu rolled his neck and spoke. He looked up at the 100-step Undying Altar, let out a breath, and quickly climbed the stairs to the sacrificial platform. Only when the body's explosive force reaches 100 units can it be considered perfect control of the body. I wonder how many units I can reach. On the Undying Altar's platform stood a humanoid target with a screen beside it. On the screen, text written in the universal language used throughout the cosmos read, Within 1 second strike the target respectively with your fist, elbow, head, knee, and foot. Your strength shall be measured by the lowest attack among these 5 strikes. 5 strikes then. Yang Wu loosened his muscles and slightly crouched. The power in his body suddenly erupted like a raging flood, surging first to his fist, then swiftly moving through his elbow, head, knee, and foot. Bang, 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 bang. Without the slightest pause Yang Wu moved like lightning and instantly completed the 5 strikes. Fist, elbow, head, knee, foot. On the humanoid target before him. Yang Wu withdrew his fist and stood up, then immediately looked at the screen beside him. Data appeared on the screen: 71 units, 78 units, 72 units, 79 units, 70 units. Score 70 units. Points gained 4000. Only 70 units. Yang Wu shook his head. He knew that Luo Feng had scored 0 on his first attempt at this undying altar test, and that he himself was incomparably stronger than Luo Feng, countless times stronger. But Yang Wu differed from Luo Feng. Luo Feng focused on being a spiritualist while Yang Wu was a martial artist. For a martial artist, control over the body's power is much more important than for a spiritualist. Again, Yang Wu twisted his neck, moved his body, and focused his essence, chi, and spirit completely. In an instant he completed the 5 required strikes on the humanoid target before him. Data appeared on the screen: 72 units, 76 units, 73 units, 79 units, 71 units. Score 70 units. Points gained 4000. Again, after dozens of consecutive attempts Yang Wu finally stopped. His test score had remained at 70 units without changing. Forget it. I'll put more effort into strength training later. For now let me challenge the illusory sea and see how far my mental cultivation has reached. Yang Wu glanced once more at the altar before him, then shifted his body, and vanished from the undying altar plane. In the illusory sea plane a black ocean roared. Yang Wu's figure suddenly appeared. He watched the enormous waves dozens of meters away crash against the cliff shore again and again. He paused for less than a second, then shot forward with a boom, transforming into a streak of light that raced toward the first island in the illusory sea. Since his rebirth Yang Wu had always understood the importance of mental cultivation, and had never neglected it. He had also sought guidance from Hong and Lei Xin on many occasions. On Earth in Jiangnan Bay City, a group of young people were participating in the assessment to become prospective martial artists, and Yang Wu was one of them. He gave a slight toss of his head, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. The illusion before him vanished completely, leaving only the pitch-black sea and the roaring waves. In the distance, the second island of the illusory sea gradually emerged. On that island the illusion scattered with a gentle shake of Yang Wu's head. On the third island the oppressive force of the illusion seemed to slide harmlessly past Yang Wu, entirely unable to affect him, as he gave a faint smile. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, the eighth. At first Yang Wu could still feel a trace of the illusion's pressure, and even needed to pause briefly before emerging from it. As he went deeper the pressure of the illusion gradually increased, yet his understanding of when yin and yang unite the Tao arises of itself grew ever more profound. It felt as if he were experiencing and consolidating the fruits of his mental cultivation within the illusory sea. Yin and yang united, hardness and softness complemented each other. Where he should withstand he withstood. Where he should yield and let the force pass he yielded. Combining these he passed several more layers with effortless ease. At that moment deep in the illusory sea an old man in black scale armor wrapped in a golden yellow robe sat cross-legged at the edge of the 21st island. He was the administrator of the entire illusory sea. Universe level 9. A disciple of the venerable Candeli. When Yang Wu passed the 7th layer the old man had already focused his full attention on him. When he saw Yang Wu pass the 8th layer with ease he was so shocked that he rose to his feet. Not long ago Luo Feng, the disciple of King Zhenyan, managed to pass the 9th layer, and that was already extraordinary. This little fellow. While he was speaking Yang Wu had already passed the 10th layer. A little pressure now. Standing on the island of the 11th layer Yang Wu clearly sensed a trace of oppressive force and his body swayed. No problem, I can still handle it. Yang Wu muttered to himself. Gritting his teeth, he shifted his body, as if to cast away the pressure into thin air. The pressure vanished, and in an instant he appeared on the 12th island. An even greater pressure immediately struck Yang Wu's body, making him feel as though he were about to suffocate. Now I have to hold on. Beads of sweat began to form on Yang Wu's forehead. When yin reaches its limit Yang is born. When Yang reaches its limit yin is born. Unity of heaven and man. A childlike heart. The words that Hong and Lei Xin had once shared with Yang Wu about mental cultivation, along with classic passages from ancient Chinese texts, naturally welled up in his mind. When yin and yang unite the Tao is born. A sudden realization appeared and Yang Wu immediately felt more than half of the pressure on his body vanish in an instant. His expression relaxed at once. He shifted his body and swiftly rushed toward the next layer. Deep in the illusory sea the old man in black scale armor had long since widened his eyes. Watching Yang Wu's movements, he was frozen in place, his expression blank with astonishment. The 13th island. Passed. The 14th, though arduous, was also passed, but his forehead was now covered in sweat. The 15th island. A colossal pressure descended, leaving Yang Wu unable to resist, deflect, or absorb it. Indeed, as Hong had said in the original work, at the second stage of heart cultivation. Unity of heaven and man, a childlike heart, a perfected mental state. One can only reach the 14th or 15th island. Seems I am right about at that level now. When Yang Wu opened his eyes back in his estate, a considerable stir was created within the Virtual Universe Company because he had passed the 14th layer. When Candeli and the Nine Swords Venerable received the email from the administrator of the Illusory Sea, they were greatly shocked. After the initial shock, they immediately met in the virtual universe to discuss the matter. In the end, they issued a gag order to the administrator of the Illusory Sea, King Longyu, and the others. In addition, Candeli immediately cautioned Yang Wu through the virtual universe, telling him to keep the news of passing the 14th layer of the Illusory Sea as confidential as possible. Which training task should I choose? Inside the estate, Yang Wu frowned slightly as he stared at the laptop screen, displaying over 100 perilous assignments, each with a mortality rate of 50%. Naturally, the safe grade and ordinary grade tasks had already been dismissed by Yang Wu without a second thought. Shuelua World, Shuelua Crystals. As a martial artist, this mission was a must. But not yet, not now. Yang Wu shook his head. He had no intention of encountering Luo Feng in the Shuelua world, and being pulled into the familiar rhythm of the known storyline. That would yield nothing more than Shuelua crystals, while stripping away the very meaning of training. Only battles waged amid unknown perils could truly be magnificent. He planned to wait until Luo Feng returned before heading to the Shuelua world. Mayin Mountain. Yang Wu suddenly recalled another trial site from the original story where Luo Feng had obtained immense fortune. Yet he shook his head immediately. Better to forget it. In that task, Luo Feng had only entered the inheritance hall after being ambushed by chance. Even if Yang Wu made his way to Mayin Mountain, he might not locate the exact spot. And he certainly lacked the audacity to leap headlong into an abyss at the mere sight of one. Moreover, that was a desperate mission. For his very first training task, Yang Wu had no wish to reach beyond his grasp and court missions with mortality rates exceeding 90%. My little sister's call request. Suddenly Yang Wu's brows relaxed as he accepted his sister's communication. Lord Yao. What appeared on the computer screen, however, was the gaunt face of Lord Yao. Boy, when do you plan to leave for training? Lord Yao looked at Yang Wu through the screen and asked. I'm choosing a training task right now, Yang Wu replied promptly. Humph. Have you forgotten what I told you back then? Lord Yao's brows shot up as he barked. What? Yang Wu knitted his brows, having no idea what Lord Yao meant. Back when you were on your way to Hundun City. Lord Yao told you that once you left Hundun City and set out on your training, there would be a place capable of elevating your comprehension of the fire source laws, an effect no less remarkable than the blazing god Chaos Steel. Have you forgotten all of that? Lord Yao stretched out his arm and pointed at Yang Wu while roaring. Oh right. Yang Wu slapped his forehead. Decades had passed. Yang Wu had immersed himself in the giant axe Chaos Steel with effortless ease, and had long since cast Lord Yao's earlier words to the back of his mind. Haha, Lord Yao, tell me quickly. Which task can enhance my comprehension of the fire source laws? Yang Wu was growing impatient. Among those 100+ dangerous missions. It's the last one, Lord Yao said with a cold voice. Yambing continent inside the black hole secret realm of the cosmic star riverbank. Yang Wu looked at the final mission Lord Yao had indicated. As for the dangers within and exactly where you may sharpen your perception of the fire source laws, go and brave it yourself, go and seek it out. That is the trial. If I told you everything, it would no longer hold any value as training. Lord Yao cast Yang Wu a sidelong glance. When you train, leave your rock demon falcon clone behind in the primordial secret realm. That way you won't carelessly throw your life away. Otherwise, I'll have to find a new inheritor for my master. Before Lord Yao could finish, Yang Li's voice cut in from the other side. Teacher, you're not allowed to curse my brother. The Yambing continent, located within the black hole secret realm of the cosmic star riverbank, is formed by a colossal landmass with a diameter of 1.35 light-years. The continent is divided into two extremes. The two regions, ice and fire, miraculously converge at the very heart of the black hole secret realm, then emanate two distinct auras, one of piercing cold, the other of searing heat. In the ice region, the average temperature plummets to below -10,000 degrees, enough to freeze stiff both the primal force of martial artists and the psychic power of mentalists. In the fire region, the average temperature soars above 10,000 degrees, capable of easily melting a fifth-order primal force battle blade. The Yanbing continent demands extraordinarily high physical constitution. Those whose strength does not reach the minimum standard of 50 units in the immortal altar test should enter with caution, and mentalists, illusionists, and alchemists are likewise advised to tread carefully. On the Yambing continent, besides the perils posed by the natural climate, there are many indigenous special lifeforms known as Yambing beasts. The most powerful among these beings have reached the pinnacle of the universe. They harbor enmity toward all flesh and blood life, and at any moment Yambing beast tides of varying numbers may erupt. Training Missions 1. Live on the Yambing continent for more than 18 months. Success yields 10000 points. 2. Collect 1 molten flame tree fruit or 1 cold emerald tree fruit. Success yields 50000 points. Completing either of the 2 missions signifies success. Beep. Please confirm the acceptance of the Yambing continent training mission. Accepted successfully. Please fill in the departure time. The Virtual Universe Company will arrange a spaceship to transport you to the Yambing continent. Virtual Universe Public Zone. You'll be departing for the Yambing continent in just a few days. You must be careful. Xian Shui gently linked her arm through Yang Wu's and said, "Rest assured, you know I have avatars. It'll be fine. Don't worry. And you? What task do you plan to take?" Yang Wu patted the back of Qian Shui's hand and asked softly, "I'm not as bold as you. I've already discussed it with Sister Yang Li. We'll start with the ordinary grade first, then move on to the difficult grade." "Master, are you sure you want to make this purchase?" On the 102nd estate in the primordial zone, Xiao Xian stood on Yang Wu's shoulder, gazing at the rows of exorbitantly priced items displayed on the optical computer screen before them. These items were all prepared for the Flamestar Beast avatar, an assortment of rare materials meant to aid its cultivation. Since traveling to the Yambing continent would help elevate his comprehension of the fire source laws, Yang Wu would not have forgotten, even without Lord Yao's instructions, to prepare the necessary resources for advancing the cultivation of his fire-attributed Flamestar Beast avatar. When Su Xian's Pinghai Company had been founded, Yang Wu, being one of the wealthiest, had invested a considerable amount in its shares. Between 3 decades of dividends and the earlier rewards from the Virtual Universe Company, a third of that fortune had been consumed in a single stroke. Moreover, some rare materials could not be purchased with universal currency, but only with Virtual Universe Company points. The points he had just earned from conquering the Huanjing Sea and the Immortal Altar were now more than half consumed. Enough to make Yang Wu feel a twinge of heartache. "I hope these materials, combined with that place on the Yambing continent Lord Yao mentioned, will not only advance my fire source attribute another step, but also allow my Flamestar Beast avatar's cultivation to take a great leap forward." A few days later, Yang Wu stored all the hill-like piles of items into his world ring and spoke. Apart from Yang Wu's original Earthling body, which was still at the universe level, both the Flamestar Beast avatar and the Rock Demon Falcon avatar had already entered the Domain Lord level. The resources preserved by Lord Yao had long been almost entirely depleted under the massive consumption of Yang Wu's 2 avatars and Yang Li's Golden Horn Beast avatar. From now on, if these avatars wished to continue improving, Yang Wu could only rely on exchanging resources himself. In Hundun City, Yang Wu had used the point rewards from conquering the Tongtian Bridge almost exclusively to obtain cultivation resources, never to exchange for secret manuals. Having stowed away the materials, Yang Wu strode out of the estate, and in a flash boarded an F-grade spaceship waiting at the entrance. The vessel surged out of the primordial secret realm, dissolved into a streak of black shadow, and vanished into the air. Junior brother Yang Wu, the Yambing continent is far from the primordial secret realm. It will take about 1.5 years to reach it. You may cultivate in the cultivation chamber, and I will notify you once we arrive. On the spaceship escorting Yang Wu to the Yambing continent were none other than the Marquis Immortal Ram, captain of his guard sent by Teacher Kandri, along with over 1,000 Domain Lord level guards. "Alright, thank you, senior brother Ram. Junior brother, we're about to reach the Yambing continent. Ahead is the Black Hole's secret realm entrance of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank, guarded by the bank's personnel. I'll escort you no further. Someone from the Galaxy Bank will take you inside. Junior brother, be careful. This is not the territory of the Virtual Universe Company. Besides the dangers of the trial, you must also be wary of other participants." Ram admonished Yang Wu. "When you finish your trial, let me know in advance, and I'll come to take you back." "Alright." Yang Wu nodded, then vanished from the spaceship in a flash, which immediately turned into a black shadow and streaked into the distance. Meanwhile, Yang Wu descended to the ground and walked toward the entrance of the Black Hole's secret realm ahead. The process of entering the Yambing continent was trouble-free. When the guardian at the secret realm entrance learned that Yang Wu was a prince of the primordial secret realm of the Virtual Universe Company, his manner instantly became extremely respectful. He practically bowed all the way as he escorted Yang Wu to the entrance of the Yambing continent within the Black Hole's secret realm. He even presented Yang Wu with a detailed map of the Yambing continent, and carefully explained the dangerous regions and precautions within the continent. This allowed Yang Wu to personally experience the benefits of his noble status as a prince of the primordial secret realm. Upon entering the Yambing continent, Yang Wu immediately felt he had arrived in a completely different world. Crimson and snow-white interwove across the ground while waves of scorching heat and frigid air mingled and rose from beneath his feet. Here and there stood bizarre twisted trees, as hard as iron, mostly colored in a blend of crimson and snow-white. Strangely, these trees bore faint, obscure, mystic patterns, yet they were too blurred to discern clearly. Beneath these trees sparse clumps of nameless blood-red and snow-white grass grew, and the air was filled with an indescribable strange odor. This made Yang Wu, new to the place, feel quite uncomfortable. Setting aside any questions about the bizarre environment, he first checked the time on his light brain, then immediately leaped 1,000 meters into the air and scanned his surroundings. He chose a direction, consulted the map on his light brain again, and then swiftly shot forward. Several thousand kilometers away there was a mountain peak several hundred meters high, one side of which was white as jade. It was crystal clear. The other side of the peak, however, was fiery red like a scorching branding iron. One glance gave a burning, searing sensation. Yang Wu soon reached the junction of the mountain's two aspects. Along the way he encountered none of the special lifeforms mentioned in the records or by others, but he felt that the closer he approached the center of the Yanbing continent, the stronger the interweaving heat and cold in the air became. Moreover, both his primal force and psychic power seemed to be suppressed by this aura, feeling somewhat sluggish. Having traveled only a few thousand kilometers into the region, Yang Wu already felt that the discomfort brought by this aura had increased manifold. Boom! Suddenly a scorching storm surged from the left side of the mountain, the fiery red side, as if a volcanic eruption of magma were sweeping in. Hot, searing, as if to melt everything. With a slight movement, Yang Wu dodged to the mountain's jade-white side, feeling the 1,000-degree heat sweep past him. After a few minutes, it subsided. Yang Wu breathed a sigh of relief, then swiftly moved to the other side of the mountain. A few minutes later, from the side where Yang Wu had just taken shelter, waves of bone-piercing cold came raging, as if an iceberg had collapsed. It lasted several full minutes before returning to normal. With such extreme heat and cold, had the mountain peak not provided shelter, even Yang Wu's cosmic-level body would have been overwhelmed by these two drastically contrasting currents. While diverting a thread of consciousness into the virtual universe to review the introduction to the Yanbing continent again, Yang Wu slowly followed the map's guidance toward the central region. According to the records, the eerie alternating hot-cold currents of the Yanbing continent appeared only at fixed times twice a day. Yang Wu merely needed to find shelter at those fixed moments. In fact, warriors who cultivated the profound law of fire or the profound law of water could even withstand them to some extent. About 18,000 kilometers northeast of here lies the blazing lava pond. I wonder where the place Lord Yao mentioned is. Let me check this blazing lava pond first. Yang Wu climbed the peak, looked around, then checked the map on his light brain again. With a stride he set off toward the northeast. Along the way Yang Wu remained on guard against possible flame ice beasts. Yet perhaps he was overly tense. After traveling several thousand li, no accident occurred, as if the entire quiet Yanbing continent held only him. Gurgle, gurgle. Before he even reached the blazing lava pond, he heard the dull churning sounds of steam. By now the air temperature had reached over 1,000 degrees, and both Yang Wu's primal force and psychic power were restrained by 15 to 20%. Before long, a sunken basin appeared before Yang Wu. The temperature around the entire blazing lava pond reached several thousand degrees. Only a warrior like Yang Wu, who had comprehended the profound law of fire, could remain unaffected by such heat. The blazing lava pond, hundreds of kilometers in diameter, churned with scorching crimson magma. The other half of the cold current in the surrounding air had already been completely neutralized thousands of kilometers away from the pond. After circling the blazing lava pond once, and sensing no danger, Yang Wu found a scorching stone on its surface, sat down cross-legged, and prepared to try cultivating the law of fire here. Rumble! In less than half an hour, there was suddenly movement in the blazing lava pond. What had been a pond of slowly churning steam and bubbling magma suddenly erupted into violent surges of molten rock. Then hundreds of monsters, each about half a meter in length, shaped like dogs and blazing crimson like fire, burst out of the magma and crazily lunged at Yang Wu. Flame ice beasts! Startled, Yang Wu immediately flew backward at top speed, while the long blade in his hand danced out streams of crimson saber light, cleaving apart the flame ice beasts that lunged at him. Flame ice beasts were incredibly fast and erratic, with bodies of extreme hardness. Even Yang Wu, who had reached a certain realm in the profound law of space, found it difficult to cope with their speed. Moreover, when his long blade struck their bodies, it was like hacking at thick iron plates. It was hard to split them apart. As he fled, he kept slashing at the surging flame ice beasts with his blade. Although the flame ice beasts could not harm Yang Wu, he could never manage to shake off their pursuit. Yang Wu leaned against a mountain peak with twin faces of ice, and fire, his chest rising and falling gently. After being hunted by hundreds of flame ice beasts for nearly 10 hours, facing these creatures that were extremely fast and powerfully defended, Yang Wu exhausted every ounce of strength, but still could not shake them off. It was not until the streams of extreme cold and extreme heat appeared. First waves of scorching air swept over the flame ice beasts, and these already savage special beings seemed to be recharged, becoming even more maddened, faster and more strongly defended. But before these recharged little creatures could run wild for even a few minutes, a stream of extreme cold swept past and brushed over their bodies, and the frenzied flame ice beasts immediately quieted down. Under the erosion of the icy stream, their hard and scorching bodies were like red-hot branding irons plunged into ice-cold water, instantly steaming and losing all their strength. Without Yongwu needing to deal with them, they collapsed to the ground one by one like soft-bodied creatures with their spines removed. Suddenly Yongwu, who was studying the bodies of the flame ice beasts, straightened up warily, quickly dodged behind a huge boulder, and stared ahead. A few li ahead, a burly man over 3 meters tall with hair as tousled as weeds and bare feet came striding forward carrying a large axe. With every step he crossed more than 10 meters. What familiar features! Yongwu looked at the approaching figure, puzzled. Rongjun. As the figure in his sight drew nearer, his face became clear in Yongwu's eyes. A name suddenly flashed through Yongwu's mind. In his eyes, this rough young man bore at least 80% resemblance to Rongjun, who had entered the Virtual Universe Company together with them. This man only had mid-universe stage cultivation yet. He gave off an imposing aura, as if the bizarre climate of the Flame Ice continent caused him not the slightest discomfort. Suddenly the burly man came to an abrupt halt, slamming his huge axe into the ground in front of him with a loud crash, then shouted in Yongwu's direction. Not bad perception. Yongwu laughed loudly, stepped out from his hiding place, and appeared a few hundred meters from the burly man. I am Yongwu of the primordial secret realm of the Virtual Universe Company. I've just arrived at the Flame Ice continent for training. May I ask where this brother comes from? Yongwu clasped his fists. Haha, so you are a prince of the primordial secret realm. My name is Tu Li from the Howie secret realm of the Howie Universe Country. I'm also here to train on the Flame Ice continent. The burly man's eyes lit up when he heard Yongwu introduce himself as being from the primordial secret realm. A fighting spirit flashed across his gaze. Tu Li. Man. Could this man be a clansman of Rongjun? I just wonder what their relationship is. Yongwu's heart stirred, recalling Rongjun's original name mentioned in the original work. I've been here for 3 months now, spending every day playing hide and seek with those damned flame ice beasts. It's really dull. Tu Li tightened his grip on the handle of his giant axe, the fighting spirit in his eyes surging ever more fiercely. Since you Yongwu are a prince of the primordial secret realm of the Virtual Universe Company, I have long been filled with admiration for the fame of virtual company geniuses. Perfect. I haven't fought anyone for a long time. Let's have a duel. Tu Li shouted, excitedly ignoring whether Yongwu was willing, and stepped forward. At the same time, the great axe wreathed in blue-brown streams of chi was raised high above his head and slashed toward Yongwu. This guy is even more eager to fight than that brat Rongjun. Yongwu gave a wry smile, flickered his body to easily evade the attack, and at the same time struck out with a palm. Using a saber technique he had created after studying the giant axe Chaos Steel. Boom! His palm saber struck the handle of the opponent's giant axe, sending Tu Li staggering backward over a dozen steps. However, Yongwu pressed forward closely on his heels. Then Yongwu's hand movements changed swiftly. His fingers bent into a claw, traced a bizarre arc in the air, and seized the opponent's axe handle in one grab. It was a claw technique passed down in the inherited memories of the Flame Star beast, yet Yongwu in his earthling body flexibly borrowed and used it. As Yongwu grabbed the axe handle, the elbow of the same hand moved in one fluid motion and struck downward. No sooner had the axe handle been seized, and the enormous force had not yet allowed him to break free, than Tu Li felt another, even stronger force from the opponent's elbow, which slammed into his axe handle and then surged straight into his body. Tu Li immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning, with a stuffy pain in his chest and an inability to breathe. His bones seemed to be rattled to the point of collapsing. Without thinking, he released his hands and staggered back dozens of steps again. What exquisite skill! What formidable strength! Tu Li is full of admiration. Tu Li steadied himself, was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. He rubbed his chest without trying to hide it, and praised loudly, yet he was completely indifferent to having lost to Yongwu in a single move, and shouted with hearty openness. 100 years ago I participated in your Virtual Universe Company's Genius War, but I failed to obtain the final peak Genius War qualifying place for the Howie Universe Country. After that I joined the Howie secret realm and cultivated hard, hoping that one day I could prove myself. Prove that I am no weaker than the geniuses who entered the Virtual Universe Company. Unexpectedly, after 100 years of bitter cultivation, I still cannot defeat a genius prince of your virtual company. Tu Li looked carefully at Yongwu, then continued. But it's only been 100 years. I still have time. One day I will prove that I am no worse than any genius of the Virtual Universe Company. We cultivate not to prove anything to anyone or any force. If you always cultivate with that mindset, in the end you will prove nothing. Yongwu raised a hand, tossed the great axe back to the other man, turned, and was about to stride away. Catching his axe, Tu Li stood frozen in place, saying nothing. After a long while he came back to his senses. That's right. Why should I prove anything to the Virtual Company? And even if I did, what would be the use? I just need to keep cultivating diligently and make myself strong. What does the virtual company have to do with it? Tuli slapped his head. Hey, Yangwu, wait for me. By the time he shouted, he realized that the Yangwu he had been calling had somehow already vanished from sight. You're right. I don't need to prove anything to anyone. I cultivate to make myself continuously stronger. Tuli murmured. I finally have an opponent like you. How could I let you leave so easily? Tuli looked in the direction Yangwu had gone, grinned, dragged his great axe, and charged off in the direction Yangwu had gone. Ha ha ha. These damned flame ice beasts are truly hard to kill. I killed 11 this time, brother Yangwu. How many did you slay? 2 months later, Yangwu and Tuli leaned against a giant boulder. Their chests rose and fell slightly, yet the fierce fighting spirit burning in their eyes could not be concealed. 17. Yangwu said without turning his head. Ever since the chance encounter 2 months ago, Tuli had been pestering Yangwu to train together with him across the Yanbing continent. At first because Yangwu knew the storyline, including how Luo Feng had been framed by Maluo at Mai Mountain. He remained on guard against Tuli. Only after spending more and more days with Tuli did Yangwu gradually let down his guard. While searching for the place Lord Yao had spoken of as a site for cultivating the fire origin law, the two also sparred with each other as they searched. Every day that madman Tuli would spar with Yangwu, or the two of them would search out various kinds of flame ice beasts and compete over how many they could kill. Though Tuli was inferior to Yangwu in both cultivation and combat strength, he had deep insight into the cultivation of force. And in that regard he was not weaker than Yangwu. Yangwu estimated that if Tuli went to the immortal altar to be tested, he would probably score at least 70 force units. During the 2 months spent training with Tuli, Yangwu's own body force cultivation also improved greatly through their exchanges. Say, Tuli, you cultivate neither the law of fire nor the law of water. Why did you come all the way here to train? Yangwu suddenly asked. This place is closest to the Howie mystic realm of our Howie cosmic nation. Most cosmic-level warriors of our nation like to come here to train. I heard the flame ice beasts here are interesting, so I came to have some fun, Tuli said with a smile. More people. Suddenly both Tuli and Yangwu looked toward a spot dozens of li away. Over those days Yangwu and Tuli occasionally saw warriors who had entered the Yanbing continent for training, most of whom belonged to the Cosmic Star River Galaxy. Yangwu, however, did not have much to do with them. At this moment the few people dozens of li ahead did not attract much of Yangwu's attention. Tuli, however, after scrutinizing them carefully, suddenly changed expression. These bastards have awfully sharp noses, Tuli said in a lowered voice. Then he turned to Yangwu and whispered, brother, I have to go. We'll meet again in the virtual universe. With that, before Yangwu could answer, he spun around, took a few long strides, and vanished from Yangwu's sight. A few minutes later a group of 5 from the distance arrived where Yangwu was. All 5 bore some resemblance to Tuli or Rongjun. Sitting cross-legged on the boulder, Yangwu gave them an indifferent glance, then resumed his own cultivation, ignoring them. The 5 glanced at Yangwu, frowned, but said nothing and quickly headed off in another direction. 10,000 li ahead is Yenyun Valley, the 7th place I have searched. I wonder if any Luoyan tree grows here, and if this is the place Lord Yao spoke of for comprehending the fire origin law. After Tuli left, another 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During those 3 months Yangwu could be said to have roamed far and wide across the entire Yanbing continent, suffering attacks from all kinds of flame ice beasts. Of the 9 places Tuli had once mentioned as likely locations for Luoyan trees, Yangwu searched 6 one by one, and found no trace of the so-called Luoyan tree, let alone its fruit. Of course, since the Hanfei tree was water-attributed, Yangwu naturally ignored it. As for the place that Lord Yao said was even more helpful for comprehending the fire origin law than the Yenshin Chaos Stele, he had not even seen a shadow of it. When Yangwu asked Lord Yao in the virtual universe, that infuriating fellow simply refused to acknowledge him. Is this the Luoyan tree? From several thousand li away, when he first saw Yenyun Valley, and suspected it held a Luoyan tree, Yangwu was puzzled. It was clearly called a valley, yet from a distance, it looked like a mountain range wreathed in fiery clouds. Only when Yangwu flew to within a few dozen li of Yenyun Valley did he see the scene before him with full clarity. He muttered to himself, unable to conceal the overwhelming shock in his voice. This was no mountain range at all. Within a radius of dozens of kilometers, it was entirely composed of dense, thick branches twisted together. The trunk of these branches was indeed in a valley. Growing up from the valley floor, the luxuriant branches arched outward and downward, completely and tightly shrouding the valley, and the space 1,000 meters above it. From a distance it looked like a colossal mountain range, but up close it resembled a giant cage woven from branches. These twisted, massive limbs, several meters or even dozens of meters in diameter, bore natural mystic patterns just like the bizarre trees seen elsewhere on the Yanbing continent. However, the patterns here were far clearer. Within the valley, billows of intense hot air rose and seeped out through the gaps between the twisted branches. Within a radius of 1,000 li around the enormous cage formed by the giant Luoyan tree's branches, searing heat surged, and the temperature reached several thousand degrees or more. The closer one got to the immense Luoyen tree cage, the higher the temperature rose. Both Yongwu and the flame star giant beast avatar inside his world ring felt a blood-boiling thrill. Had one not comprehended the law of fire or possessed a unique defensive treasure, even a domain lord-level expert would likely not dare approach. Boom! Just as Yongwu out of curiosity was slowly approaching the Luoyen tree cage, and was about 100 meters away, a special life form, a parasitic flame ice beast resembling a python, its body blazing red like fire, abruptly detached from one of the cage's branches. Its 1,000-meter-long body coiled nimbly, shot behind Yongwu and lashed toward him from the rear. Wave after wave of scorching heat in a space already as hot as if one were immersed in magma pushed the temperature up even further. At the same moment, thousands of such parasitic special life forms appeared on the Luoyen tree cage and lashed toward Yongwu from every direction. Seen from afar, it was as if the branches of the Luoyen tree cage had come alive and were dancing wildly in all directions. Thump, 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 thump. Yongwu's long blade had long been drawn. He chopped again and again at the python-like special life forms attacking him. Every stroke was swift and razor-sharp. However, the bodies of these flame ice beast special life forms were equally hard. Moreover, in such intense heat, whenever Yongwu wounded them, they healed at a visible speed. Unless they were cut completely in two, there was no way to truly kill them. The special life forms around him grew ever denser, as though they were weaving a thick, unyielding cage to imprison Yongwu inside. Watching the cage grow ever denser, Yongwu's blade flickered with blazing speed. Though he split open one special life form after another, each of these creatures was equal to a cosmic-level mid-stage or even late-stage cultivator, and their numbers only increased. A perfect picture of too many ants killing an elephant. After a full day of fighting, even though Yongwu had already stepped into the threshold of the fire origin law and did not fear such high temperatures, faint beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead, only to be vaporized instantly by the searing heat. I can't hold on any longer. Star-eating vine, come out. At last, seeing the special life forms closing in more and more densely, he felt that what surrounded him was no longer a cage but thick solid walls. Yongwu knew that with his current strength alone, he could never break through the encirclement of those loathsome special life forms. He hacked apart one searing creature that lashed toward him, then let out a sudden furious roar. The star-eating vine, already at domain lord level, burst out of his body and transformed into over 100 razor-sharp golden beams. These beams were far more powerful than the force blade in Yongwu's hand. The special life forms that had been so incomparably hard were sliced apart by the domain lord level star-eating vine like rotten leather and fell to the ground in pieces. The python-like special life forms that had lost their lives shattered to pieces the moment they hit the ground. The remaining special life forms, sensing the danger, immediately fled in every direction and vanished without a trace. Ha, 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 ha. Those damned Yanbing beasts were truly hard to kill. I killed 11 this time, brother Yongwu. How many did you slay? 2 months later, Yongwu and Tuli leaned against a huge boulder, their chests heaving slightly, yet unable to conceal the intense fighting spirit in their eyes. 17. Yongwu said without looking back. Ever since the two had met by chance 2 months ago, Tuli had been pestering Yongwu to train together on the Yanbing continent. At first because he knew the plot and was aware of the example of Luo Feng being framed by Mo Luo at Main Mountain, Yongwu had remained wary of Tuli. However, as he spent more and more time with Tuli, Yongwu gradually let down his guard. While searching for the place Lord Yao had spoken of, a place for cultivating the fire origin law, the two also sparred and exchanged techniques as they searched. Every day that madman Tuli would spar with Yongwu, or the two would seek out all kinds of Yanbing beasts and compete over the number they had killed. Although Tuli was inferior to Yongwu in cultivation and combat power, he had deep experience in the cultivation of strength and was not inferior to Yongwu in that regard. Yongwu estimated that if Tuli went to the immortal altar for a test, he should be able to achieve a score of more than 70 force units. During the 2 months of training alongside Tuli, through their exchanges, Yongwu's cultivation of physical force also improved greatly. I say, Tuli, you cultivate neither the fire law nor the water law, so why did you come here to train? Yongwu suddenly asked. This place is closest to the Howie mystic realm of our Howie cosmic kingdom. Most cosmic-level martial artists from our kingdom like to train here. I heard the Yanbing beasts here were interesting, so I came to have some fun, Tuli said with a smile. Someone else. Suddenly both Tuli and Yongwu looked toward the area dozens of li away. During these past few days, Yongwu and Tuli occasionally saw martial artists who had entered the Yanbing continent to train. Most of them belonged to the Cosmic Star River Galaxy, but Yongwu had little interaction with them. At that moment, the few people dozens of li ahead did not attract much of Yongwu's attention. However, after examining them carefully, Tuli's expression suddenly changed. These fellows really have sharp noses, Tuli said in a low voice. Then he turned to Yongwu and whispered, brother, I'm leaving. We'll meet again in the virtual universe. With that, without waiting for Yongwu's reply, he turned, took a few large strides, and vanished from Yongwu's sight. A few minutes later, a group of 5 arrived from afar at Yang Wu's location. Their features all bore some resemblance to Tuli or Rong Jun. Seated cross-legged on the boulder, Yang Wu glanced indifferently at the group, then resumed his cultivation, ignoring them. The 5 glanced at Yang Wu, frowned but said nothing, and quickly headed off in another direction. 10,000 li ahead is Yenyun Valley, the 7th place I have searched for. I wonder if the Laoyan tree grows here, or if it is the place Lord Yao spoke of for comprehending the fire origin law. After Tuli left, another 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During those 3 months, Yang Wu truly traveled far and wide across the Yambing continent, and he encountered attacks from all sorts of Yambing beasts. One by one, Yang Wu searched 6 of the 9 places Tuli had told him might have Laoyan trees, but found no trace of the so-called Laoyan tree in any of them, let alone its fruit. Of course, since the Hanfei tree was water-attributed, Yang Wu naturally ignored it. As for the place Lord Yao had said was even more helpful for comprehending the fire origin law than the Yenshin chaos stele, he had not seen even a shadow of it. When Yang Wu asked Lord Yao in the virtual universe, that detestable fellow simply refused to acknowledge him. This is the Laoyan tree. Several thousand li away, seeing Yenyun Valley from afar, and suspecting it contained a Laoyan tree, Yang Wu was still puzzled. It was clearly called a valley, so why did it look like a mountain range wreathed in fire clouds from a distance? It was not until Yang Wu flew to within dozens of li of Yenyun Valley that he could clearly see the scene before him. He murmured to himself, unable to conceal the intense shock in his voice. This was not a mountain range at all. For dozens of kilometers in every direction, it was made entirely of dense, thick branches twisted together. The main trunks of these branches were indeed in a valley. Rising from the valley, lush branches twisted and turned completely and tightly, enclosing the entire valley, and the space more than 1,000 meters above it. Seen from afar, it resembled a colossal mountain range. Seen up close, it was like a giant cage woven from branches. These twisted, massive branches, several meters or even dozens of meters in diameter, bore naturally formed mystic patterns just like the strange trees seen elsewhere on the Yambing continent. But compared with those other trees, the mystic patterns here were far clearer. Within the valley, waves of dense, scorching hot air surged out through the gaps between the twisted branches. Within 1,000 li around this giant cage, woven from the branches of the Laoyan tree, hot air churned and temperatures exceeded several thousand degrees. The closer one got to the enormous Laoyan tree cage, the higher the temperature rose. Both Yang Wu and the Yenshing giant beast clone in his world ring felt an excited, blood-boiling sensation. If one had not comprehended the fire law or possessed a unique defensive treasure, even a domain lord-level powerhouse would probably not dare to approach. Boom! Just as Yang Wu was curiously drawing near the Laoyan tree cage, when he was about 100 meters away, a parasitic Yambing beast special life form, shaped like a python, its entire body crimson as fire, abruptly detached from one of the branches. Its body, more than 1,000 meters long, curled, agilely shot behind Yang Wu and lashed toward him from his back. Waves of scorching heat made the temperature rise a few more degrees in a space that was already as intensely hot as being immersed in magma. At the same moment, thousands of such parasitic special lifeforms appeared on the Laoyan tree cage and curled toward Yang Wu from every direction. From afar, it looked as if the branches of the Laoyan tree cage had come to life, lashing about everywhere. Bang, 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 bang. Yang Wu's long saber had long since left its sheath, and he chopped again and again at the python-like special lifeforms attacking him. Every slash he unleashed was fierce and razor-sharp. However, these Yanbing beast-type special lifeforms had bodies that were equally tough. Moreover, in such blistering heat, whenever Yang Wu wounded them, their bodies quickly healed at a visible speed. Unless he cut them completely in two, there was simply no way to thoroughly kill these creatures. The special lifeforms around him grew more and more dense, as if they were weaving a dense, hard cage to imprison Yang Wu firmly within. Watching the cage grow denser, the blade light in Yang Wu's hand flickered at lightning speed. Although he split open one special lifeform after another, unfortunately these special lifeforms, each one equal to a mid-cosmic level or even late cosmic level cultivator, only grew in number like too many ants biting an elephant to death. He had been slashing and killing for an entire day. Even though he had stepped across the threshold of the fire origin law and was unaffected by such high temperatures, faint beads of sweat still began to appear on Yang Wu's forehead, only to be vaporized instantly by the scorching heat, leaving no trace. I can't hold on any longer. Star-eating grass out. Finally, as he watched the increasingly dense special lifeforms close in, what surrounded Yang Wu no longer seemed like a cage but rather thick walls. Yang Wu knew that with his current strength alone, it was absolutely impossible to break through the encirclement of those hateful special lifeforms. He split open one scorching special lifeform that lashed at him, then suddenly roared in fury. The star-eating grass, already at the domain lord level, burst out of his body, transforming into over 100 sharp golden blades of light. These blades of light were far more powerful than the Origin Force Warsaber in Yang Wu's hand. The special lifeforms that had been practically indestructible moments ago were sliced apart by the domain lord level star-eating grass like rotten leather, dropping to the ground all over. The lifeless python-like special lifeforms fell to the ground and shattered into powder. The remaining special lifeforms, seeing that the situation had turned against them, immediately fled in all directions and vanished without a trace. Boom! The instant he slipped through the enormous gap between the Luo Yen tree's branches and entered its cage, the scene before his eyes made Yang Wu's mind roar. Within this massive cage, formed by the Luo Yen tree's branches, blazing flames filled every corner. Yet what shocked Yang Wu most was that amid these dense flames there was not the slightest trace of heat. There was even a hint of coolness. This sensation was not an illusion produced by Yang Wu's refined fire body, or by his enlightenment of the fire origin. There was truly no scorching heat here. Looking carefully, one could discern that the flames originated from the trunk of the enormous Luo Yen tree at the very center. Taking that trunk, which was over 100 meters in diameter, as the center the fire spread outward. All these flames bore naturally formed abstruse mystic patterns. Each pattern seemed to be an evolution of fire's origin and development, an unfolding of every profound mystery of flame. Judging by these patterns and their density, the flames transmitted from the Luo Yen tree's trunk could be divided into 9 layers from the outermost to the innermost. The moment Yang Wu focused his attention entirely on the mere 2 or 3 mystic patterns at the outermost layer of the flames. In that instant Yang Wu felt that what his eyes saw was no longer merely patterns but the very mysteries of the fire origin laws. Unraveling like silk thread before his eyes and evolving at their core. Many mysteries of the fire laws that he had never been able to see through in the past were at this moment easily and thoroughly comprehended amid these evolutions. Yang Wu's earthling true body, as well as the Yenshing giant beast clone within his world ring, had both become wholly immersed in this enlightenment concerning the fire origin. Within the consciousness of Yang Wu's earthling true body, the descriptions of the fire laws, and the methods of wielding the fire origin from the Yenyu secret art he had been cultivating in the past naturally welled up in his mind. Although these mystic patterns were completely unlike the illustrations of the Yenshin Chaos Monument in the Yenyu, they were different roads leading to the same truth. As he observed the fire patterns, the 108 forms of pure fire secret arts, and the 108 forms of combined fire space secret arts from the Yenyu slowly began to evolve in Yang Wu's mind. Inside the world ring, Yang Wu's Yenshing giant beast clone lay prostrate on the ground perfectly still, while faint flames seemed to flow across its body. Within the inner world of the Yenshing giant beast clone, a great pile of various fire attribute materials as massive as a small mountain was slowly melting at a visible speed, then turning into flowing vapor that disappeared into the inner world. Yet through such consumption the Yenshing giant beast clone's aura grew heavier and heavier. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye 3 months had gone by, and the entire flame space within the cage was silent. Yang Wu, however, remained as still as a statue. Outside the great cage formed by the Luo Yen tree's branches and atop the branches themselves, there had long since become covered again with numerous special life forms of all sizes, yet not one of them dared to cross the thunder pool by a single step and enter the cage. Phew! Only after 100 days had passed did Yang Wu awaken from the first layer of fire patterns. How marvelously profound these fire patterns are! Yang Wu muttered to himself. Although he had never laid eyes on the Yenshin Chaos Monument, he had the feeling that these patterns were indeed exactly as Lord Yao had said. They were not inferior to cultivating and comprehending the Yenshin Chaos Monument. Moreover, through his cultivation of the Yenyu secret art, Yang Wu even began to suspect that when the Yen Emperor had still been at the universe level in the past, he too might have studied the fire patterns there and benefited immensely. That was why Yang Wu felt that the Yenshin Chaos Monument depicted in the Yenyu secret art was almost of the same lineage as the fire patterns here. In fact, the depiction and interpretation of the fire origin laws by these fire patterns surpassed the sublimity of the Yenshin Chaos Monument. After all, these patterns had been naturally formed by the universe, whereas the Yenshin Chaos Monument was merely the creation of a universe master. Virtual universe. You found that place. Lord Yao looked at Yang Wu and asked. Although they were in the virtual universe, Lord Yao could still sense that Yang Wu's comprehension of the fire origin laws had grown considerably since he had left. Back then your senior brother Kadi had just left Chaos City, and his very first training experience was on the Yanbing continent. Because he had a water-attributed body, he naturally focused his attention on the laws of water. It was while evading a Yanbing beast tide that he discovered this marvelous place. At that time it was only by relying on a supreme treasure spaceship that he was able to enter and explore it, uncovering the mysteries within. Before Yang Wu could answer, Lord Yao immediately continued. After discovering this place, your senior brother Kadi and I both guessed that since the Yanbing continent had on the flame side the fire patterns formed by the Luo Yen tree, there should also be water patterns in the Hanfei tree region. As it turned out, our guess was right. In another region, we found water patterns suited to your senior brother's cultivation. Your senior brother cultivated there for 30 years, directly raising his comprehension of water origin laws to the level of clearing the 9th floor of the Haomiao Tongtian Bridge, corresponding to the Haomiao Chaos Monument. Unfortunately, the Yanbing secret realm did not permit domain lord level beings, or above, to enter. Thus, after your senior brother broke through to the domain lord rank, he lost the chance to cultivate the water patterns there again. Lord Yao swayed his body and sighed ruefully. This opportunity is rare indeed. You must spend as much time as you can cultivating there. You are a refined fire body and you also have a fire-attributed Yenshing giant beast clone. So comprehending the fire patterns there should be far easier for you than comprehending the water patterns was for your senior brother back then. Go buy some combat secret arts related to the fire origin laws to cultivate in conjunction. I hope that when you return decades later your understanding of the laws of fire will match the level of the 9th or even 10th floor of the Yenshin Tongtian Bridge. In the days that followed, Yang Wu's true body and his Yenshing giant beast clone cultivated the fire patterns on the Yanbing continent, deepening their comprehension of fire laws and practicing various fire secret arts. Meanwhile, the Pingma Falcon clone cultivated the laws of space in the primordial secret realm. When not immersed in cultivation, Yang Wu's true body would also leave the interior space of the Luo Yen tree cage to fight the special lifeforms parasitic on the Luo Yen tree's branches, thereby putting into practice the fire combat secret arts he had cultivated. In the first few years, whenever Yang Wu left the Luo Yen tree space to fight those special lifeforms, he would still, just as when he had first entered, be forced by those python-like special lifeforms to rely on star-devouring grass to break through their encirclement. 10 years later, Yang Wu had already cultivated the fire patterns there to the great perfection of the second layer. In addition, through his cultivation of fire secret arts purchased from the Virtual Universe Company, his enlightenment of the fire origin laws grew ever deeper and his combat power grew ever stronger. When fighting those parasitic special lifeforms outside the Luo Yen tree, he no longer needed the help of star-devouring grass to break through their encirclement and return to the Luo Yen tree's cage space. In the 15th year, within the space of the flame-burning tree, Yang Wu had already cultivated the third layer of fire to near-perfect completion. Moreover, because of his improved comprehension of the law of fire, he gained new insights into the giant axe chaos steel he had previously studied. The self-created blade techniques from the past were once again refined. Beside Yang Wu, more than 2,000 meters away, stood a burly man about 10 meters tall. His entire body was fiery red, and his flaming red hair drifted upward, incessantly making him look like a burning blaze. This burly man, just like Yang Wu, stood within the flames of the third layer, gazing motionlessly at the mysterious patterns etched in the fire. This burly man had only appeared in the 11th year of Yang Wu's cultivation here. Apart from greeting each other at the very beginning and exchanging introductions, they each went on to cultivate separately. At most later on, when Yang Wu went out to hunt the special life forms parasitic on the flame-burning tree's branches, and attracted his attention, the man would nod as a greeting. Other than that, the two had almost no interaction. From the other's initial self-introduction, Yang Wu only learned that this 10-meter-tall giant came from the Cosmic Galaxy Bank, and was called Meng Kuo. Beyond that, he knew nothing. As for the man named Meng Kuo, he likewise only knew that Yang Wu came from the Virtual Universe Company. Yang Wu did not share any further details with him. Yang Wu was not the sociable type either. During those 4 years, the two stood several kilometers apart, each comprehending the law of fire within the flames. What shocked Yang Wu most was that this giant called Meng Kuo had actually advanced from the first layer to the range of the third layer flame patterns in just 4 years, almost keeping pace with Yang Wu. What he did not know was that this giant Meng Kuo had already been shocked long ago by the speed at which Yang Wu comprehended the law of fire. He remembered that when he had first arrived in this space, Yang Wu had just entered the third layer flame range not long before. In merely 4 or 5 years, Yang Wu had comprehended the third layer flame patterns to perfection. Outside the Yanbing continent, on a planet tens of thousands of light years away, stood a palace tens of thousands of kilometers high, shaped as if it were formed entirely from heaped gold. Seen from afar, it glittered brilliantly. Within this golden palace, the great hall was vast and luxurious, resplendent and magnificent. At the head of the hall was a throne about 1 kilometer high. Seated on it was a man of such handsome features that he appeared sinister and alluring. He had a head of golden hair and wore a golden battle robe. An immensely powerful aura, nearly suffocating, radiated from him openly without any concealment. Below the sinister golden-haired man, dozens of attendants stood respectfully on both sides of the great hall. Although their bodies trembled unceasingly under the aura of the man on the throne, they still forced themselves to stand and not collapse. Directly beneath the throne, a similarly handsome man in white robes stood respectfully with a bowed posture. His cultivation level was clearly much stronger than that of the attendants. Under the sinister man's aura, although he felt uncomfortable, he was still able to resist it, and his body remained largely unchanged. Humph! After a few minutes, the man on the throne let out a cold snort, withdrew his aura, and then looked down at the white-robed man. Meng Kuo, how is the progress of your avatar's cultivation of the law of fire on the Yanbing continent? The sinister man asked coldly. In reply to your excellency, Marquis Xuanjin, my avatar has already cultivated the law of fire to the third layer. In about half a year, it should reach perfection of the third layer. The white-robed man hurriedly answered with a bow. Not bad. You were fortunate to obtain this fire attribute avatar, and you are indeed most attuned to the law of fire. Since your main body is at the Realm Lord level, reaching near perfection of the 3rd layer in 4 years is within the normal range. However, once you go deeper, your cultivation speed will likely slow down considerably. You must not slack off. Yes, my lord, the white-robed man replied. However, my lord, there is one more matter I wish to report. Oh, what is it? The sinister man raised his head and asked. Cultivating in the flame-burning tree space of the Yambing continent alongside my avatar is a young man from the virtual universe company named Yang Wu. He reached perfection of the 3rd layer in just 15 years and is about to proceed to the 4th layer. I suspect this young man is a prince of one of the virtual universe company's secret realms. The white-robed man looked up at the sinister man on the throne and said, Yang Wu. The sinister man muttered the name, then sank his consciousness into the virtual universe. After a long while he looked at the white-robed man below and said, Correct. This person is a genius of the primordial secret realm of the virtual universe company. 100 years ago he entered the virtual universe company as the first-place winner of the Genius War. He cultivated in Chaos City and within 30 years broke through to the 7th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. He is an extraordinary genius. Some have already compared him to a second Kadi. Do not be anxious, wait for my news. A sharp gleam flashed in the sinister man's eyes as he spoke. After the white-robed man left, the sinister man again sank his consciousness into the virtual universe. Indeed, although this Yang Wu is only at the cosmic level, there is still a heavy reward for killing a genius like Kadi from back then. The sinister man raised his head with a strange smile and murmured to himself. After a full 5 years, my comprehension of the 3rd layer flame patterns is finally complete. In the flame-burning tree space, Yang Wu, who had been standing before a wall of fire in the 3rd layer, finally opened his eyes. His face was full of joy as he talked to himself. Congratulations! Meng Kuo's voice came from afar. Thank you. Yang Wu turned and nodded to Meng Kuo in the distance. Meng Kuo simply smiled at Yang Wu, gave him a thumbs up, then turned back to his own cultivation. Yang Wu also smiled faintly and said no more. With a movement of his body, he flashed out of the cage space formed by the flame-burning tree's branches, and as usual slaughtered the parasitic special lifeforms. Those parasitic special lifeforms on the flame-burning tree's branches had now become Yang Wu's primary means of testing his combat ability and his comprehension of the fundamental law of fire. Half a day later, Yang Wu returned to the flame-burning tree space in satisfaction. He glanced at Meng Kuo, who was immersed in cultivation, then silently stood within the flames of the 4th layer. Countless flames streaked across the void, ceaselessly combining, arranging, and evolving in Yang Wu's mind. The mysteries of the fundamental law of fire, many times more profound and intricate than those of the first 3 layers, caused Yang Wu to be immediately and completely immersed in the comprehension of the law of fire. 3 days later, suddenly a tremendous change appeared. A sharp blade of light darted across and appeared behind Yang Wu with terrifying speed. Yang Wu, fully immersed in the world of the law of fire, offered no resistance as that sharp blade of light swept across his neck. A head flew high into the air. Meng Kuo, gripping a gleaming long saber, watched Yang Wu's head as it soared upward. His face shifted from savage ferocity to wild joy, and he was just about to burst into laughter. Suddenly his expression changed drastically, as if something had abruptly seized his throat. The laughter that had just erupted was cut off short. In front of him, the body of Yang Wu, whose head he had severed in a sneak attack, began to dissolve bizarrely into fine particles and fade away. No, he shouted, retreating rapidly as he wanted to flee this flaming space. The bizarre phenomenon of Yang Wu's body clearly indicated that his assassination had failed. Just as he began to retreat, a crimson blade ray burst from Yang Wu's not yet fully dissipated body and shot toward him with astonishing speed, instantly closing in on Meng Kuo's retreating figure. Swish! The blade light was fierce and carried an icy killing intent, as if even the surging flames in the entire flame space had dimmed somewhat at the appearance of this blade ray. Meng Kuo's face was stricken with terror. He hastily sidestepped, then raised the giant long saber in his right hand, trying to block Yang Wu's blade ray. However, at the very moment the onrushing blade ray was about to clash with Meng Kuo's saber, it shifted slightly, slipped past the saber, and slashed toward his left arm. Ah! Meng Kuo let out a miserable shriek. Then his left arm separated from his body, soared into the air, and traced a parabolic arc. It fell into the sea of fire and was quickly reduced to ashes. Swish! Another fierce blade ray, following the first, thrust forward mercilessly and pierced directly through the wrist of Meng Kuo's right hand that held his saber. With a clatter, the long saber in Meng Kuo's hand fell to the ground. How is this possible? An avatar? Impossible. Meng Kuo's face was pale, and he stared in horror at Yang Wu, who had appeared before him. He knew the situation was hopeless. This avatar of his possessed merely cosmic-level cultivation. Moreover, it was severely wounded, and even both hands had been completely crippled, leaving absolutely no possibility of escape. Tell me, why did you want to kill me? Yang Wu ignored the other's question and said coldly, humph. No reason. I just can't stand you rotten geniuses, ha ha ha. Meng was staring at Yang Wu, shrieked hysterically, a mad and ferocious expression on his face, as he charged directly at Yang Wu. You bastard! Yang Wu suddenly sensed a warning. With a furious curse, he swept his saber horizontally in front of him and rapidly retreated deeper into the flames. Boom! Yang Wu had just retreated into the 5th layer flame space. Then he heard a tremendous roar. The entire sea of fire in the Luoyan tree space shook violently, as if the whole sea of fire were about to collapse. Fortunately, ever since that fellow appeared, I have been more cautious, always keeping my avatar outside, while my true self stays within the world ring to comprehend. Half a day later, the disturbances caused by Meng Ku's self-destruction gradually subsided. Yang Wu walked back to the place where he had been ambushed earlier and looked at the flame space, which had already returned to its original state. No trace of Meng Ku could be seen anywhere. Yang Wu muttered to himself, "What? Meng Ku of the Cosmic Star River Bank tried to assassinate you?" In the virtual universe, Yang Wu recounted what had just happened to his guard captain senior brother Luo Mu. Luo Mu was startled by this. After learning that Yang Wu was safe, he heaved a sigh of relief, then burst into angry curses. He had not expected that the people of the Cosmic Star River Bank would be so audacious as to try to assassinate the young lord of his own virtual universe company, and that the target was his own junior brother, the person he was supposed to protect. After advising Yang Wu to be extremely careful on the Yambing continent, he quickly vanished from Yang Wu's sight. What was the outcome of the subsequent confrontation between the virtual universe company and the Cosmic Star River Bank over this matter? That was not a matter Yang Wu cared about. It was only later that he heard from senior brother Luo Mu that there was indeed a man named Meng Ku under the Cosmic Star River Bank, but neither his appearance nor his cultivation matched the person Yang Wu had described. In the end, the matter was dropped. In the Luoyan tree space, Yang Wu continued methodically to study the fire mystic patterns and comprehend the foundational laws of fire. Another 20 years passed. Yang Wu reached perfection in his comprehension of the fire mystic patterns of the first 4 layers and advanced into the 5th layer flame space. The mystic patterns in the 5th layer flame space were several times more profound than the fire mystic patterns in the previous 4 layers, causing Yang Wu's cultivation of the fire law to enter a bottleneck. Could it be that, because of my cultivation realm, I can no longer continue to comprehend? During the 3 consecutive months after he entered the 5th layer space, Yang Wu felt he had made no progress at all in comprehending the 5th layer fire mystic patterns. He did not even have any clue about them. In Hundun City, every 7-day cultivation session had been extremely precious. Yet now, with this unrestricted cultivation opportunity, he had gained no insight in 3 full months, which made Yang Wu utterly exasperated. During those 3 months, the parasitic serpentine special lifeforms outside the Luoyan tree suffered because of Yang Wu's bottleneck. In the past, he would go half a year or even 2 years before coming out to fight them once. However, because his comprehension of the 5th layer patterns was not going smoothly, Yang Wu felt restless and irritable. In just 3 months, he had fought them several times. These successive killings drastically reduced the number of special lifeforms in the area. Let me first collect the Luoyan tree fruits. He had looked outside the Luoyan tree space, intending to go out and kill again to vent his anger on those special lifeforms, but after a moment's thought he stopped in his tracks. Now those special lifeforms were no match for him at all. They could hardly cause him much trouble anymore, and killing them was useless for his comprehension of the fire law. Before coming to the Yanbing continent, he had already learned that the Luoyan tree fruits grew on the trunk of the Luoyan tree. As soon as he entered this flame space, Yang Wu discovered numerous fist-sized fireball-like Luoyan tree fruits growing on the enormous main trunk of the tree. What is this thing for? Yang Wu said in a low voice, looking at the searing Luoyan tree fruit in his hand, which was like a red-hot iron ball. Master, what is this Luoyan tree fruit for? In the virtual universe, Yang Wu held the fruit and asked Candeli. Boy, you've finally come to ask me about this, Candeli said with a smile. Previously, Yang Wu had also asked Lord Yao in the virtual universe, but Lord Yao had never seen this Luoyan tree fruit either. Back then, senior brother Kadi had entered the Luoyan tree space relying on a supreme treasure flying ship, yet he had merely passed through in a hurry and left without searching carefully. Moreover, perhaps the timing had been wrong. Back then, senior brother Kadi had found no Hanfei tree fruit on the Hanfei tree. Lad, you really are lucky. You chose to train on the Yanbing continent, found the Luoyan tree space, and happened to arrive at the moment when the Luoyan tree bears fruit only once in a million years. Candeli said the main effect of this Luoyan tree fruit is to increase the soul's comprehension of and affinity for the fire law. Upon hearing this, Yang Wu's eyes lit up. This Luoyan tree fruit is truly as if it were specially prepared for you. The trial training on the Yanbing continent is best suited to martial artists, but the method of using the fruit requires a spiritual thought master with powerful soul strength. Use spiritual thought power to pierce the Luoyan tree fruit, letting the juice within nourish the soul and enhance affinity with the origin of fire. Third brother, fourth brother, the two of us are planning to challenge the Tongtian Bridge. Are you two coming? You have both been tempering yourselves in the outside world for decades. Let the two of us see how much you have improved. Half an hour later Hong drained the wine in his cup. In the Tongtian Bridge plain space he said, "Greetings Lord Warden." Hong Lei Shin Yongwu and Luo Feng bowed respectfully. "Oh, Yongwu and Luo Feng, you haven't been here in decades. And two newly arrived little fellows? Are all of you going to challenge the Tongtian Bridge today?" Warden Bafin asked. "Yes Lord Warden, we've come to try." Luo Feng answered with a smile. "Well, you're in luck. Yongwu's giant axe Tongtian Bridge, Luo Feng's 9-universe Tongtian Bridge, the universe Tongtian Bridge corresponding to Hong's universe Chaos Stele, and the Heartmark Tongtian Bridge corresponding to Lei Shen's Heartmark Chaos Stele are all unoccupied right now. You may all go and challenge them." Warden Bafin sank his consciousness into the virtual universe, and smiled after learning about the Chaos Steles Hong and Lei Shen had been cultivating. "Haha, big brother, third brother, fourth brother, let's go. Let's compete to see who can clear a floor first." Lei Shen bowed to Warden Bafin, then turned and shouted to Hong Yongwu and Luo Feng. With a leap he shot toward the Heartmark Tongtian Bridge. That fellow really knows how to take advantage. He's challenging the first floor third brother, the eighth, and me the sixth. How can that be compared? Luo Feng gave a wry smile, hesitated no longer, and flew off with Hong and Yongwu toward their respective Tongtian bridges. At universe level you actually dare to challenge the 8th floor. You're quite impressive. Among the virtual universe company's universe level members, you are the only one who has successfully cleared the 7th floor. At the end of the 8th floor of the giant axe Tongtian Bridge, a silver-masked man held a huge battle axe. He looked at Yongwu and said, "Take this, defeat me and you'll set another record. Kill." The instant the silver-masked man's words fell, Yongwu shouted loudly, raised his saber, and slashed at the silver-masked man. In that instant, with the swing of Yongwu's battle saber, the entire space of the 8th floor of the Tongtian Bridge seemed to turn into the blazing flame tree space where Yongwu stood. A scorching heat swept over him as raging flames surged. This was a saber art Yongwu had created over the past decades after studying the fire's secret patterns. What exquisite fire origin law! Well struck! A sharp light flashed in the silver-masked man's eyes. With a loud shout, the great axe in his hand swept out a beam of silver light to meet Yongwu's long saber. Saber and axe clashed. Boom! 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 It seemed as if two planets were colliding, their might overwhelming the heavens. Your progress is astonishing. Your comprehension of the fire origin law in particular leaves even me incredulous. But this is the giant axe Tongtian Bridge, not the Yenshin Tongtian Bridge. Your understanding of the third illustration on the giant axe Chaos Stele is still somewhat lacking. The silver-masked man bellowed. Is my understanding of the third illustration really worse than yours? Yongwu sneered inwardly. More than a decade earlier in the virtual universe, senior brother Gangya had already praised Yongwu's talent. He had even said that Yongwu's cultivation of the first 3 illustrations of the giant axe Chaos Stele had long since reached perfection. The reason the silver-masked man said Yongwu's understanding of the third illustration was still lacking was that this newly created saber art was mainly focused on applying the fire origin law. Yongwu only wanted to test its power against the silver-masked man at this moment. Then let me show you this saber art of mine. Yongwu gave a cold snort inwardly, and the saber art in his hands abruptly changed. The previous world of flames vanished without a trace. Within the saber light only a faint scorching aura remained, yet the saber momentum became even sharper. Crimson saber radiance traced bizarre arcs through the space, striking at the silver-masked man from various angles. Clang! 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 This time it seemed to be a true fight. Although it looked less imposing than their previous exchange, both Yongwu and the silver-masked man wore even tenser expressions. In an instant the two had exchanged dozens of moves. A fine saber art. I take back what I said before. Your cultivation of the third illustration of the giant axe Chaos Stele is already no weaker than mine. We are evenly matched in strength, but in experience you are still a little lacking. Cultivate for a few more years, polish your saber art further, and perhaps you will be able to defeat me. The silver-masked man split apart Yongwu's attack with a stroke of his axe, retreated dozens of meters, and held his great axe horizontally as he spoke. Humph, is that so? Yongwu said coldly, his face expressionless, staring at the silver-masked man. Then take another saber strike from me. Swish! A saber light shot out and Yongwu stepped forward as well. Like the previous strike, it contained the profound mystery of the 36 saber lights of the giant axe Chaos Stele. But as the strike shot out, a surge of scorching heat instantly flooded the hundreds of meters of space, where the two were fighting, as if countless flames had erupted at once, engulfing the silver-masked man in an instant. Within the flames, the crimson saber radiance became even fiercer. How is that possible? The silver-masked man's expression changed. He hastily swung his great axe, transforming it into a sharp light before him. also 36 saber lights but with streams of yellowish-brown energy swirling within. Unfortunately, the earth law he had fused into his axe technique was far inferior to Yang Wu's fire law. Yang Wu's long saber directly sliced through the saber light before the silver-masked man, leaving a deep saber wound on his chest. Die! Pressing his advantage, Yang Wu showed no mercy. With a flick of his long saber, his body did not pause for an instant as he chased down the silver-masked man who was hastily retreating. Then a dazzling cluster of saber light swept back toward the silver-masked man's neck at a bizarre, seemingly impossible angle. Swish! The strike found its mark and the silver-masked man's head was sent flying high into the air. By this time Lei Shen had long since left the heart-marked Tongtian Bridge he had challenged, and was standing in the plaza of the Tongtian Bridge plain waiting for the other three. Sigh, I was just a little short. I originally thought that after seizing the body of the Schwomi behemoth, and enhancing my talent, clearing the first floor would be no problem. I still need to work harder. Big brother, third brother and fourth brother are all ahead of me now, but next time I will definitely clear it. Although he failed, Lei Shen showed not the slightest discouragement. Clenching his fist, he said silently to himself, Congratulations Hong on clearing the first floor of the Universe Tongtian Bridge. Soon Hong appeared beside Lei Shen, and then they heard Warden Beifan say, At the same time, I have good news for you. Your companion Yang Wu has just cleared the 8th floor of the Tongtian Bridge, and Luo Feng subsequently cleared the 6th floor. Monsters. 2 utter monsters. How can the rest of us live? We're only on the 3rd floor yet. Those 2 monsters have still been cultivating this fast since leaving Chaos City. In the virtual universe, Wuka and the others were dumbfounded when they learned the number of floors Yang Wu and Luo Feng had cleared on the Tongtian Bridge. Wuka, do you want to go and try it too? Zhang Mo put down his wine glass and asked. No, even if I go, there's no hope of clearing it. I'm not going to make myself miserable, Wuka said with a resentful expression. 70 years later, inside the Laoyan tree space, Yang Wu abruptly opened his eyes. A dreadful aura burst from his body, causing the flames within the entire Laoyan tree space to quake violently. Moments earlier, while reuniting with Chen Shui and his younger sister Yang Li in the virtual universe, Yang Wu learned that Chen Shui had been training on Longta Star and had fallen into a perilous place. Although she was not in immediate danger, she could not free herself. However, on a dangerous planet like Longta Star, the longer one stayed trapped, the more dangerous it became, filling Yang Wu with concern. 70 years have passed. It's time to leave. Inside the Laoyan tree space, aided by the Laoyan tree fruits, Yang Wu's comprehension of the fire mystery patterns had greatly increased. Yet constrained by his cultivation realm during the following 10 years, he had clearly felt his progress in studying the fire mystery patterns and comprehending the fire origin laws slow dramatically. The Laoyan tree fruits had also lost their effect, leaving him still in the 5th level space. Even without Chen Shui being trapped, Yang Wu had resolved to leave this place. He condensed an avatar to remain in the Laoyan tree space, then, without the slightest hesitation, turned and dashed out of it. Hundreds of thousands of light years away inside that golden palace. My lord, I used a trick to trap Yang Wu's woman Chen Shui in a valley on Longta Star. No doubt Yang Wu will soon leave the Yambing continent to rescue her. When that time comes, I will personally deal with that brat. Meng Kuo said to the sinister golden-haired man on the throne. Not bad. Add to that a genius from the Taichu secret realm. If this succeeds, I will credit you with a great deed. As for the avatar you lost on the Yanbing continent, I will find a way to restore it for you. On the throne, the sinister golden-haired man, Shen Jin Ho, nodded. More than a year later, at the entrance to the Yambing continent, a spaceship, bearing the emblem of the Virtual Universe Company's Primordial Secret Realm, soared into the sky and flew toward the Primordial Secret Realm under the respectful gazes of the crowd. Yang Wu hurried back to the Primordial Secret Realm, quickly turned in his mission, then accepted the Dragon Hunter mission on Longta Star. Escorted by senior brother Luo Mu, he soon arrived at Longta Star. This time Yang Wu left his Yenshing giant beast avatar behind, and instead brought the Demon Falcon avatar, which possessed stronger combat strength and the innate transformation talent of the Peng Demon transformation. Longta Star gave Yang Wu the feeling of returning to Jurassic Park. The land was full of all kinds of colossal dragon-shaped creatures, regardless of their species. Their most distinctive characteristic was their immense bodies. Almost every one of them was at least 200 meters tall, and about 2000 meters long. This place differed from the Yanbing continent. There the main threats came from the harsh environment and hordes of special lifeforms. Although they were swift and strongly defended, their highest level was only the peak of the cosmic level. But on Longta Star, aside from being surrounded by hordes of giant dragons, there were also many existences above the cosmic level and even dragon threats at the peak of the Realm Lord level. A disguised stealth spaceship of the mechanical clan slowly moved through the upper atmosphere above Longta Star. Through the spaceship, Yang Wu carefully observed the terrain below, while constantly communicating with Chen Shui in the virtual universe, pinpointing the location where she was hiding. Roar, howl, ba, ya, All kinds of roars echoed through the valley below and dragon might surged to the heavens. This is the place. Gazing at the enormous valley below which contained over 1,000 massive dragon-shaped creatures, Yang Wu furrowed his brow. Qian Shui was hiding in a cave somewhere in the valley. Yet with so many giant dragons around, even if all were at cosmic level, neither Yang Wu nor Qian Shui dared to act rashly. I don't understand it either. When I first arrived, there was only a rock dragon. After I killed it, I found a cave here to hide in, planning to rest for a while, before continuing the hunt and completing the dragon hunter mission. But about an hour later, over 1,000 dragons appeared here. Now I simply can't leave this cave. Fortunately, this cave is far too small compared to the dragons' bodies, so they haven't noticed it. Yet they've been guarding the valley outside this cave for over 5 years. In the virtual universe, Qian Shui said suspiciously, 5 years. Could there be something special in this valley that attracts these dragons? Feeling puzzled, Yang Wu left the virtual universe. Then, with a slight movement of his body, he condensed an avatar and descended from high altitude. Since Yang Wu was at the peak of the cosmic level, this avatar possessed 15% of his true body's combat strength. Roar! Howl! The moment Yang Wu's avatar approached the valley, the giant dragons inside immediately responded, furiously roaring and charging at it. In an instant, the avatar with merely 15% of the true body's power was annihilated by the dragon's impact. Immediately afterward, 2 more avatars appeared and sneaked into the valley from its 2 sides, one to the left and one to the right. Boom! The same result occurred. Although one avatar had infiltrated a little later, it was still caught up by the frenzied dragons and smashed to pieces. However, when the dragons rammed and destroyed Yang Wu's avatar, they failed to notice a ring dropping from the annihilated avatar. Then, an identical giant dragon appeared among the herd. What kind of aura is this? A giant dragon transformed from the demon falcon avatar, mingled with the dragon herd, when it suddenly detected a strange aura. Even the demon falcon avatar itself felt somewhat intoxicated by the scent. Could this aura be what attracted these dragons to gather here? The dragon formed from the demon falcon avatar, shook its head, casting off the intoxicating sensation, then carefully surveyed the other dragons and thought to itself. Thereupon Yang Wu's true body entered the virtual universe and told Lord Medicine about the feeling of this aura, a scent that can intoxicate dragons. And it also makes your avatar feel intoxicated. But Qian Shui isn't affected. Lord Medicine swayed his body, lost in thought. Could it be the drunken demon fruit? Suddenly Lord Medicine lifted his head and said, "Right, it must be the drunken demon fruit." Dragons or your demon falcon avatar, strictly speaking, can both be classified as a major category of the demon race. Only something called the drunken demon fruit can be most beloved by demons, especially those of lower cultivation, who become even more intoxicated. But it has no effect on human beings whatsoever. In fact, humans cannot even smell the aroma of the drunken demon fruit. It is likely that in the valley you mentioned there is some juice of the drunken demon fruit, this kind of juice. Lord Medicine swayed his body and said, "Yes, it must be the sap of the drunken demon fruit. If it were whole fruits, those giant dragons would have devoured them long ago, and the scent would have faded by now. But this aroma has lingered for years, so the sap must have been spilled somewhere in that valley. If the sap of the drunken demon fruit was spilled somewhere, it would take at least 10 years to fully dissipate. Still, it is strange. How could the sap of the drunken demon fruit suddenly appear on Dragon Tower Star? Even among the demon race, the drunken demon fruit is quite precious, isn't it?" Medicine Master said in confusion. "Drunken demon fruit. How can this odor be eliminated?" Yang Wu frowned and asked. "Although this smell is difficult to dissipate naturally, it is actually very simple to remove. Fire. The scent of the drunken demon fruit vanishes upon contact with flame. As long as a single spark appears within its range, all the odor within dozens of miles will be swiftly absorbed and consumed by that spark." Medicine Master said without hesitation. "Fire then, that's simple." Yang Wu muttered to himself and left the virtual universe. Soon Qian Shui lit a flame in her cave. "It's really working." Aboard the spaceship, Yang Wu watched as the 1,000+ giant dragons gradually scattered in all directions, clearly because of the fire Qian Shui had lit in the cave. Only after all the dragons had dispersed did Yang Wu put away the spaceship and leap down from the sky. "You're here." Qian Shui also walked out of the cave, gazing at Yang Wu. She had just begun to speak. Suddenly, Yang Wu waved his hand. "Get inside quickly." Then he turned his head and stared at a certain spot ahead. A handsome man dressed in white had appeared at the edge of the valley without anyone noticing. He looked down at Yang Wu, his eyes filled with hatred. "Who are you?" Yang Wu's muscles tensed as he stared at the white-clad man and demanded, "My name." The man in white fixed his gaze on Yang Wu from afar. "My name is Mengque." "Mengque?" Yang Wu frowned. "Yes, I am Mengque. You killed my avatar, and for that you deserve to die. You, a mere universe-level cultivator. You actually dared to destroy my avatar." The handsome face of the white-clad man suddenly twisted with fury. He roared savagely, You dare ruin my avatar. I will kill you. So that thing was your avatar. If you want to fight, then fight. Yang Wu's gaze was sharp, burning with battle intent. I've never fought a realm lord before. Luo Feng, while still at the universe level, managed to kill a realm lord in the Blood Luo world using his avatar. Can't I do the same? Yang Wu said inwardly. At the same time, his force battle blade appeared in his hand without warning. Ha! 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 The white-clad man was stunned for a moment, then laughed in sheer rage. Are all the geniuses of the primordial secret realm this arrogant? A universe-level cultivator daring to challenge a realm lord. Come die! The white-clad man roared, reaching out with his hand. A gigantic palm formed in the air and came smashing down toward Yang Wu. In an instant, the world seemed to darken, mountains crumbled, and the earth split apart while icy gales howled. An overwhelming pressure that left Yang Wu breathless. Yet Yang Wu's blood boiled with surging battle fervor. Shwa! 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 Strands of blood-red vines emerged from his body and swiftly wove themselves into a suit of armor, completely enveloping his form. The armor formed by the Domain Lord Level 9 Demon Cloud Vine withstood almost all the suppression of that massive palm imprint. At the same time, streaks of golden radiance burst forth from Yang Wu's body, shooting upward toward the enormous hand descending from the sky. Yang Wu then leapt high into the air, a searing blade arc streaking from his hand. Reckless, fierce, a universe-level 9th stage cultivator, challenging a realm lord. Though from the opponent's aura Yang Wu estimated he was only at the early stage of the realm lord level, there was still the entire domain lord level between them, a colossal gap. This meant he was fighting across two major realms. Even with the domain lord level Demon Cloud Vine and Star-Eating Grass, it would still be incredibly difficult. Chen Shui at the cave entrance was already stunned. Though she had a precious sword in her hand, she was so shocked by Yang Wu's reckless assault that she forgot to act. In her mind, this was the moment to find a way to escape. Rumble. The palm shattered and vanished, but Yang Wu did not stop. Wreathed in golden light, he swept toward the white-clad man standing at the edge of the valley. Bold indeed. Do you think 2 domain lord-level plant lifeforms are enough to contend with me? Meng Kuo, clad in white, hovered in the air at the valley's edge, his long hair dancing in the wind, and a sharp glint bursting from his eyes as he laughed loudly. At the same time, Meng Kuo waved his hand, and countless rocks, even entire trees, rose from the valley into the air, suspended in space. Then, like millions of meteors, they pierced through the void and hurtled toward Yang Wu. The entire valley seemed on the verge of collapse and annihilation. Amid howling gales, boulders and broken trees filled the sky in dense swirls. A truly apocalyptic scene. Outside the valley, the dragons that had not fled far were so terrified that they immediately turned and bolted away. Boom! 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 Amid the mountain-shattering, earth-splitting devastation, the entire valley was instantly reduced to a barren, ruined world. Shockwaves from every stone collided with one another, and under the sweeping force of those high-pressure blasts, the vast valley was utterly devastated. Even Chen Shui, who had been in the cave, had long since abandoned concealment before the destruction began. She rushed out of the valley and stood at the edge of the opposite cliff, her face tense with worry. Whoosh! A crimson streak and several golden beams shot out from among the dense barrage of stones, striking toward Meng Kuo. Your speed is decent, worthy of a genius from the primordial secret realm. But you still have to die, Meng Kuo said coldly as he watched Yang Wu dart toward him. At the same time, he waved his hand and a projection of his inner world materialized. The vast world power directly twisted and enveloped space for thousands of miles around. Yang Wu, mid-dash with his blade raised, suddenly felt the scenery around him change. A moment ago it had been a shattered valley. Now, he was surrounded by colossal cities filled with pavilions and towers extraordinarily prosperous. Yang Wu's speed instantly stalled. A dreadful crushing force pressed down on him, as though his entire body had been shackled with heavy chains. The immense pressure made a wave of sweetness rise to Yang Wu's throat. So this is the Realm Lord's symbol, world power. It truly is formidable. Under this world suppression, all my abilities have greatly declined, and even my internal organs have been injured. Yang Wu licked his parched lips, his eyes burning even more fiercely. This is more like it. Let's fight with everything I've got. Shwa! Under the suppression of Meng Kuo's world power, an enormous beast suddenly appeared in the sky above the city. Its body was immense, its dark gold form resembling both a rock and a dragon. And Yang Wu was standing atop its head. The demon falcon avatar's wings stirred slightly, slicing through the void. Meng Kuo's world projection was instantly torn apart, shattering like broken glass, and the crushing pressure of world power vanished without a trace. What's going on? How is this possible? What kind of monster is this? It's only at the peak of domain lord level, so how can it break my world power? Meng Kuo was utterly shaken. The demon falcon avatar's performance completely defied his understanding. In all his memories, he had never seen such a beast. Boom! Just as he was reeling in shock, a dazzling blade light flared into brilliance resplendent and blinding. Within that light was an incomparable heat, as if it could burn away everything. To be continued. Swish! Yang Wu's true body standing atop the Peng Demon Falcon clone's head, traced out a flash of blade light, and propelled by the clone's speed hacked fiercely at Meng Kuo. At the same time, the Peng Demon Falcon clone's pair of sharp talons struck with fierce ferocity. Although its cultivation was a full major realm lower than Meng Kuo's, its momentum still alarmed Meng Kuo, who hastily retreated. A gleaming silver long spear suddenly appeared in Meng Kuo's hand. The spear turned into a silver flood dragon, and shot fiercely toward Yang Wu. The flood dragon roared and dense water law power swirled around its body. The world power that had been shattered by the Peng Demon Falcon clone's talons gathered once more upon the spear, causing the entire space to tremble, and filling the air with boundless killing intent. Kill! A fierce sharp light flashed in the Peng Demon Falcon clone's eyes. Raising its pair of dark golden talons, it tore through the air with one violent sonic boom after another and met the spear without the slightest fear. A pair of enormous talons like 10 dark golden spears were sharp and savage to the extreme. Rumble! The collision took place in an instant. The energies of the golden talons and the long spear exploded with a tremendous blast. The terrible detonation instantly hurled Yang Wu, standing atop the Peng Demon Falcon clone's head. Backward blood sprang from his mouth. The Peng Demon Falcon clone's body quaked violently from the impact. Suppressing the sweet coppery blood in its throat, it still stubbornly held its ground. In the same breath, its other talon reached forward without the least hesitation, as if space itself were ripped open by that single grasp. Meanwhile, from Yang Wu's true body flung backward through the air, countless golden and blood-red vines suddenly burst forth with lightning speed. They coiled tightly around the shaft of Meng Kuo's long spear. Moreover, large numbers of golden vines shot along the spear shaft like arrows toward Meng Kuo. Taking advantage of the vines' pull, Yang Wu's true body twisted in midair and flew back to the top of the Peng Demon Falcon clone's head. With a crimson long blade, he carved out a burning arc and slashed at Meng Kuo. Meng Kuo was suddenly shocked. Facing the pouncing talons, the long blade, and the sharp edges of the star-eating vine, he tried to forcibly wrench his spear back, only to find it firmly seized by the Peng Demon Falcon clone's talons, the Demon Cloud Vine and the Star-Eating Vine. He tried to summon his strength once more, but it was already too late. If he did not let go and retreat, he would definitely be wounded by the combined assault. In desperation, Meng Kuo had no choice but to release his grip and abandon the long spear. He hurriedly retreated. At the same time, his world projection manifested again, with world power shielding the front of his body. By the time the projection collapsed once more, he had finally escaped the attacks of the talons, the long blade, and the star-eating vine. A fine spear! Yang Wu sneered. With a flick of his wrist, he stored the long spear into his ring. You! Watching Yang Wu's actions, Meng Kuo almost spat out another mouthful of blood. A dignified realm lord expert had been pushed by an ant-like cosmic-level cultivator to the point of having his weapon taken away. His pent-up frustration was easy to imagine. Unable to hold back any longer, he roared in fury. I will kill you! Another long spear appeared in his hand, and with a shift of his body, he launched a wild assault at Yang Wu. Boom! 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 The furious flood dragon roared into being once more, its momentum clearly far more ferocious than the previous attack. Before it even closed in, Yang Wu's true body was forced by that pressure to retreat from the top of the Peng Demon Falcon clone's head all the way to its back. Die, die, die! Wielding his long spear, Meng Kuo was almost maddened with rage. Roar! The Peng Demon Falcon clone's talons slashed savagely from above and below, clashing against the long spear. Each time they crossed, the clone was blasted back over 100 meters, golden blood dripping from the corners of its mouth. With a gap of dozens of times in absolute power combined with the water origin law and world power, even if my Peng Demon Falcon clone were to meet this head-on, I would still suffer. Yang Wu thought to himself, but what if I refuse to meet it head-on? With a flicker of its body, the Peng Demon Falcon clone shot several thousand meters away, escaping Meng Kuo's attack range. Swish! Taking advantage of the moment, Yang Wu's true body leapt up from the clone's back and vanished from Meng Kuo's sight. The Peng Demon Falcon clone's form then became eerily indistinct, its enormous silhouette flickering in and out of existence like a drifting illusion. Meng Kuo thrust his spear again. He clearly saw it pierce the target, yet the spear only stabbed empty air, finding no purchase. Meng Kuo paid little attention to Yang Wu's true body's attacks. With a solemn expression, he stared fixedly at the Peng Demon Falcon clone. He only spared a sliver of his awareness for Yang Wu, for in his heart, ever since that colossal beast had appeared, he had sensed a tremendous threat. After several consecutive attacks yielded nothing, the Peng Demon Falcon clone turned into a blurred shadow, and almost as if teleporting appeared before him. Its pair of talons lunged straight at Meng Kuo, carrying a fierce, baleful, and savage aura as they split space apart. Swoosh! Meng Kuo had barely dodged to the side, his long spear already poised to thrust, when he saw a tremendous golden light turn into a devastating golden saber flash slashing at his waist. It was the Peng Demon Falcon clone's wing attack technique. The huge wing formed of razor-sharp feathers was no less lethal than a 5th-rank Origin Force Warblade. The sky-darkening might-laden giant wing came sweeping down to kill, forcing Meng Kuo to hurriedly adjust the angle of his long spear and hold it crosswise before his body. Clang! The clone's sharp wing met Meng Kuo's long spear, producing a crisp metallic ring. The clone's massive body then twisted agilely in midair to deflect the force while its talons lashed out once more. Swish! 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 Just as Meng Kuo thrust his spear to clash with the talons again, an abrupt change occurred. Golden vines suddenly materialized and swiftly bound his body. Damn it! Meng Kuo twisted his body to evade one of the clone's attacks, flipped through the air, and retreated several hundred meters. A short blade appeared in his hand as he continuously chopped at the golden vines wrapped around him. Even as the golden vines were severed one after another, even more vines emerged. Not only the golden star-eating vine, but also the blood-red demon cloud vine. While binding his body, the star-eating vine also transformed into sharp swords and hacked toward him. Beset by anxiety, Meng Kuo had to dodge the Peng Demon Falcon clone's attacks, while battling the two plant lifeforms coiled around him. He immediately fell into disorder. Swoosh! Suddenly a figure appeared behind him, and a fiery red blade light swept out. Just as Meng Kuo, having evaded one attack from the clone, was still off balance and unsteady. No! Meng Kuo wanted to dodge, but the golden and blood-red vines wrapped around him held him fast, making every movement more and more difficult. The blade light flashed past, and a head flew up into the air. Bang! Meng Kuo's headless body crashed to the ground. Even in death, he could not believe that an insignificant cosmic-level ant could have killed him. Watching Meng Kuo's head tumble through the air, Yang Wu stood straight as a pine before his corpse. Qian Shui's gaze went from shock to rapt fascination. With Meng Kuo dead, the Dragon Hunter mission became considerably easier for Yang Wu and Qian Shui. A year later, the two returned from Longta Star. Wu, after returning to the primordial secret realm, this time where else are you planning to train? Have you made any plans? On the spaceship, Qian Shui asked. I have. Yang Wu smiled at Qian Shui and blurted out 4 words. Shallow world. My lord, the temple's probationary divine envoy selection will begin in 3 days. I have already brought back the registration form for you. All you need to do is fill it out, then go to the examination point outside the city. Once your information has been verified, you may enter the examination point and await the assessment. In the Shuelua world, in a cloud-class guest room of a luxurious inn in Sichuan City, Yang Wu was looking at the registration form in his hand, quietly listening to the inn servant before him. When the servant finished speaking, Yang Wu took out a large coin and rewarded him, then picked up his brush and began filling in his information on the rather primitive slip of paper. Name Wu. Age 208. Cultivation peak universe level. 6 months earlier, Yang Wu had come to the Shuelua world. When he first descended into this world, Yang Wu had also intended, just as in Luo Feng's original storyline, to use his Pengma Falcon clone to hunt domain lords everywhere and obtain Shuelua crystals. Unexpectedly, not long after he began hunting, Yang Wu discovered that this method was unworkable. It was true that his Pengma Falcon clone, like Luo Feng's Masha clan clone, was proficient in transformation arts and the laws of space. However, because the Pengma Falcon clone was a flesh and blood lifeform, its assassination arts could never compare with those of a special lifeform like the Masha clan. Several times it was discovered before it could act, and only escaped after a bloody battle. Yet Yang Wu's main purpose in traveling to the Shuelua world was to obtain Shuelua crystals. To obtain large quantities of Shuelua crystals. However, he did not have the powerful assassination and concealment abilities of a Masha clan clone. The path of hunting domain lords to obtain Shuelua crystals was simply not feasible, so Yang Wu had to think of another way. At this time, because Yang Wu had been cultivating the sacred tribulation scripture, his earthling true body easily succeeded in fusing 2 Shuelua crystals. However, the 3rd Shuelua crystal did not fuse successfully. The Pengma Falcon clone had also fused 17 Shuelua crystals, but by now the Shuelua crystals Yang Wu had obtained through hunting and forcible seizure had been used up. He had no Shuelua crystals left in hand, nor did he know whether the Pengma Falcon clone could still continue fusing at its current stage. For the Pengma Falcon clone's fusion of Shuelua crystals, Yang Wu, following the same method as Luo Feng's Golden Horned Beast clone, in the original work first fused over a dozen Shuelua crystals onto its right claw. All of them had been applied to the Pengma Falcon clone's right claw. At this moment the clone's right claw gave off a sharper and more fearsome aura. Moreover, the secret patterns on it were even clearer. Just as Yang Wu was fretting over how to obtain large quantities of Shuelua crystals, he suddenly heard a piece of news that showed him a way. The Immortal Temple withdrew actual combat in the Shuelua world. Select universe-level probationary divine envoys. They would be trained in the various branch temples throughout the Shuelua world, and after passing the final assessment, they would enter the main temple and become full divine envoys. The main source of Shuelua crystals in the Shuelua world Was the Immortal Temple this world's supreme center of power? If one became a probationary divine envoy, whether entering a branch temple or the main hall of the Immortal Temple, the chances of obtaining large quantities of Shuoluo crystals would greatly increase. After learning of the probationary divine envoy selection, Yang Wu hurried to Qishuan City, one of the cities where the selection was held. In the Shuoluo world, Qishuan City was one of the renowned great cities, and was classified as a world city. Compared with Yanlingang, a territory lord's main city, that Luo Feng had reached when he first arrived in the Shuoluo world, this city was more than several times as prosperous. As one of the cities hosting the probationary divine envoy selection, this city had seen a far greater flow of people over the past month. Large numbers of young universe-level warriors had appeared in the city waiting, like Yang Wu, for the assessment to begin. For warriors of the Shuoluo world, becoming a divine envoy of the Immortal Temple was tantamount to stepping onto a smooth path of cultivation. Just as in the original universe, Yang Wu and others had entered the Virtual Universe Company through the Genius War and received the Immortal Temple's all-out training. When Yang Wu had filled out the registration form and arrived at the entrance to the specially open grounds outside Qishuan City, for the selection, hundreds of thousands of universe-level warriors had already packed the area. You qualify. Enter waiting area No. 19 and wait for the assessment to begin. Remember, no one may fight before the assessment starts. Otherwise, death without mercy. The domain lord level official from the city lord's mansion said coldly to Yang Wu and the dozens of warriors. The probationary divine envoy selection was divided into two stages. The first stage was the very area beneath Yang Wu's feet. This area was vast, covering more than 10,000 square kilometers, including mountains, cliffs, and various other dangerous places, as well as all kinds of fierce, desolate beasts. Unlike the Human Genius War in the original universe, which was held in the virtual universe, this probationary divine envoy selection was a real fight with real blades. Death was unavoidable. With a long saber strapped to his back, Yang Wu entered the huge yet plain stone house at the edge of the assessment area, found a corner, sat down quietly, and observed the others around him. In this stone house, more than 100 warriors awaiting the assessment were already seated. These 100 or so warriors had long since gathered into small groups, because they were rivals, even enemies, with everyone else, and would all draw their blades against one another. Once the assessment began, they looked at the surrounding warrior groups with hostility in their eyes. When they saw Yang Wu arrive, especially when they saw his peak universe-level cultivation, many people's eyes lit up at once. Several teams immediately sent people over to recruit him, while some warriors flashed killing intent toward him. Brother, join our team. Our team has 11 people in total, 6 late-stage universe level, 2 peak universe level, and 3 mid-stage universe level. I believe that with your addition, we will definitely pass the assessment. Brother, although our team has only 8 people, all of us are late-stage universe level. Joining our team is your best choice. Trust me, you can't go wrong. Brother. Recruiters from several teams vied with one another, telling Yang Wu how powerful their teams were. Sorry, everyone, I intend to take the assessment alone, Yang Wu said calmly. Alone? The recruiters who had gathered around looked at Yang Wu in surprise. After a long pause, having confirmed that Yang Wu truly intended to go alone, they shook their heads, muttered, and walked back to their own team areas. Madman. Courting death. Overestimating himself. Arrogant ascetic. All manner of contemptuous, disdainful, and mocking words burst from the warriors' mouths. By this time, however, Yang Wu had already closed his eyes. His mind had long since settled on comprehending the fire secret pattern seen by his Yambing continent clone. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. An envoy at World Lord level and 2 envoys at Domain Lord level, all wearing black war robes, as special envoys of the Immortal Temple, entered the stone hut, where Yang Wu resided, instantly drawing everyone's rapt attention. One Domain Lord level temple envoy scanned the crowd in the stone hut, and announced, "The preliminary divine envoy selection examination is about to begin. Each participant will receive a black iron identity token. Hidden within the examination zone are 5,000 black iron tokens, 500 bronze tokens, 50 silver tokens, and 5 gold tokens. 1 gold token equals 10 silver tokens, 1 silver token equals 10 bronze tokens, and 1 bronze token equals 10 black iron tokens. All examinees entering the examination zone may use any means to compete for and seek out tokens. In the end, tokens of all levels will be counted in terms of black iron tokens. The 100 candidates who accumulate the most tokens will pass the first round and qualify for the second round. Before the second round begins, candidates ranked from 101st to 200th may issue 1 challenge to those in the top 100. The victor enters the top 100 while the defeated challenger is eliminated. The second round consists of arena combat. Through a lottery draw, candidates fight in pairs to determine the top 50, who will become preliminary divine envoys of the Qishuan City selection zone. Together with the top 50 preliminary divine envoys from other selection zones, they will be sent to the Immortal Temple to receive 30 years of special training. Anyone who successfully fuses 3 blood crystal orbs within those 30 years will be granted the status of divine envoy. Some might even be accepted as personal disciples of the temple's world level, or even immortal deity masters rising to prominence in a single bound. The black-robed envoy paused briefly, and nearly everyone in the stone hut could not help but breathe more rapidly. To be accepted as a disciple by an immortal deity was equivalent to stepping onto a grand and unimpeded path to the heavens. Finally, let me emphasize one point. The black-robed envoy swept his cold gaze across the crowd and said, "During the preliminary divine envoy selection examination, you bear full responsibility for life and death, whether it is against your opponents in the examination or the wild beasts of the examination zone. Any of these could cost you your life. Moreover, wild beasts equivalent to human domain lord level may even appear within the examination zone. If any of you regret your decision now, it is still not too late to withdraw." After a long pause, seeing no one retreat, the black-robed chief envoy nodded faintly. "Each examinee will receive a black iron token from me in turn. After leaving the stone hut, walk forward 1,000 meters. Then you will enter the examination zone. The examination officially begins and lasts 1 month." Whoosh! A blade arc swept out, its edge flashing with piercing sharpness. Amid a tearing sound like cloth being ripped apart, blood splattered into the air. Accompanied by a miserable roar, a tiger-shaped wild beast was sent flying backward. Without even glancing at the beast tumbling away, Yang Wu spread his divine sense across the entire area of several thousand meters around the beast. Then suddenly moved, darting beneath a massive boulder and reaching out with his hand. Another black iron grade. Yang Wu pulled a black iron token out from under the rock and muttered in disappointment. Without even looking at it, he stored it inside the spatial wrist guard forged within the Blood Luo world. 2 days had passed since the selection examination began. Traveling alone through the examination zone, Yang Wu had not actively sought to rob others of their tokens yet. He had encountered several people who tried to take his. In the end, their tokens all became his points. While seizing their tokens in turn, Yang Wu also hunted down several wild beasts and obtained several black iron tokens from the beast territories. Unfortunately, he had yet to find a single token above black iron grade. Yang Wu was about to step forward when he suddenly paused. His body moved and he vanished from where he stood. Boom! 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 Dozens of flying blades like a living serpent slammed violently into the spot where Yang Wu had just been standing. Thick trees and boulders exploded into countless fragments, hurtling in all directions amid a deafening roar. In the next instant, 7 or 8 figures appeared rapidly and surrounded Yang Wu in the center. "Not bad, boy. You actually managed to dodge our young master Zhuami's killing strike. Hand over your tokens and spatial storage device, then get lost." The mentalist who had attacked Yang Wu withdrew his flying blades and stood tall with his head raised. Beside him, a man with a rather lecherous expression barked out the words, "You're looking for death." Yang Wu's eyes blazed with fury. He raised his long blade, lunged forward, and attacked straight at the mentalist who had ambushed him. "Bold brat, die!" The lecherous man braced his body, gripped a broadsword in both hands, stepped forward to stand before the mentalist, and took the initiative to meet Yang Wu's charge. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the lecherous man's face instantly flushed crimson as he spat out a mouthful of hot blood. The broadsword in his hands slipped out of his control and flew away, kicking up a shower of broken stones upon landing. His body, unable to resist, was sent flying backward. "Die!" Yang Wu's eyes were cold and ruthless as blade light flickered in his hand. He pursued the lecherous man, unleashing his murderous assault. All the force of his body surged instantly into his right arm, and the battle blade connected with the spatial laws of the universe's origin and the laws of fire origin. Scorching heat spread through the space around them. A suffocating killing intent enveloped the lecherous man, causing terror and despair to flash across his face. "Young Master Zhuami, save me!" He howled desperately. Unfortunately, Yang Wu's speed was astonishing. Before the lecherous man could finish his words, the fatal blade had already slit his throat. "How dare you!" Zhuami the mentalist watched as Yang Wu swiftly claimed the lecherous man's life with a single stroke, but was too late to save him. Enraged, he bellowed and flicked his hand, sending several flying blades hurtling forth like a furious dragon, once more while roaring in fury. Kill him now!" While Zhuami attacked, the others also raised their weapons simultaneously and charged at Yang Wu. "Kill!" A fierce gleam flashed in Yang Wu's eyes. His body blurred into hundreds of afterimages as the blade light in his hand danced. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Several cold yet dazzling arcs of blade light swept through, and one body after another crashed to the ground, sending dust and debris flying. When the dust settled, only one figure remained frozen in place. It was the mentalist young master named Zhuami. His dozens of flying blades had at some point fallen in disarray upon the ground, yet he seemed not to notice them at all. "Why you? Watching Yang Wu stride toward him step by step, a sharp light gleaming in his eyes, Zhuami suddenly shuddered and snapped back to his senses. Backing away, he pointed a trembling finger at Yang Wu and shouted, You actually dared to kill my men. I am the son of the deputy city lord. You dare kill me. Shwa. Before the last word had even fallen, blade light burst forth from Yang Wu's hand, and a head flew up into the air. Damn an intelligent optical brain. When Yang Wu collected everyone's spatial storage devices, and counted the tokens he had gained, he discovered a gem-shaped item within the spatial bracelet of Zhuami, the deputy city lord's son. Though crude, Yang Wu still recognized it as a low-grade intelligent optical brain-type communication device. I wonder if the scene from when I killed Zhuami just now has already been transmitted to his deputy city lord father. What a nuisance. Yang Wu shook his head slightly and muttered to himself. Help? I quit. I won't take part in the selection anymore. Let me leave. Help. I don't want the emblem anymore. Somebody help. The piercing cries of misery startled the surroundings, reaching the ears of Yang Wu, who was resting in a small grove within the selection area, and also the ears of the other nearby candidates. Roar. Immediately after, another brutal and violent roar came rolling over like a thunderclap. The screams and cries for help, however, abruptly stopped and fell silent. Then before long, more cries for help and screams rang out again. Then Yang Wu felt that even the ground was trembling slightly. Could it be a domain lord-level desolate beast? Yang Wu's eyes instantly lit up sharp and piercing as he looked toward the direction of the sound. The others nearby who heard it, however, had long since scattered in panic like birds and beasts fleeing far away. If a domain lord-level desolate beast is appearing, then at least there should be emblems higher than black iron ones. At least bronze or even silver gold. Yang Wu's heart immediately grew excited. In the several days since the preliminaries had begun, although he had already harvested over 100 black iron emblems in his storage space, he had yet to obtain a single bronze emblem. Yang Wu's body flickered as he dashed out of the grove, turning into a phantom blur and racing toward the direction from which the roars had come. Roar! 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 He had just rushed out of the grove for a short distance. Amid the thudding tremors of the ground, Yang Wu saw a towering, ferocious figure charging madly, not far ahead, chasing several terrified warriors who were fleeing. It seemed both bear-like and ape-like. This tall and ferocious figure was almost like a small hill moving at high speed, causing the ground to shake continuously. It had earth-yellow skin, and its short fur was also earth-yellow. Muscles bulged in distinct lumps across its body just like rocks. Its thick four legs, which kept pounding the ground as it charged, were already stained with blood. The fur on its chest was dripping with gore, and its savage, murderous aura rolled like a tide. It surged forward, carrying a foul stench, and the bright yet faintly discernible golden object hanging on its chest made Yang Wu's eyes suddenly flash. A gold-level emblem. It was actually the highest-grade gold emblem. If he could get hold of this emblem, a top 100 ranking would basically be firmly secured in Yang Wu's grasp. Yang Wu's long saber left its sheath, but his body slipped to the side, hiding behind a huge boulder. Holding his breath and fixing his gaze, he gathered his very essence, chi and spirit, and channeled almost all the spatial origin law and fire origin law he could access into the long saber in his hand. What he had to face at this moment was indeed a domain lord-level desolate beast. At this time, under the watch of the many immortal temple emissaries, Yang Wu did not dare to let his Peng Demon Falcon avatar appear to help him fight, nor could he use the star-devouring grass. The Demon Cloud Vine was even more unusable. He could only rely entirely on his cosmic-level earthling true body to fight. Rumble. The ground shook. The gigantic desolate beast like a hill charged past the area where Yang Wu was hiding, relentlessly chasing the fleeing candidates ahead. Kill. Just as the beast's huge body had rushed past, Yang Wu gave a furious shout. With a thunderclap from his throat, a dazzling saber light flashed out like a fleeting lightning streak. It tore through the air and struck at the giant beast that was still charging at full speed. Immediately after, the flying knives poured out of Yang Wu's storage bracelet like a furious dragon, attacking the domain lord-level desolate beast as well. These were the dozens of telekinetic flying knives obtained 2 days earlier from Zhuami, the psychic master who had died at Yang Wu's hands. The flying knives, controlled by psychic power, had been launched later but arrived sooner, striking toward the giant desolate beast. Roar! The desolate beast let out a thunderous roar and swung one of its thick forelimbs as if shooing away flies. With several smack 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 sounds, the dragon-like swarm of flying knives scattered and flew in all directions. Following closely, the sharp blade light struck the beast's neck. With a tearing sound, it cut a gash across the giant desolate beast's neck and blood burst out. Roar! Roar! This giant desolate beast had always been confident in its defense, never expecting to be wounded by a tiny thing like a mere ant. Immediately it exploded in fury. Completely ignoring the wound on its neck, it lunged forward with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on prey. Its two thick forelimbs swiped savagely, trying to grab Yang Wu and tear him apart to vent its rage. Boom! Its thick forelimb brought a violent gust of wind as a single claw caught Yang Wu and crushed him into pieces. But when it crushed the ant in its claw, it discovered that the claw was empty. Then beside it another blade light suddenly flashed. Riot! A sound like torn leather rang out. The skin at the original wound on the giant desolate beast's neck was slashed once more by Yang Wu's blade, making the wound deeper and blood spurted out. Such tough skin. Yang Wu was startled inwardly and tightened his grip on the saber hilt. Fortunately, although this giant desolate beast was equivalent to a human domain lord-level powerhouse, it had low intelligence and slow reactions. Otherwise it would have been absolutely impossible for Yang Wu to wound it twice in the same spot so easily. Wounded again, the dull-witted giant beast did not show the slightest fear. Instead its ferocity was further provoked, and it became even more brutal. A dense evil aura rolled from its body like tidal waves. It suddenly stood upright on its two hind legs while its two forelimbs flailed wildly. Its enormous strength struck the air, producing bang 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 sounds of air bursting. With such immense power, if he were hit, the explosive force of tens of thousands of kilograms would undoubtedly leave Yang Wu severely wounded. Standing upright, the giant desolate beast hundreds of meters tall hammered and flailed with its enormous strength, whipping up a violent storm amid its roars. Yang Wu's body swayed like a tiny boat amidst surging waves. It seemed fraught with danger, yet time after time he remained unscathed. Amid the giant beast's frenzy, Yang Wu repeatedly seized the openings and swung his blade again and again, leaving wound after wound on its huge, somewhat clumsy body. Roar! 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 Amid the earth-shattering roars, the man and the beast fought fiercely. The ground, after the fierce battle, had long since been transformed from flat land into a huge basin. For all its formidable vitality, the domain lord-level giant desolate beast could not withstand the many wounds on its body. Blood sprayed out like fountains, nearly dyeing the entire basin red. Yang Wu's attrition tactic seemed to be taking effect more and more clearly. The giant desolate beast's huge body slowed down, and its heavy breathing grew louder. Even though it had originally supported its body on its hind legs alone, eventually it seemed those two hind legs could no longer bear its heavy frame, and the two forelegs that had been raised to attack Yang Wu had to be put down. Boom! Finally, with an earth-splitting, mountain-crashing roar, the giant desolate beast's body toppled to the ground. Though it was not yet dead, only the sound of convulsions remained with no other movements. Phew! Yang Wu tore off the gold emblem from the giant desolate beast's chest, and without even looking at it, put it into his storage bracelet. Then, with a flicker of his body, he hurriedly disappeared from the spot. Soon many warrior squads participating in the selection appeared at the scene. However, Yang Wu, who had taken the gold emblem, had already appeared several thousand meters away. For Yang Wu, the month-long divine envoy preliminary selection was utterly effortless. During the first half of the month, apart from collecting a golden grade token from a giant domain-level wild beast, Yang Wu obtained 3 silver grade tokens from another dangerous land. Combined with the lower grade tokens he gathered at other times, he estimated that his advancement was all but secured, so he found a hidden spot to cultivate and quietly await the end of the selection. First place, Huhitai Black Iron tokens 3689. Second place, Gong Meng Black Iron tokens 3102. Third place, Tao Yen Black Iron tokens 2891. 58th place, Wu Black Iron tokens 1756. 100th place, Bulu Black Iron tokens 987. 101st. As the preliminary selection concluded, the envoy from the Immortal Temple recorded the number of tokens held by the participating martial artists and immediately announced the rankings. Congratulations to the selectors who have entered the top 100. You are temporarily qualified for the second round of selection. However, you must each accept one challenge from a selector ranked between 101st and 200th. Only by winning the challenge or not being challenged at all can one retain their place in the top 100 and obtain eligibility for the second round. If you lose or die in the challenge, your top 100 qualification is granted to the challenger. Now, you may leave. 3 days from now at 9 in the morning, all selectors in the top 100 and those ranked 101st to 200th who wish to challenge must arrive here on time for the final top 100 challenge. No one in the top 100 may refuse a challenge for any reason, or otherwise they will be deemed to have lost their qualification. That bastard called Wu killed my son. I want him dead. Tell me, what method shall we use? He killed my son. I want him to pay with his life. Just as Yang Wu returned to the inn to await the challenge 3 days later, inside the grand hall of a luxurious mansion in Qishuan City, a middle-aged domain-level man roared with a twisted, furious expression. More than 20 days earlier, he had already received his son's final transmission before death, and learned that his son had been slain by a selector named Wu. He had intended to personally kill Yang Wu after the selection ended to avenge his son. But because Yang Wu had entered the top 100 of the preliminary selection and out of fear of the Immortal Temple, he dared not openly go and kill Yang Wu, which only fanned the flames of his rage. Vice City Lord, if you wish this Wu lad to pay with his life for young Master Zhuomi's death, this humble one has an idea. A man standing below the Vice City Lord spoke up. Speak. The Vice City Lord's eyes sharpened. Yes, my lord. The The man hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "My lord, although this Wu has already entered the first stage of the divine envoy selection 3 days from now, he must accept a challenge from those ranked 101st to 200th. We can pull some strings during the challenge or even before it." "Oh, continue." The Vice City Lord's expression eased slightly. "First, within the 3 days before the challenge, send someone to assassinate this Wu. Kill him if possible, if not at least wound him. In any case it must be swift and leave no traces. Then among those ranked 101st to 200th, find a formidable fighter to challenge the wounded Wu, ensuring the challenge is settled beyond doubt." "Humph, this little beast got off cheap. If this were any other time I would skin him alive." The Vice City Lord gnashed his teeth. "Mi Chong, I'm leaving this to you. Remember, I want Wu dead no later than the challenge match." The Vice City Lord said coldly. Late on the second night after the preliminary selection ended, in the same cloud-grade room of the In-Yang Wu, who had been sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly raised an eyebrow and gave a slight shift of his body. Though he still appeared seated cross-legged on the bed, seemingly unchanged in appearance, the aura emanating from him seemed to have weakened considerably. SHFF. A black-clad masked figure suddenly materialized out of thin air. A cold gleam swept across Yang Wu's neck. The figure glanced at Yang Wu, collapsed on the bed, gave a light snort, and with a flicker of their body vanished instantly from the spot. The masked figure had barely left when the corpse on the bed immediately dissipated. Then Yang Wu reappeared in the room. With a wave of his hand, another avatar manifested and sat cross-legged in place once more. At the same time, Yang Wu's body stirred. His rock demon falcon clone took on his true appearance, and after switching places with his main body, transformed into a wisp of green smoke flying off in the direction the masked figure had gone. "Didn't think it would be this easy to kill that brat. I was wondering how impressive a top 100 selector could be." The masked figure muttered to himself as he sped along. Did it succeed? The masked figure appeared in a room on the top floor of another in a few kilometers outside Sichuan City, and removed his disguise. A middle-aged man who had been waiting in the room asked impatiently, "Relax. When have you ever seen me, Lang Sha, miss my mark? That brat is already dead." The black-clad man said as he peeled off his night garments. "Though I'm only at the cloud-soaring level, I, Lang Sha, have assassinated a domain-level expert before." SHFF. The black-clad man continued boasting while taking off his night clothes. Suddenly, before his words even ended, a cold gleam appeared, as if erupting from nowhere, and swept across the throat of the unsuspecting assassin, who was in the middle of undressing. Only then did the figure who dealt the blow manifest in the room. "Ah!" Seeing the abrupt figure, the middle-aged man cried out in alarm and moved to flee. Bang! Before he could take a single step, Yang Wu struck him down with a single punch. Then Yang Wu grabbed him and pressed him against the wall of the room like a hanging tapestry. The middle-aged man spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face pale. Looking at the slain assassin Lang Sha on the ground, and the very man he had plotted to assassinate before him, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "SP, spare me. This has nothing to do with me." The middle-aged man was none other than Mi Chong, the mastermind behind the plot to assassinate Yang Wu. His cultivation was not high, merely mid-star level. But because of his strategic brilliance, he served as a strategist under the Vice City Lord. "Who are you? Why did you send someone to kill me?" Yang Wu rested his long blade on Mi Chong's shoulder and demanded coldly. The icy killing intent nearly froze all the blood in Mi Chong's veins. This lowly one is a subordinate of Vice City Lord Zhuo Wuhan. Because you killed the Vice City Lord's son Zhuo Mi during the selection, the Vice City Lord ordered this lowly one to find an assassin to kill you, sir. It was all the Vice City Lord's idea, nothing to do with this lowly one. I was merely following orders." The middle-aged man said, his body trembling. "Vice City Lord." A fierce glint flashed across Yang Wu's eyes. "What cultivation does the Vice City Lord have? Who else is in his mansion?" To be continued. Half an hour later, a dark figure slipped out of the inn unnoticed by anyone, and as if melting into space itself, vanished into the pitch-black night. "So this is the Deputy City Lord's mansion. Truly luxurious." Following Mi Chong's description, Yang Wu soon arrived outside a magnificent mansion. He cast a cold glance over the entire estate, then shifted his body slightly. His true body swapped with the Pengmosan avatar, and the Pengmosan avatar, now wearing his true body's appearance, flickered and transformed into Mi Chong. Without any hesitation, he strode toward the mansion's main gate. "Greetings, Lord Mi." Inside the Deputy City Lord's mansion, a patrolling guard bowed. Where is the Deputy City Lord?" "Reporting to Milord, the Deputy City Lord is waiting for you in the inner mansion study. He instructed that if Lord Mi returned, you should go straight to the study." The guard replied. "Good, continue your patrol." Yang Wu transformed as Mi Chong waved his hand, and then headed toward the inner mansion, following the estate map he had extracted from Mi Chong under interrogation. The Deputy City Lord's estate covered dozens of kilometers, and was divided into an outer mansion and an inner mansion. The outer mansion housed the guards' retainers and other residents. The inner mansion was the true heart of the estate. Seeing that it was far more heavily guarded than the outer mansion, if he had not been disguised as Mi Chong, killing this domain lord-level deputy city lord with relative ease and speed would have been quite difficult. Deputy City Lord Mi Chong requests an audience. Outside the study in the inner mansion, Yang Wu said in Mi Chong's voice, "Come in." A somewhat cold and sinister voice rang out. Yang Wu cleared his throat, then pushed open the door without hesitation and stepped inside. Turning around, he casually closed the study door behind him. How did the matter go? As soon as Yang Wu stepped in, before he could speak, the Deputy City Lord looked up and asked, "As entrusted, Wu has been killed by the assassin Lang Ci." Yang Wu answered, "Ha ha, good, well killed, well killed." The Deputy City Lord threw back his head and laughed, completely failing to notice anything amiss about the Mi Chong Yang Wu had become. Swish! Suddenly a blade light flashed into existence, and slashed urgently toward the Deputy City Lord. "Ah! How dare you!" True to his reputation as a domain lord-level powerhouse, even though Yang Wu had struck while the Deputy City Lord was in the throes of wild joy, the latter still sensed it. He jerked his body aside and Yang Wu's long blade grazed past him, merely slicing off a large strip of cloth. The Deputy City Lord let out a furious roar. He had no time to investigate why his own strategist was attacking him. A curved blade suddenly appeared in his hand, and he traced arcs of blade light to meet Yang Wu's long saber. "Kill!" Yang Wu let out a low shout, his body moving as dazzling light burst from the blade in his hand, intertwining with the Deputy City Lord's arcing blade light. Violent energy waves vibrated fiercely within the study. The books, ink brushes, and even the furniture in the study were swept by the rampaging energy fluctuations. In an instant, everything turned to ashes. Yang Wu's Pengmosan avatar transformed into over 100 phantoms in the study, each phantom holding a cold, eerie blade light, coordinated with his unfolding domain power. It seemed as if the entire space was filled with fierce blade light, pressing down on Deputy City Lord Zhuo Wuhan, as if ignoring the limits of space, forcing him to retreat and dodge. At the same time, Deputy City Lord Zhuo Wuhan's domain power also burst forth in an instant. It collided with Yang Wu's domain power and a violent force erupted. The violent force erupted outward from the study, immediately shaking the entire Deputy City Lord's mansion. What's going on? Why would Zhuo Wuhan even use his domain power? Did he run into some formidable opponent? The tremendous commotion at the Deputy City Lord's mansion instantly alarmed the entire Qishuan City. All the powerhouses of Qishuan City turned their attention toward the Deputy City Lord's mansion, and some even rushed straight over. "I must finish this quickly." Sensing the tremendous commotion caused by the battle, Yang Wu silently roared in his heart. At the same time, a strange cold ferocity appeared on his face. An invisible wave of psychic power surged from his sea of consciousness, transformed into an invisible arrow, and shot instantly into the Deputy City Lord's mind. Just as the Deputy City Lord was straining to withstand the tidal attacks from Yang Wu's Pengmosan avatar, he felt a dazed, stabbing pain in his mind. At the same time, because that psychic attack had touched his body, Yang Wu immediately pinpointed the life core within the Deputy City Lord's body. Swish! The Deputy City Lord's cultivation was already slightly inferior to Yang Wu's Pengmosan avatar, and he was at an additional disadvantage because he was merely a martial artist. Although his willpower, strong for a domain lord-level martial artist, allowed him to snap awake immediately after Yang Wu's sudden illusion attack, it was still one step too late. One of his arms was sliced by Yang Wu's blade light and sent flying into the air. "Ah!" The Deputy City Lord screamed miserably, his face paling, as he tried to leap backward and flee. But Yang Wu's blade light did not relent. Another blade flash shot out, and the incomparably sharp edge cut through the Deputy City Lord's chest as easily as through thin paper, then pierced in without the slightest obstruction. Crack! The sharp tip of the war blade, radiating dense, killing intent, stabbed directly into the terrified life core that was desperately trying to flee. With a bang, the life core shattered instantly. "You?" The Deputy City Lord's eyes widened, his entire body went limp, and he collapsed to his knees, resentfully losing his life breath. All the fighting broke out and ended in an instant inside the study. Hearing the footsteps from outside, Yang Wu's Pengmosan avatar glanced toward the door, where the sound was growing closer. His body moved in a flash, and the image of Mi Chong immediately melted away, transforming into the appearance of the Deputy City Lord on the ground. Then he quickly stored the Deputy City Lord's corpse into a storage bracelet, and tossed Mi Chong's corpse onto the floor. Mi Chong attempted to assassinate this City Lord, and has already been killed by me. There is no need to make a fuss. Drag this treacherous villain's corpse out. Yang Wu said coldly to the guards who rushed into the study. This City Lord needs to go into seclusion to recover from his wounds. Withdraw. None of you may disturb me until I emerge. Not a bad harvest. Truly worthy of being the Deputy City Lord of the World City. Back in the cloud classroom of the Yin, Yang Wu, who had secretly left the Deputy City Lord's mansion and returned, quickly took out the storage bracelets of Lang Ci Michong and Deputy City Lord Zhuo Wuhan and inspected them. Inside the storage spaces of Michong and Lang Ci there were only large amounts of money and treasures, nothing there caught Yang Wu's eye. Only inside Deputy City Lord Zhuo Wuhan's storage bracelet aside from a large amount of money and valuables did Yang Wu find 17 Shuolua crystals in total. An unexpected delight. Half an hour later a dark figure slipped out of the inn without alarming anyone, melting into the pitch-black night, as if it had become one with the void itself. So this is the Deputy City Lord's residence. Truly magnificent. Yang Wu followed what Michong had told him, and soon arrived outside a magnificent mansion. He cast a cold sweeping gaze across the entire estate, then stirred his body slightly, swapping his true form with his Pengma falcon clone. The clone, now bearing his true appearance, flickered and transformed into Michong before striding without hesitation toward the mansion's main gate. "Greetings, Lord Mi." A patrolling guard inside the Deputy City Lord's mansion said, bowing. Where is the Deputy City Lord?" "Reporting to you, my lord, the Deputy City Lord is waiting for you in the study of the inner mansion. He instructed that if you returned you should go directly there." "Understood," the guard replied. "Very well, continue your patrol." Yang Wu, transformed into Michong, waved a hand and headed toward the inner mansion, guided by the estate map he had forced out of Michong. The Deputy City Lord's estate spanned dozens of kilometers, and was divided into an outer residence and an inner residence. The outer residence housed the guards and retainers. The inner residence, however, was the true stronghold. With defenses far more forbidding than the outer residence, it would have been genuinely difficult to kill this domain lord-level Deputy City Lord quickly and easily without wearing Michong's appearance. Deputy City Lord Michong requests an audience. Outside the study, in the inner residence, Yang Wu called out in Michong's voice, "Enter." A somewhat icy voice rang out. Yang Wu rubbed his throat, then, without the slightest hesitation, pushed open the door and stepped inside. Turning around, he casually closed the study door behind him. How did the matter go? The moment Yang Wu stepped over the threshold, before he could speak, the Deputy City Lord raised his head and asked, "As you entrusted, Deputy City Lord Yang Wu has already been killed by the assassin Lang Ci?" "Yes," Yang Wu answered. "Ha ha ha. Good. Killed well. Killed well." The Deputy City Lord threw back his head and laughed, completely oblivious to anything amiss with the Michong that Yang Wu had transformed into. Xing! A blade light suddenly blossomed out of nowhere and slashed fiercely toward the Deputy City Lord. "Ah! How dare you!" As befitting a domain lord-level powerhouse, despite Yang Wu's sudden strike at the height of his glee, the Deputy City Lord still sensed it. He shifted his body and Yang Wu's long saber grazed past him, only slicing off a large patch of fabric. The Deputy City Lord bellowed angrily. With no time to investigate why his own counselor was attacking him, a curved saber abruptly appeared in his hand, and he wielded it to send arcs of crescent blade radiance sweeping toward Yang Wu's long saber. "Kill!" With a low shout, Yang Wu moved. Brilliant flashes of blade light burst from his hand and wove together with the Deputy City Lord's crescent saber radiance. Wild energy rippled violently through the study. The books, brushes, ink slabs, and even the furniture in the study were all caught up in the sweep of that raging energy. In an instant they all turned to ash. Yang Wu's Pengma Falcon clone divided into over 100 afterimages throughout the study. In every afterimage's hand, the blade light was cold, strange, and deadly, joined by the domain power that radiated outward. It seemed as if the entire space was filled with cutting saber light, pressing down upon Deputy City Lord Zhuo Wuhan, as though ignoring the limits of space, forcing him to retreat and dodge. At the same time, Deputy City Lord Zhuo Wuhan's domain power also burst out in full bloom. Colliding with Yang Wu's domain power, it erupted with violent force. The eruption burst out from the study, and shook the entire Deputy City Lord's mansion. What is going on? Why has Zhuo Wuhan gone so far as to use his domain power? Has he run into some kind of expert? The tremendous commotion from the Deputy City Lord's mansion instantly startled the entire Qishuan city. All the powerhouses of Qishuan city focused their attention on the Deputy City Lord's mansion, and some even rushed over without delay. "I must settle this quickly." Feeling the huge disturbance caused by the battle around him, Yang Wu shouted inwardly. At the same time, a sinister and ruthless grimace crept over his face. An invisible wave of mental force surged out of his sea of consciousness, condensed into an incorporeal arrow, and instantly shot into the Deputy City Lord's mind. Buzz! Just as the Deputy City Lord was straining to fend off the tidal assault from Yang Wu's Pengma Falcon clone, he felt a sudden dazed stab of pain in his mind. At the same time, because that mental force struck his body, Yang Wu immediately located the life core inside the Deputy City Lord's body. Swish! The Deputy City Lord's cultivation was already slightly inferior to that of Yang Wu's Pengma Falcon clone, and he was also at a disadvantage because he was after all merely a martial artist. Though his will as a domain lord-level martial artist was strong enough that he snapped back to his senses at once under Yang Wu's sudden illusion attack, he was still a step too late. One of his arms was struck by Yang Wu's blade light and went flying high into the air. "Ah!" With a miserable scream, the deputy city lord's face went pale, and he tried to leap backward to dodge. But the blade light in Yang Wu's hand did not slacken. Another beam of saber radiance burst forth, and the peerlessly sharp blade cut into his chest as easily as piercing thin paper driving in without the slightest resistance. Chi! The sharp tip of the war blade radiating dense killing intent stabbed directly onto the deputy city lord's life core, which trembled in terror as it tried to flee. With a bang the life core shattered. You? The deputy city lord's eyes bulged wide. His whole body went limp and he sank to his knees, losing his life in unwillingness. All of the fighting had erupted and concluded in that study in an instant. Hearing the footsteps drawing nearer from outside Yang Wu's, Pengma Falcon clone glanced toward the door. His body moved swiftly. Mi Chong's form immediately melted away, replaced by the appearance of the deputy city lord lying on the floor. He then quickly swept the deputy city lord's corpse into his storage bracelet and cast Mi Chong's corpse onto the ground. Mi Chong attempted to assassinate this city lord and has been slain by this city lord. There is no need to fuss. Drag this treacherous wretch's corpse out, Yang Wu said coldly to the guards who charged into the study. This city lord must go into seclusion to heal. All of you withdraw. No one is to disturb me until I emerge from seclusion. Not a bad harvest. Truly worthy of a deputy city lord of the world city. Inside a cloud tier room of the Inn, Yang Wu, having secretly slipped away from the city lord's mansion, and returned quickly, brought out the storage bracelets of Lang Ci Mi Chong and deputy city lord Zhuo Wuhen to examine them. In the storage spaces of Mi Chong and Lang Ci there was only a large amount of money and treasures. Nothing that Yang Wu particularly valued. It was only inside deputy city lord Zhuo Wuhen's storage bracelet that, apart from the great quantity of money and valuables, Yang Wu found 17 blood Luo crystals in total. An unexpected windfall. The disappearance of deputy city lord Zhuo Wuhen did not cause much of a stir in Qishuan City. As for the subsequent challenges and arena battles, Yang Wu passed them with ease. 3 months later, 1,000 spacecraft arrived almost simultaneously from every direction of the Shuelua world, appearing at the renowned Gushen ruins of the Shuelua world. The Immortal Temple was located at the core region of the Gushen ruins, which spanned hundreds of billions of kilometers in diameter, and boasted an inconceivably vast area. Gazing down at the land below from the spacecraft heading toward the core region of the Gushen ruins, Yang Wu felt secret shock in his heart. Beneath the spacecraft, the bizarrely eerie geographical environment was composed entirely of winding mountain ranges, wildernesses, forests, swamps, and the like. Moreover, those mountains, wildernesses, and swamps all seemed man-made. Even on those wildernesses could be seen regular supergiant craters, each estimated to be hundreds of kilometers in diameter. They resembled the footprints left by some colossal beast tramping across the land, connecting one after another. Within an area of 10 million kilometers, there were as many as 10081 blood-red baleful chi vortexes. They appeared either atop great mountains, deep at the bottom of lakes, in the depths of giant pits, or suspended in midair. The core of each baleful chi vortex was a dazzling red sun. Moreover, all areas of the Gushen ruins were shrouded in a faint red mist, making everything look hazy from a distance. Roars resembling the howls of ancient beasts sounded in the minds of Yang Wu, and the others making them feel as if they had crossed billions of eons of time and space. At the center of the 10081 baleful chi vortexes stood an ancient temple covering an area of about 1 million kilometers. Its body was composed of black and red, exuding an ancient and boundless aura. The surface of the temple was carved with extremely complex reliefs, such as images of beasts roaring and immortal gods battling, radiating esoteric information that made the temple appear even more archaic and miraculous. This was the supreme center of power of the entire Shuelua world, a place not even the Virtual Universe Company had fully conquered. The Immortal Temple. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 1,000 spacecraft hovered around the Immortal Temple at a distance of about 100 kilometers from it. From each spacecraft leaped 50 genius warriors who had passed the final selection and become candidate divine envoys. They had just left the spacecraft. Everyone felt an invisible force entering their minds, ceaselessly bewitching their hearts. At the same time, another strange force pierced through their skin and drilled into their bodies. This strange force could not be blocked by either origin energy or mind power. It would bore into the body and then bore out again. It was as if it treated the human body as air freely shuttling back and forth through it. During this process, however, the body underwent some subtle yet indescribable changes. After all 50,000 people had landed on the ground around the Immortal Temple, a rather gloomy voice seemingly coming from nowhere directly entered everyone's mind. Welcome to the Immortal Temple, 50,000 little ones. I, your lord, shall first introduce the matters you need to pay attention to during your 30 years of cultivation life in the Immortal Temple. At the bottom level of the Immortal Temple there are countless spaces. The space number corresponding to your identity token is where you may live for the next 30 years. The second level of the Immortal Temple is divided into the Mission Hall, the Artifact Pavilion, the Mystic Art Pavilion, the Combat Arena, and the Crystal Pavilion. Every little one newly entering the temple may claim a set of armor and a suitable weapon for themselves at the Artifact Pavilion. Then they may choose a mystic art suited to their own cultivation at the Mystic Art Pavilion. If one wishes to receive another one, they must exchange it using Immortal Temple contribution points. The main way to earn contribution points is to accept missions from the Mission Hall. After completing a mission, you will receive corresponding point rewards. Of course, fusing Shuelua crystals will also grant contribution point rewards. Successfully fusing the first Shuelua crystal grants a reward of 10 contribution points. The second grants 20. The third grants 40. The fourth grants 80. The number of fused Shuelua crystals and the rewards thereafter double accordingly. The combat arena is a place for testing your combat power and comprehension of laws through battle. You may set up virtual opponents of various cultivation realms and different law comprehensions to fight against. You may also conduct virtual battles with your companions. Each of you has one free opportunity every month to enter the combat arena for battle testing. Of course, during your battles in the combat arena, the Immortal Temple will also be watching your performance. That is the only time our Immortal Temple pays attention to you. The Crystal Pavilion is where Shuelua crystals are stored and distributed. When you need more Shuelua crystals to fuse, you can go to the Crystal Pavilion and receive them after passing an inspection. Upon hearing the purpose of the Crystal Pavilion, Yang Wu's eyes immediately lit up, but then he heard that voice continue speaking in his mind. Each of you may use your identity token to claim 3 Shuelua crystals at the Crystal Pavilion. As long as you fuse these 3 Shuelua crystals within 30 years, you will become a full divine envoy of the Immortal Temple, and may even have the chance to be noticed and accepted as a disciple by a world-class powerhouse or an immortal god. If you fuse 10 Shuelua crystals and become a black warrior, you will be promoted to a divine son of the Immortal Temple, be accepted as a disciple by an immortal god, and receive special guidance from that immortal god. The areas above the second level are not yet accessible to you. Only after you become true divine envoys will you have the right to enter them. Around the Great Immortal Temple, there are 10081 baleful chi vortexes. As for the benefits of cultivating with baleful chi, I will not repeat them one by one. You should all be fairly clear about them. Some baleful chi vortexes have denser baleful chi, while others have weaker baleful chi. In some baleful chi vortexes, there are also ancient projections suitable for cultivation or ancient ruins that have yet to be discovered. Within these ancient ruins, there may exist secret manuals, treasures, and weapons, Shuelua crystals, and other items left over from ancient times. If any of you finds one of these undiscovered ancient ruins, congratulations. All the items you obtain in the ruins belong entirely to you. Of course, you may also use them to exchange for corresponding contribution points with the temple. However, I must remind you that some baleful chi vortexes have already been occupied by certain subordinate forces of the Immortal Temple or powerful warriors. In such places, your identity token will automatically warn you once you approach. Without the permission of the vortex's owner, you are not allowed to enter on your own, or otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Of course, if any of you believes your martial power is strong enough, you may kill the owner there, and then occupy that baleful chi vortex yourself. The Immortal Temple will not interfere. In fact, it encourages such acts of seizure. As the voice said this, it let out a light laugh and then continued speaking. During these 30 years, you may search for a baleful chi vortex suitable for your own cultivation, or contemplate the reliefs on the temple surface to improve your cultivation. The divine envoys of the Immortal Temple are all the most outstanding disciples who remain after being selected through slaughter and elimination. Therefore, our Immortal Temple does not prohibit killing. Only those disciples who survive after constant killing and elimination are the outstanding talents our Immortal Temple needs. Within the Immortal Temple and a 1,000-kilometer radius around it, killing is prohibited. Beyond that 1,000-kilometer range, except for divine envoys specially dispatched by the temple to carry out special missions, all others are responsible for their own lives. Killing is not prohibited. I hope that 30 years from now, of you 50,000 little ones, at least 5,000 will still be alive. Of course, you may also cultivate in your own space at the bottom level of the Immortal Temple. There no baleful chi will erode you, and there is no danger at all. You can spend 30 years there safely, and then leave the Immortal Temple in disgrace. After the voice ceased, everyone dispersed. In a certain space on the 39th level of the Immortal Temple, a voluptuous woman lowered her hand from her throat, then snuggled into the arms of a middle-aged man beside her, and said coquettishly, "Senior Brother Zhua, how was my impersonation just now? No one should be able to tell that it was someone impersonating, right? And I'm not bad, no different from my own voice?" The middle-aged man said perfunctorily as he rose to his feet, his gaze instead fixed upon the 50,000 newly arrived candidates below. "Tell me, could the murderer of my brother be one of the 50 from Sichuan City?" The middle-aged man asked, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "I think you're so obsessed with hunting for the killer day and night that you've gone mad. In the message your brother sent before his death, you saw the murderer's appearance with your own eyes. Do you truly believe any of the 50,000 down there has the ability to slay a domain-level expert at cloud level? And even possesses the extraordinary skill of changing one's appearance? The voluptuous woman said with a curl of her lips. If your brother had listened to your advice back then, and stayed in the immortal temple to cultivate instead of becoming deputy city lord, his cultivation would have long since reached world level, and he would never have been assassinated. Wu, how about we team up and search for a suitable baleful chi vortex to cultivate in? After receiving his standard issue armor and weapons on the second floor of the Immortal Temple, along with a saber technique that Yang Wu deemed nothing special and 3 Shualua crystals, he was about to leave the second floor space when 3 candidate divine envoys from Sichuan City and 8 candidate divine envoys, selected from other cities, came over and called out to him. On the way to the Immortal Temple, Yang Wu had become somewhat acquainted with some Sichuan City warriors who had also become candidate divine envoys. These friends are all from Luo City, which borders Sichuan City. This one is. The 3 candidate divine envoys from Sichuan City introduced the other 7 beside them to Yang Wu. Sure, let's go together. Yang Wu gave a slight start, then smiled. After all the candidate divine envoys had received their weapons manuals and Shualua crystals, they left the Immortal Temple and began seeking out baleful chi vortexes appropriate for their cultivation. The 50,000 candidate divine envoys left the Immortal Temple and vanished swiftly into the boundless ancient god ruins like streams merging into the sea. Soon enough the entire Immortal Temple returned to its former tranquility. What dense baleful chi! As soon as they left the Immortal Temple, they quickly found a gigantic baleful chi vortex thousands of kilometers in diameter. As they approached, an aura even denser and more inscrutable than beyond the Immortal Temple surged forth to meet them. Mighty, ancient, and mad. What a pity someone has already claimed it. They were just about to enter, when they suddenly saw a red light flashing on their identity tokens. With helpless shakes of their heads, they swiftly left. No sooner had they departed than 5 figures charged out of the baleful chi vortex. 2 of the 5 were at the Domain Lord realm, while the other 3 were at the 9th order peak of the universe realm. Those brats are lucky they ran fast. The men sneered, watching Yang Wu and his companions recede into the distance. This vortex's baleful chi is too weak. This vortex is too small. The group walked on, still searching. Before they knew it, they had already traveled several 100,000 li from the Immortal Temple. This baleful chi vortex is not bad. It's dense in chi and large enough. Let's make camp here. Even though the surroundings are somewhat harsh, and the terrain isolated, it won't affect our cultivation. Yang Wu gazed at the baleful chi vortex ahead, also thousands of kilometers in diameter, and spoke. The baleful chi of this vortex was incomparably dense, but the greater part of the terrain around it was covered in swamps. Beyond the swamps stretched vast forests where desolate beasts appeared from time to time. Though the external environment was unremarkable, the dense baleful chi emanating from inside left Yang Wu rather satisfied. Good, this place is indeed good. Let this swamp be the burial ground for you 4. Abruptly the 8 candidate divine envoys from Luo City burst into motion, splitting into 4 pairs, each pair lunging with murderous intent at Yang Wu and the other 3 candidate divine envoys from Sichuan City. Swish, swish, swish. Except for Yang Wu, who reacted swiftly and dodged, the other 3 lacked his reflexes. Caught completely unprepared and fighting 2 against 1, they were instantly cut down beneath the sabers of the Luo City candidate divine envoys. As the 2 long sabers came cleaving toward him, Yang Wu's body had already transformed into a streak of phantoms, slipping away from their attacks. At the same time, the war saber he had custom-made before entering the Shualua world was already in his hand, sweeping out 2 sharp rays of light at the 2 attackers. Clang! Clang! The moment the 3 clashed, the 2 candidate divine envoys from Luo City were knocked backward dozens of meters by the overpowering counterforce, a scorching heat searing through the weapons in their hands. What's the matter with you 2? 2 against 1, and you couldn't slaughter this brat? Do you need help? The warriors who had slain the other 3 Sichuan City candidate divine envoys glanced over and taunted. No one would have expected that the 2 had been forced back by a single stroke from Yang Wu. Humph, this kid's reaction is quite sharp. Don't rush us. We'll be done shortly. Just watch. Before the 2 could even launch their attacks, 2 cold gleams of light flashed out, dazzling yet filled with bone-chilling frost. The 2 only felt a sudden chill at their necks, only to discover their bodies had slipped beyond their control, and their consciousness was slowly scattering. Brat, you actually killed them both. You deserve to die. Only after seeing Yang Wu slay the pair with 2 saber flashes did the remaining 6 snap back to their senses, and with furious roars they raised their sabers and charged. Humph! A dense murderous intent flashed within Yang Wu's eyes. With every swing of his saber, a searing flame rune pattern would materialize in space, just like the countless flame rune patterns within the flame space of the Yanbing continent. This was the product of Yang Wu's recent advancement in the fire origin law merged into his saber technique, and this was its first true application. The flame rune patterns lingered in the air without dispersing. The burning heat they carried capable of incinerating all creation was several times greater in power than the previous use of the fire origin law in his blade arts. Even space seemed scorched with fissures. Paired with the space origin law, this flame rune technique became even more bizarre and unpredictable. The two candidate divine envoys in the lead thought they had clearly evaded Yang Wu's saber light, yet eerily discovered that scorching runes suddenly emerged within that light, sweeping across bodies they had unmistakably dodged. Their edge no weaker than the saber gleam Yang Wu had previously unleashed. When the two runes sliced across them, the two candidate divine envoys were instantly cut in two. What was eerie was that not a trace of blood appeared. The places the runes had passed looked like charred coal. Seeing that the power of one stroke had grown so fearsome after the advancement of his fire origin law, Yang Wu was astounded then delighted, and the saber light in his hands became even more ferocious and dense. The long saber in Yang Wu's hand wove strand after strand of flame runes in the air, shrouding the remaining four. No, impossible! Yang Wu's power filled them with disbelief. With miserable shrieks, for more corpses reeking of charred flesh collapsed before him. He put away the spatial storage devices of the 11 men, but had no time to inspect them, instead quickly starting to practice his saber technique above the baleful chi vortex. With each stroke a flame rune materialized in the air. The baleful intent surging from the vortex seemed, under the burning of those flame runes, to weaken considerably. A full 3 hours later, Yang Wu finally stopped his movements, then descended toward the enormous baleful chi vortex below. As he neared the giant mouth of the vortex, Yang Wu felt a powerful attractive force, as if it intended to drag him down. Yang Wu did not resist. Aided by that force, he descended even faster, and soon reached a position more than 1,000 meters below the vortex. The deeper one descends, the denser that baleful chi becomes. About right. I'll cultivate here for the time being. Glancing at the mountain wall beside him and sensing the baleful chi from below, Yang Wu nodded slightly, then swung his long saber and began excavating the stone wall. In less than half an hour, Yang Wu stood within a cave 100 meters long and wide. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Then a Pengma falcon avatar appeared beside his body, its physique reduced through transformation. If I'm going to practice martial arts, this space is far too small. The Pengma falcon avatar murmured softly, then raised its claws and began digging into the rock walls tirelessly, even making a few simple carvings for adornment as it worked. Boom! After who knows how long, the cave, originally about 100 meters in length and width, had been expanded tenfold by the Pengma falcon avatar. Moreover, the avatar's body had grown bigger and bigger, each claw swipe gouging out nearly 10 meters of soil and rock on every side. Suddenly, the digging Pengma falcon avatar felt its claws abruptly grab at empty air. With a slight increase of force, the stone wall before it collapsed, and a colossal stone cavern appeared before Yang Wu's eyes. Breaking through the stone wall of the cavern, what appeared before Yang Wu was an immense, unfathomably deep abyss. Within it, blood-red baleful aura churned, its density far surpassing that of the grottos he had excavated earlier. At the top of the abyss, vaguely wriggling bluish-gray objects floated. Gazing more carefully, Yang Wu discerned that what hung above the abyss was precisely the swamp world surrounding the outer edge of this baleful aura vortex. Strangely, these swamps merely floated above the abyss without falling downward. The cavern wall that Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon clone had finally broken through was precisely a marginal point of this swamp world. Beneath the floating swamp, faint patterns seemed to slowly shift and transform with the swamp's writhing. At times they coalesced into a single enormous image. At others they scattered into countless small pictures covering only a few dozen square meters each. Yet no matter how these pictures shifted, Yang Wu could not discern their profound mysteries. Still, he harbored an unshakable premonition that these images were far from ordinary. The baleful aura above the colossal abyss was exceedingly dense. Yang Wu hovered in midair, studying the patterns beneath the swamp, for only about an hour before the immense killing intent, surging into his sea of consciousness, pushed his willpower to its absolute limit. However, when he left the airspace above the abyss and returned to the cavern he had previously carved out, the violent impact of the abyss's dense baleful aura on his will vanished at once, as if it dared not cross its threshold by even half a step. Back inside the cavern, Yang Wu casually cast a glance toward the blood-red baleful aura world far below the abyss. Instantly his eyes went wide. He hastily shifted his position, yet his gaze never left the baleful aura world beneath the abyss. Only after half an hour did he select the optimal vantage point, staring fixedly into the abyss. From Yang Wu's current perspective, the enormous baleful aura abyss, its seemingly slow drifting blood-red mist, happened to form a colossal three-dimensional image of a battle scene. Within the image, a colossal blade light dripping with murderous intent descended from the heavens like a thunderbolt, casting a brilliant glare all around it. Yet within that brilliant glare there were subtle tremors, as if the blade light, even as it moved, deliberately quivered with faint conscious fluctuations of force. This infused the descending strike with the profound mystery of vibration. And this mystery of vibration corresponded precisely to the profound meaning of the fourth image on the giant axe chaos steel. Through the technique of vibration, infused with exquisite spatial origin mysteries and their subtle application. Though only a single slash was delivered, it split into countless dense beams of blade light, within which could be resolved innumerable exquisite blade variations. Yet all those dense beams recombined into a single gigantic blade light. Beneath the blade light, a colossal creature resembling a giant lizard raised its head and swung its claws upward to meet the fierce descending slash. The beast's claws were like pitch-black spears thrusting skyward, sharp and ferocious. Yet it faced the descending blade light without the slightest fear. Besides the single raised claw, its whole body crouched slightly backward to gather power, its tail lashing out in the direction opposite to its extended foreclaw, as if at any moment after that claw strike it might leap into the air and attack the source of the descending blade. After witnessing this battle scene, Yang Wu shifted his body, spending another half-hour adjusting his position, until he stood roughly a kilometer from his previous vantage point, and once again gazed into the baleful aura abyss. This time Yang Wu still saw a battle between blade light and a giant lizard-like creature, yet this scene differed subtly from the one he had witnessed before. In this picture, after the blade light clashed with the beast's giant claw, both recoiled backward. As they were repelled in opposite directions, the blade light underwent a faint change. It seemed to adjust its angle, the blade edge tilting slightly upward. Though the alteration was minuscule, its exquisite subtlety suddenly illuminated many tangled blade technique problems in Yang Wu's mind. The beast, forced backward, moved with even greater exquisiteness. In the course of retreating, it twisted its body horizontally, spinning with one massive claw slightly spread as it attacked from midair, while its enormous tail whipped out in the opposite direction, striking simultaneously with the claw. The blade light's exquisite transformations of chopping and vibrating, its mysterious applications of laws, the beast's perfect mastery of power, and its flawless timing in battle. All of it enraptured Yang Wu. Within the cavern, by shifting the direction of his gaze, Yang Wu identified a total of 3 distinct vantage points for viewing different battle scenes. He then immediately stopped at the spot corresponding to the first one. While Yang Wu's true body observed and analyzed the profound mysteries within the blade light that corresponded to the giant axe chaos stele, his flame star giant beast clone. Originally left in the primal secret realm. Also self-destructed and then re-nurtured, a new incarnation appearing in the cavern. The flame star giant beast clone focused on comprehending that giant beast's immensely powerful and piercing claw strike, analyzing the mysteries concealed within that exquisite claw technique. The Pong demon falcon clone stood guard at the cavern entrance, maintaining vigilance while simultaneously allowing the baleful aura to temper its body and cultivating the combat arts and spatial law techniques it had selected from its inherited legacy. Within the baleful aura vortex cavern, Yang Wu's true body and the flame star giant beast clone stood silently, each analyzing the profound techniques of both combatants in the battle scenes before their eyes. Thus they stood for 10 days. After 10 days, Yang Wu and the flame star giant beast clone both awoke from their contemplation. Shash! Yang Wu's true body drew the long blade from his back and slashed it down at the flame star giant beast clone. Along the blade's descending trajectory, subtle changes of faintly trembling blade light had already begun to appear. The flame star giant beast clone, mimicking the giant monster in the abyss, swung its claws upward, crouched with gathered strength, and lashed its tail to the side, meeting Yang Wu's true body's slash head-on. No, that's wrong. After exchanging a single move, both Yang Wu's true body and his clone halted, muttering, before turning once more to study the first scene in the abyss, sinking back into contemplation. This period of thought lasted another 20 days. Slashing, vibrating, raising claws, gathering power, whipping tails. 2 different styles, yet both contained profound uses of laws and exquisite combat techniques. 20 days later, Yang Wu and the flame star giant beast clone crossed blows once more. Within the cavern, blade light flashed fiercely, yet under his deliberate control, the force of their clashes barely affected the cavern itself. After more than a dozen exchanges, they immediately returned to contemplating the mysteries of the first battle scene, repeating the cycle over and over. Time flew by. 1 day, 2 days. 1 month, 2 months. 1 year. Yang Wu never felt the passage of time at all. Eroded by the baleful aura, the more he comprehended, the more exhilarated he became. In 2 years, the mysteries of the 3 battle scenes visible from the cavern position he had carved out were nearly all mastered by him. To be continued. Still unable to enter the abyss. 8 years later, Yang Wu had completely fathomed the 3 three-dimensional battle scene images visible within the stone chamber. His understanding of the 4th illustration of the giant axe chaos steel had reached a considerably profound level thanks to those 3 images. Master. In the virtual universe under Kanda Lee's watchful gaze, Yang Wu demonstrated the blade techniques he had comprehended over 5 years from the 3 battle scenes within the abyssal grinding pit, then reverently awaited his teacher's guidance. Not bad. It seems you have gained much in the Blood Luo world. How long will it take you to complete the task? Kanda Lee pointed out improvements for the blade techniques, then asked with satisfaction. Although I have not yet tried to fuse the third blood Luo crystal, your disciple estimates he can succeed now. Yang Wu replied. However, your disciple wishes to continue cultivating in the blood Luo world, for a while longer, striving to break through to the legendary black warrior realm. Haha, excellent, excellent. Candeli's eyes brightened and he said with a smile. After you fuse the third blood Luo crystal and become a blood warrior, try challenging the primordial Tongtian mountain. In his 3 eras, the legendary Kadi directly conquered it at the cosmic domain lord and realm lord levels, hailed as the #1 prodigy in 100 million epics. However, I believe that you, my disciple, are no weaker than Kadi was back then. Candeli looked at Yang Wu with immense satisfaction. Yes. Yang Wu nodded. However, despite his verbal agreement, in his heart Yang Wu adhered to the philosophy of keeping a low profile that Medicine Lord had instilled in him. Coupled with the assassination attempt by Meng Kuo, he was determined to deliberately stay in the shadows and avoid drawing premature attention from alien races. Since I cannot enter the abyssal grinding pit for now and find a suitable position to observe and study other battle scenes, I might as well fuse the third blood Luo crystal and become a blood warrior first. Yang Wu drew a deep breath. He sat cross-legged on the ground. With a flip of his hand, a beautiful crystal-clear blood-red, triangular prism crystal appeared in his palm. Truly beautiful, but a pity this is the last one. After this fusion succeeds, I need to find ways to acquire more blood Luo crystals. Yang Wu gazed at the intoxicatingly beautiful blood-red crystal in his hand, and let out a sigh. After arriving at the Immortal Shrine, thanks to the 17 blood Luo crystals obtained from the single strike that killed Vice City Lord Zhuo Wuhan, the 3 crystals distributed by the Immortal Shrine and those left behind by the 8 preparatory envoys killed in Pro City, as well as the blood Luo crystals left by 3 preparatory envoys after their deaths in Qichuan City. He had collected more than 50 blood Luo crystals in total. However, during the 8 years of cultivation in the Stone Chamber, they had all been consumed by the Rock Demon Fiend avatar and the Flame Star Giant Beast avatar. More than 50 blood Luo crystals were like a drop in the bucket to those 2 giant beast avatars. Both avatars remained far from reaching their respective limits. If not for the need to comprehend those 3 illustrations, Yang Wu would have long ago gone out to search for ways to obtain blood Luo crystals. Yang Wu gently sliced open his left palm. A wound like a knife cut appeared on his palm. Blood flowed out and touched the blood Luo crystal. Buzz! Instantly, an invisible killing intent fiercely assaulted Yang Wu's will. However, since his earthling true self had already fused 2 blood Luo crystals before, and both avatars had each fused dozens of them, the killing will generated by this blood Luo crystal could hardly trouble him much. Yang Wu sat cross-legged with a slightly furrowed brow. Waves of intense pain arose. His entire body began to convulse uncontrollably. Muscles twisted, veins bulged, and writhed slowly like earthworms. Patches of scales emerged on his skin. Faint red secret patterns appeared across his chest, and a wild ancient aura slowly seeped from his body. Time passed by second by second. The blood Luo crystal in Yang Wu's palm continuously emitted blood-red threads that merged into his body. As the threads gradually fused, the crystal grew fainter and more transparent until it became entirely translucent like glass. Success! The discomfort in his body vanished. Yang Wu opened his eyes and looked at the transparent glass-like blood Luo crystal in his hand, a flash of excitement appearing on his face. Because he had persisted in cultivating the sacred tribulation scripture, and his body had been remolded by the baleful energy for 8 years, he had long sensed this fusion of the third blood Luo crystal should go smoothly. Nonetheless, now that it had truly succeeded, Yang Wu felt somewhat stirred. He removed his armor bearing his chest. The moment he activated the blood Luo power, within his body blood-red secret patterns emerged on his chest. Although simple, they appeared seamlessly unified, bearing an arcane might of immense mystery. In that instant, Yang Wu felt his affinity with the fundamental laws of the universe double. I should return to the Immortal Shrine once. Yang Wu turned to glance at the abyssal grinding pit, still shrouded in baleful aura, then left the stone chamber. After concealing the entrance with some camouflage, he soared up and flew away from the baleful vortex, heading toward the Immortal Shrine. Why are there so many people? As soon as he returned to the Immortal Shrine, Yang Wu sensed something unusual. There were far more people coming and going than before. Some were preparatory envoys who had entered the shrine alongside him, while others were unfamiliar faces he had never seen, almost rivaling the number of 50,000 who had entered the Immortal Shrine 8 years ago. After a puzzled glance, Yang Wu ascended to the 2nd floor. Before he even reached the Crystal Pavilion, he saw the area around the mission hall at the 2nd floor entrance packed with people. All the traffic he had noticed within the Immortal Shrine was converging on this mission hall. Entering the mission hall, Yang Wu's confusion was resolved the moment he saw the most conspicuous mission on the mission board, understanding why so many warriors were coming and going. It turned out that more than 150,000 kilometers southwest of the ancient god ruins half a year ago, a vast and mysterious cavern secret realm had been newly unearthed. Although baleful chi spewed out as with the other baleful vortexes, its concentration was far lower, and from within the vortex came faint, disorienting, enchanting sounds, making the cavern seem even more mysterious. The Immortal Shrine granted the rights to explore this secret realm for the first decade, to all Cloudsoar level and below preparatory envoys and Cloudsoar level warriors of the shrine. Warriors above the Cloudsoar level would only be permitted to enter after 10 years. All Cloudsoar warriors entering the secret realm were required to collect a mission token from the mission hall, so that the Immortal Shrine could keep records. Anyone who did not accept the mission from the mission hall was forbidden to enter a secret realm. After brief deliberation, Yangwu gave up the opportunity to certify as a blood warrior and become an official envoy, directly accepting the secret realm exploration mission token from the mission hall. Following the token's guidance, he flew toward the secret realm. This is the place. Following the direction indicated, Yangwu appeared more than 150,000 kilometers southwest of the Immortal Shrine, hovering in midair, as he sensed how the baleful aura here differed from that of other places within a radius of several thousand kilometers. The baleful aura in the sky here seemed imbued with life. As soon as he entered the vicinity, Yangwu could feel the aura drifting about, as if animated by shifting emotions. Some moving slowly, some swiftly, some wildly. Below on the ground, a downward slanting cavern yawned, its diameter roughly 10,000 meters. Outside the cavern, aside from a few domain lords and realm lords standing guard, few remained. Evidently the warriors who had arrived had already entered the cavern. Show your shrine mission token. As Yangwu descended from the air, a domain lord-level guardian narrowed his eyes, glanced at Yangwu, and said indifferently. The others remained utterly motionless, as if they had not noticed Yangwu's arrival. Go in. After confirming the token in Yangwu's hand was genuine, the guardian waved a hand and fell silent. Yangwu leaped into the cavern from one side. Unlike other baleful vortexes, he had entered this cavern lacked the stronger gravitational pull typical of those vortexes. In fact, Yangwu sensed the gravity here was even weaker than outside the cavern. The biggest difference from other baleful vortexes, however, was the faint intermittent sounds emanating from within the cavern. If one listened carefully, they induced a numbing sensation in the mind. However, the sound's impact on one's will was not strong, easily blocked out at the edge of the sea of consciousness. The concentration of baleful aura in this cavern was much lower than in other vortexes. After descending approximately 6,000 meters, a tremendous suction suddenly seized Yangwu. Before he could react, Yangwu was overcome by a momentary daze, as if he had passed through some barrier. Then he found himself standing on solid ground. Before Yangwu lay only dense baleful aura, its concentration suddenly several dozen times higher, making it impossible to see with the naked eye. Yangwu was certain that had he come here before reaching the blood warrior stage, he would never have withstood such concentrated baleful aura. His mental power pierced through the baleful aura, and Yangwu discovered a few hundred meters ahead what seemed to be a gate-like entrance. Swish! He drew his battle blade, gripped it in his hand, and walked toward the entrance without hesitation. Just as he stepped into the entrance, the view before him suddenly opened up. This was an immensely vast space. At its zenith hung an unknown luminous object. It was this luminary that, despite the dense baleful aura still raging within the space, allowed his vision to remain unobstructed. Kill! 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 Before he could take a closer look, several blade lights shot toward him. Hundreds of warriors, looking like madmen, attacked him recklessly. After mercilessly killing over a dozen attackers, Yangwu realized that all those warriors had been unable to withstand the killing will of this place. The will had invaded their consciousness, driving them completely insane and reducing them to beings that knew only slaughter. In this space there were at least 1,000 such berserk warriors. While blocking and slaying the demonized attackers who charged at him, Yangwu also surveyed his surroundings. At last Yangwu noticed something. Within about 100 meters from the walls of the space, there was a corridor-like area that seemed to be a forbidden zone for these insane beings. The berserk warriors never approached the areas near the walls. Moreover, on each of the 4 walls there was a cave entrance over 10 meters in both length and width. It seemed that the aura emanating from these entrances was even more terrifying to the crazed warriors. They dared not come within 200 or 300 meters of any cave entrance. With this discovery, Yangwu moved his body, dodged the attacks of the berserk warriors, and charged into the 100-meter zone along the stone wall. Sure enough, once Yangwu entered that zone, the berserk warriors seemed to lose sight of him. Some fought each other, some howled wildly, behaving differently, yet none ever attacked Yangwu again. Only when he drew close to the wall did Yangwu see clearly that the stone wall was covered with countless carved pictures of war scenes. Some depicted humans battling monsters, others man against man. All exceedingly brutal. Without needing to examine every image, Yangwu could guess that most of these scenes depicted the war described in the original text billions of years ago. The most supreme immortal gods of the Shuoluo continent joined forces to resist the invasion of the extraterrestrial race, the Virtual Universe Company, against the Shuoluo world. Among them, a relatively large painting mainly portrayed the legendary confrontation between the terrifying beast god of the Shuoluo continent and a supreme being of the Virtual Universe Company. Several of the movements depicted were identical to those Yangwu had seen in the baleful abyss. After standing before the painting of the Beast God's duel with that supreme being of the virtual universe company, for a full 5 days Yang Wu casually chose one of the cave entrances and stepped inside. A formidable surge of killing will abruptly struck. Yang Wu instantly fell into a daze. The killing will was more than 10 times stronger than that outside, utterly overwhelming his defenses. At the very instant the killing will struck him, the Luo force within his body surged out uncontrollably. Suddenly, though the assault of killing will persisted, Yang Wu's mind regained an eerie clarity, entirely unaffected by the overwhelming killing will of this place. That was close. Yang Wu shook his head and let out a breath. He then looked at this space only to find it was a tunnel stretching endlessly into the distance. The killing will seemed to emanate from the far end of the tunnel. The further he advanced, the stronger the killing will, and the denser the killing aura became. However, with the Luo force activated, he was no longer affected in the slightest. This sensation felt bizarre to Yang Wu. In the grotto where he had previously cultivated after becoming a blood warrior, he had once activated the Luo force to enter that baleful abyss for exploration. Yet even then he had never been able to completely ward off the influence of the baleful aura as he could now. Walking inward from the tunnel's entrance, Yang Wu had not gone far before he discovered 2 or 3 warriors who had long lost any sign of life. A brief observation led Yang Wu to conclude that these warriors had likely fused 2 Luo crystals, giving them a degree of resistance to the killing will here. Yet ultimately they had failed to withstand the ever-increasing onslaught of killing will and baleful aura, and had perished here in the tunnel. This led Yang Wu to speculate that only those who had reached at least the blood warrior level could safely enter this tunnel. Still, Yang Wu found it puzzling, since this secret realm had appeared the powerful experts of the Immortal Shrine must have explored it already. With such a formidable will assault, why would they let cosmic-level warriors serve as the vanguard? Shaking his head, Yang Wu, untroubled by the killing will here, continued forward without hesitation. The corridor was terrifyingly silent, yet occasionally a faint, elusive sound drifted through, its origin unknown. As he advanced step by step, Yang Wu could clearly sense that within the depths of the tunnel the density of the killing aura and the intensity of the slaughterous will grew exponentially. He could even feel the killing aura flowing through his body, without obstruction, rushing like water with a faint surging sound. Within his sea of consciousness, the boundless will to kill had inundated the entire expanse of his mind. Though the automatic activation of the blood Luo force shielded his will from any influence, cold sweat still broke out uncontrollably on his forehead. If at any moment his blood Luo force lost its protective power against this endless slaughterous will, he would instantly have his soul shattered and perish without even the mercy of falling into madness first. Even in such an environment, Yang Wu could feel that his body was being tempered dozens of times faster than when he cultivated in the stone chamber he had carved out earlier. After he had walked for some unknown span of time, another spacious cavern opened before Yang Wu's eyes. Within this space there was likewise nothing at all. Yet upon the stone wall ahead were 18 tunnel entrances, each roughly 100 meters in both width and height. Is there no end to this? Yang Wu paused for a few minutes, selected one tunnel entrance at random, and pressed forward once more. Yet as he advanced through these tunnels, the flame star colossal beast avatar within his world ring felt its heart surging with agitation. An inexplicable summons seeming to emanate from the very ends of these passages. It drove Yang Wu to keep walking step after step, without pause, toward the end of the tunnel. In this manner, he passed through several branching forks of this labyrinthine path. Boom! Suddenly Yang Wu felt as if he had stepped into yet another vast space, one where thin crimson killing aura drifted and lingered. But upon Yang Wu's appearance, the killing aura seemed to find a breach, swiftly swirling toward him, passing through his body, and vanishing without a trace. At this moment, however, Yang Wu had no time to pay attention to the aura that surged through him and vanished. He was utterly stunned by what appeared before him. A colossal beast statue resembling a lizard came into his view. This monstrous effigy stretched tens of thousands of meters in length. Its entire body was deep cyan, carved from an unknown material. Though the sculpting style was rather crude, it was still vividly detailed. Every single scale, every fine texture was extraordinarily clear. A single horn upon its head thrust fiercely toward the sky, while 4 thick limbs braced its frame, its 2 hind legs slightly bent in a crouch. Its front left limb seemed to form the center of its whole body, while the right claw swung forcefully upward, exuding overwhelming power. A tail 10,000 meters long lashed backward with colossal might. The entire statue was almost identical to the first depiction of the beast battling a blade with wild slaughter in the images Yang Wu had seen within the killing aura abyss. In that instant he laid eyes on the statue, a piercing frenzied roar exploded within his mind. Li! Yang Wu's expression drastically changed as he stumbled backward dozens of steps before coming to a halt, yet his heart was thrown into towering waves of shock. It was merely a statue of a beast god, yet the aura it radiated was enough to make one's heart tremble. Yang Wu even felt that this statue was more terrifying than the aura which the 9 Swords Venerable had emanated in his fury. Upon seeing the statue, the flame star colossal beast within the world ring could not help but raise its head and roar in response to the statue's cry. Its fire-like eyes burned with endless longing and excitement. Without the slightest hesitation, it emerged from the world ring and fixed its gaze upon the statue. This is my goal. This is the direction my flame star colossal beast avatar must advance toward. Yang Wu was overwhelmed with excitement. In the years prior, his flame star colossal beast avatar had studied the single technique of the beast god from the three-dimensional images in the Killing Aura Abyss, yet that had always been an imitation focused primarily on superficial form. After all form was secondary, a spirit was paramount. To comprehend the artistic conception within the spirit, one must first begin with form. The moment he laid eyes on this statue, the flame star colossal beast avatar instantly had an epiphany. It grasped the spirit radiating from the statue and sensed that profound artistic conception. In that same instant, Yang Wu's flame star colossal beast avatar felt its combat power surge. Almost unconsciously, Yang Wu's earthling true self, the flame star colossal beast avatar, and even the rock devil falcon avatar all took positions around the statue. One sitting cross-legged, one standing, one crouching low. Yet all with lightning-like gazes fixed upon it, each analyzing and cultivating according to their own different perspectives. Because Yang Wu's true self had the experience of comprehending Luo Feng's secret patterns from the original work, he immediately began to study the secret patterns upon the beast god statue. The flame star colossal beast, however, was comprehending the overall artistic conception of the statue, while the rock devil falcon avatar focused solely on comprehending that exquisite claw strike. Every subtle shift in the statue's posture, every single line and mark embodied the laws of the universe, the laws of heaven and earth. In their separate comprehension, Yang Wu's true self and his avatars were all undergoing a process of enlightenment and cultivation of these laws. The entire space was utterly silent and time flowed softly away during their cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. Throughout those 8 years, Yang Wu's true self and his two avatars had remained immersed in cultivation, almost never waking. Finally, 8 years later, Yang Wu and his two avatars opened their eyes at the same time, their gazes gleaming with fervent and excited light. 8 years. This statue is truly a magnificent treasure. Yang Wu looked at the colossal statue before him with lingering relish, then a thought struck him. He immediately flew a full circle around the sculpture, and even reached out to push it a few times. Then the rock devil falcon avatar and the flame star colossal beast avatar both soared into the air, circling it at almost the same frequency. Every 100 meters or so, they would simultaneously strike out with their claws, slamming against the statue with full force. Each impact made the statue tremble slightly. After the two avatars had flown a complete circle around the statue, Yang Wu's earthling avatar, his face impassioned, waved a hand toward it. Collect! With a low shout under the eager gazes of his true self and the two avatars, the beast god statue, tens of thousands of meters in size and as heavy as a star, vanished into thin air and was successfully put away into his world ring. His two avatars likewise re-entered the world ring at once to continue their cultivation. Boom! The moment Yang Wu collected the beast god statue, the entire ground began to convulse violently, and where the statue had once stood, a colossal cavern spanning several thousand meters suddenly appeared. Startled, Yang Wu immediately tried to leap away, but just as he bounded into the air, a tremendous suction force surged from the cave, leaving him with no strength to resist. He was pulled relentlessly into the depths of the chasm. To be continued. All was pitch black before his eyes. Even his psychic power could not leave his body to observe his surroundings at this moment. Wrapped in that colossal suction force, Yang Wu felt his body falling endlessly downward. The process seemed to last for an eternity, yet also only an instant. When Yang Wu felt solid ground beneath his feet, the darkness before him dispersed at once. At the very moment the suction force vanished, he found himself in an oval-shaped space, and his psychic power returned to normal. When Yang Wu swept his gaze across the entire space, a smile immediately appeared on his face. This should be the most important place in the whole ruin, the treasure vault. The treasure vault was built from some unknown material. Yang Wu had thought that a suction force had pulled him down here, but now he was astonished to discover that he had entered through a gateway in the wall of the space. After Yang Wu entered, the door of that gateway immediately closed on its own. The entire space, covering tens of thousands of square meters, did not contain the slightest trace of baleful energy. The killing will that had assaulted his mind had vanished without a trace. There was only a dense ancient atmosphere, making Yang Wu feel as though he had already left the cave ruin. The center of this circular space was filled with all kinds of materials, most of which Yang Wu could not name. Some were simply piled on the ground like various types of or metal, wood, and earth, completely irregular in shape. Some of these materials were so large that they towered 1,000 meters high like small mountain ranges, while others were only as large as an infant's finger. Some were crystal clear and translucent, while others were as pitch black as coal. Others were liquids stored in crystal bottles. Some were kept in enormous chests made of jade, metal, or wood. Still others were arranged on multi-tiered bookshelf-like frames, made of unknown materials holding weapons, armor, books, and similar items. There were also remains of high-tech objects from the original universe, including starships of various models that Yang Wu recognized at a glance. Among all these objects, 2 items immediately caught Yang Wu's eye, making his eyes light up and even quickening his heartbeat. The instant he saw them, he was captivated and filled with surprise and joy. These 2 items were the same type as a precious jade gold beast god statue about 30 centimeters in size that Luo Feng had obtained in the Shualuo world. Luo Feng had barely managed to obtain one such beast god statue by ambush with a star-destroying cannon. Now, on this shelf, 2 such statues appeared on it. Their postures were one in motion and one at rest. The moving statue pushed off the ground with its hind legs, its entire body lifting slightly upward, its 2 front paws striking forward. It was just like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. The static statue, on the other hand, crouched low on the ground, 3 legs bent and tucked beneath its body, one foreleg stretched out in front, its eyes half open and half closed. It looked incomparably leisurely and serene, yet even in that serenity, it did not lose the majesty and ferocity of the beast god. On another layer of the shelf, holding the 2 jade gold beast god statues, were many books made of different materials. He casually flipped through a few. Some were secret manuals, but most were introductions to the history and geography of the Shualuo world. What drew Yang Wu's attention the most, however, was a shelf over 10,000 meters long beside the books and the 2 jade gold beast god statues. On the shelf lay long, narrow objects of unknown identity covered by a piece of dark, heavy cloth made of an unknown material. Even though it was covered, an aura no weaker than that of the statue Yang Wu had put away earlier leaked out from beneath the cloth. This mysterious long object immediately caught Yang Wu's attention. Without the slightest caution, he swept aside the cloth covering it in a single motion. Boom! A wave of irresistible pressure slammed into Yang Wu's body like a succession of enormous mountains, tens of times greater than the pressure the 9 Swords Venerable had emitted when he met Yang Wu and the others in Chaos City. Peft! Like a falling meteor, Yang Wu spat blood and shot backward, crashing into the wall of the space so violently that the wall seemed to shake several times. In that impact, nearly all the bones and meridians in Yang Wu's body shattered, leaving him lying feebly against the wall on the verge of death. Then, at lightning speed, the Peng Demon Falcon avatar appeared in front of the main body and swiftly put the main body into the world ring to recuperate. Only then did he cautiously turn to look at the thing that had revealed itself beneath the cloth and was radiating such terrifying pressure. Even from a single glance at a distance, Yang Wu was stunned. An object over 10,000 meters long, dark gold in color, slightly curved in an arc, one end sharp and slender, the other end several hundred meters in diameter. Mystic patterns wound around the surface of this long object, radiating a powerful pressure that was almost impossible to resist. Although he had only given it a single glimpse, Yang Wu immediately recognized with absolute certainty that this was a true beast god's horn. It was shaped exactly like the sharp horn on the giant beast god statue Yang Wu had seen before, as well as those on the 2 small jade gold statues beside it. The beast god's horn. Without even thinking, Yang Wu could guess how precious this object was. He hurriedly used his psychic power to manipulate the special cloth, quickly covering the precious beast god's horn, and that overwhelming aura was concealed once more. Huff! The Peng Demon Falcon avatar let out a breath. After thinking briefly, he took out an empty space ring and stored the precious beast god's horn in it alone. At the same time, he also put away the other shelf, along with the books, the beast god statues, and some materials scattered on the ground that had not been placed in chests, all into his inner world. Only then did he turn to look at the dozen or so enormous chests made of different materials. There were 15 ancient-style chests in all. The largest measured about 10 meters in length, width, and height, and was made of an unknown wood. The smallest was about 5 meters in length and width and was made of white jade. Among the 15 chests, 11 contained valuables considered precious in the Shualuo world, but none of them particularly attracted Yang Wu's attention. But when the contents of the other 4 white jade chests came into view, Yang Wu immediately broke into a beaming smile. All 4 chests were filled with dazzling, gorgeous Shualuo crystals. With a sweep of his psychic power, Yang Wu immediately confirmed that each chest held 40 million Shualuo crystals. Just as Yang Wu was putting away the giant beast god statue, a tremor occurred, and he was pulled into this treasure chamber. At the same time, a violent disturbance shook the entire cave, and the Undying powerhouses stationed outside the Undying Divine Temple immediately sensed it. Within the 10081 ST level of the Undying Divine Temple was a hall like a palace, wide, lofty, and solemn. At the top of the hall, dozens of broad thrones stood side by side. Nearly half of the thrones were occupied by majestic Undying Divine powerhouses, each like an imposing volcano of aura that could erupt at any moment. At the lower end of the hall, hundreds of world master-level powerhouses stood respectfully and cautiously. Report to the deities. Yesterday, a tremor occurred in the palace space of the ancient deity Taiyan. The 10-year time restriction we originally estimated would gradually disappear, but because of this tremor, the restriction will vanish ahead of schedule. Within at most a month, domain-level experts will be able to enter. A world master below said respectfully. Continue to monitor what happens inside and above all watch and control every little one who leaves. Once domain-level experts can enter, immediately send the domain-level disciples most loyal to our temple inside. A voice came from above the thrones. The hundreds of world master powerhouses below could not tell which of the undying beings above had spoken. Report to the deities. Starting 8 years ago, a total of 98,271 cloud-soaring level martial artists successively entered this ruin that we publicly call a secret realm. Apart from the 7,211, who immediately left out of terror at the killing will inside gaining nothing, not a single one of the remaining entrants has survived. Cloud-soaring level. Our Shuelua world has the greatest number of cloud-soaring level martial artists. A mere 100,000 ants are hardly worth worrying about. What our temple cares about is the beast god's horn of the Shuelua world, which was once held by the ancient deity Taiyen. Damn it, why won't this door open? After stowing away all the treasures, Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon clone, transformed into his true appearance, walked to the entrance of the treasure vault intent on opening the door and leaving. However, the vault door seemed fused seamlessly with the surrounding walls. No matter how the domain lord level pinnacle Peng Demon Falcon clone strained with all its might, the door did not budge in the slightest. What's going on? With the strength of a domain lord at the pinnacle, Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon clone could easily shatter an entire planet, yet even exerting his full power, he could not force this door open. Moreover, the walls, floor, and ceiling of the treasure vault were equally indestructible, leaving Yang Wu completely helpless. After toiling for a long while, Yang Wu was forced to give up. He sat down on the ground, gradually calming his restless thoughts, then took out 2 beast god statues made of jade gold material, placed them before him, and examined them closely. What a pity! According to the original work, there are supposedly 18 beast god statues made of this jade gold material. One of them should have already fallen into Luo Feng's hands by now, while the other 15 are probably enshrined within the immortal temple. Unfortunately, my cultivation is insufficient, and I don't dare scheme against the immortal temple. After gazing at the statues for a long time, Yang Wu sighed regretfully to himself. By the way, I wonder if Elder Yao recognizes the material of this treasure vault. Perhaps he has a way for me to get out of here. As Yang Wu casually looked up, a sudden flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He quickly put away the statues and immediately entered the virtual universe. He sent a communication request to Elder Yao. Within the virtual universe, after Yang Wu recounted how he had become trapped inside the treasure vault, Elder Yao showed no concern for his predicament whatsoever. Instead, he excitedly pressed Yang Wu about what he had gained from the vault. Left with no choice, Yang Wu projected all the items for Elder Yao to see. The moment Elder Yao laid eyes on them, he leaped to his feet in shock. Haha, you clever brat. These are all extraordinary treasures. You've struck it rich. If not for being within the virtual universe, Elder Yao's greedy demeanor suggested, he would have swept all of these treasures into his own storage ring. Who would have thought that a backward blood Luo world would actually contain such precious things? Back then, your senior brother Kadi also visited the blood Luo world, so how did he fail to obtain these treasures? Gold void or Ming Luo stone flame bamboo silver. No longer paying attention to Yang Wu, Elder Yao muttered to himself as he identified the items one by one. Almost every single item he saw made Elder Yao cry out in excitement. Especially when he spotted the 10,000-meter beast god horn. Elder Yao was so overwhelmed that he shouted several times in succession before finally calming down. Then a hint of dejection stole across his face. What a pity! If your teacher were still here, such a magnificent beast god horn could have been refined into an extraordinary supreme treasure. Elder Yao murmured sadly to himself for quite a while before composing himself. Boy, these are all fire-attributed materials, perfect for your Blaze Star Giant Beast clone to cultivate with directly. These are the space-attributed treasures suited for your Peng Demon Falcon clone's cultivation. And as for these few pieces, bring them back to me intact for my disciple's Golden Horn Giant Beast clone to cultivate. Elder Yao pointed out several treasures and categorized them as he spoke. Also, these dozen or so items must be brought back to me intact as well. They are raw materials for refining high-grade elixirs. Yang Wu interrupted Elder Yao. Elder Yao, I'm currently trapped in this treasure vault. If you want these things, you need to help me get out of here first. The material of the treasure vault you're in right now is called Void Absorption Stone. It is also a relatively precious space-attributed material, which was infused with world force to create a mustard seed space. It works much like our storage space rings. However, our storage spaces use cheaper materials. We simply cut out a small spatial world and fuse it into the ring. The Void Absorption Stone, on the other hand, requires no spatial cutting. One merely needs to infuse world force into it. Compared to ordinary storage spaces, this material's greatest advantage is its formidable defense. Even a universe venerable would find it extremely difficult to break through. Its greatest disadvantage, however, is its limited spatial compression. Generally the maximum compression ratio is merely 1 to 100. It was only then that Elder Yao turned his attention to the material of the treasure vault walls shown in Yang Wu's projection. This treasure vault was constructed as an integrated part of the entire relic space. Based on what you've told me, this relic currently only allows universe-level martial artists to enter. It is likely due to certain restrictions of the relic. Once those restrictions fade, the space of this treasure vault will naturally begin to collapse, and that is when you will be able to leave. For now, unless your teacher Candili joins forces with 3 or more universe venerables to break it open by force, your only option is to wait. Elder Yao furrowed his brow as he spoke. Presumably the reason this relic appeared is precisely because it repels powerful beings like the Immortals and Realm Lords of the Immortal Temple, which is why it allows you lot to enter. In truth, they're just using you as cannon fodder. If you leave this place, you will definitely be searched openly or covertly by those strong experts of the temple. Moreover, an Immortal's relic will see its repulsive force gradually dissipate within at most 10 years. Once that happens, powerful experts will enter. If they learn that you've obtained this treasure trove, you know very well what the consequences will be. I told you earlier not to bring all your clones with you, but you insisted on letting them all undergo the baptism of baleful energy for training. Now look, all of them are trapped in there, so you'd better not die in that place. As his consciousness returned to reality, Yang Wu recalled Elder Yao's words, and his expression turned grave. Humph, even if a realm lord came, I wouldn't fear them with my 2 clones and true body joining forces. After a long moment, Yang Wu said coldly, then immediately settled his mind and entered cultivation. About 10 days later, Yang Wu suddenly felt the entire space violently shake, as if it were about to collapse. Yang Wu's heart stirred. He swiftly dashed to the entrance of the treasure vault and gave the door a light push. It opened easily, revealing a pitch-black passage before him. So I really can leave now? Yang Wu turned around and switched with his Peng Demon Falcon clone. The clone, maintaining his true form, transformed both hands into enormous sharp claws and viciously slashed through the empty treasure vault several times. The entire vault space then collapsed completely. Since this was built from space-attributed void absorption stone, might as well contribute a little to my Peng Demon Falcon clone's cultivation. Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon clone waved a hand, gathering all the fragments of void absorption stone into its inner world, then transforming into the appearance of the Domain Lord-level Guardian, who had stood at the entrance. When he first entered this relic, it slipped into the corridor beyond the treasure vault. To be continued. Just as Yang Wu departed the treasure chamber and advanced at a leisurely pace, he remained oblivious that at the ruin's entrance the Guardians had all been replaced by Realm Lord experts of the Immortal Temple, while the original Domain Lord Guardians had already ventured into the ruin alongside a search party of several hundred Domain Lord warriors dispatched by the temple. After entering the ruin, these Domain Lord warriors likewise first materialized at the spot, where the killing intent surged with such terrifying force that it had driven some mad before dispersing into the various corridors. Old Yue, how did you get ahead of me? Walking along one corridor, Yang Wu suddenly froze as a burly figure appeared abruptly from the tunnel entrance ahead. Yang Wu's muscles tensed as he braced to strike at this sudden apparition, but unexpectedly the man shouted first. Yang Wu hesitated. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening either. I thought you had somehow gotten ahead of me. Smiling as he replied, Yang Wu slowly closed the distance between himself and the newcomer. After trudging through these forking paths for most of the day without a single soul to talk to, I was about to go mad. Perfect, let's go together. The newcomer, completely oblivious to the anomaly of the old Yu before him, said dismissively. Then, without warning, the right hand of this old Yu shot upward, morphing into a dark golden claw over 1 meter in circumference. The claw swept forward in a crushing strike. That motion, the enormous claw rising and slashing down upon the opponent, was almost an exact replica of the image of the Beast God's phantom and the colossal Beast God statue in the abyss of baleful Qi. As the claw attacked toward its prey, faint runes of law shimmered upon the dark golden talons. Before the opponent could even react, it slammed into his burly frame. Boom! A dull, thunderous collision. Beneath that monstrous claw, the newcomer stood utterly powerless, so his body and life core instantly erupted into a mist of blood. The blood sprayed throughout the corridor. What overwhelming power! Withdrawing the claw, it shifted back into a human palm. Within Yang Wu's heart, excitement surged as he savored the might of that blow. Although this was his Pengma Falcon clone in its main body form, its cultivation base was at the peak of Domain Lord level. However, before arriving at the Immortal Temple, even this Pengma Falcon clone could never have smashed a fellow Domain Lord warrior into a blood mist with a single palm stroke. After retrieving the fallen spatial storage bracelet and rummaging through its contents to ascertain the man's identity, Yang Wu's Pengma Falcon clone curled its lips into a faint smile, then assumed the appearance of that unknown burly Domain Lord warrior and swaggered onward. Within the ruined corridors, twisted in labyrinthine complexity. It was only after 2 days of walking that Yang Wu reappeared in the baleful Qi space that had driven thousands to frenzy. The baleful Qi here remained just as dense and oppressive as before. Those thousands of maddened individuals were now all dead. Whether from slaying one another or at the hands of the domain lord experts who came later was impossible to tell. And judging by the heaped corpses, their number had multiplied dozens of times over. Still several domain lord warriors remained in this space. Before long, a dozen more emerged from the tunnels, one after another, all wearing looks of dejection. Clearly in the 2 or 3 days spent within the ruin, every one of them had found nothing. Among these dozen-plus individuals was none other than the man called Old Yu, whom Yang Wu had once transformed into, causing Yang Wu to inwardly thank his luck that he had chosen to impersonate the one now slain. After exchanging brief greetings, the group said not another word and flew outward. Evidently several batches of domain lord warriors from the Immortal Temple had already departed before them. The realm lord experts at the entrance did not deliberately obstruct them. After a few routine questions, Yang Wu's Puma Falcon clone flew off with the other dozen or so toward the Immortal Temple. On the road to the Immortal Temple, Yang Wu had no trouble breaking away from the convoy. Finally out. I expected some ordeal but never imagined escaping the ruin so easily. Once separated from the others, Yang Wu swiftly veered in a different direction, then switched with his true body. His true self appeared, revealing his original features, and continued flying toward the Immortal Temple. All that remained was to claim the Bloodlock medal, and this trip to the Bloodlock world would be essentially complete. Little did Yang Wu know of the tens of thousands of universe-level warriors who entered the ruin he alone had left. All the others now lay buried within its depths. The Immortal Temple was as serene as ever. Entering it, Yang Wu did not hesitate to ascend to the second floor, and soon reappeared in the Crystal Pavilion. Perhaps because the ruin had siphoned off so many Domain Lord warriors, the Crystal Pavilion staff responsible for verifying Blood Warrior qualifications and issuing Bloodlock crystals were merely 2 Universe Peak warriors. When they learned that Yang Wu had come to verify his fusion of 3 Bloodlock crystals to gain the rank of full Divine Envoy, their demeanor instantly became extremely deferential. Divine Envoy Wu, as per custom, please activate the Bloodlock power, so that I may verify. After confirming that Yang Wu had indeed fused 3 Bloodlock crystals, the 2 universe-level warriors grew even more respectful. Divine Envoy Wu, ordinarily when a reserve envoy becomes a full envoy, the master of the Crystal Pavilion should present you the official envoy token and bestow this Bloodlock medal. However, the master is away. Would you prefer to receive your token and the medal now or wait until the master returns? No need to trouble anyone. I'll take them now, said Yang Wu. Congratulations, Divine Envoy Wu. Here is your envoy token. Your contribution points have been recorded on it. From this moment on, you may access the spaces of the first 5 floors of the temple, and your private quarters will be upgraded from the first floor to the Envoy Pavilion on the 5th floor, with the room number matching your token. Once Divine Envoy Wu reaches another breakthrough, you can obtain an even more spacious private area on the 6th floor. A universe-level warrior. Why does he look somewhat familiar? Ah, he's one of those young fellows who entered the Immortal Temple a dozen years ago, and I believe he came from Qishuan City. Just as Yang Wu was leaving the lower-level space, a Realm Lord expert returned from outside. Staring at Yang Wu's back, he knitted his brows slightly. This was none other than the Zhua surnamed Realm Lord, who, when Yang Wu and 50,000 others had entered the Immortal Temple, grew suspicious of the 50 from Qishuan City, because his younger brother had been slain by Yang Wu. A Realm Lord expert had long since attained the ability of total recall. Having caught only a distant glimpse of Yang Wu back then, he still recognized him instantly now. Weren't most of those young brats who took the ruin mission all killed inside? This fellow really has 9 lives dodging that catastrophe. The Realm Lord Zhua slowly strolled past the mission hall, then paused, turned, and stepped inside. Moments later, the Realm Lord swiftly came out of the mission hall, gave a cold snort, and with a flicker of movement flew off in the direction Yang Wu had gone. Shuizhen, why are you here? Did you see a cloud-soaring boy fly past this way? The Realm Lord surnamed Zhua flew more than 10,000 li out of the Immortal Temple, when he suddenly felt Yang Wu's aura vanish without a trace. Then he saw Shuizhen, a Domain Lord rank member of the Immortal Temple, standing beside a baleful chi vortex about a kilometer in diameter, peering into it. What he did not know was that this Shuizhen was no longer the burly Shuizhen he had once known, but Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon avatar in disguise. Greetings, my lord. A cloud-soaring lad did indeed appear just now. He charged straight in from here. I saw him from afar and thought it strange. I had just arrived to investigate when you, my lord, came over. Is there something wrong with that boy? The burly man, transformed from Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon avatar, asked with a respectful expression. Of course there is something wrong. I checked at the mission hall. 8 years ago this boy accepted a secret realm mission there. At that time every cloud-soaring martial artist who accepted the mission died in those ruins. Yet now I suddenly discover that this little fellow is still alive. Don't you think that is suspicious? Who knows? Perhaps this boy knows the mysteries of the secret realm, which is how he kept his life. He might even have obtained a fortuitous treasure from it. Humph. The Realm Lord surnamed Zhua said coldly. I was wondering what was wrong with that boy, so he charged into this baleful chi vortex to hide from your pursuit, my lord. But now he has hidden himself in the baleful chi vortex, and we can catch him like a turtle in a jar. That is utterly foolish. My lord, this humble one is willing to accompany you to capture and interrogate that suspicious brat. Yang Wu put on an anxious expression, yet he discreetly shifted his body to the side. Good. The Realm Lord surnamed Zhua suspected nothing. He gave Yang Wu a cold glance, then leapt and charged into the baleful chi vortex. The burly man transformed from Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon avatar followed closely and jumped in after him. The baleful chi vortex was not deep. After only a little more than 4,000 meters they reached its bottom. When the Realm Lord surnamed Zhua and the burly man transformed from Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon avatar landed at the bottom, they found Yang Wu sitting cross-legged in cultivation with the aura from his body much weaker. Perhaps sensing that someone had arrived, Yang Wu, seated cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. He saw the Realm Lord surnamed Zhua and the burly man transformed from Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon avatar. He immediately put on a panic-stricken expression, rose to his feet, and was about to bow respectfully. Humph boy, let's see where you can run now. Confess the truth. How did you leave the ruins? Hand over everything you obtained from them. The burly man transformed from Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon avatar bellowed. Ruins? Escape? Yang Wu asked, looking confused. Humph boy. More than 8 years ago you accepted a secret realm mission from the mission hall. As far as I know, every cloud-soaring martial artist who entered that place died. Why are you completely unharmed? The Realm Lord surnamed Zhua barked coldly. What? They all died? Yang Wu put on an expression of surprise mixed with relief. My lord, at that time I really did see many others taking that mission. Without thinking it over, I simply followed the crowd and accepted it together with them. However, this humble one has always been cautious. After accepting the mission, I grew worried about the dangers and did not enter right away. I intended to wait until someone came out, so that I could understand the situation before venturing in to explore its secrets. But later I was delayed by my cultivation because I was successfully fusing blood Luo crystals. It was only a few days ago, after fusing the third blood Luo crystal, that I left this place once, and went to the temple to undergo the identity change, and receive the official Divine Envoy plaque and blood Luo medal. Yang Wu said, producing the Divine Envoy plaque and blood Luo medal. So you are saying that you have been cultivating here all along, and never entered the secret realm to carry out the mission? The Realm Lord surnamed Zhua gave the Divine Envoy plaque and blood Luo medal in Yang Wu's hand a faint glance, and his tone eased somewhat. Yes. Yang Wu nodded. Humph. You'd better not have deceived me. I will verify whether what you said is true. However, given the gravity of the matter, I have no choice but to detain you for now. Once I confirm that you never entered the secret realm, I will let you go. As he spoke, the Realm Lord surnamed Zhua reached out to restrain Yang Wu. Bang! Suddenly a tremendous force slammed into the Realm Lord's back. His body jolted under the impact, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was thrown thousands of meters away, crashing into the stone wall of the vortex. A Realm Lord was different indeed. Previously, a single claw from Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon avatar could turn a domain lord into a mist of blood, but against this Realm Lord, it could only make him suffer an injury. Kill. Before the opponent could react, Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon avatar had already transformed both hands into enormous claws and attacked without the least hesitation. How dare you ambush me? You're asking for death. The Realm Lord surnamed Zhua, now recovered, let out a furious shout. His world projection abruptly unfolded and covered nearly the entire vortex. Its might was far superior to that of Realm Lord Meng Qua, whom Yang Wu had slain back then. The clone form Yang Wu had condensed and left standing there, shattered and dispersed under the crushing force of that world power. Boom! With a single motion of Yang Wu's Peng Demon Falcon avatar, domain power surged outward. At the same time, the claws driven by blood Luo power became even more ferocious. As the sharp claws slashed through the world power enveloping the entire space, shook several times, then burst apart with a crash. Bang! 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 The claws exchanged several blows with the long staff in the Realm Lord's hand, but neither could gain the upper hand. Whoosh! Suddenly a blazing heat that seemed to burn through heaven and earth erupted from behind the Realm Lord surnamed Zhua and attacked him. Bang! The Realm Lord hastily swung his long staff backward, parrying a pair of colossal claws that were fiery red like branding irons. He shifted his body and retreated dozens of meters before he could see clearly what enormous creature had attacked him. Beast god. No, not that. A star beast. How could there be a star beast here? Could it have come from the secret realm? The Realm Lord's eyes flew wide and he shouted in terror. Although among the inherited secret arts of Yang Wu's blazing star beast avatar, there was also a body-shrinking secret art called True Body Heaven and Earth. At this moment the blazing star beast avatar still appeared colossal beyond compare. Die! Yang Wu knew they were too close to the immortal temple, and could be exposed at any moment, especially now that his blazing star beast avatar was revealed. This realm lord surnamed Zhuo would certainly use his outdated light brain to notify the immortal temple. The two avatars each unleashed their strongest moves and struck at the realm lord surnamed Zhuo. Damn it! Under the frenzied attacks of the two avatars, the realm lord surnamed Zhuo quickly revealed signs of defeat. Yet he swung his long staff and struggled desperately, hoping only to hold on until his message reached the immortal temple. Trying to buy time. Both of Yang Wu's avatars snorted coldly in unison, their attacks growing even more ferocious. Kill, kill, kill. The realm lord Zhuo, looking as if he had gone mad, roared while his long staff lashed left and right, desperately fending off the attacks of Yang Wu's two avatars. If I can hold on for just 10 more minutes, the temple will receive my message. You insignificant ant. Just wait and see how you die then. The realm lord Zhuo cursed inwardly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then abruptly, amid the sweeping dance of the realm lord Zhuo's long staff, countless golden and blood-red vines appeared and surged forward like a tide. The entire space beneath the baleful vortex was almost completely filled by those two forms of plant life, and the realm lord Zhuo himself was nearly locked tightly within them. Damn it! Plant life! How could the Shuoluo world have plant life? Are you from beyond the heavens? Curse you! You deserve to die! The realm lord Zhuo, half-crazed, roared while struggling. His long staff smashed. Who knew how many vines? Yet the tendrils could not be hacked away. They only grew denser and denser. In the midst of his struggle, he failed to notice that atop the flame star beast, which blazed like fire, there had appeared a universe-level human. This person's appearance was exactly the same as that of the one who had ambushed him earlier, and in this human's hand was a straight long saber. The very saber that, according to the message sent by his younger brother before dying, had slain that brother. HSSS. The golden and blood-red vines transformed into murderous pythons that coiled entirely around the realm lord Zhuo. The blood-red vines bound him while constricting savagely. The golden leaves on the golden vines, however, slashed at him like countless razor-sharp blades, rending and tearing madly. No. The demon cloud vine and the star-eating grass constricted with all their might. Under such pressure, the realm lord Zhuo's bones began to crack, his muscles began to tear, and his body completely collapsed. Soon his broken body was shattered utterly by the demon cloud vine, and the star-eating grass, then devoured and absorbed by the star-eating grass until not even a trace of blood and flesh remained. Whoosh! Yang Wu raised a hand, collected the storage device left behind by the realm lord Zhuo, then put away his two avatars into the world ring. His body turned into a phantom. He charged out of the baleful vortex. No longer bothering to conceal himself, a pitch-black G-grade spaceship appeared before him, and Yang Wu swiftly darted into it. The spaceship at once soared aloft, hurtling toward the high clouds. Shao Xian charged the Star Destroyer cannons and stand by to open fire. Yang Wu snapped coldly the moment the ship rose. This place was far too close to the immortal temple. Yang Wu dared not show the slightest carelessness. As you command, master. The Star Destroyer cannons mounted on this supreme-grade spaceship had long made the intelligent life form Shao Xian covetous, and he had been itching to test their power. Now, under Yang Wu's orders, Shao Xian nervously piloted the ship with all his strength as it shot upward, while immediately beginning to charge the Star Destroyer cannons. The ship's control room rapidly echoed with the intelligent life form's urgent voice. Star Destroyer cannon no. 1 charging, countdown 60, 59, 58. Star Destroyer cannon no. 2 charging, countdown 60, 59, 58. Star Destroyer cannon no. 3 charging, countdown 60, 59, 58. The Star Destroyer cannons were charging quickly. Where do you think you're running? Where do you think you're running? Where do you think you're running? The moment the spaceship burst out of the ground, a furious roar came thundering from the distant immortal temple. The voice rolled like angry thunder, seeping through the spaceship and making Yang Wu's blood surge involuntarily. A terrifying pressure swept over from afar. Though the ship blocked most of it, Yang Wu's heart still shuddered. The pressure of an immortal god was terrifying beyond measure. Even the spaceship's speed diminished greatly beneath that oppressive might. Charge! Yang Wu shouted harshly. Star Destroyer cannon no. 1 charging, countdown 5, 4, 3. Star Destroyer cannon no. 2 charging, countdown 5, 4, 3. Star Destroyer cannon no. 3 charging, countdown 5, 4, 3. As the spaceship fought its way upward, the rapid charging sounds echoed urgently through the cabin, filling the entire vessel with tension. Whoosh! Just as the spaceship became a black streak and was about to charge into the cloud layers. You from beyond the heavens, stay here. Stay here. Stay here. As the angry shout reverberated, a heaven-covering, sun-obscuring giant hand flew over from the distance and appeared behind Yang Wu's spaceship. Its enormous palm reached out to seize the vessel. Space shattered in layers under the giant hand's grasping strike. half of the spaceship had already pierced into the cloud layers when caught in the pressure of that hand its speed suddenly slackened. Beyond that giant hand a figure was streaking closer like lightning, just as the giant hand was about to seize the spaceship in one grip. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Star Destroyer cannon no. 1 fully charged. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Star Destroyer cannon no. 2 fully charged. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Star Destroyer cannon no. 3 fully charged. At that moment the countdown echoing through the spaceship suddenly came to an end. Humph! Fire Star Destroyer cannon no. 1. A ferocious expression flashed across Yang Wu's face as he bellowed. Zap! A beam of light 300 meters in diameter instantly blasted out from beneath the spaceship and struck the giant hand. Under the Star Destroyer cannon's assault, that despair-inducing giant hand dissolved like snow in the air, vanishing swiftly, without leaving the slightest trace. Fire Star Destroyer cannon no. 2. Fire Star Destroyer cannon no. 3. Fire Star Destroyer cannon no. 4. Shao Xan, wipe out that bastard for me. Yang Wu roared. As you command, master. Haha, wipe out that bastard. Shao Xian repeated excitedly. The Star Destroyer cannons, whose might rivaled the attacks of an immortal god, fired beam after beam of 300 meters in diameter toward the pursuer. Their world-shaking power nearly caused the entire Shuelua world to tremble. That forced the pursuing immortal to dodge with no small amount of tension. Seizing the moment, the spaceship suddenly accelerated and rushed into the void above the 18 cloud layers. Outside the Shuelua world, in that void, stood the Tianxia Palace, a structure as enormous as a planet. Inside one of the side halls on the first level, a group of realm lords tasked with monitoring were staring at the enormous screen, eyes gleaming. Teach this His Highness Yang Wu is simply too impressive. He dared to bombard an immortal and escape from an immortal god's pursuit. As befits a highness of the Yuanshi secret realm, he's even more commanding than His Highness Luo Feng 20 years ago. What these realm lords did not know was that in the topmost space of the Tianxia Palace, a man whose form resembled an earthling, with long brownish-red hair, crystalline skin, black eyes, and vertical creases between his brows, was quietly letting out a sigh of relief. The moment the immortal at the immortal temple made his move, the Tianxia Palace Lord had already taken notice. Just as Yang Wu's spaceship was about to be seized by that immortal, and the Tianxia Palace Lord could barely hold back from acting, Yang Wu blasted the immortal with his cannons. A sight that made the Palace Lord halt. Your Highness Yang Wu, greetings. I am Morak, the Herald of the Heaven Erosion Palace. Congratulations on completing your trial in the Blood Luo world and returning in triumph. As Yang Wu bombarded the imperishable one of the Blood Luo world with his cannon fire, a spacecraft swiftly approached his G-class vessel from the void above the world. A message arrived guiding him to a vast hall on the first level of the Heaven Erosion Palace, spanning thousands of kilometers in length and width. Your Highness Yang Wu, may I take the liberty of asking whether you have completed your Blood Warrior mission? Yang Wu stowed away his spacecraft. While still astonished by the countless vessels within the great hall, the Herald Morak docked his own ship, approached, and asked with reverence. Completed. Yang Wu nodded. The Blood Warrior mission. You've finished it, Your Highness. Morak was taken aback. I, Morak, have received many geniuses here, who came to undertake cultivation trials, even prodigies from the Giant Axe Arena and the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. Yet only a handful ever become Blood Warriors, for fusing 3 Blood Luo crystals generally requires spending an immense amount of time amidst the ancient god ruins. Most lack the patience, and the ruins are perilous beyond measure. I never imagined that within a mere 2 decades I would witness 2 princes of the Virtual Universe Company complete the Blood Warrior mission. Moreover, Your Highness Yang Wu accomplished this task in less than 20 years. His Highness Luo Feng took a full 80 years. Morak exclaimed in admiration. Come, Your Highness Yang Wu, the Palace Master of the Heaven Erosion Palace wishes to see you. A trace of envy glimmered in Morak's eyes. Very well. That the Palace Master, a being second only to the Universe Masters in the original chronicles, wished to meet him did not catch Yang Wu off guard. He had long sensed this was coming. Yet Yang Wu's calm expression seemed remarkable to the Realm Lord Morak. Truly worthy of a prince from the primordial secret realm. Utterly composed even before the Palace Master of the Heaven Erosion Palace. Regardless of what Morak thought, he led Yang Wu to the second level of the Heaven Erosion Palace, where an imperishable being gently bore Yang Wu up with imperishable power. In an instant he was delivered to the 9th level of the palace. There a figure of modest stature presented its back to Yang Wu. That silhouette gave Yang Wu a sensation of both illusion and reality. At one moment standing not far before him, at another seemingly standing amidst the boundless starry heavens. Yang Wu! A voice suddenly resounded within Yang Wu's mind as if heaven and earth themselves were speaking. At the same time the figure turned slowly around. In that very instant, The body of the Heaven Erosion Palace Master, ordinarily comparable to an earthling's and hardly towering, suddenly seemed to swell into mountainous majesty in Yang Wu's eyes. A subtle, profound aura emanated from the Palace Master, making Yang Wu's will waver. Yet he immediately regained clarity. Yang Wu pays respects to the Palace Master. He bowed promptly and reverently. Remarkable willpower. Truly worthy of a genius who has conquered the 14th Isle of the Illusory Sea. The Heaven Erosion Palace Master nodded slightly, praise in his voice. Your generation of the Genius War is the finest in 10,000 eras, for among you there emerged Yang Wu, Bolin, Luo Feng, and Rong Jun. The Palace Master paused momentarily, observing Yang Wu's calm expression, and nodded almost imperceptibly. He continued, while you young ones were cultivating in the Chaos City, the management of the Virtual Universe Company made predictions regarding the future achievements of you, Bolin, Luo Feng, and Rong Jun. Although you have consistently held the leading position among your peers, the management's ranking of your future accomplishments placed Rong Jun first. You were second, while the rankings of Bolin and Luo Feng were quite contentious. However, after witnessing the achievements you all made in the mere century since leaving Chaos City, especially after you conquered the 14th Isle of the Illusory Sea, many members of the management who once insisted Rong Jun would rank first have begun to waver in their original predictions. A hint of amusement flickered in the Palace Master's eyes as he spoke. Among them is this humble one. I now believe that your future achievements, Yang Wu, shall be the greatest, rivaling the legendary Kadi of your. I hope you will not disappoint me. Thank you, Palace Master. Yang Wu hastily bowed deeply. I have viewed the recordings of your attempts at the Tongtian Tower, especially your latest conquest of the 8th floor. I discerned that your comprehension of the fire origin laws has reached a remarkably profound level, even surpassing your mastery of the spatial laws. I also learned that your first trial destination was the Flame Ice Continent. You must have studied the fire secret patterns within the Laoyan tree space, there have you not? The Palace Master looked at Yang Wu. Indeed, Yang Wu answered directly. In my youth, I too possessed a flame-forged body and cultivated the fire laws as my primary path. In my younger days, I also spent time cultivating within the Laoyan tree space on the Flame Ice Continent. Although I belong to the 9-universe lineage and my understanding of the giant axe Chaos Steel cannot match that of your teacher Condor, I dare say my mastery of the fire laws is not inferior to his. Remain here at the Heaven Erosion Palace for a while. If there are any aspects of the fire secret patterns that perplex you, you may seek my counsel. These words stirred great shock within Yang Wu's heart. In the original chronicles, the Palace Master merely demonstrated the profound mystery of a single raindrop from the 9-universe Chaos Steel's drizzle diagram to Luo Feng before sending him away. Yet now he had voluntarily invited Yang Wu to stay and personally guide his cultivation of the fire laws. The Laoyan tree is a miraculous tree of laws. The secret patterns derived within the flames it emanates are extraordinarily pure. They may not contain practical combat techniques, yet they are supremely conducive to comprehending the fire laws. I presume you left an avatar in the Laoyan tree space. What level of the fire secret patterns have you comprehended so far, and what perplexes you? There are still portions of the patterns near the end of the 5th level that I have yet to grasp fully. Yang Wu did not stand on ceremony. After calming the shock within him, he bowed and spoke. Oh, the end of the 5th level. Excellent, excellent. With just your comprehension of the fire laws once fused with combat techniques, passing the 9th or even the 10th level of the Flame God Chaos Steel would be well within your reach. Hearing that Yang Wu had comprehended the fire secret patterns at the tail end of the 5th level, a glint of approval shone in the Palace Master's eyes. Then, with a wave of the Palace Master's hand, a blazing star hundreds of kilometers in diameter, a fiery planet like the sun, materialized between his fingers. The fire star burst apart with a thunderous explosion, scattering into streaks of flame secret patterns across the void. These fiery secret patterns were precisely those at the conclusion of the 5th level within the Laoyan tree space. As they blazed, the very void was scorched, leaving enduring traces that refused to dissipate. The fire secret patterns exploded once more in midair, recombining into new configurations. The full subtlety of the 5th level patterns manifested vividly before Yang Wu's eyes. My apologies. Busy with year-end matters, today's 2nd chapter came a little late. Dear readers, please forgive me. The profound fire runes conjured by the Palace Master of Eclipse Palace gradually evolved on their own in the void, and Yang Wu found himself involuntarily immersed in the comprehension of the law of fire. Before he even realized it, the Palace Master of Eclipse Palace had silently vanished from the space of the 9th floor. The space of the 9th floor of Eclipse Palace fell into stillness, once more leaving only Yang Wu quietly contemplating the mysteries of fire that the Palace Master had unveiled. From then on, the Palace Master would appear from time to time, reweaving the fire runes anew, so that Yang Wu could continue his enlightenment. Only after 3 full years did a spacecraft finally depart from Eclipse Palace, heading toward the primeval secret realm. During those 3 years, under the guidance of the Palace Master Yang Wu's comprehension of the fundamental law of fire advanced at astonishing speed. Within the blazing space of the Laoyan tree's flames, the incarnation he had manifested had already reached the 6th level of cultivation. Yet the cultivation of the 6th level within the flame space of the Laoyan tree was far more profound. Gazing through his incarnation's vision, Yang Wu's true body slowly analyzed what he saw, and only with the Palace Master's guidance did he find the faintest thread of insight. Grasping the mysteries of the 6th level flame runes was no longer something that could be accomplished in a short span of time. After 50 years had passed since the Blood Luo World Trial on Martial Ancestor Star, in the Golden Splendor Galaxy, which bordered the Milky Way, a colossal palace soared at the planet's very center. Above the palace gate the 3 characters, Martial Ancestor Palace, blazed like living fire. The words radiated searing heat. In the Martial Ancestor Palace training grounds, one of Yang Wu's avatars was instructing several youths in their cultivation. At the edge of the training grounds, a man and a woman watched with gentle smiles as Yang Wu guided the young disciples. The couple was none other than Yang Wu's father Yang Zhonghua and his mother Lu Lanying. Because of Yang Wu's outstanding performance in the preliminary round of the Prodigy War, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had rewarded him with the Golden Splendor Galaxy adjacent to the Milky Way. Later, Yang Wu and his sister also earned 2 more galaxies bordering the Golden Splendor Galaxy bestowed by the Qianwu Universe Kingdom for their exceptional achievements in the peak battles. Combined with the galaxy granted to Yangli, the number of planets under the siblings' name now surpassed that of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Back then, with the aid of the Medicine Master's elixirs, Yang Wu's parents had been utterly transformed, regaining their youth. After Yang Wu and Yang Li left Earth for the Prodigy War, Lu Lanying gave birth to another son named Yang Yong. With the resources Yang Wu had left behind, as well as the help and guidance of Hong Thunder God and others, Yang Yong's cultivation quickly reached the star level, after which he left Earth and came to Martial Ancestor Star in the Golden Splendor Galaxy, where he consolidated the planets under Yang Wu and Yang Li's names. He established the Golden Splendor Empire with Martial Ancestor Star as its administrative center, allowing it to thrive and expand. To this day, the Yang family has flourished on Martial Ancestor Star for over 10 generations, and under the family's stewardship the entire Golden Splendor Empire thrives with vigorous momentum. Moreover, because of its proximity to the Milky Way, countless spacecraft travel back and forth between Earth and the life-bearing planets of the Golden Splendor Empire. A great number of Earthlings have come to Martial Ancestor Star to develop their fortunes, while many from Martial Ancestor Star have likewise traveled to Earth, especially pregnant women from the Yang family and those connected to it who, following Yang Wu's instructions, went to Earth to give birth. After Yang Wu departed from Chaos City and headed for the primeval secret realm, he immediately manifested 2 avatars and asked senior brother Rome to escort them separately to Martial Ancestor Star and Earth. Although the 2 avatars' power was less than 20% of his true bodies, while accompanying his parents and guiding the younger generation, they were more than sufficient to safeguard both Earth and Martial Ancestor Star. Within the star domain of the Golden Splendor Empire, there was a planet of colossal proportions, nearly 10 times the size of Earth. It was covered with towering active volcanoes, and throughout the year eruptions frequently tore through the land, spewing scorching magma in all directions. It was in every sense a planet of fire. The skies around the planet were perpetually shrouded in thick volcanic ash. Its harsh environment left the planet virtually untouched by human presence. Apart from a few heat-resistant flora and fauna, the land was barren of vegetation, and there were almost no lakes or seas. Yet over the past decades this fiery planet had suddenly undergone a transformation. Although it remained scorching hot, indeed its temperature had risen several times higher than before, the active volcanoes upon its surface seemed to have fallen silent at once, ceasing to erupt, and the volcanic ash in the skies above slowly dispersed. It was also at this time that Yang Yong, the emperor of the Golden Splendor Empire, issued a decree forbidding anyone from setting foot on the planet and stationed heavy troops beyond it, completely extinguishing any curious onlookers' desire to investigate. On this volcanic planet, Yang Wu's flame star, Colossus Avatar, was busily hovering above a colossal volcanic crater. One after another different materials flew out from his storage space and plunged into the crater, where raging flames roared and leapt. Were a volcano expert or an artifact refiner to witness this, they would realize that the volcano had been deliberately reshaped. Every volcano on the entire planet had been harnessed to channel all of its heat into this single crater. As the crater, gaping like the maw of a Taotia, devoured the endless stream of materials from the flame star, Colossus Avatar's storage space, the Avatar's massive claws never stopped moving. One mystic rune after another took shape in the void, then flew into the crater. Yang Wu's flame star Colossus Avatar continued this work for 20 full days. At last the heat surging from the entire volcano trembled, and the very atmosphere above the planet rippled in waves from the shock. Then a crisp, clear ring resounded as a war blade shot out from the crater, identical in form to the fire-attributed origin force saber used by Yang Wu's original human body, and came to rest before the flame star Colossus Avatar. 5th rank. The flame star Colossus Avatar studied the blade carefully, then uttered 2 words. After Yongwu returned from the Blood Luo continent, the Medicine Master, who had long been unable to contain his excitement over the treasures Yongwu had obtained in the Blood Luo world ruins, immediately had Yongli's guards escort him to Yongwu's estate in the primeval secret realm. When the Medicine Master laid eyes on the Flame Star Colossus avatar, which had been reborn and strengthened by the Blood Luo crystals, his eyes lit up. His original plan had been to pass down his artifact-refining heritage only after the avatar reached the World Lord level, yet he now chose to begin ahead of schedule. At first Yongwu, who revered martial might above all, had little interest in artifact refining and even felt some resistance toward it. However, as he gradually learned the basics of refining under the Medicine Master's guidance, his interest grew by leaps and bounds. Moreover, through the practice of artifact refining, he was also able to comprehend the fundamental law of fire and elevate his cultivation. And the Flame Star Colossus avatar proved itself worthy of its supreme fire-type bloodline. Its comprehension of artifact refining even surpassed its talent for martial arts cultivation. In a mere 30-plus years, the Flame Star Colossus avatar had fully mastered all the basic artifact refining techniques imparted by the Medicine Master and could effortlessly forge low-rank origin force weapons. After teaching Yongwu the foundational techniques, he knew the Medicine Master also had Yongwu purchase some secret manuals on artifact refining from the Virtual Universe Company for further cultivation. 10 years earlier, at the Medicine Master's request, the Flame Star Colossus avatar had left the primeval secret realm carrying with him a portion of the refining heritage stones left behind by his master Xin, and arrived at this volcanic star in the Golden Splendor Galaxy, which Yongwu's avatar had chosen as an ideal place for refining. In just 10 short years on the volcanic planet, the Flame Star Colossus avatar had pushed his artifact refining skills to the very limit of his current cultivation realm, effortlessly capable of forging 5th-rank origin force weapons. Once his cultivation broke through again, he would be able to attempt forging ordinary precious treasure weapons of an even higher rank.